Chapter 1. Strengthening the Waist at the Sign-In Spot 10. Awakening place of the innate kidney body. Sign-in place for increasing any part by 10 centimeters. May all readers encounter only pure beings. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, Yifan found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. The pungent scent of the sea evoked a particular lyric in his mind. You relish the salty breath of the sea. Who am I? Where am I? Damn it! A crude exclamation escaped his lips, affirming that Yifan was indeed a genuine Chinese. Who the hell threw me here by the seaside? That unreliable Jiegu. How can he be so careless? The previous night, a group of friends had gathered for a celebratory dinner in honor of Yifan's successful public examination. He was now destined to be a civil servant, having landed a job right after graduation, an achievement truly worthy of celebration. In high spirits, he couldn't resist indulging a bit too much, consuming nearly half a bottle of liquor. Jiegu had promised to either escort him home or arrange for a hotel room if he drank too much. Yet here he was, unceremoniously cast aside by the sea. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yifan recalled that Ningon City had no ocean, not even a large lake. So where exactly was he? Cradling his head, Yifan felt an intense pain, as if his skull might split apart. Memories began to flash through his mind, experiences of a boy from childhood to adulthood. It was as if he were not merely a spectator, but had lived through these events firsthand. The boy also bore the name Yifan, but his full name was Ostrovsky D. Yifan. Whoa. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yifan gasped for breath, the piercing pain finally subsiding. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to concede the truth. He had traversed worlds, and he had landed in the world of one of his favorite animes, One Piece. In truth, he also enjoyed other series like Life, White Beast, No Desire Academy, and the Holy Bible of Light. How the hell am I supposed to survive here? He was aware that the inhabitants of this realm were not mere humans, but monsters. Even 5- or 6-year-old children possessed the terrifying ability to slay a tiger through sheer strength. How could a youth who had yet to face the harsh realities of society adapt to such a life? Moreover, as Yifan stood by the water's edge and gazed at his reflection, a profound worry washed over him. With a tall and athletic frame, striking features, pronounced cheekbones, and a sharp jawline, he exuded an aura of unwavering determination. His thick black hair shimmered like diamonds in the night sky, cascading straight down his forehead, framing a pair of deep amber eyes that radiated resolve and decisiveness. Such striking good looks were perilous in the world of pirates. The female pirates favored beauty, and should he fall into their clutches, how could he withstand their advances? He would be utterly defenseless. The outcome could be easily imagined, especially at this most beautiful age. Should he prove useless, he might very well be tossed into the sea to feed the fish. The thought of such a fate propelled Yifan to urgently sift through his memories, hoping to unearth something useful. Windmill Village. Orphan. Wait, isn't this the village where Luffy grew up? Particularly troubling was that Yifan was still unable to speak the language of this world. As for Mandarin, he doubted he would encounter fellow countrymen. What he needed to ascertain was the current year and Luffy's age. In the memories of the original owner, there were no recollections of parents. As for their demise, what the hell? Yifan could only lament the misfortune of this individual, who had been entirely consumed by him, thus inheriting this body. 2 tigers could not coexist on one mountain. A body could only have one master, with a few exceptions. Just as Yifan prepared to explore the nearby village to gather information. Ding! System loading. Point 10.50.70. Loading successful. The super lottery system is at your service. It has detected that the host is in a different world. Sakura language patch downloading. Download successful. With the patch successfully applied, Yifan felt as though he had mastered the language of this realm. How cute. Super cute. I'm crying. Notif. Each phrase flowed effortlessly from his lips, resolving the language barrier. However, regarding the system's functionality, Yifan surmised it was a lottery system, presumably requiring points or belly for draws. Upon opening the system, Yifan discovered it was quite simply large circular wheel divided into numerous segments. Yet the prizes were not various items or devil fruits or skills, but rather beautiful women. All of them were stunning. Yi Fan glanced at the description beside the wheel and understood the system's purpose. 100 million belly for a single draw. If one won a character, they would gain a unique ability from that world. The most crucial aspect was that one could spend 1 billion belly to exchange for the character drawn. After the exchange, the individual would possess an independent personality but would completely obey your commands without question. They would genuinely admire and cherish you. Wow. Yi Fan's jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but drool. Boa Hancock from One Piece. Kushina Uzumaki from Naruto. Irina Nakiri from Food Wars. Krull Teeps from Seraph of the End. Istet from Akame Ga Kill. Yaya from Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Xiaohi from One Person Below. Tifa from Final Fantasy. Lucy Hart Philia from Fairy Tail. Sarastina Lucullus from White Beast. Krihet Glayla from Life. Indeed, there was nothing Yi Fan could not imagine, and the system had everything the small segments numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, each world featured more than one character in Naruto. Aside from Kushina Uzumaki, there were Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, and others. Even in the world of pirates, Yi Fan pondered what would happen if he were to exchange for Boa Hancock from his system. There would essentially be two identical individuals in this world. Twins. Yet, what excited Yi Fan the most was the chance for a free lottery draw. As a mere ordinary person, it would take a lifetime to accumulate 100 million belly for a single draw. He might never get the chance before he dies. Now, with a free opportunity as a novice, the system truly was remarkably considerate. Absolutely fantastic. Yi Fan's heart raced with anticipation as he initiated the lottery. With a mere thought, the massive wheel began to spin at breakneck speed, showing no signs of slowing down. It seemed this contraption required him to shout for it to gradually come to a halt. Stop! As Yi Fan called out, the wheel indeed began to slow down, eventually coming to a stop. Upon seeing the character he had drawn, Yi Fan felt quite satisfied. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn Lucy Hart Philia from Fairy Tail and received Ice Magic. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Fan was taken aback by his fortunate luck. Ice Magic not only allowed him to wield ice powers, but also enabled him to absorb his opponent's ice as energy, enhancing his own strength. At that moment, Yi Fan resembled Admiral Kazan, the nemesis of the Navy's Aokiji. The freezing fruit's power posed no threat to him, rather, it would render him even stronger. Although he had grown more powerful, Yi Fan was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He lacked physical training and was quite deficient in martial arts. Logically, since Yi Fan had inherited the body of Ostrovsky D, Yi Fan, with proper training, he could undoubtedly grow stronger. He was a soul transmigrant, not a mere body switch, so the foundational strength of the body was not lacking. As he gazed at the surging ocean, Yi Fan yearned to demonstrate his newfound abilities. He approached the shoreline and, with a mere thought, froze several splashes of water, creating a breathtaking sight. Then, with a single breath, he transformed the ice into energy, absorbing it into his body. After utilizing his freezing powers, Yi Fan felt a bit fatigued. Now, as the energy replenished, he felt much better. It seemed this ability relied heavily on the host's own strength. Only by becoming stronger can one wield power at will. This indirectly attests to the frailty of Yi Fan's current physique. He himself remains oblivious to his own level and must focus on steady growth. After all, he lacks the ability of Haki, although Aokiji's ice fruit poses no threat to him. The opponent's fists, empowered by Haki and honed by martial arts, are beyond his current capabilities. At that moment, Yi Fan was truly a mere novice, relegated to the role of a passive recipient of blows as the adversary's speed and strength far exceeded his own. Goo-goo-goo. The sound emanating from his stomach prompted Yi Fan to pat his belly. Despite his newfound strength, sustenance remains a necessity. It seemed prudent to venture into the village to ascertain the current timeline. Although devoid of funds, he recalled that the villagers of Windmill village were renowned for their kindness, particularly the innkeeper, Makino, a gentle and cheerful young woman. Surely, upon witnessing his pitiable state, she would be inclined to offer him some food. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the verdant trees, the soft grass underfoot, and the invigoratingly fresh air. Ironically, the nation he had traversed from Blue Star had once discharged nuclear waste into the sea, endangering all of Blue Star's inhabitants in the process. One cannot help but find this situation deeply ironic. Perhaps the fish in those waters had undergone mutations, transforming into beings akin to the sea kings of this world. However, this pirate-infested realm bore significant differences from Blue Star. It, too, was a spherical domain, with the red line encircling the globe and dividing it into two hemispheres. The Grand Line, running perpendicular to the red line, further sectioned the world into four distinct seas: east, west, north, and south. The latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World, marked the confluence of the West Sea and the North Sea. This New World was infamous for its volatile climate and perilous nature, a realm where the four emperors ruled unchallenged, free from governmental oversight. For Yi Fan, such aspirations felt distant. His immediate concern was simply to satiate his hunger. The towering windmills scattered throughout the area indeed justified the name Windmill Village. Upon arriving at Makino's tavern, he noticed the disdainful glances directed at him, a result of his soiled appearance. Unsure of how to enter, given his current financial state, he hesitated. At that moment, a woman with deep green hair, adorned with a headscarf and a warm smile, emerged from within a striking resemblance to the character from the anime, Makino, the tavern's proprietress. Upon seeing the disheveled yet youthful boy, reminiscent of Luffy, she was reminded of him and the departed Sabo, as well as Ace, who had set sail 2 years prior. Yi Fan faltered, struggling to voice his thoughts. The idea of taking food without payment felt insurmountable. Makino, discerning the complexity of his expression and the state of his attire, understood his plight. Goo. At that moment, Yi Fan's stomach protested loudly, further deepening his embarrassment. Ha. Makino chuckled, covering her mouth, then addressed Yi Fan. Come inside, I shall prepare a meal for you. Without affording him a chance to protest, she entered the kitchen to prepare food. Yi Fan, feeling a mix of gratitude and shame, reluctantly stepped into the tavern. Inside, it was impeccably clean, devoid of patrons, indicating that it was closing time. Mustering his courage, he found a seat as his stomach urged him to eat. Soon, Makino returned, placing a plate of roasted chicken and fried rice before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan began to devour the meal voraciously. As the master of ice magic, he felt no discomfort from the warmth of the food. Watching him eat with such fervor, Makino was reminded of the 3 young men from her past. Eat slowly if it's not enough. There's more, she advised. What is your name? She inquired after a few moments. Lifting his gaze to meet her gentle, kind eyes, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart. I am Ostrovsky D. Yi Fan. The presence of the D in his name struck her as remarkable, akin to Luffy and Ace, a twist of fate. Makino then brought him a drink, encouraging him to take his time. Noticing his grimy appearance, she decided to prepare some hot water for him to wash up and even offered clothes left by Ace and Luffy for him to change into. In this pirate world, the East Blue, while the weakest sea, remained relatively safe. The inhabitants of this place are remarkably kind, perhaps owing to the fact that it is the hometown of the protagonist, Luffy. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yi Fan wished to inquire about Luffy's circumstances to ascertain the current timeline. He realized that he needed to engage in rigorous training. Those bearing the initial D in their names are far from ordinary, and this original body is likely no exception. Mastering martial arts is of paramount importance. As is the cultivation of Haki, both require diligent study. Relying solely on the system's random draws presents too slim a chance, leaving Yi Fan uncertain of when he might succeed. Once the bathwater was prepared, Machino emerged to find Yi Fan had already finished his meal. She inquired, Are you full? I prepared the bathwater and some fresh clothes that Yi Fan, noticing his own state, realized the cleansing was indeed in order. And Machino's thoughtfulness touched him. Such a wonderful woman stirred feelings within Yi Fan. After all, the age gap between them was not vast. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. At that moment, when he gazed at her, a hint of fervor flickered in his eyes. Machino, perceiving the intensity of his gaze, felt as if he were about to devour her, causing her cheeks to flush. "Little brat," she exclaimed, "hurry and wash up." Flushing, she dashed out of the inn, seeking to regain her composure. She herself was perplexed as to why a mere boy could evoke such shyness within her. Perhaps it was simply that she had reached the age for marriage. The adage, at 30, like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger, holds some truth. Once she had departed, Yifan realized his previous haste might have been unwarranted. However, the absence of any extreme reaction from her suggested all was well. Upon entering the bathing area, he discovered a large wooden tub, steam wafting lazily from its surface. This was how ordinary folks bathed here. Yifan quickly disrobed. Observing his frail physique, he acknowledged its lack of appeal. This feels delightful. He sighed, reclining in the tub. The sensation of soaking was simply exquisite. The fatigue of this body seemed to dissipate entirely in such a comforting environment. He soon drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Michino waited patiently outside, her concern growing with each passing moment. Why hadn't that little brat finished yet? After tidying up the tavern, she had intended to rest for a while before reopening in a few hours. Yet, an hour had elapsed without any sign of activity. "Why, Yifan, are you done?" she called out. "Why, Yifan?" With no response, she began to worry that something might have gone awry. After all, he had appeared rather disheveled earlier. Could he have fainted? The thought spurred her to rush into the inn and check on him. There he lay, seemingly unconscious in the tup. Why, Yifan never snored nor produced any bubbles while asleep, and Michino felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing him in such a state. Approaching him, she gently shook Yifan and placed her hand on his chest, relieved to find his breathing steady. "What is going on?" he murmured, groggily opening his eyes to find a visibly concerned Michino. "Michino, why are you here?" Upon realizing he had been sleeping, Michino's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned to leave. That moment, Yifan's gaze inadvertently wandered, landing on something he shouldn't have seen. To his surprise, despite her youth, she possessed quite the figure. As Michino fled, covering her face, Yifan was left bewildered. What was happening? The water had cooled considerably. He had washed sufficiently and felt utterly rejuvenated. Dressing and gazing into the mirror, he couldn't help but admire his own handsome visage. This was not mere vanity. In his previous world, he would have stood out among the crowd. Emerging from the bathing area, Yifan spotted Michino seated at the front desk. "Michino, may I ask you something?" He was still uncertain about the current narrative timeline, which was crucial for his future plans, having arrived in this world. He was determined to carve out his own legacy. Otherwise, what difference would there be between him and a salted fish? "Go ahead and ask," Michino replied, her ever-present smile reflecting her kind nature, a rarity in this pirate-laden world. "Michino, do you know Luffy?" If Luffy had set sail 2 years ago, he would have already ventured into the New World. If that were the case, it would be too late to intercept Nami and Robin, as bonds of deep friendship would have formed. Even if he encountered them, he would have little recourse. However, if Luffy had just begun his journey, Yifan might still have a chance to seize the opportunity. He wished to assemble his own crew, gathering companions to share in the adventure. The mere thought of such a life exhilarated him. "Luffy? He set sail yesterday. I'm worried about how he's faring out there." Michino regarded Luffy and Ace as her younger brothers, with Luffy only 17 years old. The world outside was perilous, especially for two aspiring pirate kings. Thus, when they departed to pursue their dreams, her concern was palpable. Upon hearing this, Yifan understood that, as the protagonist, Luffy had embarked on his journey at the opportune moment. Yifan could easily travel to Coco Village in Orangetown to assist Nami in dealing with the dragon. In doing so, he would gain a reliable navigator. Yet, a nagging worry lingered. Could he contend with that dragon? With only ice magic at his disposal, Yifan felt ill-prepared. His physique was too weak, and his ice lacked the strength needed to unleash the full potential of his magic. If only he could draw again. "Do you know Luffy?" Michino asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. "Of course, how could I not know him? He is destined to become the Pirate King." Michino noted Luffy's indifference to the allure of the sweet, sweet fruit, which implied that this iteration of the Pirate King would be a woman. "Yes, we're quite good friends. He accompanied me throughout my school years." "Yes, that's so." "That is wonderful." Michino rejoiced at the prospect of Luffy being Yifan's friend. She speculated whether he too intended to set sail and become a pirate. Are you planning on becoming a pirate as well? Ace, Luffy, and Sabo all aspire to that lifestyle, as it is the prevailing vocation in this world. Every time Ace and Luffy set sail, I yearn to join them. With this new era upon us, how could I let such an opportunity slip by? Who knows how many treasures and beauties await Yi Fan? He was neither a saint nor a villain, adhering to a principle of non-aggression unless provoked. However, if something was desired, he would stop at nothing to obtain it. Good luck? 100,000 berries. It's not much, but take it to buy some food on your journey. From the counter, Magino retrieved a stack of money and placed it upon the table. For a humble innkeeper, this was no small feat. 100,000 berries would take an eternity to earn. Initially, Yi Fan had no desire to accept it, but Magino insisted, saying, "Take it that if you encounter Luffy and Ace, please send my regards that if they find themselves in peril, assist them if you can, that I beg of you." With that, she bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Magino regarded him as a younger brother, viewing this as a sisterly act of support. Witnessing her sincerity, he accepted the money. "All right, I will convey your message, with this in mind." Yi Fan contemplated rescuing Ace during the impending Marineford War, but he had always felt a twinge of regret about Ace's demise, especially since many authors speculated that the Time Fruit would allow Luffy and Sabo to save him. Now that he had arrived in this world, Yi Fan agreed to fulfill Magino's request. Upon exiting Magino's tavern, Yi Fan made his way directly to the harbor of Windmill Village. Numerous fishing boats were docked there. Yi Fan recalled that Luffy had drifted to the Navy base in Shell's Town, where he first encountered Renoa Zoro. Following the timeline, Zoro had been adrift for a day, caught in a whirlpool, and was currently hiding in a barrel. That it was simply a matter of heading to Orange Town. In a couple of days, Nami would naturally appear to steal Buggy's navigational chart. "Excuse me, do you know the way to Orange Town?" Yi Fan inquired of a fisherman who had traveled extensively. The fisherman, noticing Yi Fan's unfamiliar face but sensing no malice, replied, "Orange Town is a bit far. You need to head southeast at a bearing of 25 degrees. The third island you encounter will be Orange Town." It was evident that this fisherman was well acquainted with the area. However, the vastness of the ocean offered no landmarks for navigation, making it difficult even with the correct direction. Thus, Yi Fan required a compass or a nautical chart. The Grand Line was notorious for its magnetic anomalies, rendering ordinary tools ineffective. Ultimately, from the freshly acquired 100,000 berries, Yi Fan spent 20,000 berries on a small boat and a compass. As long as he maintained his course, he would be fine. This was his first experience sailing such a small vessel, and it would take him a full day to reach his destination. It was afternoon, and he planned to rest along the way, as traveling at night posed significant dangers. Yi Fan also intended to engage in some Robin Hood-like activities on the first island. Undoubtedly, there were local landlords oppressing the common folk. Helping them reclaim some treasure seemed reasonable enough. 100 million berries for a lottery draw. Yi Fan needed substantial funds, and quickly. Thus, Yi Fan embarked on his journey, commencing his own era of grand adventure. Sitting in the small boat, he gazed upon the boundless sea, a sight that filled him with awe. All that lay before him was the ocean, and with the compass in hand. He sailed southeast at a bearing of 25 degrees. Rowing alone was exhausting. Yi Fan felt as though his arms might give out. Yet, during breaks, he noticed that the swelling in his arms had subsided, and his strength seemed to have increased slightly. This discovery confirmed his suspicions. Training yielded results. Those bearing the D in their names were indeed extraordinary. None among them were without merit, often referred to as the nemesis of gods. As dusk approached, Yi Fan finally caught sight of the island's silhouette. He had grown weary of the small boat and resolved to borrow a larger vessel upon reaching the shore, making the journey to Orange Town considerably easier. When he was merely dozens of meters from shore, Yi Fan utilized his ice magic, encasing his feet in ice. With each step, the ice block beneath him would vanish, recycled into his own energy, allowing him to traverse with minimal exertion. This was how he envisioned it. In reality, he lost his footing and fell into the water, becoming a drenched mess. Observing his disheveled state, Yi Fan sighed in resignation. Controlling ice was not the issue. The system had granted him mastery. However, his body struggled to keep pace with his mind. Upon reaching the shore, he found a sandy beach adorned with pristine white grains. As the sea breeze blew, the sand produced a gentle rustling sound, harmonizing with the waves, akin to a symphony composed by nature itself. With twilight just settling, the town bustled with activity. After drying off, Yifan ventured into the island, seeking a local eatery to sample some desserts while gathering information about the area. He needed to ascertain which faction held sway here, as borrowing some funds would be advantageous. There was no shortage of ways to spend it. Have you heard? The Otoluo family has raised taxes again. Life has become unbearable, one patron lamented. Indeed, but who can stand against the most powerful family in town? We commoners have no hope of contending with them. They wield firearms. What can we do? Another added, enough talk, let us drink. Listening to their conversation, Yifan recognized that the Otoluo family was his target. The food here paled in comparison to Magino's culinary skills. After paying 2,000 berries for his meal, Yifan inquired about the location of the Otoluo family and prepared to take action. Disguising himself bore no significance. He was aware that a confrontation was inevitable. The Otoluo family held absolute authority in this region, and their patriarch, Otoluo Ron, was currently indulging in the pleasures of nightlife. Since aligning with the Arlong pirates, their fortunes had soared, and he commanded unchallenged respect. No one dared to oppose him. With a corpulent figure, a face marred by uneven contours and deep wrinkles, and small eyes gleaming with a sinister light, he exuded an air of treachery, despite his unsightly appearance. His residence was opulent, accompanied by two beautiful women, their fair skin and alluring figures betraying their unwillingness, a clear indication of coercion. Come here, do not forget that you are my slaves, understood? He barked. Two women, trembling with trepidation, approached the side of Otoluo Ron, evidently aware of the impending events that in a world where strength reigns supreme, such is the nature of existence. Unfettered and indulgent, Yifan arrived at the Otoluo family estate. Observing the laxity of the guards, who exhibited no semblance of protection, seemingly engrossed in games, smoking, and idling away their time, such is the consequence of prolonged comfort. In this town, no one dares to defy the Otoluo family. Yifan's gaze deepened, emanating an aura of chill, reminiscent of a frost spirit born amidst ice and snow. The coldness enveloped him, extending into a domain blanketed in frost. Under the influence of his magic, those nearby succumbed without resistance, encased in layers of thick frost, rendered immobile that a frigid atmosphere descended upon the scene, imparting a palpable sense of biting cold. As he ventured deeper, the sounds became increasingly distinct. The anguished cries of women pierced the tranquility of the night, yet there was no reaction. The onlookers appeared accustomed to such horrors. This is the world of pirates, where women, especially those of beauty, without strength or backing, face dire fates. Bang! Otoluo Ron, wielding a whip, lashed out at his two slaves. The sudden sound of the door opening ignited his fury. Who dares disturb me at this hour? He bellowed, eager to confront the foolhardy individual who dared intrude. His impotence, a consequence of his long obsession with beauty, had rendered him incapable for over a year. Despite numerous attempts, none proved effective, and he twisted his anguish into blame directed at beautiful women. Deriving amusement from their torment and their cries of despair, in the shadows, Yifan gradually materialized before Otoluo, the latter. Yifan appeared merely a child, eliciting a scoff of disdain. What are those guards doing? Allowing a mere boy to slip past? He thought, incredulous at their incompetence. You little brat, how did you get in here? Do you wish to die? Before he could finish, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Yifan radiated intense coldness, as an icy breath surged toward him from below. Freeze! A lifelike ice sculpture emerged before Yifan, capturing the adversary mid-sentence that Yifan lacked the capability to transform the man into mere ice shards. But immobilizing him was well within his means. His attention shifted to the two women huddled together in the corner, their exposed skin prompting a ravenous hunger within him. They whimpered, "Please, don't kill us." Their voices laden with terror, as if they believed death was imminent. Yifan was here for the sake of wealth, indifferent to the plight of individuals, for in the world of pirates, human life holds little value. In the shadows of Sabiti Archipelago and other clandestine places, human trafficking abounds, with women, mermaids, and various races traded like commodities, as long as they possess worth. The room overflowed with gold, jewels, and other treasures, all of which Fan intended to seize. The system could convert these valuables into equivalent currency, capturing a living subordinate and interrogating them about the location of hidden treasures would allow for a swift reunion with their comrades. There was no need for gratitude. Fan had always relished doing good deeds, otherwise he would not have ventured into this world. His mindset had shifted entirely. The essence of humanity is difficult to articulate. The dimly lit room was strewn with gleaming gold coins and jewels, the gems shimmering with a dazzling brilliance, akin to stars adorning a landscape of wealth. The walls were adorned with lavish golden decorations, sparkling necklaces and earrings exuding a captivating luster. The massive treasure chest lay before him, and upon opening it, Fan beheld an array of treasures, gold bars, silverware, and a plethora of jewelry. The sight of such abundant wealth made him acutely aware of the extent to which the oppressors had plundered from the common folk. System, initiate recovery. In an instant, the treasures began to vanish at a visible rate, leaving the room utterly barren, as if even a mouse would find nothing to scavenge. Fan observed his wealth soar within the system. 10 million berries, 20 million berries. It ultimately reached 54,320,000 berries before halting. Such riches afforded him merely half a chance at a lottery. Truly, the adage money is hard to earn holds its weight. By tomorrow, he would seek a loan from Buggy the Clown in Orangetown, confident there would be a surplus, especially since the man was a fruit user, likely to possess greater wealth than this. Moreover, Nami's hidden treasure beneath the orange grove in Coco village amounted to nearly 100 million berries. Now, Fan could indulge in 2 consecutive lottery draws, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of extraordinary items from this world. As for exchanging for individuals, he would defer. 10 billion berries was exorbitant, and he would consider that when he amassed sufficient wealth, in Orangetown, a striking beauty with brown eyes and playful, short orange hair sneezed. Achoo! Nami rubbed her nose, blissfully unaware that her buried treasure had caught someone's eye. At this point, Nami lacked the explosive figure she would possess 2 years hence, yet she remained formidable. Fan favored long-haired girls, and short-haired ones were less appealing to him. As dawn broke, the sun ascended gracefully from the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the sea, transforming the waters into a shimmering expanse of light. The clouds in the sky glowed translucent and delicate, reflecting soft pink and orange hues. The sea sparkled, caressed by a gentle breeze, producing ripples that resembled a flowing canvas. Fan regarded the vessels docked at the port with indifference. They were mere ordinary ships, unworthy of his status. The clamor emanating from the island held no significance for him, as the islanders had discovered the annihilation of the Otoluo family. Apart from 2 survivors, none remained unscathed, all frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. The orchestrator of this chaos, Fan, spent 100,000 berries to hire a slightly larger fishing vessel to ferry him to Orangetown. While 100,000 berries seemed modest, it represented 10 days' worth of earnings for an ordinary citizen. Such a sum was invaluable, prompting the fisherman's eager agreement to depart at noon, returning by afternoon. During the voyage, Fan made no waste of time, commencing his training with basic push-ups. True talent manifests in diligent effort during moments of opportunity. He elevated his body, hands supporting his weight, and began his push-ups. The ship's swaying rendered the task more challenging, necessitating additional balance and stability. With each repetition, he felt his muscles stretch and relax in the sea breeze, invigorating his spirit before his journey to this world. Fan had been a mere weakling, struggling to complete 10 push-ups, while even his best attempt at pull-ups yielded only 2 or 3, including the initial leap. But now, things were different. 1.2.325. 320-6, Fan found himself gaining momentum, unable to cease his exertions, leaving the elderly onlookers in a this truly human. The physical condition suggests that his future wife might endure considerable hardship. He had long perceived that Fan was extraordinary, not an ordinary individual, and now it appears that his instincts were indeed correct. This moment, Yi Fan was utterly unaware of what lactic acid was. Such rigorous training was proving remarkably effective for him at this stage, that in the later phases, only combat would remain, as strength could only be enhanced through battle. Monkey D. Luffy constantly engaged in fights. Growing stronger with each encountered AS for mentors, they were numerous, but figures like Kaido, Charlotte Kakuri, and Hanazono Bingu were truly Yi Fan's teachers. AS for Rayleigh, it was best to disregard him. 2 years had only taught him the basics. Learning from true masters allowed him to ascend in less than a day. 0.998999. Sweat poured down like rain, continuously dripping onto the deck and dampening the wood beneath him. The sea breeze swept over, scattering the sweat and bringing a hint of coolness, yet also intensifying his fatigue. His arms, propping up his body, began to tremble, as though they might collapse at any moment. The soreness in his arms felt as if he were bearing a weight of 1,000 pounds, refusing to obey him, struggling to support his own weight. Each push-up felt like enduring immense pressure, leaving him breathless. Nevertheless, Yi Fan's body persisted. This was a battle against himself, a challenge to surpass his limits. As long as he could endure, his body would undergo a qualitative transformation. 1012 now. Even a single push-up felt like an immovable mountain was pressing down upon him, preventing him from rising. His breath grew rapid, his heartbeat seemed to quicken in sync with the rhythm of his push-ups, and his vision began to blur, the surrounding seascape becoming hazy as if veiled in a thin mist. He had reached his limit. Yi Fan could no longer maintain the push-up position and ultimately collapsed onto the ship's deck. Sweat soaked his clothing, the dampness providing a fleeting sense of coolness. Yet his body was overwhelmingly weary, as if every last ounce of strength had been drained. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his breath. His heart still raced, but his body had completely relaxed. Losing the strength to continue struggling, the sea breeze caressed his face, seemingly soothing his fatigued mind and body. The sound of waves from the ship echoed in his ears, narrating the vastness and profundity of the ocean. Yi Fan felt an inexplicable comfort. Despite his exhaustion, his heart brimmed with contentment and tranquility. It was this sensation, the feeling of growing stronger, that brought him solace. The elderly sailor observed Yi Fan finally come to a halt after several hours. Such willpower was undoubtedly that of a person destined for greatness, a true hero of his age. Lying on the deck, had Yi Fan known the old man's thoughts, he would have surely laughed aloud. The strength that had sustained him was none other than his beloveds. Nami, Boa Hancock, Tushan Yea, Celestine Lucullus. It was because of them that Yi Fan could endure. After all, he was still someone who had come to this world with a purpose. What was that purpose? He would shout it out loud. Without a doubt, there was no question. It was that. If you have a second answer, I'm sorry, but I, Yi Fan, truly disdain you. After a 10-minute rest, Yi Fan stood up, feeling an immense power surging within him. His muscles seemed to have been awakened, brimming with strength and vitality. Straightening his posture, he felt more upright, his steps more vigorous. He stretched his arms, relishing in the firmness of his muscles and the explosive power coursing through him. Each breath was infused with strength. Every step radiated confidence and determination. It was as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, exuding newfound vitality. This formidable strength led Yi Fan to believe he was now invincible in the East Blue. Confidence surged within him for the second time. The first was during the awakening of his system, and this time he had transcended his physical limits, with his power distinctly enhanced. This body had been completely revitalized. Hey, we are nearing Orangetown. Yi Fan snapped back to reality, moved by his own thoughts. Lingering on them for a moment, upon hearing the old man's words, he caught sight of the coastline, confirming their approach. Today marked the 3rd day since Luffy set sail. He should still be encountering Zoro in Marine Branch 153. Today was also the day Yi Fan intended to capture the little thief, Nami. She had been lurking within Buggy the Clown's crew for so long to obtain her navigational chart, and she likely had yet to be discovered. Thank you, old man. Here's 100,000 berries for you. After tossing the old man the money, Yi Fan performed a remarkable maneuver, astonishing him. With a leap, Yi Fan soared towards Orangetown. Just as he descended, a thick sheet of ice formed beneath his feet, serving as a launching point for another jump. Holy cow! The old man spontaneously exclaimed a phrase he didn't even comprehend. This was an idea Yi Fan had long wished to attempt but had hesitated to try. Now, with his enhanced abilities, it felt incredibly easy and intuitive. Moreover, using ice magic did not leave him feeling weak. His body was robust. He was no longer the Yi Fan who had fallen into the sea yesterday. He felt capable of taking on both Nami and Nico Robin without any difficulty. Upon landing on the shore, Yi Fan was greeted not only by the salty scent of the sea, but also by a rich aroma of oranges. Not far off, he spotted numerous orange trees, and oh wonder this little town was named Orange Town. It was indeed home to a plethora of orange trees, infusing the air with their delightful fragrance. This was the territory of Buggy the Clown, and Yi Fan suspected he had consumed two devil fruits, the Chop Chop fruit and the Luck fruit. Relying on the Luck fruit, Yi Fan speculated that Buggy had inadvertently become the Pirate King. It was worth noting that Buggy's strength was quite feeble. The Chop Chop fruit, when wielded by him, was effectively rendered useless. Not to mention, he lacked any mastery of hockey, yet his sheer luck had propelled him to become one of the 4 emperors prior to Yi Fan's arrival. The leader of the Cross Guild, on the surface, Buggy commanded formidable subordinates, such as Dracule, Mihawk, and Crocodile, along with a cadre of powerful minions incarcerated in Impel Down's 1st through 4th levels. It is noteworthy that even the 1st level of Impel Down is not home to ordinary pirates. Each inmate is among the most dangerous felons and formidable pirates, underscoring Buggy's ability to attract such followers. Remarkably, he garnered respect even from Whitebeard himself. One could say that Buggy's fortune was indeed a boon from the Luck fruit. Yi Fan truly wished to know whether Buggy would ultimately become the Pirate King. What predetermined fate, what mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, would stand against the might of the great Buggy? With ample time at his disposal, Yi Fan felt no urgency. He decided to first grab a bite to eat and take a shower. After a morning of rigorous exercise, he felt sticky and had not eaten breakfast, making him quite hungry. However, Yi Fan seemed to have forgotten that due to the presence of Buggy's pirate crew, the residents of this island lived in dire conditions. Who would dare to open a restaurant? The available food was scarce. After searching for a while, Yi Fan found not a single tavern open for business. It was astonishing that in this world, cola was such a rarity. Compared to other travelers who could indulge in such delightful beverages, Yi Fan felt immensely fortunate. He speculated that since Oda had begun crafting his narrative in the 1990s, and cola had existed since 1886, it was hardly surprising. Not only cola, but also Sprite, Fanta, and other beverages that predated 1999 were likely available. What is going on? Yi Fan exclaimed, baffled that every tavern remained closed for business. Yi Fan simply wished to take a refreshing bath and enjoy a meal, yet found himself unable to accomplish even these modest tasks. He voiced his grievances. 3 men with dark skin and scarred, stitched bodies appear behind him, brandishing large knives and exuding a menacing aura. They regarded Yi Fan as a newcomer, an ideal target for their nefarious intentions. Their boss, Buggy, had always given them a mere pittance of the treasures they acquired, leaving them wanting. Typically, they would exploit the reputation of the Buggy pirates to earn some extra coin on the side. "Hey, kid, hand over all your money," though Yi Fan's appearance suggested he was not wealthy. They believed that even the smallest catch was worth the effort. Upon their arrival, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance at their brash taunts. While he lacked the ability of observation hockey, his sensitivity to temperature, honed through ice magic, allowed him to detect the distinct heat radiating from human bodies. This served as a rudimentary substitute for the advanced skill. Turning to face the trio, Yi Fan felt a flicker of familiarity, as if he had encountered them before, though he could not quite place when the 3 men, visibly displeased with his lack of fear, expected him to cower and beg for mercy. "Hey, kid, we are pirates, the Buggy pirates. You should be terrified," boasted a middle-aged man, pride swelling in his chest. He reminded them that the entirety of Orange Town and its surrounding villages belonged to their crew. The other 2 chimed in. "Look at this kid, he is frozen in fear, not moving an inch. Ha, he must be so scared he might even wet himself." Their merciless mockery pushed Yi Fan to the brink, as they danced perilously close to their demise. They were, after all, devil fruit users, known as formidable beings in the East Blue. In this sea, possessing a devil fruit meant one could walk with impunity. As it was considered the weakest of all seas, Yi Fan regarded the trio with growing recognition. Were they not the very pirates who had once pursued Nami? Fate had delivered them to him, providing an opportunity to infiltrate Buggy's stronghold. Big brother, look at this kid. He is laughing while being robbed by pirates. He really has it coming. Let me teach him a lesson. Yi Fan was eager to test his current abilities without resorting to his ice powers. In a flash, he moved with a speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans, appearing before the three in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sent them flying. Before they could even register what had occurred, they were struck by an irresistible force. Yi Fan, satisfied with the results of his strength, observed two of them writhing on the ground in agony, while the third lay unconscious, likely having suffered severe trauma. The remaining two coughed up blood, evidence of internal injuries, multiple broken ribs, and their eyes reflected sheer terror. What manner of beast is this? We didn't even see it coming. Could he be a devil fruit user as well? They stammered, pleading for mercy. Spare us. We're just lackeys. Please, spare us. Yi Fan smirked at their desperation. He knew all too well that their hands were stained with innocent blood. They thrived on terrorizing the defenseless. And now, faced with someone formidable, they resorted to begging. These were pirates, embodiments of malevolence. Not every pirate was akin to Luffy's crew. Pillaging, arson, and abduction were the true natures of pirates, and many indulged in darker trades, such as human trafficking. Get up and lead me to your headquarters. Once we arrive at Buggy's lair, I shall deal with him accordingly. Yi Fan contemplated that Buggy might choose to spare him, recognizing the value of having him alive. The two exchanged glances, uncertain of Yi Fan's intentions, but relieved nonetheless. This could work to their advantage. Upon arriving at their base, they would have the upper hand, for they belonged to a full crew. While he stood alone, yes, this way, they stammered, their feigned bravado evident. Yi Fan saw through their charade, but chose not to comment, fully aware of their true motives. Dressed in a flamboyant clown outfit, adorned with a skull motif on his forehead, Buggy was a notorious figure in the East Blue. He had amassed a considerable treasure trove over the years, a pursuit that delighted him. Meanwhile, near the base, a girl with short orange hair observed Buggy's domain with keen interest. Nami had been watching for a long time, waiting for the perfect moment to act. These pirates were foolish and easily deceived, and she was determined to secure the navigational charts. With newfound resolve, she aimed to gather 100 million berries to purchase Coco West Village from Arlong, restoring the villagers' former happiness. Captain Buggy! Captain Buggy! Help! Help! Yi Fan followed the two men into Buggy's lair, where they immediately began shouting for attention. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the entire crew. From her hidden vantage point, Nami observed Yi Fan's impressive demeanor and the ensuing chaos. This was her opportunity. Let them fight. This will make it easier for me to sneak in and steal the navigational charts. A bunch of clueless pirates, clever and nimble. Nami recognized the moment had arrived. The ruckus was sure to attract the attention of those guarding the charts, granting her the chance she needed. Buggy, engrossed in examining his treasure map, was preparing to embark on another treasure hunt. His greatest passion. What the hell is going on? Why is it so noisy? He bellowed as he burst through the door, exasperated by the disturbance. A flustered subordinate hurried over to inform him. Captain Buggy, someone has taken two of our crew members hostage and is outside. The entire pirate crew had rushed to the scene, and he was about to confront whoever dared to disrupt his domain. Who has the audacity to cause trouble on my turf? No one in the East Blue has ever dared to challenge me. He was eager to discover the identity of this fool and teach them a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, a certain figure was watching intently. Once Nami saw that all had left, leaving no one behind to guard the premises, she smirked at the foolishness of these pirates to ensure her safety. She waited a moment longer, then boldly entered Buggy's room, searching for the navigational charts. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained unperturbed by the throng surrounding him, initially concerned someone might escape, but now content to wait for their numbers to swell before making his move. Who dares to strike me? Yi Fan demanded as he pushed through the crowd, catching sight of a man adorned in clownish attire and a pirate hat. With keen interest, he regarded the individual widely recognized as a notorious figure. One of the future emperors of the SEAT this moment. However, all Yi Fan could focus on was the man's remarkably large, round red nose. Wow, he exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the absurdity before him. The surrounding pirates gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment, for they were well aware that their captain harbored a deep disdain for anyone who dared to comment on his nose. They braced themselves for the ensuing spectacle, eagerly anticipating their captain's wrath upon his adversary. Indeed, upon hearing the jibe about his nose, Buggy's fury ignited. His complexion turned a shade of iron, and his eyes blazed like fire, radiating pure indignation, his brow furrowed, nostrils flaring as he exhaled heavy breaths, resembling a beast roused to anger. With a fierce glare and clenched fists, a menacing aura enveloped him, instilling dread in those around him. "Who dares to speak of my nose?" he growled, his voice low and hoarse, imbued with authority and menace. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing Yi Fan's heart, as if he intended to devour him whole in the face of Buggy's wrath. Those nearby retreated, fully aware of the consequences of inciting their captain's ire. "Die!" Buggy bellowed. Like a T this moment, he could only rely on his ability to manipulate his dismembered body for an attack. As a pair of enormous hands lunged toward him, Yi Fan merely smiled at the triviality of the trick. A powerful chill erupted from his being, instantly freezing the hands mid-air, leaving everyone in shock. This display of ice reminded Buggy of Admiral Akiji, a user of the ice fruit. "Are you a fruit user?" Buggy exclaimed, astonished, as he found himself unable to retract his frozen hands, which now lay helplessly on the ground. Though separated, the sensation from his hands still reached him, and he felt an unbearable cold. Yet, he had never heard of such a person in the East Blue. Those who consumed devil fruits were renowned figures, and none could wield the power of ice. Except for Kabeji and Moji, the rest of the crew had retreated several hundred paces, clearly wishing to avoid being caught in the impending clash. Nevertheless, the two remained vigilant and ready to act. "I am not," Yi Fan replied, appearing remarkably calm amid the heightened tension surrounding the trio, a testament to his confidence born from strength that Buggy's inner thoughts churned. "Curse it, even if he is a fruit user. What of it? Those who dare to mock my nose must pay the price. After all, he possessed his own secret weapon. Kabeji and Moji, you two go and kill him." While directing his subordinates, Buggy prepared to unleash his secret weapon against Yi Fan. The two, upon receiving Buggy's command, launched themselves at Yi Fan. One could only commend their bravery, yet strength was not something that could be compensated for by mere courage. "What are you still doing? Hurry and come help me," Buggy shouted, realizing that to utilize his buggy ball, he needed to aim, and with his hands immobilized, he required assistance. The buggy ball was a formidable weapon capable of obliterating half a town with a single shot. "Damn it, let me taste it." Just as Buggy was ready to fire upon Yi Fan, he saw his subordinates, Kabeji and Moji, transformed, one frozen in the guise of a lion rider and the other as a unicycling performer. This sight sent Buggy into a frenzy, his body splitting apart and then reassembling. With his subordinates within the attack range, he was at a loss. Ultimately, he decided that the lives of his crew were paramount and sought to negotiate with Yi Fan. "Damn it, just tell me what you want." This desperate plea was a testament to Buggy's unique ability to humble himself. The phrase "damn it" seemed to be his mantra, uttered by him regardless of the situation. "Captain Buggy." The crew members were deeply moved, never expecting their captain to humble himself for the sake of Kabeji and Moji. As a man, tears welled up, for it is said that a man does not weep lightly unless moved by profound matters. In that moment, Buggy felt a peculiar sensation that Yi Fan's unexpected demeanor caught him off guard. He truly had not anticipated this side of Buggy. Yet still, those who deserve to die must meet their end. "Lead the way, and bring forth all your treasures." Money was the priority. Other matters could wait. Buggy and the others believed Yi Fan's agreement to spare them was solely for the sake of wealth. "Damn it, what is your name?" Buggy inquired, his curiosity piqued, wondering how such a formidable individual had gone unheard of in the East Blue. "Ostrovsky D. Yi Fan," Yi Fan replied, his demeanor composed and smiling, while Buggy yearned to subdue him but found himself unable due to the disparity in strength. Yet, this mattered not to him. He was merely in pursuit of treasure. Buggy guided Yi Fan to his tent, where he had long kept his collection of riches. Much of his bounty over the years was stored there. Inside the tent, Nami was engrossed in searching for navigation charts, but had not noticed the two intruders behind her. Damn it. Who are you? Buggy exclaimed angrily, witnessing a woman wreaking havoc in his tent. Clearly rummaging for something, that a small package lay on the ground, containing valuable items Nami had stumbled upon while searching for the charts, worth a staggering 100 million berries, enough to reclaim her village. Yi Fan observed the orange-haired beauty, her long legs and still developing form, knowing that in 2 years she would undergo a remarkable transformation at a divine masterpiece. According to official records, Nami's level was an astonishing 985,888 centimeters. As Nami turned to see Buggy's furious expression and the stranger who had come to stir trouble, her mind raced with thoughts of escape. These adversaries appeared formidable, and she was acutely aware of her inability to confront them. Yi Fan, however, was fully aware of her actions. He had come for her. He asked for Buggy's treasure. He merely sought to borrow a portion, fearing it might be too much to exhaust, just as Nami sought an excuse to explain her presence. Yi Fan interjected, "This is my wife." He stepped closer to Nami, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Though she was unsure why he came to her aid, she leaned into Yi Fan's embrace. "Hubby," she exclaimed, a term that made Yi Fan's heart flutter with delight. It was an affectionate utterance, freely given. Despite their newfound intimacy, Buggy propped his chin on his hand, sensing something was amiss. "Wife, this is a kind-hearted pirate captain. If he desires something, feel free to take it." "He has consented," Yi Fan continued, his words laced with veiled threats. Buggy dared not contradict him, for he understood the stakes. His life was on the line. Yet he seethed internally, fuming that this interloper dared to use his own possessions to win over his wife. He vowed that one day he would have his revenge. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late. Nami's eyes gleamed with realization. She had not expected Yi Fan to possess such prowess, and she continued her search for the navigation charts in their presence. Meanwhile, Yi Fan opened the package, revealing jewels and gold within. He felt no qualms about taking these treasures, for in this world, extraordinary powers existed, and the disappearance of items was of little consequence. Buggy rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he noticed the package vanish before his eyes. Filled with confusion, he glanced back at Yi Fan, their gazes locking in mutual understanding. In that moment, he realized it was the handiwork of this man. Finally, after some time, Nami found the navigation charts and was elated, only to turn and discover her treasure had vanished. "Where are my things?" The cunning thief Nami possesses an intense obsession with wealth, relishing in the allure of riches. Upon discovering that her meticulously prepared package has vanished, she casts a puzzled glance at Yi Fan. This predicament is intricately tied to her circumstances, as she remains unaware that Arlong has been exploiting her all along. "Allow me to assist you in tidying up. After all, we are family, and there should be no divisions between us. To pass up an opportunity for gain would be foolish," Yi Fan expresses affectionately, taking her hand. This display of warmth only serves to render Buggy speechless. For the treasure in question is his navigational chart, an invaluable asset for any pirate crew. Yet, under the looming threat to his life, he can only sigh in resignation. Although Nami feels a twinge of reluctance at Yi Fan's grasp, she recognizes that she must leverage her status as Buggy's companion to extricate herself from this situation. Once they escape, she plans to seize the first opportunity to flee. Little does she realize that leaving Yi Fan's pirate ship will not come easily. A price must be paid, and that price is herself. "Very well, Buggy, your trove here is rather meager. Let us venture to your grand vessel, where I presume a wealth of treasures awaits." She states that Buggy's intentions are transparent. He aims to sacrifice a small gain for a larger benefit. However, Yi Fan is far from convinced that Buggy, who has hoarded his riches for years, possesses only this paltry sum. The previous package of treasure had already been exchanged for over 10 million berries, while Yi Fan had amassed over 50 million from the Otoluo family. Buggy, being a capable individual and wielding the Buggy ball, certainly has more wealth hidden away, likely stowed aboard his ship. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Nami's eyes glimmer with images of currency, clearly intrigued by the prospect of sharing in the spoils, perhaps even managing to gather the 100 million berries needed to reclaim her village. She is tantalizingly close to her goal, and should she succeed, she could finally secure her home. Faced with the gazes of the two, Buggy is visibly reluctant, as these treasures are the fruits of his years of labor, amassed from countless adventures. Though he has spent a considerable amount over the years, a substantial sum remains. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan is not only eyeing his treasure, but also coveting his ship. A pirate's journey is impossible without a vessel. Now that he has a navigator, he requires a ship of his own that he plans to utilize Buggy's vessel for the time being, and when the opportunity arises or when he reaches Water City, he can invest in constructing a new one. Poor Buggy is clearly outmaneuvered by Yi Fan, who has already factored in Buggy's fate 2 years hence. This way, follow me, Buggy reluctantly leads Yi Fan to his ship, his face betraying his unwillingness, yet his body obediently complies. The preservation of his life takes precedence, and he reassures himself that wealth is merely a transient possession. This scoundrel brings to mind another scoundrel, akin to the red-haired menace he despises. Wow, so much money! Buggy guides Yi Fan and Nami to the hidden pirate ship of the Buggy crew, a vessel of considerable size that could comfortably accommodate over 100 individuals without feeling cramped. The ship's flag features a skull with a large, round, red nose, flanked by 2 crossbones, unmistakably marking it as Buggy's pirate crew. As Nami gazes upon the trove within the ship's hold, her eyes sparkle with delight, for these treasures are valued at over 100 million berries. If she could simply take a portion, it would suffice to reunite her with her village. With unrestrained joy, she dives into the riches, rolling amidst the bounty. Yi Fan, observing the abundance of treasure, realizes that he can once again indulge in a lucky draw. Thank you, Captain Buggy. You truly are a generous soul. You may take your leave now. With that, Yi Fan claims the ship, pondering what his pirate flag should represent. Something that embodies his essence, akin to Buggy's nose, Luffy's straw hat, Shank's scar, or Teach's 3 skulls. Nanny, Buggy's anger erupts at Yi Fan's audacity. He had not anticipated such shamelessness. Not only had Yi Fan seized his navigational chart and treasure, but now he sought to take a ship as well. How dare he? Buggy could scarcely believe that if he did not resist, others might truly think him an easy target. With a sudden thud, Buggy collapses to his knees before Yi Fan. Big brother, I beg you, leave me a little. My ship too. These are all the fruits of my hard work. Tears streamed down Buggy's face, his sorrow palpable, yet Yi Fan remained unmoved. After all, this ill-gotten wealth was merely plunder. Money, the root of all evil, required careful handling. Nevertheless, seeing Buggy's plight, Yi Fan decided to extend a small act of kindness. He picked up a gold coin from the ground and tossed it to Buggy. Buggy stared at the coin in his hand, confusion etched across his face as he looked up at Yi Fan. Here you go if you do not leave now. A chilling aura emanated from Yi Fan, causing Buggy to tremble with fear. Realizing that Yi Fan meant to kill him, he hastily fled, his feet still within the confines of Orangetown's stronghold. Watching Buggy depart, Yi Fan understood that without a show of force, he might be perceived as accommodating. Were it not for Buggy's potential utility, Yi Fan would have acted decisively long ago, cutting through the pretense. Kneeling down to touch the treasures, Yi Fan observed a visible decrease in the wealth, while he noted the accumulation on the system's grand wheel. 70 million berries, 80 million berries, 100 million berries. At last, the exhilarating moment arrived once more, yet Nami, lost in the ocean of riches, failed to notice the diminishing treasure within the ship's hold. Draw, draw, draw. Eagerly, Yi Fan watched the large wheel spin rapidly. Even he could not discern the figures upon it. Likely a safeguard against cheating, ensuring that no matter how skilled one might be, clarity remained elusive at it was a matter of luck. Stop. Yi Fan closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the system's announcement. He hoped for something truly useful. Ideally a power of exceptional caliber. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn Kushina Uzumaki from Naruto, gaining the Flying Thunder God technique. Yi Fan's emotion surged, and he could only express his astonishment with an exclamation in an instant. The methods for utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique and creating the seals flooded his mind, akin to a moment of enlightenment. This was a spatial ninjutsu, an incredibly formidable ability for both offense and escape. It bore some resemblance to the Dorador fruit, yet Yi Fan believed the Flying Thunder God to be superior. While the Dorador fruit allows entry into an alternate space, Akin to Kemui, it lacks the incredible speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon entering an alternate space, one remains stationary, inaccessible to others. Conversely, the Flying Thunder God technique imposes no distance limitation, albeit at a significant physical cost. The farther the distance, the greater the toll. The seals for the Flying Thunder God technique can be customized. Lacking a singular standard, merely existing as a form of energy, a SE fan prepared to deal with those on the island and prevent Nami from absconding with the ship and treasure. He felt a newfound confidence. YE fan approached the ship's wall, etching a snowflake symbol with ice attributes. My dear, I still do not know your name. Observing Nami's fervent affection for treasures, it is evident that she is a little treasure enthusiast. Nevertheless, despite her overwhelming gratitude towards Yi Fan for saving her life, she is unyieldingly determined to earn money, utterly oblivious to the fact that Yi Fan has long seen through her. He possesses a profound understanding of her character and her past. At her core, she is a meticulous, kind-hearted woman who cherishes relationships, harbors a strong aversion to evil, and occasionally displays a gentle competence. Should she ever depart, she would undoubtedly navigate this vessel back to Coco village. And having amassed sufficient funds, she would hasten to redeem her village. My name is Nami, and I sincerely thank you for rescuing me, she said, gazing at the foolish pirate, contemplating his intentions. It is clear to understand what my advantages are. Do not worry. Any kind-hearted soul would assist such a lovely girl as you. He replied, I must attend to some matters on the island. Await my return. Initially, Nami had sought an opportunity to slip away, but she did not anticipate his own departure, which filled her with delight. Truly, he is a silly, foolish pirate. Yes. Rest assured, I shall wait for your return. I will not leave, Nami confidently proclaimed, patting her ample bosom, evoking a sense of reassurance. However, Yi Fan was acutely aware of her true nature. Her moniker, Little Thief, aptly describes her as a sensual vixen. If she were truthful, Yi Fan would gladly consume a pound of olives. Yet he had already marked his territory aboard this ship, so there was no cause for alarm. Standing on the deck, Nami watched Yi Fan's retreating silhouette before turning to gaze at the vast, endless sea. Though you have saved me, I hope you do not hold it against me. With that, she steered the grand vessel back towards her village. Back at his lair, Buggy erupted in fury, vociferously cursing. You wretched Yi Fan, you have pilfered all my hard-earned savings over the years. Should I cross paths with you again, I shall strike you down. Then I shall seize your treasures and ship, upon witnessing their captain's enraged return. His crew was thrown into disarray, incessantly cursing Yi Fan. The subordinates speculated that he must be the formidable man they had just encountered. However, upon hearing Buggy's words about stolen treasures and ship, panic ensued. While treasures could be earned new, how could they escape this desolate place without a ship? Is that not Buggy? A familiar voice chimed in, startling Buggy. I heard you speaking of me from afar. Were you longing for me? Turning around, he was met by the very figure he had just been cursing, Yi Fan. Beads of sweat formed on Buggy's brow as he instinctively shouted, Yi Fan, why are you still here? He retreated, desperately attempting to maintain a safe distance. Fearing Yi Fan's wrath, I have returned to settle matters here. The three who robbed me, one has been incapacitated. The remaining two should step forward and not drag others down with them. Yi Fan stated calmly, easing the tension in the air. Yet the two individuals in the crowd appeared as if they had received a death sentence, collapsing in terror before crawling towards Buggy, clinging to his legs. Weeping profusely, Captain Buggy, save us, we do not wish to perish. The sheer fear rendered them trembling and on the brink of insanity. This was their only hope for survival, as they perceived no other escape. However, Buggy himself was hardly in a position to assist. He was too preoccupied with his own peril. Not implicate the rest of us. Who told you to provoke someone you should not have? Others shouted, leave at once. You are unwelcome here. Go and meet your demise. The surrounding crew feared being associated with the duo, worried that Yi Fan might unleash his fury upon them. The two, feeling cornered, suddenly sprang to their feet, disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded their former brothers. Their gazes flickered wildly, scanning the crowd as if they were plotting something sinister, clutching their heads in distress. As if tormented by unseen forces, with a sudden retch, one expelled a copious amount of tomato juice, collapsing heavily to the ground, convulsing before falling still. I cannot take this anymore. You used to act so tough. Yet now you perish so easily, truly pathetic, devoid of any strength. Mere words have led to your end. Why, Lord? Look, they have perished. Perhaps you could spare us, they implored, but Yifan had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. His mere presence had led to their demise. Aside from the two frozen in shock and Buggy, who remained silent, the rest of the crew bore the weight of their actions. Seeing the lifeless bodies, Yifan deemed his presence unnecessary, since they are gone. Let this matter rest. Buggy, until we meet again, farewell. With that, he vanished from the sight of Buggy's crew in an instant, his speed astonishing. Rubbing his eyes, Buggy questioned his senses. Damn it, Yifan, our paths shall not cross without conflict. Meanwhile, at the Marine Branch 153 in Shell's Town, Luffy accompanied Kobe to the small town, where he encountered Roronoa Zoro. After learning of Zoro's character, he resolved to recruit him into his crew, following a victorious battle against Morgan. Luffy, with the fortune of a protagonist, welcomed Zoro aboard. After a hearty meal and some rest, they set sail together. Yifan's conjectures about these events were largely accurate. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he materialized at the designated spot in the cabin, securing all the treasures within the system for utmost safety. His points surged to over 80 million berries, and with nearly 20 million more, he would be eligible for a prize draw. Thanks to the benevolent Buggy, who had amassed over 120 million berries over the years, Yifan deemed him a true benefactor. 2 years hence, he planned to express his gratitude. Nami stood at the ship's bow, lost in thought, the sea breeze tousling her hair as her mind swirled with confusion. Nami, did I not instruct you to await my return at the port? The sudden voice startled her. She turned to see Yifan emerging from the cabin. How is this possible? Nami gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had distinctly seen him disembark and had left only after he had walked some distance away. How could he have returned to the ship? Observing the wearied smile on his face, Nami speculated whether he had anticipated her attempt to escape. Did you already know I would try to flee? The realization that he might be aware of her true identity made Nami feel uneasy, as she had deceived him by stealing his ship and treasures. Surely, he had come for revenge, and perhaps even to take her life. Consequently, she instinctively recoiled, fear evident in her eyes as she shouted, "Do not come closer! Please do not kill me! Don't kill me! Ooh!" After much effort, I finally managed to gather 100 million berries, only to find that my life is on the brink of extinction. This overwhelming feeling caused Nami, a girl who has endured much yet possesses little support, to burst into tears. Her sorrowful visage evokes an instinctive urge to embrace her tightly and provide solace. Despite having been deceived, she feels as though she is the true victim. All she did was inquire, so why must she face death? How could Yifan bring himself to harm her? Alas, such is the nature of women. Enough with the tears. Who says they intend to kill you? If you were to take her life, who would compensate for his navigator, his wife, and the happiness of the night? It truly is a farce. Observing Nami, who had collapsed in fear, concealing her face as she wept, Yifan remained uncertain whether her terror was genuine or a mere act. He was all too familiar with her character. Is that true? Nami asked through her tears, her voice quivering with disbelief that in truth, she had indeed been acting. From her time in Orange Town, she had discerned that he harbored feelings for her. Thus, she sought to manipulate his compassion to secure her own safety. Having been displaced by war since childhood and finally finding a benevolent guardian, she tragically lost him to Arlong at a tender age, subsequently forced to work for him to save her village. Over the years, she had engaged in numerous deceitful endeavors to earn money. Such trials are immensely burdensome for a young girl, and the heartache is known to no one. She believed no one understood her plight, nor did she have anyone to confide in. Hence, Nami had learned various survival tactics over the years and had become exceptionally observant. Regardless of whether she was acting or not, Yifan chose to speak. I never harm women. This was the truth. He genuinely refrained from harming women, especially those of beauty. Upon realizing that her life was spared, Nami wiped her tears and stood, a smile returning to her face. As she regarded Yifan, she pondered his true intentions. However, witnessing his formidable prowess, she devised a plan to take him to her village. Now that she had saved enough money, she intended to return and redeem her home. If he was willing to spare her life, then, this dashing gentleman, would you accompany me back to my village? With him by her side, Nami sensed his infatuation with her figure, which she intended to exploit fully. Watching the glint of mischief in Yi Fan's eyes, she could not decipher his thoughts. Nevertheless, he consented. Sure, it was only by returning with her that future developments could unfold favorably. Once he grasped the malevolent schemes of the Arlong, he would be ready to ACT.AS for his subsequent plans. Yi Fan intended to seek out Nico Robin, and perhaps make the acquaintance of Nefertari Vivi, for after all, a night princess is a dream for any man. He also intended to borrow some funds from Crocodile, who he believed would not be stingy. Furthermore, he planned to venture to Skypiea, where vast treasures and immense gold awaited, enough to procure several lottery chances. Afterward, he would proceed to the Sabeti archipelago to engage in some grand escapades, given its thriving and abundant wealth. Additionally, he aimed to acquire a pet, a celestial dragon named Lulia. But Yi Fan was curious to see what would become of a celestial dragon, who views others as less than human, once they became a pet to someone else. This was indeed a golden opportunity for fame. With the title of Pirate King at his doorstep, Yi Fan felt compelled to seize the moment. The legendary treasure, One Piece, was said to be everywhere, accompanied by even more valuable gems. Once he exchanged them, he would no longer have to worry about finances. To Yi Fan, trading 10 billion berries for a single individual seemed hardly worthwhile. Enhancing his own strength was the paramount path. Determined, he set to work. The most rudimentary yet direct form of training was exemplified by Zoro, who lifted enormous weights. On this ship, Yi Fan discovered numerous training apparatuses. Albeit coated in dust, evidently neglected by the former crew of the Buggy pirates, that he chose to adopt Zoro's training regimen, adjusting the barbell's weight to one side, intending to add more as he grew stronger. This would effectively build his core and arm strength. Standing on the deck, he inhaled deeply and began to swing the barbell, reminiscent of candied hawthorn. The sound echoed, astonishing Nami, who estimated its weight to be at least 500 pounds, if not more. While she recognized Yi Fan's prowess, she had not anticipated him to be so formidable. The journey back to her village would take a lengthy 10 days, yet the ship was stocked with ample provisions. So she felt no anxiety. As Yi Fan diligently trained, she too resolved not to be idle. Thus, she returned to the ship's interior to chart a nautical map. Having obtained a map from Buggy, she aimed to familiarize herself further with the surrounding waters. Crafting a map of the entire world was her dream. Exhaustion soon set in. After 200 strokes, her arms felt swollen and weary. It was time for a break. Training must be done in moderation to prevent injury. Having completed her right arm, she proceeded to train her left. Earlier, Yi Fan had focused solely on one arm for targeted training. The strength of her left arm was noticeably inferior, as lifting the barbell felt significantly heavier. Nevertheless, she persisted, albeit for a shorter duration than her right arm. Grow stronger, grow stronger. Only by continually strengthening myself can I fulfill my ambitions. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute and focused. Devoid of distractions, he channeled all his energy into his training, relentlessly swinging the barbell and challenging his limits. With the sea breeze tousling his hair, his figure appeared exceptionally tall and valiant. Despite his unwavering spirit and determination, his body could only endure so much. After nearly 200 repetitions with his left arm, he reached his limit, struggling to maintain his grip on the barbell. Next, he shifted to leg exercises, lying on the deck and lifting the barbell with his legs, lowering it, and repeating the motion. As night fell. Within the ship's cabin, Nami prepared a simple yet appetizing dinner. She heated some meat, opened a few cans, and arranged a fresh vegetable salad and fruit. Tasting her meal, Yi Fan found it quite palatable. Not exquisite, but certainly enjoyable. Tea sparked a thought. He should find a beautiful chef to prepare meals for him daily. Irina Nakiri would be the perfect choice. During a lottery, he had seen her. Her world revolved around culinary mastery. The better the food, the higher 1S status. Having her as a chef would be ideal. Yet, he was unaware of when he would be able to summon her, requiring 10 billion berries to do so. Her world offered no special abilities. In truth, it was merely Shokyuchi no Soma's cooking. Yet, it was no ordinary fare. A single plate of fried rice could elevate Arena to heights unimagined. After an afternoon of vigorous exercise, Yifan began to feel a pang of hunger and indulged in a hearty meal. The morning sunlight over the sea was particularly beautiful, casting shimmering reflections across the water's surface. With a gentle sea breeze caressing him, Yifan's spirits were notably elevated. Although the final step had not been taken the previous night, all necessary actions had been performed. Yifan, unable to sleep, was brimming with energy, feeling as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. The effects of yesterday's workout were commendable. It truly was a remarkable world. Had he been on Blue Star, such an exercise regimen would have left him with overly developed limbs by morning, feeling as though he were in excruciating pain with every movement. Through Nami's perspective, Yifan spotted a ship approaching. It bore a skull and crossbones flag, indicating it was likely a band of pirates. Coincidentally, Yifan was just sure the funds needed for another prize draw, and it seemed they were coming to deliver their heads to him. For a protagonist, such encounters are essential for gaining experience. Although their ship was neither larger nor smaller than Yifan's, it was substantial nonetheless. Buggy. Yifan had discarded this ship's flag just the day before. He had yet to devise a signature emblem representing himself. For the time being, the pirate flag could be set aside. To outsiders, it appeared to be an ordinary vessel, so it was no wonder they dared to approach. As the ship drew closer, Yifan perceived 3 to 4 dozen heat signatures aboard, indicating the presence of numerous individuals. With only himself as the combatant on his side, it would be prudent for Nami to retreat to the ship for safety. Nami, stay inside the ship for now. Leave this to me. Upon hearing Yifan's warning, she glanced up and saw a medium-sized pirate ship adorned with a skull emblem drawing near, with a menacing group of pirates wielding blades on board. This startled Nami, who was more than eager to comply. She swiftly retreated to the ship's cabin, securing the door tightly. From the gaps in the windows, she observed the unfolding situation, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. "Where's that woman from earlier? Hand her over quickly, and if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life." The raucous laughter echoed as the pirates mocked Yifan, who remained undeterred to them. He appeared to be just a foolish boy who had not fled upon encountering the mighty tiger pirates. This large ship was now theirs, and they intended to claim it as their flagship. The members of the mighty tiger pirates, upon seeing Yifan, dismissed him as an inexperienced youth, assuming he posed no real threat. They believed he was merely a wealthy heir who had taken the ship out for a joyride, only to fall into their clutches. Yifan scrutinized their flag, noting the tiger emblem adorning the skull, confirming that this was indeed the mighty tiger pirates. However, it seemed that their notoriety was minimal, likely established by someone with a bounty of a few million berries. After all, the most formidable crew in the East Sea was the Arlong pirates, who occupied Nami's homeland. His gaze fell upon a towering, muscular man, over 2 meters tall with dark skin and a tiger hat. He was likely the captain of the mighty tiger pirates. These must be individuals who have been pumped full of hormones. Yifan mused, standing at a mere 1.8 meters, tall for the average person, but still just a slightly elevated ant in this pirate world. The taller one stood, the more formidable they appeared, and that much was indisputable. Yifan pondered whether these men had grown up to such heights, akin to the giants, where larger children simply grew into even larger adults. "Boss, this guy is a fool. We just spotted a stunning beauty moments ago." Luke Vark, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries, stood up, excitement evident in his expression. He had roamed the East Sea for years, reveling in treasures and beautiful women, his 2 favorite pursuits. "Listen, kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your treasures and that beautiful girl, and I might let you live." Otherwise, his derisive tone and haughty demeanor elicited a chuckle from Yifan. The pirates of the East Sea seemed utterly oblivious to their own limitations, boasting relentlessly despite being the weakest sea. Luke Vark displayed a cruel smile. He relished the thought of disposing of beautiful women, casting them into the sea to feed the fish. The sound of their screams was music to his ears, a veritable symphony of despair. Over the years, he had claimed the lives of no fewer than 80 young women, each possessing a captivating beauty. Oh no. Yifan shook his head, Recognizing that these individuals had forfeited their right to live, the protagonist, women represented a forbidden realm. As the saying goes, dragons have their scales, and to touch them is to invite death. The mighty tiger pirates seethed with rage at Yi Fan's defiance. You know who you're speaking to, kid? Our captain has a bounty of 5 million berries. Surely you're frightened now. But it's too late. Since you refuse to comply, brothers attack. Charge! Yi Fan regarded them with contempt. Recognizing the ignorance etched across their faces, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm, devoid of any hint of fear. It was evident that he was not to be trifled with. Yet the pirates, lacking any sense, insisted on courting disaster. Thus, Yi Fan resolved to send them off to the Western Paradise, to listen to the teachings of the Buddha. Heed my summons. A wave of chilling energy emanated from Yi Fan, gradually spreading across the sea, causing the pirate ship to freeze from the bottom up. What is happening? Why is it suddenly freezing? The sea is turning to ice. The ship is trapped. Old Wong, what's wrong? Run! Within mere seconds, the pirate ship had transformed into a massive ice sculpture, and every pirate aboard was encased in ice. Indeed, only the living could achieve such a vivid effect. With the enhancement of his ice powers, he found himself growing increasingly formidable, nearly indistinguishable from the abilities of the ice fruit, save for the inability to turn his body into an ice element. Yi Fan had anticipated that a single strike would eliminate all aboard. However, he was surprised to find one survivor, trembling in fear and sitting on the ground, legs kicking in a desperate attempt to flee. Are you a devil fruit user? Regret and despair flooded Luke Vark's mind as he desperately sought to survive. Struggling to maintain composure, he willed his legs to obey him. His hands trembled, knees hitting the ground. Cold sweat trickling from his forehead, his eyes filled with confusion and terror as he scanned his surroundings for a glimmer of hope. Please, spare me. I am willing to serve you. I will do anything. Just let me live. Luke's voice was thick with desperation and helplessness, as he repeatedly bowed his head. That Yi Fan had witnessed such scenes before, just the day prior. Such a person was not worthy of sympathy. That it was no wonder he had managed to establish his own pirate crew. He possessed a modicum of strength, unlike the mere minions who succumbed to the ice without a fight. However, this was merely the reaction of someone facing the threat of death. Had Yi Fan lacked such power, the fates of Nami and himself would have been a foregone conclusion. Iceblade. As Yi Fan's thoughts stirred, the moisture in the air coalesced into a razor-sharp ice blade, piercing forward with relentless precision. The ice blade, formed with chilling clarity, mercilessly penetrated the opponent's body. In that fleeting moment of penetration, Luke Vark lowered his gaze to the ice blade embedded in his chest. His body trembled, hands grasping futilely at the air. Unable to withstand the force of the ice blade, his lips quivered, as if he wished to utter something, but no sound emerged. Ultimately, his eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. Blood staining the icy surface of vivid crimson, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Nami, witnessing this for the first time, observed Yi Fan's display of power. Sensing the absence of immediate danger, she emerged from the room. The acrid smell of blood and the sight of the corpse stirred no discomfort within her. Such experiences were familiar from her childhood, having grown accustomed to such sights. She leaped aboard the enemy's pirate ship in search of useful items. Yi Fan followed suit, for he was merely a few million berries shy of another lottery draw. Each draw was a new anticipation. Upon boarding the ship, chaos reigned. The disarray was evident, revealing a distinct aversion to tidiness. Yi Fan swiftly made his way to the treasure room, typically easily located within the ship's interior. The gleaming treasures dazzled the eyes, though their quantity was modest. Yet it was certainly several million berries. This amount was comparable to what he had seen with the Otoluo family, sufficient for Yi Fan to indulge in another draw. The remainder, he decided, would be reserved for Nami, allowing her to procure 100 million berries from Kokasia village in exchange for Arlonji. Yi Fan ceased his absorption once he reached a total of 100 million berries. Transferring the remaining treasures to his own vessel, he then contemplated what other valuable items might remain before the ship met its watery demise, its existence deemed unnecessary. Nami, what about you? Is there anything else you wish to take? Food, fresh water, treasures? Yi Fan inquired, turning to her as he gathered the items. Meanwhile, Nami had scoured the ship for half the day, only to find a map of the nearby waters. Nothing else remained, that's it. I found everything worth taking, she declared, gracefully leaping back onto their ship. Though her strength was not formidable, her long legs, combined with the significant disparity in physical capabilities in this world, allowed her to easily clear a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Upon seeing the wealth amassed on the deck, Nami's eyes sparkled with greed, her delight palpable. It was evident she had fallen into a trance of avarice. Yi Fan, however, opted not to absorb the remaining few million berries, choosing instead to retain them for future expenses. After all, procuring supplies along their journey would require funds, and leaving a portion behind seemed prudent. A small compensation for their adversary, Yi Fan had his sights set on the 100 million berries buried in Nami's orange grove. Enough for him to take another chance at the lottery. These were painful memories for Nami, and as her partner, it was his duty to help erase those painful recollections. Nami remained silent. Yi Fan resolved to conduct an experiment, testing the extent of his current ice sphere capabilities. Just as a Kainu could summon a massive fireball and Fujitora could call forth meteors, Yi Fan sought to challenge his own limits. Drawing a deep breath, he closed his eyes, channeling all his strength and will. Drawing upon the ample moisture provided by the surrounding at an altitude of 500 meters, he reached the boundaries of his control. An abundance of moisture began to gather and solidify into ice. Initially, a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball formed, then expanded to the size of an apple, a melon, and a jackfruit. Growing ever larger, as its diameter reached 10 meters, Yi Fan felt an increasing pressure. The strain on his body intensified as he gritted his teeth, striving to maintain control. This was his limit, beyond which he feared he could not manage. As his body began to tremble, Yi Fan sank to one knee, realizing he was nearing his threshold. Any further increase would render control impossible. Nami, noticing Yi Fan's distress, curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Are you okay? And why has the sky suddenly darkened? Is that a cloud?" Looking up, she beheld a massive shadow obscuring the light above their ship. Unbeknownst to her, it was not merely a cloud but a colossal ice sphere, a perfect spherical mass measuring 18 meters in diameter. This was still vastly overshadowed by Fujitora's capabilities, whose largest sphere could reach a terrifying diameter of 700 meters, while the smallest meteor he conjured was comparable to Yi Fan's current creation. Yi Fan's understanding of his own abilities had crystallized. "Nami, we need to set sail. A massive ice sphere is about to descend here." He had no desire for the ship he had painstakingly acquired to be destroyed. Otherwise, he and Nami would find themselves traversing the icy surface. Despite the ominous clouds, Nami dismissed his concerns, believing there was no risk of hail. As a navigator, she was acutely aware of meteorological changes, insisting that hail would not occur. Nevertheless, with their tasks complete, she was eager to return to her village and began to maneuver the ship forward. After covering a distance of about 100 meters, beads of sweat dotted her forehead as Yi Fan exhaled in relief. Finally, he could cease his exertion. It appeared that this method of training was indeed superior to simpler exercises, as lifting such a large ice sphere consumed tremendous energy. The colossal ice sphere, akin to a shooting star, plummeted from the sky with a piercing howl, slicing through the air and generating an overwhelming sense of impending doom. As it descended, the atmosphere thickened with a weighty aura, instilling an inescapable pressure upon all who sensed it. "Nanny, what is happening?" Nami, navigating the ship, suddenly felt a powerful force that unsettled her, filling her with anxiety. The tense atmosphere compelled her to pace restlessly. "No need to panic. I'm merely conducting an experiment. Look above," Yi Fan reassured her, drawing her close and gesturing skyward. The magnitude of this power exceeded his initial expectations. The energy released upon impact with the ground would undoubtedly be explosive. The friction generated during its fall diminished the sphere's size, which had now shrunk to roughly 16 meters and continued to decrease, likely landing at around 11 or 12 meters. Yi Fan's urging. Nami glanced upward. "I asked that an ice sphere?" Her voice brimmed with astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She had witnessed Yi Fan's capabilities earlier, and with this revelation, she realized he was responsible for this phenomenon. As the ice sphere crashed into the ocean's surface, a thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of the earth itself trembling. It struck the ships upon the water with tremendous force, sending forth towering waves that obliterated the vessels of the Tiger pirates. Scattering them into the icy depths of the sea, a colossal shockwave rippled across the ocean, generating waves that soared to staggering heights. Engulfing the surrounding waters in a tumultuous frenzy, the sea churned violently, as if it sought to consume the entire expanse before Yi Fan's own ship surged forward. Propelled by the crashing waves, he felt a surge of satisfaction with this display of power. He could also summon meteors. Wow! Nami gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief as she beheld the wreckage of the ships. Incredible! Meanwhile, in Orange Town, Luffy and Zoro found themselves in a predicament reminiscent of their adventures, with Luffy being carried away by a bird. Here, Buggy, infuriated by Yi Fan's actions, lamented his dire circumstances. Now devoid of ship, he rallied his crew to construct a new vessel, determined to set sail once more. When the opportunity arose, he would seek vengeance upon Yi Fan. Buggy was not one to be trifled with, and he believed in repaying any grievances, that he preferred to resolve matters through words rather than violence. Adhering firmly to this principle, a piercing scream reverberated through the air, prompting the members of the Buggy pirates to gaze upwards. That a figure plummeted from the heavens, landing precisely in their midst. The crowd scattered immediately, fearful of being struck by the falling body. Thud! Luffy crashed heavily onto the ship, which had begun to take shape, obliterating it in an instant, rendering the efforts of Buggy and his crew futile. Damn it! Buggy's eyes blazed with fury as he approached Luffy, seizing him by the collar and bellowing, "Who the hell are you?" The surrounding lackeys, witnessing their hard work vanish before their eyes, quickly closed in, their glares menacing as they focused on the culprit. Oblivious to the chaos, the naive Luffy adjusted his straw hat, his cherished promise to Shanks that "I am Monkey D. Luffy, pleased to make your acquaintance," unfazed by the threatening stares. Luffy maintained his calm demeanor. Subsequently, a brawl erupted without further ado. Yi Fan had previously immobilized Buggy's two subordinates. They were still in recovery, lacking the ability to engage in combat. It was a true test of manhood. A one-on-one clash, Buggy, being himself, preferred the chaos of a group fight, summoning his minions to swarm Luffy. Meanwhile, he stealthily prepared a Buggy Ball, intent on using the formidable weapon to vanquish Luffy. Due to Yi Fan's intervention, the plot had shifted, yet at a crucial moment, Zoro arrived to assist Luffy. Together, they triumphed over the Buggy pirates on Yi Fan's side. Nami, breathless, stared at him, still reeling from the earlier shock. The display of power he had just exhibited far exceeded her understanding. A consequence of her upbringing. Gazing at the colossal wheel of fortune, she pondered the rewards that awaited her this time. Stop! Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the rebirth of life. Cluck Glalet, earning the heel magic. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yi Fan felt his heart race, palpably aware of his excitement. What a remarkable skill! He was on the verge of soaring to new heights. This was not merely a healing spell. It could restore the target to their original state. However, it came with a fatal flaw. The caster would be inundated with every experience the target had endured, resulting in unimaginable agony, a burden far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person's mental fortitude. Yi Fan deemed this aspect unnecessary. After all, who would willingly subject themselves to such suffering? Moreover, the healing magic birthed other abilities, the power to mimic and replicate an opponent's combat skills and experiences. Though unique class skills could not be copied, the IT could alter appearances and even modify memories. The corruption ability allowed transformation into a damaged state, directly interfering with the body and bypassing any resistance. Yi Fan speculated that this mimicry could not replicate the powers of devil fruits, yet it could imitate various techniques honed by others. Skills such as observation hockey, armament hockey, swordsmanship, and the marine six styles were all attainable. As for Conqueror's hockey, this body bore the bloodline of D, suggesting a latent potential for it. If he lacked it, it would be of no consequence. With the system's assistance, reaching the pinnacle was still within grasp. The sheer prowess of the healing magic could elevate Yi Fan to the apex of strength. Why toil endlessly when he could simply replicate other skills? This reminded him of his university days, where the most utilized functions were the copy command, Control-C, and paste command, Control-V. But he had learned a bit of everything, yet mastered none. With the corruption ability, formidable opponents like Kaido would be rendered insignificant, as it could disregard defenses entirely. Truly a game-breaking advantage. In a buoyant mood, Yi Fan leaned toward Nami, planting a kiss on her. This elicited a flustered yet indignant response. What are you doing? Had her intentions been revealed? Was he coveting her form? With the healing magic at his disposal, he naturally wished to conduct an experiment, but it's nothing. I simply wish to perform a little test. Yi Fan grinned mischievously, sending chills down Nami's spine. What was he planning? Don't come any closer. The expression on his face was quite terrifying. She instinctively retreated, but how could a frail girl stand against Yi Fan, with such potent healing magic now at his disposal? Waiting any longer was unnecessary. Modification. Yi Fan's right hand glowed as he altered her, leaving Nami largely unchanged, save for an innate fondness for him. He deemed further modifications unnecessary. Otherwise, the situation might become peculiar. Wait, what just happened? Nami shook her head, struggling to recall the recent events that Yi Fan called out, and as she came to her senses, she gazed at him, an unfamiliar warmth blossoming within her, causing her to blush. However, upon seeing Yi Fan's jubilant expression, her curiosity was piqued. What had caused the sudden elation? Nami, you truly are my lucky star. He kissed her again, and to her surprise, she felt no sense of wrongness. Only pure happiness. Yi Fan resolved to reward her handsomely that evening. Though uncertain of the reason, Nami couldn't help but share in his joy. In the days that followed, the two navigated their ship toward Kokoyashi village, encountering minor pirates along the way, who inadvertently provided Yi Fan with experience points. However, the spoils were not as bountiful as before, amounting to merely a few million berries. Yet, even the smallest of rewards was worthwhile, and they could not afford to squander any gains. Throughout this time, the bond between them deepened. As the solitary male and female shared the vessel, Yi Fan remained diligent in his physical training, recognizing the need for his own strength to match the skills he could replicate. Thus, he dedicated his days to exercise and his nights to further honing his abilities. Such relentless dedication was rare for a protagonist and certainly warranted admiration. 5 or 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The joys of life were fleeting, yet their relationship had yet to breach that final barrier. Nami was not prepared, and Yi Fan was in no rush. When the moment was right, everything would fall into place effortlessly. He suspected the village, and the tattoo on her arm played a role in this hesitation. Today, however, was destined for a perfect conclusion. Standing on the deck of the ship, he gazed at the coastline gradually coming into view. Sunlight poured from the sky, casting a golden glow upon the shimmering sea as gentle waves lapped against the hull, creating a symphony of soothing sounds that a soft breeze danced across the water, lifting delicate sprays of foam into the air. The sea breeze caressed Yi Fan's cheek, bringing a refreshing coolness that invigorated his spirit. As the familiar landscape unfolded before Nami, it stirred troubling memories within her, causing her to tense up. Her body trembled slightly. This place held cherished childhood memories, yet was overshadowed by the painful recollections of Arlong. Observing her subtle reactions, Yi Fan grasped her cold hand, pulling her into a comforting embrace, assuring her, "It's all right, that I will always be here to protect and cherish you." If he didn't hold her now, in 2 years' time, he might find it challenging to do so. With Yi Fan by her side, Nami had finally gathered the sum of 100 million berries to buy back the village. The sight of such a large ship approaching the shore naturally drew the attention of the Arlong pirates. They promptly dispatched someone to inform Arlong, while the others continued to keep watch. Nami was well aware that the crew consisted of fishmen and realized that she had been discovered. Returning to inform Arlong, she declared, "I have assembled 100 million berries. I will go to him this afternoon to redeem the village." Standing at the bow of the ship, Nami let out a loud scream, as though she wished to vent all the grievances she had endured over the years. Her powerful voice resonated across the vast sea, creating an echo that filled the air. After that outburst, Nami felt a considerable sense of relief. Ooh! For years, she had resorted to deceit and trickery to amass this fortune, and now that the day had finally arrived, the emotions within her were overwhelming. Kneeling on the ground, she covered her face and wept, releasing the pent-up frustrations within her. It was a cathartic release of joy, observing his kind-hearted and emotionally attuned companion. Yi-Fan approached and gently patted her back. Nami then shared everything with Yi-Fan, harboring some concern that he might perceive her as a bad girl. "What are you saying? If you were a bad girl, then this world would have no good girls." He reassured her, "I in my eyes, you will always be a beautiful, magnanimous, and kind-hearted girl." Upon seeing Yi-Fan's serious expression, Nami couldn't help but chuckle. However, she expressed her belief that the Arlong pirates would not let the matter rest easily. It was uncertain whether they would continue to exploit the village after their departure. Yi-Fan feigned ignorance regarding the forthcoming events, articulating his thoughts as conjectures, as expected, after hearing Yi-Fan's words. Nami's smile faded once again, replaced by a look of concern. Upon reflection, she recognized the truth in his words. How could she trust pirates like them? Surely, they were deceiving her. Moreover, Yi-Fan was correct. If they turned against her once she left, the villagers would still suffer under their oppression. Her sister Nojiko would no longer enjoy the blissful life they once shared with Belmir during their childhood. Did I not say? Do not worry. I will be here. We will simply drive them out and ensure they do not dare return, or even... Yi-Fan was not as merciful as Luffy, who, despite defeating monsters, never killed them, but Yi-Fan did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Nami had witnessed Yi-Fan's previous strength and placed her trust in him. "Thank you," she exclaimed. "For what? Did you not already express your gratitude to me last night? We are beyond such formalities now." Yi-Fan felt that such expressions of thanks were overly formal given their relationship. This made Nami blush, covering her face in embarrassment. Like T. Arlong Park, a towering fishman with a long, serrated nose, clad in a short-sleeved floral shirt, and boasting an impressive muscular build that exceeded 2 meters in height, lounged leisurely under the sun. He had gills on his shoulders and tattoos of the Sun Pirates on his chest, and the Arlong Pirates on his left wrist, presenting an imposing figure. "Arlong, that woman has returned and claims to have gathered 100 million berries to redeem the village," reported one of Arlong's Fishman subordinates. Arlong rose to his full height, casting a long shadow. He fully understood Nami's significance. Her exceptional navigation skills were invaluable to the Fishmen. Underwater, they thrived, and with her abilities, the Arlong pirates would be invincible. Ha! The surrounding crew members were puzzled by their captain's laughter. Crocodile, one of Arlong's officers, questioned, "Arlong, are you truly considering letting that woman go?" As a member of the Arlong pirates, Crocodile was a mackerel fish dashman that in truth, their crew was most formidable underwater. The scene in which the mermaids battled Luffy and his crew on land was indeed a poor strategy, leading to their inevitable defeat. I, Arlong, am a man of my word. I shall keep my promises. However, if Nami fails to bring sufficient funds, then it is not my fault, he said with a sinister grin that sent chills down spines. Yet, rather than instill fear, it left his subordinates bewildered. As a racist, he believed that fishmen were inherently superior to humans, and any resistance from humans was akin to defying the natural order. He imposed a tyrannical rule over the humans under his control, treating their lives as insignificant. When it came to his kin, he held no reservations. Greedy and ruthless, he was obsessed with wealth. Viewing it as the most reliable commodity, he retrieved a den mushy from his pocket and dialed a number. Meanwhile, a naval ship patrolling the waters near Orangetown was manned by a man resembling a mouse, donning a mouse hat and dressed in a naval captain's uniform, who felt his den mushy vibrating in his pocket. Burubu, the creature, resembling a snail, was used for communication to T-bore spots or stripes and would sleep when not in use, awakening to emit a boo-boo sound when a call was received. During conversations, the den mushy's mouth moved in sync with the speakers, capable of understanding human speech. Ha-ha! On the other end of the line, Arlong wore a fierce expression, causing the mouse-like captain to feel trepidation. Although he collaborated with Arlong, he remained wary of his strength. Otherwise, he would have already dispatched men to capture him, seizing all of his treasures. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The two conspirators plotted to claim the 93 million berries hidden by Nami in the orange grove, representing 8 years of her hard-earned income, with bloodstains attesting to her struggles. "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter," the mouse-like captain declared upon hearing of the riches, promptly ordering the ship to head towards Kokoyashi village. The naval soldiers aboard shared the same greedy disposition, knowing that this venture would yield substantial rewards. The meager naval stipend was insufficient to sustain them, and since joining the mouse captain, they had been living lavishly. Life had become exceedingly enjoyable, a perfect emblem of corruption and collusion. As the ship approached the harbor, Yi Fan carried a massive chest containing millions of berries. There was no need for concern about being spotted. On the territory of the Arlong pirates, where the bounty was set at 20 million berries, even if someone dared to act, they would be fishmen. With their stronghold here, there was little risk of being unable to reclaim what was theirs. Yi Fan and Nami arrived at Kokoyashi village, which was in better condition than Orange Town. The villagers merely needed to pay off the Arlong pirates periodically to avoid trouble. This sustainable development model showcased some of Arlong's intelligence, effectively securing a workforce without cost. Nami led Yi Fan to her home, which had once housed 3 but was now reduced to 2 there. Yi Fan met her sister Nojiko, who bore no blood relation to Nami. With blue hair adorned with a red headband, she sported blue tattoos on her arms and upper chest, dressed in a tank top and long pants, and walked barefoot in flip-flops. Had she not rescued the infant Nami from peril during their childhood, Nami surely would not have survived to this day. "Nami, you have returned. Who is this?" Upon encountering an unfamiliar face, Nokigao noted with surprise that the individual was rather handsome, albeit not to her particular taste. Each time Nami returned, it was only after securing funds that she chose to come back. Over the years, Nokigao had witnessed her sister's relentless efforts, all dedicated to fulfilling a so-called 8-year promise, which revolved around the pursuit of financial stability. "Hello, my name is Yi Fan, and I am a friend of Nami," he introduced himself. The stranger's skin bore a delightful chocolate hue, exuding a robust healthiness reminiscent of sun-kissed wheat. This unexpected revelation caused Nokigao to regard her sister with newfound astonishment, for it was the first time in many years that Nami had brought a friend home. Upon witnessing Nami's flushed cheeks, she quickly grasped the situation. A surge of happiness welled up within her as she realized her sister had found someone special, emerging from the shadows of past anguish. "Elder sister, I have finally earned enough money. I intend to buy back our village from Arlong," Nami declared, her face lighting up at the sight of her sister. Before meeting Yi Fan, Nami had regarded her as her sole family in this world. Upon hearing Nami's proclamation and glancing at the large box on the ground, Nokigao instantly comprehended its contents. She felt a profound joy. During midday, Nokigao and Nami prepared an abundance of delectable dishes to celebrate their impending freedom from Coco village. Yi Fan, surveying the simple yet warm ambience of the room, felt a sense of contentment. This was indeed the essence of a blissful life. Soon, the modest meal was ready, and Yi Fan marveled at the sumptuous spread before him. Recognizing that the majority had been crafted by Nokigao, the dishes were a feast for the senses, far surpassing those prepared by Nami. "Nokigao, I never anticipated your culinary skills to be so exceptional," Yi Fan exclaimed, recalling the last time he had tasted such delightful fare was at Windmill village, where Makino had also impressed him. "I'm glad you enjoy it. Feel free to indulge," Nokigao replied modestly, attributing her proficiency to years of practice. However, some feelings of jealousy were brewing within certain individuals. Just a few days prior, while at sea, she had prepared numerous meals, yet Yi Fan had not devoured them with such enthusiasm. This prompted Nami to step on Yi Fan's foot with considerable force. The sudden pain made Yi Fan suppress his surprise, oblivious to the unfolding drama. "Eat up. My sister's cooking is truly delicious. Don't let yourself go hungry," Nami urged, her expression radiating concern. Yi Fan understood the situation all too well. She was indeed a little envious. Nokigao remained blissfully unaware of the subtle exchanges between them, finding Yi Fan to be quite intriguing. While it's delightful, one mustn't overindulge, as it may lead to indigestion, she cautioned, already taking action, which made Yi Fan feel that his future happiness might be perilous. If his own sister could be so possessive, he shuddered to think how she might react to other women. Until now, Yi-Fan had never perceived her jealousy. Was this a hidden facet of her personality? All he could do was employ his usual protagonist tactics, perhaps feigning severe injury to elicit her sympathy. He was certain she would overlook everything else if he could merely recover. I am truly a genius. Yi-Fan rejoiced inwardly, recognizing that this wisdom had been passed down from predecessors to pave the way for future generations. Nami was quite pleased with Yi-Fan's transformation and resolved to practice cooking whenever she had the leisure. Suddenly, Nokigao and Nami were jolted from their celebration by alarming news. "Nami, we have a problem. The Navy is here to capture you, claiming you are a pirate who has committed numerous crimes in recent years." A gruff voice bellowed as a rugged, scar-faced man, crowned with a windmill hat, burst through the door, panting heavily. The security officer of Coco village. Kinju was merely a figurehead. The villagers were well aware of Nami's plight, and when the Navy arrived, they understood the situation was far from simple in the past. When Arlong had oppressed them, they had sought the Navy's assistance, only to find it utterly futile. The two were in cahoots. What? Nokigao and Nami stood up in alarm. While Yi-Fan continued to savor his meal leisurely, he had long anticipated this outcome. He was fully aware of Arlong's tactics. The sisters rushed outside to find a throng of Navy officers approaching them, led by the despicable mouse colonel, who was after a treasure worth nearly 100 million berries. "We have been searching for you, Nami. Surrender to the Arlong pirates, who have wreaked havoc for far too long. We will also seize the ill-gotten gains buried in your orange grove." With a lecherous grin, the colonel commanded his subordinates to commence digging for the treasure. The sailors appeared jubilant, eager to curry favor with the colonel, who was living comfortably in the East Sea, earning 10 times the previous wages while enjoying free perks at night. Nami's complexion drained of color as realization struck her. How did they know about her treasure? She quickly deduced that only Arlong could have orchestrated this betrayal. "Get out of my way," Nami shouted, brandishing a stick and placing herself protectively in front of the Navy. She resembled a mother lion, fiercely guarding her cubs, unwilling to let them encroach upon her hard-earned treasures from 8 long years of toil. "Nami," Nokigao gasped, covering her mouth in concern for her sister. Kinju stood frozen, unsure of how to respond, merely watching the scene unfold. The commotion attracted numerous villagers, yet they were powerless against the Navy's authority and could only retreat to their homes in despair. They were merely ordinary folk, ill-equipped to confront armed adversaries. The mouse colonel scoffed at Nami's defiance, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. "That a mere woman thinks she can challenge me. How amusing. I am the embodiment of justice." He brandished a small pistol, aiming it at Nami with a mocking tone. "Move. Go ahead. That tattoo on your arm signifies your allegiance to the Arlong pirates, does it not? Even if I were to kill you, there would be no consequences for me." You pirate. Facing the gun, the instinctive reaction of ordinary people was fear, for such a weapon was deadly. The expressions of Nami and her companions shifted dramatically, and Nokigao rushed in front of Nami, shielding her with her own body, a quintessential display of an elder sister's selflessness in the face of danger. Tears streamed down Nami's face, for this was the culmination of her 8 years of effort. And just as she was on the verge of reclaiming it, calamity struck. "Nami," Nokigao whispered, embracing her sister in a comforting gesture akin to that of a mother. Had it not been for Arlong's orders to spare this woman, the mouse colonel would have already pulled the trigger. "Action," he commanded with a wave of his hand, instructing his subordinates to grab shovels and prepare to excavate the treasures, his face betraying a gluttonous greed. The prospect of easy money thrilled him. He was already planning to indulge later that night. Everyone assumed the situation had reached its conclusion, yet an unexpected twist was about to unfold. "I am not the least bit surprised that the Navy is filled with scoundrels like you. But to bully my woman, that is where I draw the line." With a hint of arrogance, Yi-Fan's voice rang out, stirring outrage among the Navy personnel present. "Who does this brat think he is, speaking to me in such a manner?" Yi-Fan observed the unfolding scene from the window, contemplating the nature of power. Every faction harbored its share of rogues. The self-righteous Navy, collaborating with pirates, was no different from the corrupt headquarters. If Akainu were still the fleet admiral, he would never have sanctioned such an alliance. The concept of absolute justice was clear in his mind. A pirate was a pirate. "What did you say, kid?" Colonel Mouse observed as Fan leisurely emerged, making his way to Nami's side, where he crouched down to exchange a few words with her. Shortly thereafter, Nokigo assisted Nami back into the house. This blatant disregard for his presence irked Colonel Mouse considerably. Once again, he drew his small pistol, aiming it at Fan, his expression now tinged with anger. Arlong had proclaimed that Nami was off-limits for harm, yet he had said nothing to deter violence against others. Witnessing these ruffians not only remaining idle, but also colluding with pirates to prey upon the innocent was truly inviting trouble. "Old man, it would be wise for you to steer clear of the upcoming conflict," he warned the guardian of Coco Village. Fan, being a kind-hearted individual, had no intention of causing collateral damage. Upon hearing Fan's words, Kenzo initially failed to register the message, but soon realized it, exclaiming, "Ah, be careful," before hastily retreating. Given his age and the evident prowess of the young man before him, it was clear that he wouldn't stand a chance otherwise. This very action, however, only served to further infuriate Colonel Mouse, who had not received a single glance from Fan since his arrival. "Charge! Let this brat know our might." Despite his simmering anger, he instructed his subordinates to engage first, planning to swoop in for the kill once his foes were incapacitated. It must be said, Colonel Mouse was indeed a fitting embodiment of his name: timid, fearful, cunning, and possessing just a modicum of intelligence. Hearing their superior's command, the surrounding Navy officers advanced to encircle Fan, their intentions malevolent as they sought to teach this presumptuous youth a lesson. Fan's earlier words clearly included them, and they were not pleased to be branded as scoundrels. "You little brat, today you shall learn that arrogance comes at a price, the price of your life." A massive fist, akin to a sandbag, was hurled toward Fan's form. The choice to refrain from drawing blades was evidently to inflict torment upon Fan, fully aware of Colonel Mouse's impending actions. Faced with such trivial adversaries, Fan found that since embarking on his journey, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Perhaps only Arlong could provide him with any semblance of amusement. "Freeze!" The two syllables escaped Fan's lips like a harbinger of death, a chilling aura emanating from him and radiating outward. He expertly gauged the distance, freezing these miscreants in place, including Colonel Mouse, who offered no resistance. Fan was baffled as to how this individual had attained the rank of colonel, suspecting it was through wealth and flattery. Such individuals exist in every world. The villagers of Coco Village, witnessing Fan's astounding strength, gaped in astonishment. The presence of a devil fruit user made sense of his audacity to confront them. Boring. Having resolved the situation, Fan returned to Nami's abode. Nokigo regarded Fan with admiration. His eyes glimmering, he appeared angelic. Meanwhile, Nami had also recovered, fully aware of Fan's capabilities. "Do not worry, for I am here," he reassured her, tenderly wiping away her tears, evoking envy for Nokigo. She longed for a partner who would exhibit such gentleness. "Stay put, and I shall have a word with that Arlong fellow. This is a significant opportunity. He has occupied this territory for many years and must possess considerable treasure, all of which I require. Additionally, Colonel Mouse's Navy ship likely harbors riches as well. I aim to tidy it up, being a good child who values cleanliness." After planting a kiss on her forehead, Fan prepared to depart. However, Nami firmly grasped his hand, resolutely stating, "I am coming with you." She wished to confront Arlong for clarity. Yet Fan was reluctant to allow her to venture into danger, realizing the current limitations of their small party. With just the two of them, Nami could handle ordinary foes, but against anyone slightly stronger, she would struggle. If peril arose and he was not immediately present, she would be in grave danger. This prompted Fan to consider recruiting additional crew members, utilizing his enhanced recovery magic. Recently, he had thought of CP9 member Khalifa, Machida, Ms. Valentine's Day, but could not recall others at the moment. He would address that later. Ultimately, after Fan and Nokigo persuaded her, Nami relinquished the idea. Fan was right. Her presence would only serve to heighten his concerns. Arlong Park lay upon the waters surrounding Coco Village, accessible only by boat, yet this posed no challenge for Fan. Possessing the skills of Akiji, he opted not for leisurely cycling across the sea, but rather to walk directly across the water surface. That Yi Fan exhibited remarkable ability, seemingly walking atop the waves. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that with each step he took, a patch of ice the size of his foot formed beneath him. As he traversed, Yi Fan detected several unsavory figures lurking beneath the surface. But he dismissed them. Mere Fishman would soon be swept away. In the distance, he spotted a grand structure. Arlong's base of operations, the layered building, constructed by Fishman, was ideally situated, as they were most formidable in the water. It was certain to contain vast treasures, all of which belonged to him. Producing a berry from his pocket, he hurled it toward the establishment. Flying Thunder God technique. In a mere 0.01 seconds, Yi Fan materialized within Arlong Park. Over the past few days, he had inscribed numerous marked coins to facilitate his use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Spatial ninjutsu truly was extraordinary. As the saying goes, space reigns supreme, time holds respect. And abilities associated with these concepts are never weak. The sudden appearance of a stranger startled Arlong and his crew, even catching the notorious pirate off guard. He regarded Yi Fan with a mixture of confusion and disdain. For in the eyes of the racist Arlong, Yi Fan was merely a human, unworthy of respect. Fishmen were innately superior to humans. To resist them was to defy the natural order, and human lives were as inconsequential as weeds to be easily harvested. In the East Blue, there was no one Arlong feared. The Fishmen encircled Yi Fan, their expressions hostile. "What a bunch of ugly faces," Yi Fan remarked, observing the Fishmen and merfolk before him. Indeed, the creator must have had a flaw. While the female Fishmen were often beautiful, the males were a different story altogether. This led Yi Fan to question whether the creator harbored a bias against men. The scornful gazes he received from the Fishmen reminded him of the condescending stares he had encountered at Mario, where the detestable celestial dragons regarded others as beneath them. "What did you say? You bastard. Do you wish to die?" 84. Perish. Arlong's crew echoed his sentiments, affirming their leader's belief that humans were inferior beings. Unworthy of appreciation for his handsome visage, Yi Fan's mere words and glances struck a sensitive chord within the Arlong pirates, many of whom had escaped the Mariewa incident and harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans. "Ha ha ha! I shall personally crush your body, ensuring you die in agony." The malevolent dragon fixed its gaze upon Yi Fan, harboring the desire to flay this human alive, to consume his flesh and drink his blood, administering a cruel and drawn-out death. Yet, even such gruesome intentions could not alleviate the simmering hatred within his heart. Witnessing their leader's fury, the minions hastily cleared a path, eager to observe the impending demise of this oblivious human. "You're just waiting to die, aren't you?" they jeered. "Big Brother Along is furious. Ha ha ha. This fool will soon be begging for mercy." The more they laughed, the more sorrowful their cries would be moments later. Ah, how ironic. Perhaps things were not meant to be this way. But after following the malevolent dragon for so long, they had unconsciously come to believe that humans were destined to be subjugated by the Fishmen. As Yi Fan beheld the laughter of the Fishmen, he pondered whether they were truly foolish he had come here alone, into their lair. Was he the fool, or was it simply that he regarded them with utter disdain? The initial encounters had left him with the impression that these beings were devoid of intelligence. Yet each had their own peculiar strengths. That why Yi Fan found himself bewildered. Was it that the absence of the true protagonist had led to their forced suppression? Look at yourselves, why such anger over your unappealing appearances? Honestly, you'd be better off living in Mariewa rather than wreaking havoc upon the world. If you were released, you might actually become good people instead of continuing your misdeeds. Such individuals are more suited to be toy for the celestial dragons, while the celestial dragons are fit to become my playthings. The meeting with the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, was imminent, and his refined recovery magic would be perfectly suited for her. Bringing along a celestial dragon slave to confront St. Roseward and St. Charlos would surely enchant her. Contemplating this, a sly smile crept across Yi Fan's face. A man must have a touch of wickedness for a woman to find him appealing, he mused, acknowledging the truth behind the saying. After all, Monkey D. Luffy aspired to become the Pirate King, and it would be a waste for the Empress to remain unattached. Yi Fan reluctantly accepted the prospect. "Ha ha ha! I truly am a genius. Yi Fan reveled in his own cleverness. You bastard, perish! The dragon, unable to contain its fury any longer, unleashed one of its 3 formidable techniques. Charging towards Yi Fan like a torpedo, though he did not regard the foe with seriousness, caution remained prudent. Observing the dragon's approach, Yi Fan noted its speed, decent, yet it paled in comparison to his own. Remaining calm and unperturbed, he feigned ignorance, reveling in the astonishment that would soon be etched upon the dragon's face. The dragon, muscles taut with effort, unleashed its full power. The onlookers viewed Yi Fan as merely a brash jester. Yet at the critical moment, when they were merely a fraction of an inch apart, Yi Fan vanished. The dragon, propelled by inertia, barreled through the wall and into the sea, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Upon arriving, Yi Fan had anticipated this confrontation in a mere 0.01 seconds. He reappeared atop the wall of the dragon's lair. Hey, how are you doing? Why bother? I told you, you'd be better off performing acrobatics for the celestial dragons in Mariewa. His tone dripped with sarcasm, causing the dragon, submerged in the water, to gaze up at Yi Fan, who stood nonchalantly upon the wall. This was not the dragon's full strength. It was strongest in the water. With a keen focus, he aimed to pierce Yi Fan's heart, ready to exact a deadly toll. The dragon's legs began to swirl with a vortex of water, clearly gathering strength. Why Yi Fan observed the unusual commotion on the surface. Understanding that his opponent was not easily defeated. Having entered this world, he was determined to enjoy the experience, especially with a bounty of 30 million on the head of the Straw Hat Luffy. Now he was the protagonist. His first bounty would undoubtedly surpass the last. Wait. If he defeated the dragon, Luffy would have no one left to pursue, and thus no bounty? Yet it mattered not. He would focus on his own path without undue concern. I'll grant you one final opportunity to strike. Yi Fan casually seated himself, signaling his disinterest in prolonging the fight. There was no need to rush home to his wife and warm bed. This was merely a lesson for the dragon, an opportunity to practice and serve as tuition for his years of treasure hoarding. As the protagonist, his entrance fee was exorbitant. Fool, just now I only exerted 30% of my strength. Next, I shall send you flying. Who can't put on a show? He retorted. As the dragon reached its peak power, it shot forward like a sharpened blade aimed at Yi Fan. This speed was a third faster than before, but it was still lacking. This time, Yi Fan refrained from overestimating himself. He vanished just as the dragon was within a finger's breadth of him. The dragon crashed into its own abode, leaving a massive hole in the structure. Reappearing in the chair where the dragon had once reclined, Yi Fan found it uncomfortable and rigid. All right, the opportunity is yours, but do not blame me for what follows. If you cannot seize it, then it truly is lost. Opportunities are fleeting. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the upper floors, gazing down at the beleaguered dragon without a hint of mercy. You bastard! The dragon gasped as Yi Fan seized its throat. The blue hue of its skin shifting to a crimson shade as ice began to encase it. The dragon struggled desperately, believing it would suffocate, but all was futile in the face of overwhelming might. You lot, gather your hidden treasures, or I shall snap your leader's neck. Upon hearing Yi Fan's command, the minions below witnessed a colossal block of ice plummet, revealing their leader, along, trapped within, contorted in agony. In that instant, the Fishman realized that this human was no mere fool. He possessed absolute strength. Hurry, Yi Fan urged, witnessing their panic-stricken faces devoid of courage. They had only bullied the weak. When confronted by true power, they faltered. Individuals like these would never become strong. Yes, sir, Crew B, a cadre of the dragon's crew, trembled in fear, hastily retrieving valuables from the room. Once he acted, the others followed suit, some even emerging from the sea with treasures in tow. Yi Fan was taken aback by their compliance. These fishmen were surprisingly resourceful. Despite their cooperation, the freezing would commence regardless. Exiting the dragon's paradise, Yi Fan felt elated, having amassed over 200 million berries. Whistling a cheerful tune, he departed, leaving the fishmen encased in ice, their fates indifferent to him. The Navy would soon arrive, and it was time to escort Nami away. Glancing at the grand roulette before him, the thrill of earlier had faded. His abilities had grown excessively formidable. Now he sought something of intrigue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Seraphim of the End, Kuru Kaipizi, gaining the bloodline of the vampire ancestor. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Executioner, Isteth, obtaining the Omnivoyant Observer. Gazing upon the two items he had drawn, Yi Fan felt a spark of intrigue. The bloodline of the vampire progenitor promised to enhance his physique, rendering him even more handsome and formidable. As for the ability to transform others into his kin, it seemed rather mundane. His own modified magic was undoubtedly more straightforward. Then there was the Imperial artifact, the All-Seeing Observer, endowed with 5 abilities: clairvoyance, telescopic vision, X-ray vision, precognition, and illusion vision. Clairvoyance allowed one to discern the thoughts hidden behind a person's expressions. Telescopic vision unveiled distant sights. X-ray vision pierced through obstacles to reveal the target. Precognition enabled one to foresee forthcoming events through minute muscular movements. And illusion vision made it possible for the target to perceive phantoms. This was akin to ocular techniques, indeed remarkable. The combination of precognition with the observation haki would undoubtedly elevate Yi Fan's foresight to unparalleled heights. Enhancing his capabilities further, as the bloodline of the vampire progenitor coursed through him, Yi Fan felt a surge of immense power within, enveloping his body in an enigmatic aura. Subtle changes began to manifest in his appearance. His once ordinary visage gradually morphed into something more striking and mysterious. His facial features became more pronounced, with his eyes gleaming with a profound light, as if capable of perceiving all truths. His skin transformed into a smooth, delicate texture, akin to flawlessly sculpted jade. With the integration of the vampire progenitor bloodline, Yi Fan exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of a true aristocrat. The confidence and pride evident in his demeanor compelled others to be drawn to him irresistibly. His hair flowed like black feathers, gently swaying, imparting an aura of mystery and allure. Observing his reflection on the surface of the sea, he marveled, "Is this truly me? So handsome." The only flaw in Yi Fan's current form was his attire, which seemed rather ordinary and unworthy of his newfound elegance. If he were to don a noble's garb, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention upon stepping outside. In that moment, Yi Fan felt as though he could thrive solely on his looks. Alas, with such perfection, strength, and appearance, how can others possibly survive? Yi Fan sighed, reflecting on the nature of life. There is truth in the saying that a fortuitous advantage brings fleeting joy, yet to sustain such fortune is the true thrill. After merging with the vampire bloodline, Yi Fan sensed a significant enhancement in his strength, particularly in his physical prowess. Lifting his shirt, he admired his exquisite 8-pack abs, truly perfect to this moment, with such formidable abilities and a charm that attracted women effortlessly. He envisioned himself as the emperor of the Imperial pirate crew, with his crew serving as his loyal subjects. Meanwhile, within the home of Nami and Nojiko, concern brewed as they awaited Yi Fan's return. Although aware of his capabilities, Nami remained apprehensive. After all, the dragon pirates vastly outnumbered him. Outside, Yi Fan was engrossed in experimentation, when suddenly a green eye manifested on his forehead, encircled by a black vertical line, giving him an oddly eerie appearance to X-ray vision, a coveted ability for many boys. That moment, the Navy soldiers remained encased in ice, the blocks having only slightly melted, observing Nami and Nojiko in the room. Yi Fan began to question the practicality of his ability. It could only penetrate one layer, rendering anything beyond invisible. The two women appeared orderly, starkly contrasting the chaotic days he had spent aboard the ship with Nami. This realization diminished the perceived power of his ability, leading him to consider relinquishing it to others. The rewards granted by the system were designed to make such abilities accessible to all. In the face of the system, they became mere toys, rules meant to be reshaped. With a creak, the door opened, prompting Nami and Nojiko to turn, confronted by a strikingly unfamiliar man. "Who are you?" they thought simultaneously. Captivated by his noble demeanor, yet remaining guarded, "It's me," Yi Fan declared, his transformation so profound that he seemed like an entirely different person, exuding an aristocratic aura in every movement that he spoke. The familiarity of his voice struck Nami and Nojiko. Could it be Yi Fan? Nami, having spent the most time with him, discerned his features, though the extent of his change was astonishing. What's this? You don't recognize me? I know you have a mark on your... Before he could finish, Nami rushed forward to cover his mouth, her eyes narrowing in reproach. Such matters were hardly appropriate for discussion, eliciting laughter from Nojiko. Upon realizing this was indeed Yi Fan, the sisters noted a peculiar green gem resembling an eye on his forehead. What is that peculiar thing on your forehead? They inquired, its oddity not resembling any typical adornment. Yi Fan removed the all-seeing observer from his forehead. Ah, this? It's a remarkable artifact, a high-tech creation known as the all-seeing observer. He proceeded to elucidate its intricate functionalities, piquing the sisters' interest in its extraordinary capabilities. Nami, eager to experience this wonder, applied the artifact to her forehead, instantly captivated by its allure. Focusing intently on Yi Fan, she witnessed his clothing vanish, revealing his powerful physique beneath, causing a blush to spread across her cheeks as she quickly diverted her gaze to her sister. To her surprise, she found her sister remarkably conservative and innocent, validating Yi Fan's previous claims. Nami, what is going on with your face? Nojiko observed her sister's reddened complexion, suspecting she might have seen something inappropriate. Leaning in conspiratorially, Nami whispered, Sister, what did you see? Tell me. I won't breathe a word to anyone. How could Nokigao possibly inform Nami about such matters? It's nothing. I simply didn't consider you. Clearly, this was intended to mislead the other party into believing that they were somehow connected to oneself. Consequently, Nami lost interest as night fell. The village of Caucasia was engulfed in a fervent celebration. The nefarious dragon pirate crew, which had oppressed them for so long, had been vanquished, and the complacent navy had also faced retribution. The gratitude for Yi Fan, their great benefactor, was immense. It was also Yi Fan's first experience of intoxication, leaving him in a state of exhilaration. Alcohol can indeed lead to misunderstandings, as many are aware. Yet, it seems the intended target might have been mistaken. The Marine headquarters in the New World, Marineford. This location serves as the residence for most of the Navy personnel's families. The town is vibrant and tranquil, with colossal walls inscribed with the word Navy, alongside the emblem of a seagull clutching a scale, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order. As the headquarters of the Navy, it is also a place of business. Heavily fortified, the morale of the soldiers here is incomparable to that of the underlings of East Blue's Captain Rat. The soldiers, clad in immaculate uniforms, stand tall and dignified, exuding an air of military decorum and authority. In a stern office atmosphere, a man with green curly hair, donning sunglasses, thick lips, and dressed in a white shirt with blue stripes, draped in a naval cloak, stood at the forefront. He is none other than Lieutenant Commander Branu of the Marine headquarters. The whiteboard behind him is plastered with numerous wanted posters, including those of Yi Fan and Luffy. Recently, a multitude of new pirates have emerged in the East Blue, among them Ostrovsky D, Yi Fan, and Monkey D. Luffy, both of whom are quintessential examples. Particularly, Ostrovsky D. Yi Fan has showcased ice manipulation and teleportation abilities, decisively defeating both the Buggy pirate crew and the Dragon pirate crew with overwhelming strength, leading to a preliminary bounty of 50 million berries. The Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy, has also triumphed over Marine Colonel Monka, the Buggy pirate crew, and pirate Admiral Kuro. His bounty has been set at 30 million berries. Such malevolent trends must be eradicated swiftly to prevent the further growth of their influence. Pointing at the wanted posters on the whiteboard, Branu spoke sternly. Indeed, the other Marines present rose in unison, affirming their resolve. The emergence of two pirate crews in the East Blue is indeed a cause for concern. In the holy land of Mariehua, the financial warlord, Aizelan, clad in a white robe, bald, bespectacled, and wielding a katana, stood alongside the agricultural warlord, Shepherd X. Peter, dressed in a deep red suit without a bow tie. Golden-haired with a matching beard, a scar across his chest, the legal warlord, Topman V. Watchley, donned a dark green suit, bald with a pair of curled mustaches, a birthmark adorning his forehead. The environmental warlord, Marcus M. Maz, sported a deep blue suit, long white hair, and an extensive beard. The scientific defense warlord Jigaru Satan, dressed in black with white curly hair and a fluffy white beard, a flat cap atop his head, and a scar on his left cheek. These 5 esteemed leaders of the world government, the pillars of its authority, bore expressions of grave seriousness that a closer inspection would reveal a profound fear hidden within their pupils. The surname Ostrovsky has resurfaced. The monkey family's scion is also beginning to make waves. Perhaps it is prudent to observe further. Ostrovsky's movements warrant careful monitoring. With that, the discussion concluded, and the room was engulfed in darkness. In Windmill village of the East Blue, Makino gazed at the 2 wanted posters, unable to suppress her smile, radiating happiness. Her brother, Luffy, has now become a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries. She has not forgotten her promise to him, firmly believing that he would not deceive her. She will patiently await his return to take her away. Looking towards the distant sky, Makino felt a surge of joy within her heart. Meanwhile, after Yifan had intercepted Nami, Luffy, perhaps under the influence of the world's will, found a new navigator. This one, a strikingly beautiful woman named Wendy, with long, deep blue hair, a captivating figure, and long legs, was encountered in a small town on his way to the Grand Line after defeating pirate Admiral Kuro. Utilizing his protagonist charm, he successfully recruited her, and she gladly joined the Straw Hat Pirates. At the Leviathan Mountain, Yifan observed the unique spectacle of the ocean's waters flowing uphill, truly a marvel. Such is the enchanting world of pirates, where anything is possible. Nami and Nokigao, astonished, marveled at the surrounding turbulent waves and the upward-flowing sea. Had they not departed from Kokasia village, they would have never known of such wondrous places in the world. Indeed, Nokigao chose to sail with Yifan due to a little secret they shared. One Nami is oblivious to, stemming from a drunken mishap. Originally, Yifan intended to impress by traversing the calm belt into the Grand Line, as one could easily hypnotize a sea king for propulsion. However, considering Nami and Nokigao's presence, such a choice seemed perilous. Thus, Yifan opted for a route mirroring Luffy's, entering the Grand Line via Reverse Mountain. Yifan was aware that he was now a pirate with a bounty. Nokigao and Nami were yet unaware of this. Thus, no bounty had been placed on them. Yifan contemplated acquiring more rewards to provide them with items of special abilities for their protection, or perhaps waiting for a suitable devil fruit for them to consume. Being a non-devil fruit user, he had no fear of the sea. How fascinating it is. Had he remained in Kokasia village, he would have never discovered such extraordinary places in the world. Nokigao had also grown accustomed to life adrift at sea. Indeed, she felt that something about herself had changed recently, although she could not pinpoint what it was. Initially, she thought her sister would never embark on a journey with her, yet was surprised when the latter agreed. The transformation in her sister was profound, though she could not articulate what was different. It was entirely normal for Nami to remain unaware of the underlying reason, as she had not yet been consumed. Nokigao understood the cause. She had been indulging in forbidden fruit every night. Such delightful escapades were not something Yifan would refuse, contributing to the changes in Nokigao, making her even more alluring. Perhaps it was the new environment that had lifted her spirits and consequently transformed her physique. After casting a glance at Yifan, she hastily offered a vague explanation, deflecting any inquiry, as the initial encounter had been an accident. Nokigao had yet to devise a way to explain this to Nami, so she chose to keep it under wraps for the time being. Is that so? Nami pondered, not delving deeper. She had heard that environments could alter a person, never realizing how true that was. Little did she suspect the intimate connection between the two. The vast red earth continent rendered everyone small in comparison. Following the reverse-flowing waters, Yifan navigated the Empress towards the horizon. This illustrates humanity's awe in the face of nature and the formidable power of nature-type devil fruits. Nami and Nokigao cowered in the cabin, terrified by the surrounding gales and tumultuous weather. They clung tightly to sturdy objects, unable to steady themselves against the fierce waves. Yifan stood on the deck, relishing the refreshing breeze, feeling the thrill of adventure at last, glancing at his crown skull flag. Though it appeared somewhat rustic, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This was indeed a fitting emblem for his pirate crew. Whoa! Having traversed the ascending red earth, they reached the pinnacle before commencing a rapid descent. This experience evokes memories of high school physics, where such problems frequently appeared in examinations. Point 1 would encounter scenarios involving an object on an incline, necessitating the analysis of forces or calculating the time taken to traverse a distance, as well as determining the final velocity. Even in this alternate realm, the recollections of high school remain vivid. In the Grand Line, a conventional compass proves utterly ineffective. Instead, one must rely on a log pose for navigation. Without it, one would be akin to a headless fly, devoid of direction. Fan recalled that there was an old man possessing a log pose, and he could seek to borrow it. This individual was the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. Undoubtedly a formidable figure. Fan believed it prudent to avoid confrontation, but if the old man refused assistance, force would become a necessity. Having opted not to venture to Log Town, Fan pressed directly into the Grand Line. Knowing that at this moment, Luffy had yet to arrive at Log Town to gather supplies. After all, Fan had traversed several days ahead of Usopp and Sanji. Time was ample, and concerning Nefer D. Vivi, Fan could only gamble on finding her at Whiskey Peak. If not, it would be of little consequence. The potential disruption to his plans did not seem worth the risk. Moreover, upon reflection, the significance of the individual in question appeared substantial. Considering even had dispatched the Gorosei to capture her, this underscored her importance. Truthfully, Fan lacked the strength to oppose the world at present. He was merely at the level of an admiral, capable of countering with various methods, but lacking in haki. If only he could replicate the 3 types of haki, his power would be greatly enhanced. The ancestral vampire's augmentation of Fan's physical form was indeed extraordinary. The adage that only a dead ox does not tread upon the fields held no validity for him. As the ship glided swiftly downward, Fan caught sight of the massive whale Laboon and heard its cries. Although he felt sympathy for Laboon's plight and could utilize the flying thunder god technique to transport it, such an endeavor would likely prove perilous due to the immense energy required. Even Bonnie's ability to alter others' would not make the task any easier. Thus, such an extraordinary capability imposes a substantial toll on the user, as the human body is fundamentally different from that of a whale. What is happening? Upon hearing the peculiar sounds, Nami and Nojiko supported each other as they approached Fan, inquiring about the disturbance. Fan grasped each of them to ensure their safety, not out of selfish intent. It's nothing. There's merely a gigantic whale ahead. Fear not, for I am here. These simple words instilled a profound sense of security in both of them, as if danger could not touch them with Fan present. That's enormous. They gazed ahead, where the creature loomed like a colossal black wall. If it had eyes on either side, it would be indistinguishable from a whale. This sight far exceeded their imaginations. Representing the largest creature they had ever encountered, their mouths agape in disbelief, Fan, however, was captivated. He could not offer a fair assessment, but if he were to speak candidly, he would say that Nami possessed greater talent. Comparisons in other aspects were momentarily set aside. Having never experienced such a phenomenon, Fan was a person of meticulous nature, thus feeling somewhat unsettled. Hold on tight. As they approached, they were nearing the Grand Line. The ship, propelled by the dual forces of gravitational acceleration and swift currents, surged forward at a breathtaking pace, and a moment's lapse in caution could result in being swept into the turbulent waters. Hearing Fan's call, Nami and Nojiko clung tightly to his arm. Their proximity highlighted the slight disparity between the two women, with Nojiko showing signs of catching up thanks to Fan's assistance. As the ship neared the colossal whale, Fan dispatched a gold coin and invoked the flying thunder god technique. Suddenly, the vessel vanished from the steep Leviathan Mount, T-Twin Cape. A figure resembling a saffron flower appeared, its petals a combination of purple and yellow. The robust man, with a notably wide jaw and wearing spectacles, donned a pink shirt adorned with yellow and green patterns, complemented by light blue shorts and sandals. A scar marked his left arm, and he wore a green gemstone bracelet while leisurely basking in the sun, perusing a newspaper. This man was Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, a master endowed with formidable observation haki. Suddenly, Crocus turned his gaze toward Laboon's side, and in the next instant, a pirate ship materialized out of thin air. How intriguing, a fascinating young lad. The old man mused, as it had been many years since anyone of interest had visited Twin Cape. Observing the ship with a young man and two women, he recognized the lad's abilities, noting that the young man bore a striking resemblance to his own youth. Finally arriving in a tranquil sea, Nami and Nojiko experienced a sense of relief. Their immediate concern was to check on the orange trees they had planted on the ship before leaving Kokoyashi village. Fan welcomed such endeavors, as sailing the seas with a touch of greenery and fresh fruit was delightful. But more importantly, it served as a reminder of the sisters' longing for their adoptive mother. Discovering that the orange trees had shed some leaves and suffered a few broken branches but were otherwise unharmed brought them solace. Yifan observed the elderly man basking in the sun and reading that he felt compelled to pay a visit, not only to express gratitude, but also to seek to replicate the man's observation haki. He pondered the level of mastery the old man had achieved. Was it on par with Charlotte Kakuri, who could glimpse fragments of the future? After all, Katakuri had been Luffy's mentor in observation haki, and his prowess was undoubtedly among the elite in the world of pirates. Nami, steer the ship over. Let us pay our respects to this individual. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Nami followed his gaze and indeed spotted the old man nearby. As the navigator aboard Yifan's ship, she had the responsibility of steering. Meanwhile, Nojiko took on the role of chef, preparing meals daily for Yifan. Being an emperor, he naturally delegated such tasks to others, for he was quite busy in the evenings. One should not underestimate the complexity of such endeavors. Excuse me, good sir, may I inquire about the next course of action upon entering the Grand Line? Sometimes, making a favorable impression is of paramount importance. Being polite and courteous might yield unexpected rewards. Nami glanced at her compass, which was behaving erratically, hopping from side to side without settling on a precise direction. How is this possible? Is my compass broken? Upon hearing Yifan's inquiry about their next route, Nami instinctively checked her compass. After all, her dream was to chart every map in the world, and her identity as a navigator made this moment particularly perplexing. The scene before her was utterly incomprehensible, prompting her to express her astonishment. Nojiko also looked over, equally bewildered by the situation. Although Yifan was unaware of the specifics, he could not articulate this. You dare venture into the Grand Line without knowledge? Here, all conventional wisdom is rendered ineffective. The islands are rich in magnetic minerals, rendering standard compasses useless. Only a log pose or a permanent pointer will suffice. Observing the trio's ignorance as they embarked on their journey through the Grand Line, Yifan thought to himself how the youth of today seemed blissfully unaware of the potential dangers. Should one become lost at sea, they could perish regardless of how powerful they might be. Even the Pirate King could succumb to hunger or thirst. Old man, I have one here. Take it as a gift, for it serves no purpose to me. Crocus retrieved a covered log pointer from behind him and tossed it to Yifan. Thank you, uncle. Yifan expressed his gratitude before handing the pointer to Nami. Upon receiving it, Nami immediately began to examine it, quickly realizing that it produced the same effect. Yifan then leaped directly to Crocus's side. He had yet to replicate the other's observation haki, so he wondered how he could approach so freely. Hello, Uncle, I am Ostrovsky D. Yifan. A simple handshake was the most direct method of introduction. The ability to replicate required physical contact with the other person. Crocus paused upon hearing Yifan's name, surprised to find that the handsome youth bore a din his name. As a member of the Roger Pirates, he was aware of the significance behind it. Observing the formal gesture of the outstretched hand, he had no inkling that Yifan's intention was to replicate his observation haki. In the instant their hands met, Yifan felt a peculiar power resonate within him. Previously, he had relied solely on his innate perception to sense his surroundings, but with the acquisition of observation haki, he felt fundamentally transformed. His mind seemed to function like a radar, capable of detecting the slightest movements around him. Regrettably, Crocus's observation haki had not yet reached the level of precognition, and he was also unable to use armament haki, which left Yifan somewhat disheartened. However, impressed by Crocus's politeness, the two quickly engaged in conversation. Just then, the whale Labu in the sea suddenly became agitated, thrashing about and creating immense waves that pushed Yifan's ship away. Nami and Nojiko on board clung tightly to the railings. Witnessing this commotion, Both Yi Fan and Crocus's expressions shifted. "Young man, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again." Why Yi Fan understood that Crocus was heading off to tend to the whale with an injection. Such matters were best left to the Straw Hat Pirates. "Farewell, uncle." Crocus then leapt onto the back of the whale Labu, whose home lay within its body, while Yi Fan returned to his own ship. "Yi Fan, what were you two discussing that seemed so enjoyable?" Upon Yi Fan's return, Nami, who had been focused on the log pointer, noticed it was pointing in a specific direction, mapping out their course. Nojiko, curious about their earlier conversation, observed that Yi Fan appeared to be in high spirits. Had it not been for Nami's presence, she might have rushed forward to embrace him. "Oh, nothing much. I didn't expect that uncle to be a member of the Roger Pirates." A ship's doctored, in truth, Yi Fan had known all along, but chose not to reveal it. Nami and Nojiko, upon learning this, were utterly astonished, their mouths agape as they looked at Yi Fan. What? That was the Roger Pirates. Even a mere deckhand among them could potentially rise to the ranks of the four emperors. Each crew member was formidable, their strength not to be underestimated. Figures like Silver's Rayleigh and Kazuki Oden were legendary throughout the world. Thus, upon discovering Crocus's identity, the two were deeply shocked. The title of Pirate King was a dream cherished by all pirates. Well, it's just the title of Pirate King, isn't it? I, too, can attain that name in the future. And then it won't seem so astonishing that as long as the system was in place, nothing would pose a challenge. The Hito no Mi, mythical Zoan, Nika form, one of the most absurd abilities in existence. Yi Fan truly desired to engage in a duel with the other, to witness just how extraordinary that fruit was. Clearly, Nami and Nojiko interpreted Yi Fan's words as jest, dismissing them lightly. Becoming the Pirate King was no simple feat. Their dreams were merely to live their lives well. Noticing their skepticism, Yi Fan chose not to elaborate further. Time would be the true testament to everything. The three navigated the Emperor away from Twin Cape, heading towards Whiskey Peak. Meanwhile, in the distance behind Yi Fan's ship, Crocus, after administering a tranquilizer to Labu, gazed in the direction Yi Fan had departed. He wondered if this youth was the one Roger had awaited. Today's youth truly were formidable. They were all monsters. Although Yi Fan had not showcased his abilities, Crocus could sense an imposing pressure, realizing he was indeed growing old. Matters of this world were no longer his concern. He would simply enjoy the remainder of his days, leaving Twin Cape for Whiskey Peak. During their journey, Yi Fan engaged in fishing. Yes, he was simply too idle and unsure of what to occupy himself with. Ever since merging with the bloodline of the progenitor vampire, Yi Fan had scarcely felt any pressure. In such circumstances, there was only one way to enhance his strength: combat. Only by facing opponents of comparable strength could he progress more swiftly. Sitting at the bow of the ship, Yi Fan held a fishing rod, knowing that in these waters he could catch anything imaginable, all remarkably fresh. He even attempted the country's traditional method of eating, opting for raw consumption. However, it was evident that this did not suit him. Even with seasoning, it remained somewhat unpalatable. Yet, not all fish were like that. There was a certain type of fish that, even raw, was incredibly delicious and sweet. With a short, sturdy body, elongated tapered shape, forked tail, bright colors from the underside to the sides, deep blue upper body, dark fins, and slightly yellowish small fins with a black base. It was none other than tuna. Yi Fan had not anticipated that upon arriving in this different world, he would have the opportunity to enjoy such delicacies. In his past life, his monthly living expenses barely covered. But enough of that. Some are born into privilege, while others into hardship. Due to this unique flavor, Yi Fan decided to fish for more, preserving it for later enjoyment. Once he established his own influence in the new world, he could truly indulge in these delights. However, unlike Yi Fan, Nami and Nojiko had never tasted such fish before. It was their first experience with this kind of fish meat, and although this world was predominantly oceanic, the fishermen in Kokoyashi village had yet to catch such a fish. What kind of fish is this? The taste is exquisite, Nami exclaimed, delicately slicing a small piece of fish meat from the fillet with a knife and placing it in her mouth. Instantly, her face lit up with a look of satisfaction and happiness. It was far superior to anything she had tasted before, completely devoid of any fishy odor. "Sister, you must try it too." A small piece was then cut off for Nokigo to taste. After years of culinary experience, Nokigo was immediately captivated by this unique texture, a flavor she had never encountered before. Instantly, several preparations began to form in her mind, pondering how such a texture and meat quality could be achieved. A light pan-sear paired with red wine. Only in this manner could the exquisite taste of the sashimi be preserved. Nokigo plucked a few oranges from a nearby tree, sliced them open, and drizzled the juice over the tuna, enhancing its freshness even further. Consequently, the two women urged Yefan to catch more tuna, uncertain whether they would encounter such fish again after departing from this sea. This notion aligned perfectly with Yefan's thoughts. Possessing freezing abilities, he knew that while thawing might slightly affect the texture, it would not diminish it significantly. Given the size of the boat, it would be a waste of space not to prepare more. Furthermore, this was the finest quality bluefin tuna. Each fish caught would be immediately frozen to maintain optimal freshness. As they sailed towards Whiskey Peak, Yefan and his companions arrived late in the evening. Upon docking, they were warmly welcomed by the townspeople, which left Yefan somewhat disappointed to find that Princess Vivi was absent, a sign of their lack of fate together. Yet, he did not press the matter. After all, this world was not short of people. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our little town. Welcome to hospitable Whiskey Peak. The townsfolk greeted Yefan and his companions with great enthusiasm, even upon seeing the Jolly Roger of the Emperors. There was no hint of panic, which was quite unusual for a town in the face of pirates. Nami, ever observant, immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere, exchanging a knowing glance with Yefan. Meanwhile, Nokigo cheerfully greeted everyone, her inherently kind nature leading her to view them as good pirates, thus finding no oddity in the warm welcome. Ikolum, observing the three pirates, recognized he was unfamiliar with the two women, but the leader was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. If he could capture him, it would mean a handsome reward from the Navy. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. I'm Ikolum, the mayor of Whiskey Peak. Our town is renowned for its wine and music, and we shall treat our distant guests well. Yefan noted the mayor's friendly demeanor, yet his knowledge of the storyline alerted him to Ikolum's ulterior motives, seeking to trade his head for a bounty. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, mistakenly believing Yefan and his companions to be heroes. Capitalizing on the festive atmosphere, Yefan joined in the revelry, enjoying the food and free music. Greetings, Mayor. I am Yefan. Unconcerned by the gravity of the situation, Yefan, emboldened by his newfound powers, did not consider himself a good person. Amidst the applause, Yefan and his companions were invited into a tavern. The table was laden with delectable dishes and fine wines, accompanied by charmingly adorned women. Clearly, the preparations were thorough, employing seduction, fine wine, and gourmet food. Let's raise a glass to our guests from afar. Cheers, cheers! The entire tavern erupted in a chorus of clinking glasses. Nami and Yefan exchanged knowing smiles and joined in the toast. Yefan aimed to leave a lasting impression on Nokigo, believing that sheltered flowers could not thrive without facing the elements, should he encounter a suitable and powerful fruit here. He would not let the opportunity slip away. He must prepare for Nami, Nokigo, and others. Come, let us not squander the goodwill of our hosts. Cheers! Ikolum, witnessing the trio's joy, felt a weight lift from his shoulders, his heart racing with excitement at the thought of capturing a pirate worth 50 million berries so easily. Once they had imbibed enough, they'd be defenseless against him. The atmosphere of music, wine, and beauty was intoxicating. The perfect setting for a lapse in vigilance. Soon, Yefan feigned intoxication, resting his head on the table and drifting into slumber. Although the tavern offered many beautiful women, with Nami and Nokigo present, he felt regret at the missed opportunity. Observing Yefan's unconscious state and noticing that her sister had also indulged a bit too much, Nami realized it was her turn to succumb. What a delight. Let us all drink together. She downed a large barrel of wine, swaying before collapsing. Her acting was commendable. While she might not win an Oscar, she could certainly be a contender. Guests, esteemed guests, wake up. Let us continue drinking. Ikolum called out a few times, and upon seeing the trio unresponsive, he felt assured enough to depart. Given their consumption, even if they awoke, it would likely be around noon. Although Icolum was embedded within Baroque works, his disdain for pirates was palpable, stemming from the fact that it was pirates who had invaded their kingdom of Alabasta, bringing ruin. Such individuals deserved extermination. A pirate was a pirate. Yefon's actions provided Icolum an opportunity. Recognizing that the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guards was not entirely wicked, he intended to behead them and turn their heads to the Navy for a 50 million berry reward. A cold tone laced with hatred escaped Icolum's lips, yet he concealed his true feelings well, having hidden alongside Princess Vivi to investigate Baroque works. Once a happy nation, all had changed with the arrival of those pirates. Rest assured, this is a 50 million berry bounty. We are about to strike it rich. I have never seen a pirate with such a high bounty. It's exhilarating. Let me handle this. Soon, I too shall be known as a pirate hunter who has slain a 50 million berry pirate. This small town was a gathering place for many bounty hunters, employing such methods to hunt pirates over the years, reaping considerable rewards, and this time promised to be the most lucrative yet. Excitement coursed through them, believing the bounty to be easy pickings, considering Yefon lay prone before them. They had already been given their chance. It was clear Yefon was not the main character. Nami, wake up. They are about to make their move. The sudden proclamation froze everyone in place, slowly turning to regard the seemingly unconscious Yefon. Stunned, their eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not been drunk? How is this possible? They wondered, realizing Yefon must have been aware of their plot all along, feigning drunkenness. Nami, now awake, grasped the situation, noting that her sister had been overly complacent and could use some training. Yefon, channeling his magic, enveloped his hands in shimmering light, using restorative magic to awaken Nokigo, allowing her to witness the unfolding events. What is happening? Nokigo, still bewildered, looked around, seeking answers. Yefon, Nami, what is going on? After standing up, she stretched languidly and, at that moment, finally took stock of her surroundings. One by one, individuals brandishing knives were confronting them, as if intent on taking their lives. Nami slapped her forehead, observing her somewhat dazed sister, who seemed to be rather slow on the uptake. Sister, these people aim to get us drunk and then kill us to exchange for money with the Navy. She approached the adversaries with a serious demeanor, earnestly stating, this is no mere child's play. Lives are at stake. That moment, Nami realized that her sister had yet to acclimate to the treacherous world of pirates, rife with deceit and cunning. Her heart still retained a semblance of innocence, which was the most perilous vulnerability in the Grand Line and New World. It was no wonder that Yifan had refrained from informing her directly, choosing instead to convey the lesson through this experience. She also understood why Yifan had not opted for a direct confrontation. What? Noki, on high alert, surveyed the surrounding individuals, her surprise evident. She hadn't anticipated that their hospitality was merely a facade designed to lower their defenses. Had it not been for Yifan and Nami, she might have already met her demise. This realization filled Noki with profound sorrow and self-reproach. Why had she failed to see the truth? In that moment, her mindset underwent a dramatic shift. She yearned for strength, determined to not only refrain from being a burden to Yifan, but to actively support him. Her anger flared as she regarded those who sought to harm her beloved. What are we afraid of? Even if they know, so what? Are we to fear one person with so many of us? Just a pirate accompanied by two hangers-on. I refuse to believe that taking down these two girls won't force him to yield. The two female pirates possessed striking appearances. It would indeed be a shame to hand them over to the Navy. They could first upon spotting Yifan and the others. Some remained blissfully ignorant of the perils they faced, genuinely believing that sheer numbers could triumph over a bounty of 50 million berries. Even if they could, it certainly wouldn't be with such feeble opponents. Particularly, some had exhibited lewd behavior, igniting Yifan's wrath. Originally destined for death, they now dared to provoke him further, testing the limits of his fury on the precipice of annihilation. Why Yifan smiled. It was the first time he had smiled since arriving in this alternate world. Those familiar with him knew precisely what that smile signified. Frozen for 1,000 miles, the frigid aura emanating from Yifan surged forth like a tempest, swiftly enveloping the entire scene. His eyes gleamed with a chilling blue light, as if the ice god himself had descended upon the earth. Under the shroud of cold, everything around began to gradually freeze. All objects affected by the icy breath rapidly crystallized, the frost-laden area expanding until it soon encompassed hundreds of meters. Yet, as the chill spread, Yi Fan meticulously controlled his power to bypass Nami and Noki, creating invisible boundaries around them that excluded them from the influence of his frost. The others present were ensnared by the cold. Instantly encased in ice, some, in a state of panic, attempted to flee, but under the overwhelming frost, they had no time to react before being rendered immobile. The entire scene transformed into a frigid and silent tableau. The frozen individuals resembling ice sculptures, suspended in time, with only Yi Fan and his companions remaining unscathed. This display of formidable strength and control once again altered Nami and Naka's perception of Yi Fan's abilities. The room appeared as if crafted from ice, and Noki and her sister, clad in light attire, trembled from the cold. Why, Yi Fan, it's so cold. Indeed, it is too frigid. The chill had reddened their skin, a testament to the sheer power of Yi Fan's ice magic. Given that both were ordinary individuals, they felt the bite of the cold at temperatures below 18 degrees. Observing their plight, Yi Fan resolved to transport them back to the ship to warm up. I'll take you back to the ship first. He had left a mark on the Emperor's ship for easy return. However, he needed to leave a sign here in advance, as he intended to return shortly to collect his spoils. Even the smallest of mosquitoes is still meat. Nami and Noki assumed he would take them back, only to find themselves suddenly cradled in his arms, and the next moment they materialized on the vessel anchored in the river at the town center. This abrupt change elicited gasps of astonishment from Nami and Noki, their eyes widening in disbelief at such swift maneuvering. However, the cold was no longer an issue, having been resolved. You two rest here for a moment while I gather my bounty. Noting their puzzled expressions, yet recognizing their understanding, Yi Fan felt reassured. They were quite perceptive. This time, even Noki grasped the harsh realities of this world. This was not the East Blue. They were in the Grand Line, a perilous locale. Despite their seemingly smooth journey thus far, it was merely luck that had spared them from extreme weather. Later that evening, Yi Fan planned to offer them a choice. The ability of the vampire's thrall could transform individuals into vampires, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities that a progenitor with ancient bloodlines. Those he bit would become first-generation vampires, a considerable boon to their strength. All right. After Yi Fan departed, the two women stepped outside their cabin. Gazing at the silver-coated landscape, the entire town lay encased in ice, and they realized they had underestimated Yi Fan's power. He possessed the ability to alter the environment, truly terrifying, upon returning from Whiskey Peak. Yi Fan surveyed his point total with dismay. He was utterly broke. He had scoured the town, only to discover a mere 10 million berries. And no wonder he had been so excited upon learning of Luffy's 30 million. He had thought himself wealthy, only to find they were all paupers. 10 minutes after Yi Fan and the others left, a man with black hair and a typical complexion, sporting freckles on his cheeks and adorned with the emblem of the White-Beard Pirates, appeared. He wore an orange cowboy hat with badges reading smile and sadness, and a necklace of red beads. As he stood atop a small boat belching flames, he surveyed the icy town in confusion. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. The climate here was not typically so frigid. Ace, in pursuit of Blackbeard and sensing a powerful energy nearby, had come to investigate but seemed to have arrived too late. With that, Ace turned to leave, as he had an important mission to complete. His subordinate had killed the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, and Ace felt an undeniable responsibility to rectify the situation, determined to capture him and present him to Whitebeard for judgment. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was en route to the Little Garden, where 2 formidable giants awaited him, whom he hoped to recruit. Although Yi Fan was immensely powerful, he recognized the necessity of having a few strong pirate subordinates beneath him. His sights were set on those 2 giants and their associated crew, the giant warrior pirates, as he had his own grand designs in mind. So, what will it be? Have you made your decision? Upon returning, he presented Nami and Noki with a choice, but he was not insistent. The transformations he described were clear. They would become more powerful, unlike the devil fruit, and would retain the ability to enter the sea. Nami and Noki gazed at Yi Fan, astonished that such extraordinary beings existed in their world. However, their thoughts diverged. Nami was not as enticed, While Noki found the proposition appealing, for her, it presented a remarkable opportunity. Stirring her inner desire, I can do it. This decision was one she had contemplated deeply before arriving at it. After Yi Fan departed, she engaged in a conversation with Nami regarding the matter. Ultimately, if everything relies on Yefan, then the others appear to be rather ineffectual. It is not necessary to be overwhelmingly strong. Possessing the ability for self-preservation suffices. Clearly, no Kigo has underestimated the formidable power of the vampire lineage. Although it may not be the ancestral bloodline, the enhancements to the body are indeed quite extraordinary. Vampires possess abilities such as transcending human physical strength, speed, and perception, manipulating the weather to create supernatural darkness, conjuring a nighttime canopy to obscure sunlight, an extended lifespan, and remarkable regenerative capabilities. Sister Nami, observing her elder sibling, was about to say something when she was interrupted by no Kigo. Nami, I understand what you wish to convey. I have already made my decision. There is nothing to fear about bloodsucking. What is truly terrifying is lacking the strength to protect one's loved ones. The recent experiences reminded no Kigo of her childhood. Watching her adoptive mother, and the time when the vicious dragon invaded their village. Had she possessed power back then, she could have shielded those dear to her from harm. Now, the opportunity lay before her, and she must seize it resolutely. This choice would later contribute to the emergence of a top-tier powerhouse in the world of pirates, the captain of the Dark Pirate crew under the Emperor Pirate crew. Seeing her sister's unwavering resolve, Nami refrained from saying more. From here on, it was sufficient to entrust matters to Yefan. Initially, Yefan had been concerned that no one would be willing. It seemed he had overthought. However, there were many methods to make the other party his kin. Draining no Kigo's blood and then feeding her his own would create a new bloodline, where he could allow her to consume his blood directly or utilize specific methods for transformation. Yefan believed that allowing her to drink his blood was the safest approach. During the transformation, there might be some discomfort, but it was manageable. With that, Yefan sliced open his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. This was no ordinary blood, but essence. His complexion immediately paled, revealing a sign of profound weakness. Yefan, are you all right? Nami and no Kigo were taken aback by the extent of energy this single drop of blood had consumed, since becoming acquainted with Yefan and understanding his strength. It was the first time they had witnessed him in such a weakened state. They hurried to his side, tending to him with great concern, fearing that he might suffer an adverse reaction. I'm fine. I've just expended a bit too much energy that a brief rest and some nourishment will suffice. Yefan himself had not anticipated that producing a single drop of essence would feel akin to losing half his life. His body ached, limbs felt heavy, as though he had been drained of all vigor after excessive toil he needed. With restorative magic, Yefan would soon recover. Since the atmosphere had reached this point, he intended to make the most of it. He was indeed feeling rather unwell. No Kigo, you can consume it directly. Yefan was somewhat eager to witness the changes that would accompany her transformation into a vampire. After all, fair skin and beauty were hallmarks of vampires, with each one a stunning beauty. Although no Kigo's current sun-kissed complexion had its own charm, fair and tender skin was undeniably preferable. Much like Nico Robin, the transformation from her current appearance to that of 2 years hence would be strikingly significant. It would be as though she were an entirely different person, and in 2 years, she would be capable of rivaling Nami. No Kigo cast a glance at Yefan, understanding the sacrifices he had made for her to become stronger and grow. Without hesitation, she swallowed the drop of blood, and Yefan attentively observed her transformation, prepared to employ restorative magic at any moment should anything unexpected occur. Nami, however, looked on with a hint of worry for her sister. As the blood coursed through her, no Kigo felt a warmth envelop her belly, followed by a sharp pain. The intensity of the agony caused her to curl up, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yefan utilized restorative magic to alleviate her suffering. Under the glow of green light, she noticeably felt better, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, never uttering a sound. This formidable willpower surprised Yefan. "Dear, is she all right?" Nami asked, her concern for her sister palpable. No Kigo was one of her last 2 remaining family members in this world, immensely important to her. "Do not worry. She is fine. With me here, she is safe." Right now, her body is undergoing enhancement and transformation. It may be somewhat painful, but it will pass. Yefan was uncertain if his assumptions were correct, but the reality was indeed as he speculated. The complex transformation of a mortal body into that of a vampire required immense energy. Otherwise, Yefan would not have experienced such a considerable depletion as time progressed. A dark luminescence enveloped no Kigo, dense and reminiscent of smoke. This unexpected development prompted Nami to glance at Yefan, her eyes silently questioning what was occurring. Though Yefan was uncertain of the specifics, he felt reassured that no Kigo's condition was stable, even thriving. Her physical strength was gradually increasing, and her aura grew richer. As the black glow intensified, no Kigo became shrouded in its embrace. Rest assured, nothing is amiss. I can sense that no Kigo's body is progressing positively. Yefan comforted Nami. Squeezing her hand, he understood her emotions. This transformation process was unlike any he had witnessed in his past life. Perhaps due to the fact that his blood was of ancestral origin. The radiant glow persisted for approximately 5 minutes. How powerful! Yefan felt the energy coalescing at a single point and instinctively shielded Nami behind him. In the next moment, a tremendous wave of energy erupted, causing violent explosions in the surrounding waters. As the light faded, a beautiful woman materialized before Yefan and Nami. No Kigo's complexion had turned pale, akin to pure and smooth white jade. Her eyes now deep and shadowy, pupils dilated, exuding an insatiable thirst and an air of mystery. Her teeth had sharpened to a fine point, glinting with a chilling brilliance. Her aura now radiated nobility and enigma, exuding an unparalleled charm and authority. Witnessing her transformation, Yefan was astounded. It was as though the power of a fruit had beautified her. Sister, Nami gazed in disbelief at the woman before her, the only recognizable feature being her hair. Everything else seemed utterly transformed, particularly her bosom. Without any movement, her aura remained captivating, but with even the slightest motion, that essence vanished completely. Is my transformation truly that drastic? No Kigo asked, observing Yefan and Nami's astonished expressions. She only felt the shift in her own powered as for her appearance. She noted only her fair skin, akin to immaculate jade. She sensed her teeth and realized she could control them freely. Her voice remained unchanged, unmistakably no Kigo. Curious about her current appearance, she wished to see more. The piercing screams reverberated across the sea surface, a testament to the formidable power of that sound. After all, while no Kigo's current strength may not match the battle techniques of a general, there was no doubt about her ability to serve as a backup. Gazing into the mirror, no Kigo found it hard to believe that the reflection was indeed her own. Touching her face, she marveled at the surreal transformation. Women have an inherent love for beauty, and this change brought her immense satisfaction. Standing beside Nami, the stark contrast would be undeniable, evoking a tinge of jealousy within Nami. That no Kigo's radiant appearance made Nami seem rather dark in comparison. And her physique was eclipsed in every aspect. With such formidable power, no Kigo felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, eager to explore her newfound abilities. Meanwhile, Yefan had also developed several practical skills after acquiring the bloodline of the vampire progenitor. The demon wings, a pair of enormous vampire wings, coalesced from his back, cloaked in hues of black or dark red, exuding an aura of profound mystery. When unfurled, the wings radiated a deep luminescence, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, shimmering with an enchanting glow. The remainder of his powers remained undeveloped for the time, being AS for mind control and extrasensory perception. Those were innate abilities of vampires. Since no Kigo did not undergo a direct integration with the system, she needed to familiarize herself with and master her powers independently. The best method for this was through combat, enduring blows. This was the most effective way to gain mastery over one's abilities. Only in the throes of desperation could one experience rapid growth. What no Kigo currently lacked was experience. All else was within her grasp, in contrast to Yefan's dark red wings interspersed with faint golden glimmers. No Kigo's wings were a complete shade of dark red. Nami observed the two soaring through the air, her envy unmistakable. Noticing Nami's expression below, Yi Fan dashed over and embraced her. "Are you envious? Allow me to share the experience of flying like a bird with you." He had been so engrossed in experimentation that he nearly forgot about the little thief. Though she protested that it was unnecessary, women often express the opposite of their true desires, Tian Boguang remarked. That makes sense. As they soared through the sky, the breeze enveloped them, creating a sensation of merging with the heavens. From their lofty perch, the sea appeared as a glimmering emerald jewel, sparkling with a myriad of lights. Undulating gracefully, a breathtaking sight. Below, the waves surged and rippled, reminiscent of nature's most exquisite melodies. The water transitioned from deep blue to pale azure, culminating in a vivid azure shoreline contrasted against pristine white sands. Painting a stunning seascape, the trio's gaze pierced through the clouds, spotting the horizon where the cerulean sky met the ocean, crafting an endless tapestry of beauty. Sunlight danced upon the waves, casting brilliant rays akin to countless diamonds shimmering in the light. Such a magnificent vista was unattainable from below. The warmth of the scene filled Nami with profound happiness. No Kigo, observing her sister, felt a pang of envy, knowing her own experiences were limited to the night. Nevertheless, she remained content with her circumstances. Half an hour prior, the Whiskey Peak, one of the Baroque work strongholds, lay in ruins, a blatant provocation to the organization, akin to courting death. When Mr. 13, along with the two otters and a vulture, arrived, they were taken aback by the scene before them. However, they communicated solely through information relay, needing to report back that the entire town had succumbed, transformed into ice sculptures, in the Alabasta kingdom, a man with slicked-back hair, a prominent scar across his face, an earring in his right ear, and a cigar dangling from his lips, donned a black fur coat over an orange-plaid long-sleeve shirt. He scrutinized the intelligence relayed by his subordinates. The freezing ability immediately conjured thoughts of Admiral Akiji, whose strength instilled a sense of trepidation within Crocodile. However, he dismissed the notion that Akiji would be so frivolous, especially since he had not received word of the Admiral's intent to venture there. This was the first town along the Grand Line, likely a point of entry for individuals from other seas. With Mr. 13 still tailing the group, Crocodile deemed it necessary to send someone to investigate. Yet, given the formidable strength of the unknown, he resolved to personally ascertain who dared to act so brazenly. Unbeknownst to Crocodile, this was all part of Yi Fan's strategy to lure them in by leaving the animal behind. Thus, he dispatched Nico Robin, the vice president, along with several subordinates, to accompany him, recognizing the need for thorough preparation against such formidable adversaries. The members of Baroque Works, slightly apprehensive, were left wondering why their president summoned them at such a late hour. Yet they dared not question his command. Among the crowd, a strikingly beautiful woman with long, lustrous black hair, clad in a hat and possessing a healthy coffee-tone complexion, appeared lost in thought, her mind preoccupied with one individual. Robin was consumed by thoughts of Yi Fan, not merely because of his surname, Ostrovsky, which she had encountered in ancient historical texts, often referred to as the name of a deity, upon learning of the bounty on Ostrovsky D. Yi Fan, she pondered whether he held the key to the century-long void in history. The disappearance of that surname coincided precisely with that enigmatic century. For Robin, the truth of history was sacred, and she would not allow anyone to trample upon or obscure it. Thus, the entire Baroque Works swiftly mobilized to pursue Yi Fan for the domestic situation. It had stabilized considerably, remaining well within their control. Yi Fan, however, had somewhat overestimated Crocodile's operational capacity. The bird overhead had been surveilling for half the day, yet there was still no sign of movement from their adversaries. Dawn was fast approaching. That night, Yi Fan experienced an unparalleled sensation, a euphoric ecstasy that diminished what would have been 3 hours of rest to a mere 3 minutes, illustrating no Kigo's prowess. Watching the sun gently peak over the horizon. Heralding the dawn, Yi Fan awoke after 2 hours of slumber, acutely aware of his surroundings. Encounters with pirates on the Grand Line were fraught with danger. Mishaps had been commonplace throughout history. "Are you not going to rest?" he inquired, noting no Kigo's arrival. Her beauty so striking that it stirred feelings in even the most stoic of men. Moments prior, she had claimed exhaustion, Yet here she was, a testament to the adage that a woman's words can be deceptive. Zhang Wuji's mother had indeed spoken the truth. The more beautiful the girl, the more prone she is to deceit. No Kigo effortlessly linked her arm with Yifan's, their strengths easily aligned, that I no longer wish to rest. Having acclimated to her body, No Kigo discovered her physicality to be extraordinarily resilient. With remarkable recuperative abilities, a brief rest sufficed to alleviate her fatigue. The two sat at the bow of the ship, quietly watching the sun ascend, No Kigo resting her head on Yifan's shoulder, embodying the warmth of a tender couple. "Good morning. You all rise so early." When Nami awoke, she found Yifan and her sister already up. However, their closeness was impossible to conceal. Their intimacy was evident. Upon seeing Nami, No Kigo was flooded with a profound sense of guilt. She resolved to confess at the appropriate moment that, "No, we just got up to, I'll prepare breakfast, perhaps some fish to fry." The pan-seared fish, possessing a delightful texture, requires merely a light sear, and it is prepared swiftly. Awakening from this slumber was truly refreshing. Nami gazed at the oranges aboard the ship, undoubtedly thinking that Belmir would be pleased as well. At that moment, Yifan's gaze shifted towards the rear of the ship. Sensing another vessel approaching them, he glanced up at the sky, realizing that their visitors had finally arrived. Moreover, there were quite a few individuals, and he discerned the presence of many souls, with the leader likely being Crocodile. "What is the matter?" Nami inquired, looking at Yifan with a puzzled expression. She followed his gaze towards the back, but saw nothing but the vast ocean. Its nothing. "There are people following us that I'll go take a look. You all stay here, and I'll return shortly." With Nokigao present to protect Nami, Yifan felt considerably less anxious. He had also marked the ship with the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to return instantly after a brief absence. After bidding farewell, Yifan unfurled a pair of resplendent, dark red wings interspersed with golden light, exuding a striking elegance. Meanwhile, Crocodile, who was pursuing Yifan, sensed someone approaching with great speed, but why Yifan could traverse substantial distances in mere moments, showcasing his remarkable swiftness. "We have guessed," Crocodile said, reclining on the ship and puffing on a cigar, his gaze somber, clearly wary of the incoming individuals. Their strength instilled a sense of trepidation within him. When Yifan noticed them, Crocodile had yet to perceive him, only realizing it as Yifan drew closer. One must admit that Crocodile, lacking in hockey, had solely relied on his mastery of a Logia-type devil fruit to secure his position among the 7 warlords of the sea. Having developed his fruit's abilities to an impressive level. Greetings to all. Yifan landed gracefully on Crocodile's ship. The members of Baroque Works regarded the sudden appearance of this handsome figure with apprehension. However, since their leader had not spoken, it was not their place as subordinates to interject. Robin, observing Yifan's arrival, was filled with curiosity, recognizing him as the individual associated with that renowned surname. The first thing Yifan did upon landing was fixate his gaze upon Robin rather than Crocodile, which irked the latter significantly. When had he ever been treated with such disregard? He too recognized Yifan as the infamous pirate of the East Sea. A pirate whose first bounty had reached 50 million berries. "You all seem to have arrived a bit late. I had expected you by last night and ended up waiting for you for quite some time." In the face of an entire crew opposing him, Yifan appeared remarkably unperturbed, a testament to his self-assuredness regarding his own power. Against a Logia-type user like Crocodile, he knew he would have the upper hand on this sea. "Is that so?" Yifan's demeanor and words only served to further irritate Crocodile, who felt utterly disregarded. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Crocodile swiftly unleashed a crescent-shaped sand blade from his enlarged arm, aiming to strike Yifan. It was evident that Crocodile preferred direct confrontation, that why Yifan sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the attack that, while not particularly damaging, was deeply insulting, that he was well aware of the nature of Crocodile's abilities. This attack was notorious for draining all moisture from its target upon contact. Frankly, Yifan was reminded of Charlotte Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates, a formidable user of the squeeze fruit, capable of extracting juice from individuals, each with a unique flavor profile. Observation hockey. As one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile possessed considerable knowledge, and quickly surmised that Yifan would indeed employ observation hockey. Did this imply that Yifan might also wield armament hockey? After all, armament hockey was the simplest of the three types that IT was particularly effective against his Logia-type devil fruit, allowing one to strike a tangible form. Recognizing the difficulty of landing a hit, Crocodile understood that Yi Fan was no ordinary foe, and he too was a devil fruit user, though the nature of his abilities remained unknown. The potential for large-scale freezing hinted at formidable strength. What brings you to seek me? Despite the challenge presented by Yi Fan, Crocodile maintained a composed expression, his tone slightly more courteous. Noticing Yi Fan's mild compliance, he hoped to avoid conflict, as he considered himself a reasonable individual. I am here to propose a collaboration. I know what you desire. The penetrating gaze of Yi Fan left Crocodile puzzled, as he could not fathom how Yi Fan had such insight into his motivations. In Alabasta, the true objective was to acquire intelligence regarding the ancient weapon Pluton, in exchange, I require a bounty of 1 billion berries. What do you think? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Yi Fan smiled. As the information regarding Pluton was worth 1 billion berries, a mere pittance for a weapon capable of obliterating an island. How can I trust your words? While the price of 1 billion berries was indeed appealing, Crocodile was no fool. He had no way of verifying the authenticity of Yi Fan's claims. Moreover, aside from Robin, the others were entirely in the dark about their conversation. The earlier skirmish and Crocodile's demeanor had already made it clear that Yi Fan was not to be trifled with. Robin, on the other hand, studied Yi Fan intently, convinced that the noble aura he exuded confirmed him as the survivor of that forsaken surname, a lineage forgotten by the world, much like O'Hara, which had been ruthlessly eradicated by the government to prevent the historical truths of 800 years ago from resurfacing. I have no need to deceive you. That place is infiltrated by the world government as a secret intelligence agency, CP9, as a Seven Warlord. You ought to be aware of this, Yi Fan stated confidently. Observing Robin's reaction at the mention of CP9, her body visibly trembled, though the attention was solely on Yi Fan. Unnoticed by others, Yi Fan spoke to Crocodile, yet his gaze lingered on Nico Robin. Clearly aware of her abilities, a rare talent capable of deciphering the true history. Their eyes locked, revealing that neither appeared to be jesting. However, the existence of CP9 posed a considerable complication, although he was a Seven Warlord. Should the world government become aware of his intentions, they would undoubtedly intervene. The title of Seven Warlord held little significance for him, but attracting the attention of the world government was certainly perilous. Why would you not seek this vital information for yourself? Crocodile queried, skepticism evident in his tone. Even the four emperors coveted the allure of the ancient weapon. He found it hard to believe Yi Fan remained indifferent. If that were the case, why was he sharing this with him? Such enigmatic discourse left the others bewildered as to the nature of their exchange. Yi Fan laughed heartily before responding. I hold little interest in such matters. After all, it is merely a battleship that I recall that there's already one available in Wano, and Water 7 is merely a blueprint requiring extensive time to construct. Besides, the Dragon Palace is home to a Sea King, and a beautiful one at that, far more enticing for me. His next destination was to the Dragon Palace, intent on claiming Fishman Island as his territory, although Fishman Island currently belonged to Big Mom. That would soon change. Contemplating the strength of his opponents, Yi Fan realized he needed to further enhance his own abilities and draw some luck, ensuring greater confidence in his endeavors. Alternatively, he might consider collaborating with Luffy, who possessed the protagonist's aura. Ultimately, the goal remained the same, to facilitate the better development of Fishman Island, regardless of who claimed it. You all may withdraw for now. Crocodile gestured for his subordinates to step back. Recognizing the significance of this information, his crew, well versed in their leaderess orders, complied without hesitation. Only Robin remained, clearly privy to the nature of their conversation. Crocodile regarded Robin with a puzzled expression, questioning her reluctance to depart. Robin gazed at Yafan and inquired, Sir, do you know where the Pluton is? It was unexpected for Yafan that this enchanting lady, not yet in her prime, would initiate a conversation. Of course I do. Would you like to join my pirate crew, Nico Robin? Such talent ought to be seized before it could be claimed by the Straw Hat Boy. Crocodile observed Nico Robin with skepticism, as he had never fully trusted her. He only believed in his own strength. Upon Yafan's invitation, Robin glanced at Crocodile, needing to ascertain his stance. Sensing her unease, Yafan remarked, Old sand. Why not let it go? I can divulge the location of Pluton for free. The moniker Old Sand nearly sent Crocodile's CPU into overdrive. It was the first time anyone had addressed him that way. Though momentarily stunned, he rationalized that exchanging the information for Robin would be worthwhile. As long as Miss Sunday is willing to leave, I won't stand in her way, Crocodile said nonchalantly to a man who harbored distrust, yet chose to keep someone capable of deciphering the poneglyphs close. Was indeed a curious contradiction. Yefon turned his gaze toward Robin, eagerly awaiting her response. Sure, she exclaimed, intrigued to discover what made Yefon's family so unique. As she watched the two depart, Crocodile found himself pondering a location. Water City. Ispard, president of the Carrera Company, mayor of Water 7. He laughed maniacally upon acquiring the information he desired. If he were to obtain Pluton, who in this sea could rival him? Meanwhile, Yefon did not utilize the Flying Thunder God technique this time. Instead, he cradled Robin as he soared back. Such an opportune moment was not to be squandered. To forego a bargain would be foolishness. It must be said that she was surprisingly light, having not developed much during her years of evasion, only to gain weight after 2 years of better nourishment. Thank you, Captain, Robin expressed gratefully as they swiftly returned to the ship. Who is this? Nami and Noki appeared, curious about the new member Yefon had brought aboard. They scrutinized each other intently. Yefon stepped forward to introduce them. This is Nico Robin, an archaeologist who will henceforth be a member of our Imperial pirate crew. We are now family. This lovely girl with orange hair is Nami, our navigator, and this is Noki, the ship's cook. Robin was taken aback by Naka's beauty. Her aura was reminiscent of Yefon's. Could she also bear the surname Ostrovsky? Greetings, Miss Navigator and Miss Cook, she said, noting the evident wariness in their demeanor. This caution stemmed from childhood experiences, leaving her heart still somewhat guarded. Time would mend that, though unsure why Yefon had brought her back. They could not be impolite after she had extended her greeting. Perfect timing. I just finished cooking. Let us all share a meal. Noki invited Robin to dine together. She understood Yefon's true nature. This evening approached. He would present a new dish, each time unique, as if he were an artist. Noki, observing Robin's graceful figure, quietly wondered if Yefon harbored no ulterior motives in bringing her back. Would he be equally accepting of her? Women's thoughts are notoriously inscrutable, which is why many desire their partners to understand them. Thank you, Robin replied. Having spent her life in hiding, she had become adept at reading the room. The charming cook welcomed her warmly, while the navigator remained somewhat aloof, leaving Robin feeling slightly unwelcome. We're family, so no need for thanks. Noki's cooking is excellent. You must try this delicious fish, Noki offered. Yet, Robin remained overly sensitive, a fact Yefon understood all too well. He had essentially whisked away the historian of the straw hats, and what could she do about it? Such matters were of no concern to Yefon. He would let them unfold as they may. The Imperial ship was quite spacious, though lacking exquisite decor, which could be rectified upon reaching Water City. After all, life is meant for enjoyment. I sent it. The ship boasted many rooms, though navigating them at night proved challenging. Robin's heightened vigilance, a result of years spent evading pursuers, made her particularly sensitive. Yefon found this disheartening, knowing that only when CP9 appeared would he truly win her heart. How could any woman endure such trials while opposing the government? Surely, such experiences would leave her emotionally vulnerable. Occasionally, Yefon found certain actions of Luffy to be rather effective, like thrashing St. Charlos and turning Shirahoshi into his servant, but he doubted Hancock would withstand such tests. As night fell, the sea shimmered under the moonlight, the gentle breeze caressing the sails and producing soft whispers. The stars twinkled above, casting a serene glow upon the water, imbuing the scene with tranquility. Nico Robin stood at the bow, her dark hair dancing in the wind, resembling a flowing black veil, each strand swaying gracefully, exuding an air of mystery against the night that can't sleep. Yefon, intending to find Noki, was drawn to Robin at the ship's forefront. The darkness empowered her, enhancing her vision. She was indeed a child of the night. She turned to face Yefon. Her hair billowed elegantly, each strand fluttering like a black banner against the starlit sky. Her noble visage was striking, eyes resolute and profound, a smile gracing her lips. "Captain," she began, "when I can't sleep, I lie here counting the stars. There's a saying in my hometown that when loved ones pass away, they become stars watching over you." She gazed upward at the night sky, a tapestry of stars illuminating the darkness, igniting a sense of wonder within her. The countless stars mirrored the souls lost on O'Hara. "Are they watching over me?" she mused, instinctively reaching out in an attempt to touch the twinkling lights. The vast ocean would eventually lead her to companions willing to protect her. Harwardid Saul's words echoed in her mind. Yet after years of betrayal by so-called friends, her heart had grown weary and reluctant to open up. Yefan recognized the nostalgia in Robin's actions, a longing for the happy days of her childhood in O'Hara. "Thank you, Captain," she said softly. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Robin gazed at Yefan, who remained by her side. After speaking, she turned and retreated to her room, leaving Yefan alone to contemplate the boundless darkness surrounding him. Indeed, to pursue someone's heart, one must not be overly hasty. It is a gradual process that he, too, was due for a true nocturnal adventure. He had already noticed that Nokigo was becoming increasingly impatient, pacing back and forth in her room. Outside, dark clouds had obscured the remaining moonlight completely, and as Yefan beheld the silhouetted outline of the island, he realized they had arrived. The small garden retained much of its primal beauty, home to dinosaurs and other long-extinct species. Robin surveyed the island, recalling that she had forgotten to check the ship's course the previous day. Upon seeing the island now, she immediately exclaimed, "Sir, we cannot go there. It is perilous." As a historian, she was particularly fond of peculiar chronicles, and among them was a record of this island's small garden. Countless pirates had met their demise on this very island, yet she possessed a permanent record pointer that could safely guide them to Alabasta, from where they could venture elsewhere, a far safer approach. "Haha, Robin, worry not. I am well acquainted with this place. I came specifically for IT is teeming with extinct creatures, and naturally I must procure some meat for Nokigo to try." Upon hearing her warning, Yefan realized that she was not a bad person. Rather, she had been harmed by others. Is that true? Nokigo looked at Yefan with excitement, having genuinely developed a passion for cooking. Each time she observed Yefan relishing the meal she prepared, her heart swelled with joy. The flesh of extinct creatures must surely possess an exquisite flavor, perhaps even surpassing that of fish, since joining Yefan and her sister. Nami had shed her timid demeanor. In the face of adversity, she no longer resembled someone ready to cry for help. With Yefan and Robin by her side, Nami felt exceedingly safe. Robin observed the three of them, none displaying a hint of fear, which left her perplexed. She continued, "This island is home to many carnivorous dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers. Robin, fret not. We are well aware of the risks," Yefan interjected, feeling impatient. As the two captains of the giant soldier pirates, he believed it prudent to first negotiate with them. If that failed, he would resort to the modified recovery magic. After such a long time without a suitable target, he finally had one that only pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were worthy of Yefan's intervention. "Robin, do not worry. I am strong. I will protect you this day." Nokigo had not abandoned her desire to win Robin over. Once the initial step was taken, she would not be far behind. Although she was a vampire, she yearned to spend time with the one she adored during the day, seeing the three of them in such spirits. Robin found herself at a loss. As for Nokigo's claim to protect her, Robin dismissed it as jest, considering that someone so beautiful could not possibly possess formidable strength. The small garden was in a state of commotion. After receiving news of the Pluto from Crocodile, he had ordered all his subordinates to Water City without delay. Mr. 3, upon receiving the message from the boss, promptly departed for the two giants, Buggy and Dory. They had no choice but to temporarily forego their chance to intervene, knowing they were no match for the two bounty hunters. Presently, only Buggy and Dory remained on the island, devoid of any other presence. As Yefan's ship sailed into the small garden, the interior revealed a tranquil and stunning tropical rainforest, dense with towering trees and lush vegetation. The flora was remarkably grand, reminiscent of the prehistoric landscape. Yefan was in awe as he immersed himself in this environment, realizing that only such forest could sustain both herbivorous and carnivorous giants. Unable to resist Yefon's enthusiasm, Robin, despite having read about it, was still astounded to witness it firsthand. This place was remarkably preserved, appearing entirely isolated from the modern world while retaining all traces of ancient times. Impressive. Yefon proposed, "Shall we venture into the forest for a picnic and barbecue? This splendid locale is perfect for outdoor cooking, and it is brimming with fresh, rare ingredients. He had yet to sample the meat of saber-toothed tigers or dinosaurs. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he could not let it slip away. One must not deny oneself such pleasures. Indeed, since leaving the village, we have not had a chance to unwind. The weather is splendid today, and this island is abundant in resources." It was true. Since departing from Kokosia village, they had rarely set foot on an island to rest. They had been adrift at sea, and now it was time to indulge. Thus they decided they would only need to bring some seasoning and a lighter, while the rest could be foraged from the forest. The four of them split into two groups, Yefon and Robin together, while No Kigo partnered with Nami. That No Kigo's strength was more than sufficient to confront the dangers of this island, especially since she possessed demon wings, allowing her to soar and scout the positions of others, ensuring they would not lose their way. Initially reluctant, Nami eventually agreed to the arrangement after No Kigo's persuasion. As they strolled through the primal forest, Yefon sensed through his observation haki that many fierce beasts were observing them. A saber-toothed tiger lay concealed beneath dense underbrush, its massive form exuding an air of authority and menace. Its muscles taut and powerful. Its head boasted a pair of enormous fangs, curved like lethal blades. The tigeress eyes were deep-set and piercing, radiating cunning and ferocity. Its gaze was imbued with wildness and a predatory hunger, instilling a sense of dread in those who met it. Under Yefon's watchful gaze, the creature was unable to escape detection. He swiftly lunged forward, dispatching it with ease. Impressive! Robin watched in bewilderment, questioning how he detected the saber-toothed tiger's presence. Nothing to it. That observation haki. In the later stages, haki was a common skill, with even the most unremarkable individuals wielding armament haki. Yefon had already contemplated his preferences. For armament, he favored Zifa. For observation, he admired Kaku. And for conqueror-s haki, he looked up to Shanks. Each of the three possessed mastery in their respective types of haki, and Yefon's enhancement was undeniably significant. However, Zifa had not been given the opportunity to showcase his abilities, leaving him to observe others. Haki, Robin acknowledged, having heard of it but never having witnessed it firsthand. Yefon continued to hunt. The commotion he stirred caught Brogy's attention. As a warrior of the Elbaf giant clan, he had fought on this island for a century, driven by a sense of honor. Even so, he would continue to fight until a victor was declared. The arrival of Yefon disrupted the original narrative. Upon noticing the considerable disturbance, Brogy approached to investigate the cause. Each step he took made the ground tremble as if it were a minor earthquake. "What is happening?" The ground began to tremble beneath them, prompting Robin to remain vigilant, wary of potential danger. With such a commotion, Yefon did not need observation haki to discern who had arrived. He simply did not know whether it was the blue demon Dori or the red demon Brogy. Should they be amenable, Yefon would engage them in conversation. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to resort to modified magic. He was neither a saint nor a villain. In Yefon and Robin's line of sight, they beheld a colossal foot, a giant. Yet this encounter plunged Robin into reminiscence. Haguvel D. Soro, her childhood companion, was indeed a member of the giant race. TOC giants once more in this place stirred deep emotions within her, and she was curious as to why such beings inhabited this island. It has been ages since anyone visited this island. Do you have any wine? A figure, robust and muscular, adorned with two horns and a beard encircling his face, draped in an enormous cloak, gazed at Yefan and Robin, inquiring about the newcomers. Akati had been decades since he last savored the taste of alcohol, and he longed for that flavor. The giants, with their innocent hearts, harbored no malice towards others, nor did they ever contemplate causing harm. Indeed, we do have wine, but why should we offer it to you? Yefan responded, observing the giant before him. The giant's strength was unquestionable, but his intellect seemed somewhat lacking, akin to many beings of great size, massive in stature, yet simple in thought. When asked about the attire, Brokey scratched his head with his large hand, clearly pondering the matter. Ah ha ha ha. This island is abundant with dinosaur meat. How about I trade you some for the wine? The meat is quite delectable. This was the only solution Brokey could conceive. Beyond that, he was at a loss. He had even forgotten the reason behind his long-standing rivalry on this island, where he and his opponent had been vying for supremacy for a century. He looked at Yi Fan with anticipation, hoping for a favorable response. How about this? Let us engage in a duel if I emerge victorious. You shall become my subordinate, obeying my every command, and I shall provide you with wine. Should I lose, I too will offer you wine. What say you? Yi Fan smiled at Brokey, a cunning proposal where both outcomes promised wine. Meanwhile, Robin seemed to grasp Yi Fan's intentions for being here, as he appeared to be well aware of the giant's existence. Brokey, visibly stirred by Yi Fan's proposition, found it agreeable. Giants revered strength above all. Regardless of the outcome, he would receive wine, which was splendid indeed. Very well, I accept your challenge. Brokey was confident in his abilities. Viewing Yi Fan merely as a small fry, he resolved to hold back, ensuring he would not kill his opponent. Seeing Brokey's naivety, Robin sighed in resignation as Yi Fan effortlessly spun him around with mere words. Soon, the trio arrived at a spacious locale beside a colossal skeleton that Yi Fan was utterly perplexed by the origin of this gigantic skeleton. Was it a creature of the land, or perhaps a sea king? It was absurdly massive, rendering even the giants diminutive in comparison. This expansive area served as Brokey's dwelling, where he cooked and lived. Noticing Brokey's simplicity, Yi Fan deemed it necessary to issue a warning. Hey, I am quite formidable. You must be cautious. In response to Yi Fan's caution, Brokey fixed his gaze upon him, seriousness etched across his features. Clad in heavy armor, his eyes reflected unwavering determination as he gripped his enormous battle axe and shield. Every muscle in his body was taut, radiating an unparalleled strength. The atmosphere of combat thickened, for Brokey regarded fighting as both an honor and a mission, willing to sacrifice everything for his beliefs and responsibilities. Initially, he contemplated going easy, but that no longer seemed necessary. Come, ah-ha-ha-ha, let me witness your prowess. Yi Fan soared into the air, his demonic wings resembling a black dragon in flight, casting a shadow across the land. With a statuesque posture and piercing gaze, he unfurled his wings, enveloping the area in darkness. Gathering the ice annihilation magic in his hands, he formed a crystalline ice bow that radiated an aura of chilling coldness. Ice magic, Zero's breaking bow. Brokey sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Fan, yet rather than feeling fear, he exhibited exhilaration. However, when Yi Fan unleashed the ice arrow, Brokey's expression shifted to one of solemnity. The ice arrow tore through the night sky with a piercing chill, resembling a frost-laden gale as it hurtled towards Brokey. This was Yi Fan's inaugural use of the ice annihilation magic. Upon impact, the target area would crystallize into icy. As Brokey braced himself, veins standing out on his arms, he raised his shield, bellowing loudly to withstand the force. Yet, this arrow, remarkable in its might, was beyond Brokey's capacity to resist. Upon contact with the shield, it did not exhibit the anticipated piercing power. Instead, it began to freeze the shield itself, the frost creeping steadily until Brokey was encased entirely in ice, despite being immobilized. Brokey attempted to break free using his immense strength, for the might of the giants was truly formidable. What? Summoning all his power, Brokey initially believed it would be an effortless endeavor. Yet, reality struck him with astonishment. The ice was exceedingly hard. Regardless of how forcefully he strained, his muscles and sinews failed to shatter the icy confines. Though simple-minded, he was not foolish. He quickly realized that he was no match for his opponent. As Yi Fan descended gracefully, he landed atop Brokey's frozen head, grinning as he spoke. So, have you conceded? Observing Brokey's struggle, Yi Fan concluded that the giant's strength was insufficient to escape the ice encasement. Confident in his capabilities, Yi Fan estimated himself to be at least of the Admiral rank, bolstered by the potent bloodline of the original vampire. with his physical condition at its peak and the reward from the system in perfect harmony. He was undoubtedly a formidable presence among his peers. Even the ice age of Akiji was within his grasp. Now, in a distant part of the island, another giant, Qinggue Dong Li, detected the powerful aura that had arisen, originating from the direction of his rival, the red-haired Baroque. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to investigate. For the honor and dignity of a warrior, he could not permit anyone to disrupt the duel between the two of them. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of Baroque encased in ice and a figure standing triumphantly atop him. This led Dong Li to mistakenly believe that the interloper intended to slay his adversary. "Scoundrel, what are you doing?" With a thunderous roar, Dong Li swung his colossal sword, summoning a gust of wind as he launched a fierce strike towards Yifan. His movements were both brutal and powerful, each swing accompanied by a howling gale, as though he sought to rend the very fabric of the heavens. The gigantic sword carved an arc through the air, generating a powerful current that shot towards Yifan like a bolt of lightning. "Watch out!" Robin shouted, alerting Yifan to the sudden appearance of another giant brandishing a massive sword. Yifan had already sensed the newcomer's approach. His observation hockey was not to be underestimated. Realizing that the giant was intent on attacking, Yifan decided to showcase his current prowess. As Dong Li's sword swung towards him, Yifan's expression remained cold and resolute. Extending a hand, he effortlessly grasped the blade as if it were merely a twig, his palm brimming with incredible strength that astonished onlookers. With a low command, Dong Li stumbled back several paces as the sword emitted a faint sound of metal fracturing. Dong Li gazed in disbelief at the remnants of his sword, now reduced to a mere hilt in Yifan's grip. This weapon had accompanied him through countless battles over the years, and its destruction left him in utter shock. "Baroque, does the agreement we made still stand?" With a wave of his hand, Yifan dispelled the ice encasing Baroque. Observing the towering giant, the answer he received would determine whether Yifan would employ enhanced magic. "Ah-ha-ha-ha. As a warrior of Elbaf, my word is my bond. I bow to you, elder brother." Under the astonishment of Dong Li, Baroque knelt on one knee before Yifan, an act that appeared exceedingly bizarre. A towering giant, humbled before a mere human, yet exuding utmost respect. "Baroque, witnessing your centuries-long rival kneeling before a human is truly a disgrace to Elbaf. You are unworthy to be my opponent, nor do you deserve the title of a warrior from Elbaf. I hold you in contempt." This scornful derision ignited a flame of fury within Baroque, who regarded himself as blameless, believing he was honoring his promise for the glory of Elbaf. "Brother, I wish to duel him. Please grant me permission." He then cast his gaze upon Yifan, seeking his consent to engage in combat. Yifan found great satisfaction in this display of commitment to promises, knowing it signified Baroque's loyalty. "Please wait a moment. After you have rested, you may duel. It would only be fair." That Yifan opted for this approach rather than immediately acquiescing. While claiming it was for fairness, he secretly aimed to enhance Baroque's strength. Although Baroque was of a straightforward nature, precautionary measures were prudent to ensure he became part of his kin, thereby augmenting his power. Given that his subordinate was of similar caliber, prolonging the fight could lead to an indefinite stalemate. "Umph," Dong Li scoffed, turning away. Despite being unarmed, he felt no fear, awaiting the duel with resolve. As Dong Li departed, Yifan anticipated that once Baroque triumphed over him, he would employ enhanced magic to ensure Dong Li's submission. A crucial battle loomed ahead. Blackbeard could flaunt his crew before the world. Thus, Yifan envisioned himself leading a band of followers, with a celestial dragon as his pet, which would undoubtedly be far more impressive. "Ha-ha-ha!" The mere thought exhilarated Yifan, a smile spreading uncontrollably across his face. Robin observed in astonishment, perplexed by Yifan's sudden mirth. "Brother, I am fine. I am ready to duel now." Baroque believed there was no need to rest, as he had sustained no injuries. Yifan, perceiving Baroque's considerable size, yet questionable intellect, recognized that such traits facilitated his subjugation. "Open your mouth." Baroque, showing utmost reverence to his brother's command, complied, unsure of the purpose. He expelled a drop of his ordinary blood and cast it into Baroque's mouth. Being merely a subordinate, his common blood was sufficient. Even ordinary blood from an ancestor was precious. Immediately, Baroque felt a surge of potent energy coursing through him. Initiating a transformation. Large, sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth, glinting ominously. His gaze became increasingly ferocious as an unparalleled force surged within him, transforming him into a bloodthirsty demon. His physique swelled further, muscles bulging, emanating a chilling aura. Under the influence of vampire blood, Baroque's strength augmented dramatically, elevating his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. He roared, the sound resonating like thunder across the island, stirring echoes in the forest. This roar, filled with the majesty and terror of a beast, sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it, as if the very world trembled in response. Baroque, already a towering figure, now grew another third taller, surpassing the limits of the giant race. Observing his own transformation, he recognized his brother's assistance. "Thank you, brother." This newfound power instilled in Baroque the confidence that he could defeat Dongli with a single punch. His heart swelled with loyalty towards his brother. Viewing him as a divine being, unworthy of striking out, that Ye Fan regarded Baroque's transformation with approval. He was beginning to resemble the captain of a formidable pirate crew that go forth, but do not kill him. I still have use for him. The giant race was already scarce, and Dongli's strength, while notable, was more valuable alive than dead. Baroque took Ye Fan's words as an unwavering decree. "Yes, brother." Meanwhile, Dongli, having heard the earlier roar, Baroque's voice, felt a sense of heaviness in his spirit from the thunderous intensity. "Aha! Come forth to meet your demise, Dongli. I shall not require weapons. We will duel fairly." The surge of power had infused Baroque with unwavering confidence. Today marked the end of their 100-year-long conflict. Grasping his shield, Dongli prepared to engage Baroque in battle. His pupils widened in disbelief. Was this truly Baroque? Just moments ago, he had appeared different. How could he have transformed so drastically in such a short span? They had been nearly equal in height, with Dongli even towering over him slightly. Yet now, Baroque stood 2 heads taller, his muscles more pronounced, exuding an air of menace. "Ahaha! This is the power bestowed upon me by my brother. Today, Dongli, I shall defeat you." Baroque had morphed into a ravenous demon, fangs bared, akin to a feral beast. His assaults were ferocious, each strike infused with devastating power, instilling a profound terror in his adversary. Dongli, as a member of the giant race, wielded significant strength, each swing generating a gale, akin to the tumultuous waves of a stormy sea. The two colossal figures clashed, and it was not the deadlock one might have envisioned. Dongli was sent reeling by a single punch from Baroque, his form soaring through the air in a graceful arc before crashing onto the distant ground, stirring a cloud of dust. His form streaked across the night sky like a meteor, as if struck by a mountain. Baroque's eyes glimmered with excitement. A grin crept across his face as he reveled in the anticipation of victory. This century-spanning battle was finally drawing to a close. Yet he did not forget his brother's instructions. Advancing to drag Dongli's body back to Captain, Ye Fan found it somewhat inappropriate for Dongli to address him as brother, deeming it more fitting to be called captain. Observing Dongli's limp arm, likely broken, he gently touched it, a glimmer of light enveloping Dongli's head. As the magic took effect, indistinct images began to manifest in Dongli's mind, his memories undergoing a transformation. Ye Fan reconfigured his memories to acknowledge Baroque as his captain and to heed his commands. "All right, from now on, he shall be your crew member, Baroque." Once the modifications were complete, Ye Fan also restored Dongli's arm. Dongli struggled to rise, shaking his head in confusion, bewildered by the recent events. "Captain, what has transpired?" Facing Baroque, Dongli was perplexed by the earlier occurrences. Baroque, upon hearing Dongli refer to him as captain, erupted into joyous laughter. "Ahaha! I've waited eons for this day. It has finally arrived? I, Baroque, am the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. I entrust you with a mission. When the day of Ace's execution arrives, you must be present in Marineford on time. Being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. How could one allow Straw Hat Luffy to steal the spotlight alone?" "Yes, Captain." Although Baroque now appeared somewhat fearsome, his respect for Ye Fan was genuine. Meanwhile, Robin remained puzzled by Ye Fan's words, unable to comprehend how the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates could face execution. Noki Gao and Nami had already arrived at the scene. After all, Brogy's resounding voice echoed throughout the entire island. Once everything was in order, Yi Fan continued his journey aboard the Emperor. Observing Yi Fan's departure, Brogy began crafting a raft alongside Dongli, preparing to summon the remaining members of the giant clan to rebuild the giant pirate crew. Departing from the western side of Little Garden, Yi Fan did not forget that there was a golden fish nearby. Originally, he had intended for Noki Gao to train on the island, but the opportunity had slipped away. Now, another chance had arisen. Noki Gao, there will be a challenge shortly. Handle it for me, and let me witness your current prowess. All right. Noki Gao, while uncertain of her own strength, was aware of one thing. She was strong, very strong. She felt capable of accomplishing what she set out to do. Robin was sipping her coffee when she glanced at Noki Gao, pondering what strength a beautiful girl could possess. This was an opportunity to showcase her abilities. What a colossal golden fish! Nami exclaimed as she gazed at the enormous creature in the distance. Comparable in size to the whale they had previously encountered, the giant fish rolled, rising from the nearby sea surface. Its immense size dwarfed any ship, casting a shadow over the entire sky. The fish shimmered with dazzling golden light, resembling a radiant gem suspended upon the water. Its head towered high, with colossal eyes fixated ahead, as if capable of perceiving everything. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth that evoked an involuntary shiver. The fish's body was enveloped in hard scales, glimmering with a breathtaking brilliance, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty and power. Were Yi Fan to sail directly ahead, both he and his vessel would surely be consumed by the creature. Reclining leisurely in a deck chair, Yi Fan awaited Noki Gao's response. Even if she faltered, he possessed the means to escape, employing the flying thunder god technique that he inscribed a mark and cast it into the sea. Just in case, Robin, observing this subtle action, refrained from inquiring further. Amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, Noki Gao's body trembled violently on the deck. With a burst of radiant light, her form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her eyes glimmered with a profound crimson hue, her gaze sharpening, imbued with an unparalleled murderous intent. A pair of gigantic wings emerged from her back, resembling shadows in the night, cloaked in dark feathers that exuded an eerie, terrifying aura. From her mouth, circles materialized, pulsating with a deep blood-red glow, akin to the radar of a bat. Noki Gao soared into the air, resembling a black demon, launching herself at the golden fish with swift movements, her wings leaving trails of phantasmal light in their wake. Upon making contact with the light circles emanating from her mouth, a blood-red beam pierced through the golden fish's body, resulting in a tremendous roar that stirred the sea into tumultuous waves. This spectacle left all present in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Even Yi Fan was taken aback, surprised by the extent of her power. The technique she had just employed was something Yi Fan had also learned, and when executed by him, it would be even more terrifying. Noki Gao had harnessed the principle of a bat's radar to create this move, demonstrating its formidable might. Nami and Robin stood in awe, questioning whether such power could truly belong to a strikingly beautiful woman. The protagonist gracefully descended onto the ship, retracting her wings and reverting to the appearance of a stunning girl akin to a delicate vase. Who would dare believe that she had just dispatched a colossal sea creature in a single strike? What do you think? Noki Gao asked Yi Fan, her expression eager for praise, prompting a chuckle from him. He decided to reward her properly later that evening, as the moment was not suitable for such gestures. Well done. Keep pushing forward. There are many more abilities within you, and I trust you can feel their strength. Yi Fan patted her shoulder, the extent of his encouragement being the most he could offer. Wow. Sister, you're incredible now. Nami exclaimed, gazing at her familiar yet unfamiliar sister, astonished by her newfound strength. She had anticipated her sister's growth, having witnessed the transformation firsthand. Miss Cook, you are truly remarkable, Robin remarked, even believing her to surpass Crocodile in strength, given the overwhelming pressure she had just exhibited. However, when compared to Yi Fan, Noki Gao felt she still fell short. Only she understood the weight of the pressure Yi Fan exerted, stemming from their bloodline connection and his undeniable strength. In truth, Yi Fan was aware that he was akin to a vast treasure trove. Yet he had not fully explored its potential, that if he could wholly integrate these elements, the outcome would be extraordinarily formidable. Thus, Yi Fan's next plan involved exchanging the characters he had drawn to enhance the capabilities of those around him. In the waters near the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, a sizable raft floated upon the sea, occupied by 4 individuals and a horse. Among them was a rugged man with coarse hair, dark skin, a bushy mane, a headscarf, a few missing teeth, and a robust physique, draped in a black coat. An elegant man donned a black top hat, dressed theatrically, wielding a cane sword. Another man, appearing gravely ill in a gray coat, seemed on the brink of death, while a burly figure with purple long hair wore a wrestling mask. Lastly, a peculiar man wore a strange hat, with an eye patch over his right eye. A long face, a black cloak, and brandished a long spear on the raft stood a majestic white horse. This assembly was unmistakably reminiscent of the early Blackbeard pirates, as only Marshal D.T could command such a crew. Ahahaha! Ostrovsky D.Ye Fan, once captured and delivered to the world government, could secure the position of a warlord of the sea. Gazing at Yi Fan's bounty poster, a 50 million bounty for a pirate could surely suffice for a warlord title. Especially given the din his name to further his plans, Blackbeard set his sights on Yi Fan. Lafitte could directly approach Admiral Sengoku to request Captain Blackbeard's induction into the warlords. After all, the Navy had established the warlord system for a reason. Blackbeard understood that only with the identity of a warlord could he reach impel down in search of even more powerful allies. At this moment, Yi Fan remained oblivious to being targeted by Blackbeard. After departing from Logarden, Yi Fan and his companions, guided by Robin's permanent pointer, prepared to venture to the kingdom of Alabasta to acquire some funds a nation undoubtedly possessed a wealth of treasures. In the original tale, Vivi had mentioned a transport fee of 1 billion berries on Whiskey Peak, illustrating the immense wealth of a country. Time, much like water in a sponge, yielded more wealth when squeezed. To Alabasta, Robin inquired, removing her glasses and looking at Yi Fan with confusion. What purpose could that serve? I just came from there, and Crocodile is no longer present. What significance could it hold? Nami also questioned. What are we going to do in Alabasta? Only Nokigao remained silent, following Yi Fan wherever he went. That place held historical significance, crucial for their future quest for the One Piece. One must always provide a reasonable justification for one's actions. It would be unseemly to claim that it is merely to exploit the wealth of that nation, as such a notion would tarnish his illustrious image. Indeed, upon hearing this, Robin's interest was piqued, for she harbored a profound fascination with archaeology and history. Furthermore, Yi Fan had not forgotten his dream of becoming a knight for the princess. Crocodile had departed from Alabasta, and as the ever-watchful Princess Nefertari Vivi would certainly return to her homeland. It meant that he could encounter her in Alabasta, thus gaining another battle companion. With their goal now clearly defined, Yi Fan and his companions set forth directly towards the nation of Alabasta. Yi Fan's assertions were entirely accurate. Vivi, through newspapers and information from the Baroque works, had become aware of the situation in Alabasta. Upon learning that her country had been evacuated, she promptly returned to Whiskey Peak. There, she discovered the entire town's populace frozen. Devoid of any vital signs, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, who had been tasked with her protection, was also deceased, a devastating blow that deeply saddened her. She could only wonder what had transpired and resolved to return to her country. Uncertain of her father's fate, in truth, Vivi had much to thank Yi Fan for. Had he not informed her of Crocodile's connection to the underworld, Baroque Works would have already been investigating her identity. Currently, Crocodile's entire organization was en route to Water City in search of the schematics of the underworld. The gears of fate were indeed remarkably coincidental. As their objective shifted, both Yi Fan's ship and Blackbeard's vessel made their way towards the port city of Alabasta. Nyana. Even Yi Fan himself was unaware that the original course of this world had been irrevocably altered. What began as a minor deviation had now transformed into a significant change, all due to his presence. The future trajectory of this world remained uncertain on the journey to Alabasta. Yi Fan reclined leisurely on the deck, gazing at the sky and feeling the gentle sea breeze. Everything felt so blissful. If only he could partake in some splendid adventures. Although his relationship with Nami was amicable, she remained unprepared for further intimacy, a fact that puzzled Yi Fan. He possessed the capability to alter her memories, compelling her to agree to his desires. Yet he refrained from such choices. Memory alteration was already the most egregious act he could contemplate. He could even execute a triple kill at present. But that would hold no meaning for him. Yi Fan was a normal individual who yearned to be akin to a protagonist. He had deeply regretted modifying Nami's memories in the past. Ahead lay a stretch of ocean emitting smoke. Nokigao observed the peculiar sight of smoke rising from the waters, the temperature significantly warmer than elsewhere. She was unfamiliar with such phenomena, especially at sea. This sight was indeed extraordinary. Ever since she had merged with the bloodline of vampire, she had been honing her abilities, gradually adapting to her newfound powers. Each night, Yi Fan accompanied her, aiding her in her training and challenging her limits. Through numerous exhilarating battles, she became increasingly attuned to the strength of her vampire lineage, beginning to master the powers dwelling within her. Simultaneously, Nokigao discovered an innate yearning for the necks of others. This world was indeed steeped in vampire lore, as she realized that her prolonged abstinence from blood was the root of her cravings. Vampires derived their name from their need to consume blood to sustain their vitality. Upon learning this, Yi Fan permitted her to drink a small amount of his blood. The IT was not vital essence, so it posed no threat to him. He also instructed her that should he ever be absent and she desired to feed, she could only drink from women. As a protagonist, he shared a common trait, possessiveness. Nokigao chuckled at Yi Fan's serious demeanor, recognizing that his reaction indicated his concern for her, wishing to limit her interactions with others. This thought brought a smile to her heart. Meanwhile, Nami was diligently sketching maps in the sunlight, recording the routes they had traversed. This was one of her favorite pastimes, and upon hearing Nokigao's commentary, she stood to investigate. The sea was shrouded in a gloomy haze. Smoke billowed from a volcanic vent, enveloping the ocean's surface in a thick veil, rendering the surrounding waters murky and indistinct. This was the manifestation of an underwater volcano. Approaching her sister, the two of them, now following Yi Fan, were enjoying their time together. Each day brought new experiences, allowing them to relish diverse scenery while living joyfully side by side, listening to Nami's explanations. Nokigao was astonished to learn of the existence of underwater volcanoes, which surpassed those on land. Just days prior, she had witnessed many volcanoes on Little Garden Island. The Emperor's ship navigated through the smoke, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, both pungent and unpleasant. Let us endure a little longer, and we shall emerge unscathed, Nami encouraged. It was evident that she had misjudged the situation, for only she was coughing aboard the vessel. The others, including Yi Fan, were formidable, holding their breath without issue. Nami recognized her embarrassment as they passed through the volcanic waters and began to scan their surroundings to conceal her awkwardness. Yi Fan, however, merely smiled and chose not to expose her discomfort, instead contemplating how to acquire Enel's rumble fruit. After defeating him, the devil fruit would randomly appear somewhere in the world, making it challenging to obtain. This particular fruit would suit Nami perfectly, as she possessed an innate sensitivity to weather patterns. With Crocodile's departure, his minions, the Million Elder and the Billion Elder, remained stationed around Alabasta. Upon traversing the smoke, Yi Fan detected numerous vessels nearby that a skull adorned with a pair of white wings and two crossed swords represented the Baroque works flag, the subordinate force of the Seven Warlords. The name was indeed resounding. The Billion Elder comprised a total of 200 individuals, serving as the chief commander's subordinates and candidates for executing orders. The Million Elder consisted of 1,800 individuals, also under the command of the chief officer. Altogether, these lackeys numbered only 2,000, yet they claimed to be millions and billions, which was rather amusing. Against Alabasta's standing army of 600,000, such numbers were hardly formidable. Observing the ships surrounding Alabasta, Yi Fan was taken aback by Crocodile's insatiable greed. Despite his departure, he had left his underlings behind to guard the area, revealing his ambitious nature. In the following 2 years, during their time in the New World, they established the Cross Guild, with Yi Fan as the actual controller, boasting a bounty of 1.965 billion berries. This bounty was indeed substantial, far surpassing that of ordinary vice admirals, exceeding even that of characters like Kid and Zoro. The sight of these approaching vessels reminded Yi Fan of Ace and his iconic attack, Fire Fist, which had left a lasting impression on many fans. How striking! With that thought, Yi Fan could hardly contain his excitement. If Ace wielded fire, then he too could wield ice. The two were quite similar. Among these ships, Robin was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable, having previously served as the vice president of Baroque Works. With keen interest, she leaned against the ship's railing, showcasing her remarkable physique. Now aware of Yi Fan and Nokigao's prowess, she realized that these foes posed no real challenge. The mysterious surname carried special significance, and Robin eagerly anticipated how far Yi Fan would go. The sea breeze gently tousled the hair of 3 enchanting maidens, all tall and statuesque, with the exception of Noki, who was decidedly a woman. The sun radiated warmth, inducing a profound sense of drowsiness, tempting one to succumb to slumber. Beneath Yi Fan's feet, a tempest began to swirl, propelling him skyward as he harnessed a frigid energy, his right fist clenched tightly, embodying the essence of frost, as transparent as a finely crafted ice sculpture. His gaze remained resolute and with unwavering determination. He unleashed a formidable ice punch, surging forth with unparalleled might towards the fleet ahead. The colossal icy fist pierced through the first ship, causing its hull to shatter and splinter into a myriad of fragments. Subsequently, the second and third vessels met a similar fate, crashing into the hulls with the force of cannonballs, leaving the sides of the ships in ruins, masts toppled, and the crew in a state of sheer terror, desperately seeking refuge with no escape in sight. Help! Save me! I have yet to marry my bride, that I possess immense treasures. Please, I do not wish to perish in the chaos. A fortunate few managed to leap into the sea in time, narrowly evading disaster. Yet the distance to the nearest shore was daunting. Without assistance, their survival would be precarious. Whoosh! Descending from the sky, Yi Fan surveyed the scene before him. The surface of the sea was instantly strewn with debris from the ships, as ripples danced across the water, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Such power, he mused, was merely average. He had exerted only 30% of his strength. This was but a minor interlude, akin to a post-meal activity, a brief exertion to aid digestion. The kingdom of Alabasta, a superpower situated in the first half of the Grand Line, boasted a population exceeding 10 million, with its capital, Alabasta, home to a standing army of 600,000. This substantial force was precisely why even the notorious crocodile refrained from employing brute force to quell dissent. 600,000, after all, could easily overpower a single elephant, let alone mere mortals. Thus, the Shichibukai crocodile orchestrated the clandestine criminal organization Baroque Works to execute the utopian warfare. For 3 consecutive years, aside from the capital Alabasta, the rest of the nation endured an unrelenting drought, meticulously orchestrated by Baroque Works to mislead the populace into believing that the king's clandestine use of a rain-inducing agent, dancing powder, was to blame, inciting a devastating civil war. Though despicable, this tactic proved remarkably effective, resulting in an acute scarcity of water resources. From afar, Yi Fan observed the desolate coastline, dotted with sparse buildings, in the wake of Crocodile's departure. The situation in the Alabasta kingdom had shifted dramatically, that a fierce clash was imminent between the rebel forces and the royal army. Carterlia, serving as a stronghold for the rebels, was home to those who could no longer endure their current plight and were compelled to revolt. This unfortunate state of affairs was a direct consequence of Crocodile's machinations. With only the capital, Alabasta, remaining unaffected by the drought, the inhabitants of other regions were on the brink of despair, with daily casualties from dehydration. Here, a throng of people congregated, engaged in fervent discussions. At the forefront stood a man clad in a deep tea-green short coat, his left arm marred by a scar, wearing a long, red-brown trench coat, an olive-green belt, and orange gloves, with an exceptionally long sword strapped to his back, delivering an impassioned speech. "Brothers, the royal family has forsaken our very lives. The king has secretly employed the rain-inducing agent, dancing powder, leaving the rest of the land in dire drought. What shall we do?" His voice thundered, his gaze unwavering, radiating an infectious intensity that commanded belief. The crowd remained oblivious to the true nature of Crocodile's schemes. This was their prime opportunity, as the first voice rose among the crowd. The rest quickly followed suit, their fervor ignited, a wave of passion surging through them. Indeed, we shall survive. It is the king who has turned a blind eye to our suffering. Kill. Under Kosha's leadership, the masses began to rally, preparing to march towards the capital Alabasta, demanding accountability. Concurrently, he thought of his childhood friend, Vivi, a situation beyond his control. Women could not resolve the issue of water scarcity. Even if she were a princess, a vast throng of over 10,000 marched resolutely toward the capital, in a nearby desert. A strikingly beautiful young woman with flowing, light blue wavy hair, cascading past her waist, and a curvaceous figure sat astride a yellow duck with claws, racing towards the royal city. Vivi had been traveling for days, her heart yearning to reunite with her father as the kingdom lay within reach. With Crocodile gone, she worried incessantly about her father's well-being. Kizaru, hurry! Vivi's anxiety mounted. Having uncovered Crocodile's plot, she believed she could avert the impending war. She was determined to prevent any casualties, even at the cost of her own life. Quack, quack, quack! Kizaru the duck quickened its pace, its webbed feet almost igniting from the exertion. Fan and his companions landed in the port city of Nyana, within the Alabasta kingdom. The relentless sun and barren desert landscape irked both Fan and Noki. Though as high-ranking vampires, they experienced only mild discomfort. Fan's intentions extended beyond merely borrowing money. He also sought to acquire a few exquisite garments. The local attire possessed a unique charm. Nami, Noki, and Robin would undoubtedly appear strikingly different in such attire. After all, they wore the same few outfits daily. A girl ought to be well-dressed. This heat is unbearable, Nami complained, wiping her brow. As she gazed up at the glaring sun, she lamented, if this continues, I shall surely tan. Even a short walk left her forehead beaded with perspiration. Robin, having traveled with Crocodile, had developed a remarkably healthy complexion, now donning a hat to shield herself from the sun. The locals dressed in light fabrics to combat the sweltering heat. Come, take my hand. I am quite cool, Fan offered, his body emanating an invigorating chill, devoid of warmth. Upon grasping Fan's outstretched hand, Nami instantly felt a wave of refreshing coolness wash over her. A delightful reprieve from the heat. Noki, observing Nami's expression, understood just how refreshing the touch must be. Robin, accustomed to the environment, displayed no reaction. Even if she were uncomfortable, she would refrain from taking Fan's hand. Adhering to the principle of propriety between the sexes, Fan was not surprised by Robin's demeanor. She had yet to open her heart, so he resolved to wait a while longer. Sister, are you not hot? Noki ventured, noticing her elder sibling's forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, and she stepped forward to grasp her hand. While the effect was not as profound as holding Fan's hand, it still provided considerable relief. Noki envied the bond her sister shared with Fan. Longing for the day she could openly express her affection. As a creature of the night, she could only share moments with Fan under the cover of darkness. Each woman harbored her own thoughts, while Nami remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents at play. It was not that she lacked awareness. Rather, the strength of both men and women around her rendered such notions inconceivable. Under Robin's guidance, the group arrived at a nearby town. Fan had previously noticed many captivating maidens while perusing the original work, particularly the two conversing with Sanji, who were equally enchanting, though lacking the protagonist's glow. Alabasta, a superpower in the early stages of the Grand Line, remained remarkably prosperous despite the devastation wrought by Crocodile. The streets were wide, lined with numerous vendors offering a variety of wares. The townsfolk were remarkably open-minded, reminiscent of the era Fan experienced upon his arrival in this world, coupled with the warm weather that invited leg-bearing attire. The attire of Fan's party marked them as outsiders, starkly contrasting with the local fashion. Suddenly Fan felt a sharp pain in his lower back. This unexpected discomfort caught him off guard. At that moment, he heard a threatening remark. How do you find it? Nami had been staring at Fan for several seconds, her gaze glinting with mischief, which greatly displeased her. It was at this juncture that ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. Ahem. Well, Let us grab a bite first. And then I'll accompany you all for a stroll. Ye fan, feeling somewhat awkward under Nami's scrutiny, coughed to ease the tension and swiftly shifted the topic. The complex expressions on their faces made Nokigao and Robin stifle their laughter. Nami had not previously realized Yi Fan harbored such peculiar interests. She turned her head slightly, adopting a sulky demeanor. Yi Fan glanced at Nokigao, who returned a look of helplessness. Clearly, Nokigao was aware of Yi Fan's true nature and understood that he often concocted strange notions. Ultimately, the quartet decided to dine at a restaurant, as they had grown weary of the same fare on the ship over the past few days. Although the dinosaur meat and tuna were delectable, consuming them thrice daily was quite overwhelming. Fresh vegetables and fruits were scarce. Aside from readily available oranges, everything else lacked freshness. Their arrival here was also intended to replenish their supplies. They entered a tavern. The sight of Yi Fan, a strikingly handsome man accompanied by 4 beautiful women, immediately drew attention. Their combination was quite extraordinary. Particularly, Nokigao appeared so stunning that she seemed almost unreal, captivating the gaze of many patrons. This attention made Nokigao feel uncomfortable. Her vampiric senses were acutely heightened. Frowning, she refrained from taking any action, noticing that Yi Fan remained silent. Yi Fan's observation haki allowed him to sense the possessiveness that stirred within him as the protagonist. Nokigao, you need not suppress your desires. Feel free to act as you wish. Pouring a glass of water, Yi Fan discerned her unease and spoke up. Robin and Nami, both keen observers, had noticed the stares directed at them. With some individuals, even, upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Nokigao felt reassured. She had previously worried about causing trouble, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. She was well aware of the formidable nature of those around them, and knew they would not tolerate such behavior. At that moment, Nokigao wished to test her vampiric ability to hypnotize. Sitting regally, her demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding the aura of a queen. Her eyes turned blood red, appearing quite fearsome. Yi Fan and the others were taken aback by Nokigao's transformation. She focused her mental energy, exerting control over those who had harbored wicked thoughts towards her. Simultaneously, several patrons in the tavern exhibited a vacant stare, their pupils dilating as though they were mere shells of their former selves. Self-destruct, with Nokigao's command, the individuals lined up and exited the tavern in a trance. What transpired? Ear-piercing screams echoed from outside, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. The outcome was all too predictable. Nokigao extended her tongue. Vampires possess an acute sensitivity to blood, and this stimulation awakened her deepest cravings. The atmosphere in the tavern grew eerily silent. Such events had never occurred before, and it was inconceivable that they were connected to Yi Fan and his companions. They would not have believed it even under duress. In an instant, all eyes in the tavern were fixated on Yi Fan and his group, yet none dared approach them. Even so, the quartet remained steadfast, continuing to enjoy their meal without a hint of disturbance. Yi Fan perceived that the cuisine in this world was rather uniform. Even upon arriving in Alabasta, though the local fashion differed, the food was essentially the same, with only slight variations in flavor. None as exquisite as Nokigao's cooking, which he acknowledged from impartial perspective. Let us finish up and be on our way. Wiping his mouth, Yi Fan noted that the others had nearly finished their meals. Their plates remained laden, each possessing the appetites of sparrows. Much like women across the globe, bang. As Yi Fan spoke, several patrons were startled, tumbling from their chairs in shock. This reaction illustrated the extent of their tension. Even the slightest sound elicited terror. Don't kill me. A man who had fallen scrambled backward, his pupils dilated and breath quickened. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. He rolled over and, like a madman, shouted before hastily fleeing. Yi Fan was left bewildered by the scene. What was happening? However, it bore no relevance to him as he led Nami and the others away. As for paying, he thought it preposterous to expect a pirate to settle a bill. What a joke. The tavern owner could only watch as the quartet departed, acutely aware of the value of life over money. As long as he lived, he could still earn a living. That was the best outcome. If they demolished his tavern, it would be a catastrophic loss. Once outside, Nokigao pondered their actions of evading payment and posed a moral dilemma. Yi Fan, is it really acceptable for us not to pay? At this inquiry, both Nami and Robin turned to Yi Fan. Faced with the trio's scrutiny, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming pressure. However, with his thick skin and penchant for rationalization, he was hardly intimidated by such minor challenges. What manner of individuals are we? Rather than respond directly to their gaze, Yi Fan sought to regain control of the conversation by countering their question. They were far too young to challenge him. A man of the 21st century. Noki Gao and the others exchanged glances, contemplating their identities. For Nami, she was Yi Fan's girlfriend, a navigator, and a pirate. Noki Gao considered herself Nami's sister, and also Yi Fan's. Robin, having been defined as a pirate since childhood due to her bounty, added to the mix. Pirates! Almost in unison, the three women exclaimed, their voices laced with astonishment that it was surprising that they articulated the same sentiment. Upon hearing their declaration, a triumphant smile spread across Yi Fan's face as he proclaimed, "Indeed, we are pirates. Do pirates pay for their meals? For a pirate, dining without payment was an inherent right. To pay would negate their very identity." With that, he strode forward, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. His words were irrefutable, leaving them without a counter-argument. Having finished their meal, they felt the need for a stroll to aid digestion. Yi Fan accompanied the three as they purchased a variety of delightful attire from Alabasta, all of which would prove useful in the future. A saying in Blue Star echoed in Yi Fan's mind. While his current abilities and physical prowess did not necessitate such items, one must still adhere to certain rituals. This one, and this one. Let's wrap them up. Wherever Yi Fan encountered something visually appealing, he invariably accepted it, collecting items with great enthusiasm. However, his extravagant purchases were not intended for himself, but rather for the feminine populace. This led Nami to mistakenly conclude that Yi Fan was indulging himself, prompting her to exclaim, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Particularly striking was the assortment of sizes he procured, with the smallest being a C cup, which is currently considered standard. Only Noki Gao understood the more dubious thoughts occupying Yi Fan's mind. Indeed, it was a considerable amount, and the shopkeeper, originally in high spirits, was taken aback by the sheer volume of Yi Fan's purchases, envisioning a substantial profit. Yet as Yi Fan browsed, a reminder from nearby interrupted him. The four individuals were, after all, pirates, notorious for having slain dozens in the tavern just moments ago. Following the recent events, someone recalled the bounty notice that had circulated, which featured the visage of one of the two notorious pirates making waves in the East Sea, Yi Fan, a remarkably handsome rogue. Initially, no one had anticipated the identity of the lone individual amidst the captivating company of four stunning women. Despite Yi Fan's striking appearance, the presence of such exquisite beauty overshadowed him, as it often does in the world. It is the fairer sex that captivates attention, though women are somewhat scarce in this realm. The shopkeeper observed as his merchandise was whisked away, noting the brazen nature of this zero-cost purchase. Akin to that of bandits. "Indeed, we are not much different from brigands," the pirate remarked. "It's hardly excessive. The owner, seeing our numbers, generously offered us more. How can it be excessive? These items are disposable. Each use diminishes the stock." Came the retort. "Not at all. It's merely a trifling amount," the proprietor replied, begrudgingly maintaining a smile to avoid inciting ire that could lead to violence. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan and his companions, the shopkeeper's inner turmoil was of little concern to them. "Thank you very much, goodbye," Yi Fan said, feeling satisfied as he gazed upon the considerable bundle. Ample for his needs, they decided to leave the items here for the time being, as they had other matters to attend to, planning to retrieve them upon their return. The journey from here to the capital of Alabasta would be quite lengthy. Originally, Robin had a mode of transport, a large amphibious tortoise from the Baroque works. However, upon their departure, that option vanished. To hasten their journey, the quartet opted to ride horses, procuring several mounts in this small town. This marked Yi Fan's inaugural experience riding a horse, and indeed, it was his first encounter with live equines. Such creatures were a luxury reserved for the affluent back on Blue Star. Horse racing and such competitions were realms untouched by the ordinary populace. Moreover, there were no horses to be found in zoos, rendering them even more unfamiliar than tigers or lions. This unfamiliarity sparked Yi Fan's thoughts and led him to contemplate a rather amusing notion. The legendary Tang Taizong, and young Gufe in the capital of Alabasta. Arabana, the atmosphere within the royal city was tense and oppressive. Inside the city walls, the populace bore grave expressions, engulfed by an aura of anxiety. Soldiers patrolled the streets, ever vigilant, while the residents cowered indoors. Peering cautiously at the outside world, the streets of the royal city lay desolate, save for the rare soldier hurrying past. Shops and taverns were shuttered tight, with owners and locals hiding away, all acutely aware of the looming threat posed by the rebel forces outside the walls. Guards stood atop the battlements, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the horizon warily. The air was thick with tension, the silence within the city amplifying the sense of impending conflict. Outside, the rebel army loomed ominously. Arranged in disciplined ranks, their banners fluttering in the wind, the neighing of war horses punctuating the stillness. The rebel leader, Kusha, brandished his flag, issuing the call to arms, as soldiers rallied with fervent cries, preparing to assault the royal city. An atmosphere of impending warfare enveloped both the city and its surroundings, as the citizens awaited the protection of their king and soldiers, while the rebels remained steadfast in their determination to seize control of the royal stronghold. For 3 years, the land had been parched. The nobility, ensconced in their elevated positions, could scarcely fathom the hardships endured by the common folk. Countless lives had been lost to thirst over those years. Within the palace, a princess gazed intently at her father, imploring him, "Father, allow me to go out and speak with them. This is all a scheme orchestrated by Crocodile. I have uncovered the truth," asked the princess of Alabasta. She sought to avert a large-scale conflict. "We are all subjects of Alabasta. Regardless of the outcome, it will be a loss for our nation." Nefertali Kabura regarded his daughter, recognizing her innate kindness, reminiscent of her mother. Approaching the window, his gaze shifted to the distant sky, acknowledging that the matter at hand had become inconsequential. Though they were aware of many things, they possessed no tangible evidence. Turning away, his voice hoarse, he declared, "Vivi, this matter must end here. Some things are beyond our control." He detested the prospect of war, yet felt compelled to engage in it. Vivi, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind this, her emotions aflame, confronted her father. "Father!" Witnessing his resolute and unwavering expression, she abruptly turned and dashed out. If she could not negotiate here, then she would seek a parley with Kusha, hoping that a mere dialogue could avert the impending conflict. In a desperate sprint, her azure hair billowed in the wind. She needed to reach the city walls promptly. "Run faster, quicker," she urged her steed, which, though aware of her urgency, was already exerting all its strength. Unbeknownst to Yefon, the events unfolding in the capital were far removed from his current experience. As he rode, he couldn't help but marvel at the pace of their journey, galloping across the arid expanse. It was no wonder the wealthy relished horseback riding. There was a distinct allure to it. Since Nami was unable to ride, she shared a mount with Yefon. "Robin, how much farther?" Yefon inquired, feeling somewhat exasperated by the barren landscape surrounding them. The monotony was stifling, compounded by the occasional encounter with quicksand that Yefon's formidable strength had managed to avoid. Naturally, the desert teemed with lizards and scorpions, creatures well suited to the arid climate. Mere trifles. Robin adjusted her hat, observing that while Alabasta appeared vast, it was in truth merely an island, thus not overly expansive. "We're nearly there. Just half an hour more," she assured him. Given her love for history, she found herself captivated by the tales of this land. She pondered the founder of this nation, Nefert D. Lily, and why she had not chosen to ascend to the status of a celestial dragon. That Robin's curiosity was piqued, especially regarding Crocodile's quest for the Pluton. She knew its location, yet speculated that further information remained hidden. Half an hour later, they arrived at a throng of people, a veritable sea of humanity, their expressions fierce, as if they harbored deep-seated grudges against a formidable foe. The arrival of Yefon and his companions caught the attention of those on the periphery. "Who are you?" came the inquiry, as individuals brandished farming implements, pitchforks and rakes, serving as their makeshift weapons, eyeing Yefon's group warily. Any hint of recklessness from the four would surely provoke an assault. At this critical juncture, it was imperative to avoid any misstep. Sensing the tension, Robin stepped forward, stating, "Please, do not be alarmed. We are merely travelers here for leisure. What is transpiring? It was undeniable that women often proved more approachable in such situations, although they had acquired a multitude of garments. The four had yet to change, their attire distinctly divergent from that of the locals. This fact lent credibility to Robin's words. Upon seeing 3 women and 1 man, a strikingly incongruous sight, the most peripheral of the crowd relaxed their guard. For them, 3 women posed little threat. You should leave quickly. The king of this land oppresses the people, and we seek justice, they urged. Then several individuals, filled with sorrow and indignation, succinctly recounted the events that, in any case, their words were far from kind. They were driven to rebellion out of desperation. Unable to endure their circumstances any longer, this was the situation that Fan realized that this marked the moment of confrontation between the rebel forces and the royal army. Their arrival was indeed quite fortuitous. Although he understood the opposing side was wronged, it bore no necessary significance for him. He had come solely for monetary gain. All right, thank you. Yi Fan was, after all, a person of exceptional politeness, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers. Yi Fan and Noki Gao unfurled their wings. Yi Fan, accompanied by Nami and Noki Gao, with Robin, soared into the sky. From their lofty vantage point, the people below appeared as mere ants, utterly insignificant. This soon captured the attention of both factions. Whether rebel or royal army, they each assumed these were scouts from the opposing side. Just moments earlier, Vivi had ascended the city wall for a brief exchange with Kusha below, despite their childhood bond. A rift emerged regarding this matter. Each held steadfast to their own beliefs, with neither willing to yield. This left Vivi in a state of deep distress. What was she to do? Who could save this nation? She would willingly do anything. Sitting by the palace window, tears cascaded down her cheeks like rain, her beautiful visage marred by expressions of despair and helplessness. Her long hair spilled over her shoulders like a light blue waterfall. Gently swaying with her sobs, the swift-footed companion watched her weep, but was powerless to intervene. Choosing instead to remain by her side, nestled closely on the coast of Alabasta, the wheels of fate began to turn, and a wooden raft appeared. Early members of Blackbeard's crew surfaced in Alabasta. Blackbeard had come here to seek Crocodile, intent on hunting down Yi Fan. The surrounding waters were firmly under the control of the opposing faction. In addition to seeking information about Yi Fan, he also aimed to invite Crocodile to join his crew. Blackbeard had his sights set on individuals of notable capability, driven by immense ambition. Since his defection from the Whitebeard pirates, he had rallied these formidable members around him. Lafitte, Poison Q, Jesus Burgess, and Van Augur, each a powerhouse in their own right. The question lingered, would Crocodile consent? Burgess, as Blackbeard's most loyal subordinate, prioritized his captain's desires above all else. Having bided his time within the Whitebeard pirates for decades, his ultimate goal was to obtain the dark fruit. It must be acknowledged that Blackbeard was indeed a formidable character. Over 20 years of subterfuge, capable of betraying even friends, his resilience, ruthlessness, and avarice were self-evident. To aspire to be a great leader, one must possess a certain degree of mercilessness. Yet, he bore the flaw of arrogance and impulsivity. After acquiring the dark fruit, he laid bare his ambitions, magnifying his shortcomings exponentially. This was due to a singular move, Dark Water, utilizing the power of the dark fruit to draw the abilities of others towards him, rendering their powers ineffective upon contact, while also capable of absorbing their attacks. Albeit only in a limited range, it was this very technique that allowed him to regard even Whitebeard with disdain. Old man, are you truly going to kill me? I am your son. He was fully confident in his strength, his expression darkening, taking on a serious demeanor that was quite fearsome. Crocodile would indeed agree. As for the dialogue between the two, the other 3 members remained oblivious to it. Their allegiance to Blackbeard stemmed from mutual interests. He could assist them in achieving their goals and acquiring the powers of the devil fruit. Blackbeard possessed the means to extract abilities directly from their wielders and transfer them to others. Such a grotesque ability was nothing short of abnormal. Though arrogant, Blackbeard was no fool. He understood that only through sufficient strength could he rise to the rank of captain and command others. In the capital of Alyabarna, As Yi Fan and his companions appeared in the skies above the royal city, the soldiers on guard were commanded to fire. Now, any intruder attempting to enter the royal city was certainly deemed a rebel, and all actions threatening the royal family were swiftly quashed. Gunfire erupted, and a barrage of bullets rained down upon Yi Fan and his companions. Yet, Yi Fan remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as ice. Witnessing such a hostile welcome, his gaze turned frigid, and he slowly uttered 2 words. Freeze! He summoned his ice powers, a chilling blue energy enveloping him, forming a radiant blue aura, as the bullets approached within 10 meters of Yi Fan. They were immediately encased in ice, shattering with a crisp sound before plummeting to the ground. Among the 4, even Nami displayed no signs of panic. With Yi Fan present, she had unwavering faith in her safety. This spectacle left the guards dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the young man before them possessed such formidable abilities. Just as the guard were left at a loss, a white figure ascended into the air. A man with fair skin, muscular build, and purple markings beneath his eyes, resembling the patterns of a falcon, adorned in a white robe scattered with star-like designs and a matching hat, donned an orange necklace and striped socks. Along with ordinary shoes, that a sword was strapped to his left, as the deputy of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard. He was hailed as the kingdom's strongest warrior, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the bird fruit. Falcon model. He could transform into a falcon. Peru would not permit anyone to harm Alabasta. He had already regarded Yi Fan and his companions as invaders. Since the soldiers proved ineffective, he would take matters into his own hands. With avian wings, he swiftly lunged at Yi Fan, drawing his sword with a murderous intent. Clearly, he was intent on killing. Haha, Lord Peru has personally intervened. Those 4 will surely meet a grim fate. Indeed, Lord Peru was the protector of Alabasta, the mightiest warrior. Upon witnessing Peru's personal involvement, the soldiers below erupted in excitement, placing their utmost trust in him. After all, he was the strongest warrior in the kingdom, capable of vanquishing any intruder. The only notable trait was his speed. Yet unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Moreover, his mastery of the devil fruit appeared limited to its most basic form, rendering him only slightly more formidable than an ordinary person. Yi Fan surmised that he might not even be able to defeat Buggy. Since he had revealed his murderous intent, this would be a fight to the death. The opponent had sought it, and Yi Fan was prepared to oblige. Without any flamboyance, he merely cast a glance, and then continued onward. Soaring through the air, the 3 accompanying him observed the scene with indifference. They were all adults. In this life of chaos, if one bore malice, they must accept the consequences. Nanny, suddenly, Peru felt his head beginning to freeze, followed by his neck, body, and, extending to his wings, in mere seconds, he was encased in ice, plummeting rapidly. The moment he realized what was happening, Peru had intended to take action, but there was no time left. 3 seconds had slipped away too swiftly. Not only the royal army below, but even the rebel forces were stunned. Peru's reputation in Alabasta was formidable, known as the strongest man. Yet, just like that, he was instantaneously defeated. It felt as though they were watching a film, utterly surreal. They recognized that he was neither from the kingdom nor the rebel army. Who, then, were these individuals, with the obstacles removed? Yi Fan and his companions proceeded toward the royal palace, certain that treasures awaited within. That a nation likely hoarded nearly 2 billion berries. Vivi had once mentioned offering 10 billion to the Straw Hat crew. As a superpower, despite its lackluster strength, it undoubtedly possesses great wealth. Just moments ago, Yi Fan's casual strike instilled a sense of trepidation in Blackbeard and his crew, who had just landed in Alabasta. Ahahaha! It seems an intriguing individual has emerged. Come, my companions. Though they were at a considerable distance, the 5 were no ordinary people and were able to sense the latent power. Your Majesty, there are intruders within the city, and Lord Peru has already been defeated. A soldier clad in armor rushed in, kneeling as he spoke urgently. Nafaltali Kabura, seated upon the throne, stood abruptly, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Nanny, the rebels have attacked so swiftly. As a benevolent king, he had prepared for the worst, even contemplating the ultimate sacrifice of his life. Yet he had not yet devised a way to bid farewell to his daughter. The rapid advance of the rebels took him by surprise. But his astonishment quickly morphed into determination. Filled with resolve, he thought that if he could avert this chaos, he would find peace in the afterlife. Your Majesty, they are not rebels, but rather 4 individuals of unknown identity. The soldier interjected, realizing the gravity of their situation. They, as the king's guard, were well aware of King Nefeltali Kibura's character. He was a good ruler. Nani, Kibura was perplexed. He had prepared himself emotionally for confrontation, only to learn that it was not the rebels who had breached the gates. The twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his confusion. What was the meaning of this? Shouldn't they hasten to ascertain who had entered? In this tumultuous time, Kibura had no way of knowing whether the newcomers were friend or foe, if they were akin to crocodile. What hope remained for this nation? He felt a profound sense of guilt toward his ancestors, lamenting the state of the country. Yes, Your Majesty. Just as the soldier was about to depart, an unexpected event unfolded. After a brief flight, Yi Fan and his companions arrived above the royal palace. Despite the current turmoil, the resplendent castle still bore witness to its former glory. As the 4 descended, they adopted the most primitive of entrances. Ah, bang! The sounds of screams and the crashing of the doors echoed in Kibura's ears. Immediately, the soldiers in the chamber readied themselves to protect Kibura. Encircling him, 3 women and 1 man emerged in the grand hall. Yi Fan, initially daunted by the thought of confronting a king, now regarded the situation with indifference, recognizing the lack of formidable figures in such an ordinary realm. As the ruler, Kibura maintained an air of calm, refusing to succumb to panic despite the intrusion. "Who are you?" His voice resonated powerfully, exuding an aura of authority. Observing the composure of his adversaries, Yi Fan deemed it an opportune moment to speak. "Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is..." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. Rapid footsteps approached, and a young woman with flowing blue hair and delicate features appeared at the doorway. Breathless, Vivi, upon learning of the intruders in the palace, rushed to the scene and was met with a startling sight. "Father!" Upon seeing his daughter, Kibura felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune and shouted in alarm. "Vivi, run!" But it seemed he was too late. That moment, Yi Fan finally laid eyes on the princess, and the knightly aura she exuded left her momentarily speechless, causing her to stumble and sit on the ground. Her features were striking, with deep-set eyes that radiated intelligence and decisiveness, a prominent nose, and a slight smile that hinted at a unique charm. Her porcelain skin was flawless, a testament to her meticulous care for her appearance. In every gesture, she emanated a noble elegance, embodying the essence of a born leader, accompanied by an intimidating presence. Yet, such grace was merely a result of her ancestral bloodline's endowment. If Yi Fan chose to remain silent, one might perceive him as merely a handsome and enigmatic figure of nobility. Ostrovsky D. Yi Fan, the notorious pirate worth 50 million, Vivi's expression was one of disbelief. Why was he here? Meanwhile, Nami and her companions, observing the encounter, sensed that another ally was about to join their ranks. This newcomer was no less formidable than Nami or Robin, each possessing their unique style. "Release my daughter. I will grant you whatever you desire." Faced with the imminent threat to his daughter, the king finally shed his regal facade and pleaded earnestly. With his wife having passed away early, Vivi was his sole remaining kin. If anything were to happen to her, he would be at a loss for how to cope. Yi Fan, seeing an opportunity, turned to Kibura and said nonchalantly, "Let us go. Show me the treasury and reveal the wealth of your nation." He had come for riches, but he also sought to assist those suffering and lost, particularly young women in distress, prevent Kibura from escaping. Yi Fan entrusted this daunting task to Nokigao. He felt it prudent to maintain a certain distance for the time being. "Nokigao, I leave her in your capable hands. Please keep a close watch." Knowing that Nokigao understood him well, he was confident she would grasp his intentions. Indeed, upon approaching Yi Fan, Nokigao rolled her eyes but acquiesced, muttering, "Fine, leave it to me." Such brazen abduction and the threat against the nation's princess caused Nami to furrow her brow. Yet she refrained from voicing her concerns, remembering Yi Fan's words in the streets. They were pirates. As for Robin, her past experiences had rendered her indifferent to such matters that Yi Fan's restraint in not resorting to indiscriminate violence was commendable. He only acted when provoked. Vivi gazed at the stunning woman before her, whose beauty was almost otherworldly, exuding an air of nobility that surpassed her own. The way Nokigao was tasked with guarding her indicated a strength that could not be underestimated. Little sister, be cautious. Rash actions may lead to injury, and someone might truly care, Nokigao teased, her demeanor playful, possibly influenced by her association with Yifan or perhaps her vampiric lineage. With his daughter in the hands of these individuals, Kabura felt utterly powerless. Wealth, though significant, paled in comparison to the safety of his daughter. Under Kabura's guidance, Yifan and his entourage proceeded to the treasury of Alabasta. Upon their arrival, the guards at the treasury immediately saluted. Acknowledging the king, "Your Majesty Kabura," they proclaimed. As the guards recognized the gravity of the situation, they hesitated to speak, but Kabura gestured for them to open the doors. Open the gates. This wealth had been amassed by generations of kings. And now, under his reign as the 21st monarch, it was at risk of being lost. Yet he was relieved that Yifan had brought only 4 individuals, as they could hardly carry away much. Little did he know, Yifan's system was insatiable. It could absorb any amount of wealth that was not jewelry or precious metals. Yes, as the guard addressed the king, the two exchanged a glance. Left with little else to say, the entrance to the kingdom's treasury loomed majestically. Constructed from sturdy oak, its surface adorned with intricate copper patterns and embellishments. The door was embellished with exquisite relief carvings, depicting the fine symbols and decorations of Alabastan. The 2 men took the key from Cobra and slowly opened the vault that had accumulated the savings of generations, although the key had always been kept under the king's personal care. Precautions were taken to ensure its safety, with guards assigned to watch over it. As the door swung open, a spacious stone staircase spiraled downward, seemingly leading to the depths of the earth. "Now that the door is open, it's time to release Vivi," Cobra remarked, glancing at Yifan. With the objective achieved, Yifan, a man of integrity, exchanged a knowing look with Nokigao. Nokigao then stepped away from Vivi's side to join Yifan. "Father," she said, as the princess of Alabastan, her awareness of the treasures before her was limited. This was merely a fraction of their wealth. A small portion was reserved for the royal family's daily expenditures. For many years, each king had only added to the treasury without ever withdrawing from it. "King Cobra, there's one more matter that requires your assistance. My friend wishes to view the historical texts of your kingdom. If it is not too much trouble." What appeared to be a request was, in fact, an invitation to escort his friend to the royal mausoleum. Upon hearing this, Cobra's expression shifted. How did they know? "Robin, the historical texts are located beneath the sacrificial hall. You may go directly there. His Majesty the King will accompany you," he replied, his tone laced with veiled threat, aware of the precise location mentioned. This was information privy only to each generation of kings, yet here was the other party, well informed. Reluctantly, he complied. Thus, they split into 2 groups. Robin and Nokigao teamed up, while Nami, unable to contain her excitement, awaited eagerly a treasure enthusiast. Nami held a genuine affection for riches. Descending the staircase, they arrived at the lowest level, where an expansive underground chamber revealed itself. In this vast subterranean realm, heaps of gold coins and treasures lay scattered, glimmering like stars. The mounds of coins reflected a radiant golden hue, illuminating the entire treasury. Besides the coins, numerous chests and containers were densely arranged in various corners of the vault. These chests brimmed with jewels, gemstones, and priceless antiques, each item worth a fortune. "This," Nami exclaimed, rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before her. It was akin to an ocean of gold. How much wealth lay here! She felt as if she had plunged into a sea of riches. And this was merely one room. Several others loomed nearby. Even Yifan felt a jolt of realization. Borrowing money truly necessitated visiting a place of national wealth. The accumulation of a nation was no trivial matter. "System, it's time to get to work." With so many treasures around, Yifan was anxious that the system had yet to activate. Upon receiving the cue, the system sprang into action. Wherever Yifan placed his hand upon a mound of coins, they vanished as if swallowed by the earth. His system points surged rapidly, eliciting a radiant smile from Yifan, whose joy was uncontainable. Within mere minutes, he had collected all the treasures from every room except the main hall. With nearly 1.3 billion points amassed, Yefan had enough to exchange for a character he had previously drawn. The choices included Lucy Heartfilia from Fairy Tail, Kushina Uzumaki from Naruto, the reincarnated angel Kurulukapisha, and the Crimson Idis Death. Each required a mere billion berries for Yefan to fulfill every man's dream. The notion of divine creation was a mere illusion. Yefan was engaging in genuine endeavors. System, which era does the character I exchange for belong to? This was crucial. Yefan had not considered this before, but now that conditions permitted, he naturally sought clarity. Ding, the host can choose characters from various eras. Upon hearing this, Yefan felt assured. He had the autonomy to decide. Faced with so many options, Yefan experienced considerable indecision. If only he had enough currency, he would be free of worry. Alas, he only possessed a limited sum. After a challenging internal debate, Yefan selected the reincarnated angel Kurulukapisha. Upon finalizing his choice, he watched as 10 billion points vanished from his total. Ding! Please prepare. Kurulukapisha will arrive within 5 minutes. Yefan had considered multiple factors in his decision. Not only was she immensely powerful, but she also possessed a physique that starkly contrasted Nami's 2 years hence. With dark pink hair, upturned eyes, crimson pupils, pointed ears, a half ponytail, and a Gothic-style miniskirt, she was adorned with a bat-shaped hair accessory, her shoulders, back, and thighs exposed to view. The rose-red bow on her skirt added a touch of innocence to her appearance. Complemented by a lace choker, oversized sleeves, a slick cloak, and knee-high heeled boots. Sometimes, a change of taste could be refreshing. Consuming the same fare repeatedly could grow tiresome. Subsequently, Yefan converted the remaining wealth into system points, ensuring he left Nami a small portion. However, even that was limited to a small bundle, as anything larger would be unmanageable. Yefan's points surged to over 700 million, drawing closer to 1 billion. The war on the top had catapulted him to fame. The 4 emperors were merely the beginning. This was an opportune moment for renown, as a global live broadcast awaited him. Yefan would soon become a star. 5 minutes later, a beautiful woman materialized beside Yefan. Yet, was her stature not somewhat diminutive? Yefan, where did this little girl come from? Nami queried, casting a puzzled glance at Yefan. The suddenly appeared Kurulukapisha immediately linked arms with Yefan, gleefully exclaiming, "Master!" Yefan was taken aback. Sensing an overwhelming surge of anger that threatened to erupt, behind him, Nami, witnessing this sudden development, presumed Yefan to be engaged in something unspeakable. She promptly pushed Kurulukapisha away, sternly declaring, "Stop joking. Nami, she's just playing around." Kurulukapisha is a vampire. Despite her youthful appearance, she is over 2,000 years old, he hastened to clarify to Nami, ensuring she understood the situation was not as it appeared. Really, how could it be that way? "You must believe me," Yefan implored, gazing earnestly at Nami, hoping she would trust his words. Meanwhile, Kurulukapisha crossed her arms, her youthful visage betraying only slight imperfections. Nami, observing Yefan's genuine concern, felt her belief in him solidifying. Yet, she remained curious about this young girl and how Yefan knew her name. As she posed her question, Yefan scratched the back of his head, pondering how to explain. Just then, a boisterous voice echoed. "Ah ha ha ha! After searching high and low, I find what I seek effortlessly. Ostrovsky D. Yefan." Yefan sensed 5 formidable presences approaching and instinctively shielded Nami behind him. Aware that trouble was brewing, Nami braced herself. Kurulukapisha, fixating on the source of the voice, regarded Yefan as her other half, resolute in her determination to protect him from harm. The 5 figures materialized before Yefan and his companions, revealing none other than Blackbeard and his crew. The voice they had just heard belonged to Blackbeard. "Teach, what brought them here? It is indeed peculiar. One would expect the narrative to unfold differently." Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, gazes upon this rugged, burly middle-aged man, whose body is adorned with a thick mane of hair and a few missing teeth. Alongside his initial recruits, ha ha, Yifan, do you know me? Blackbeard expresses a hint of surprise at Yifan's recognition of his name. Though he dismisses it without concern, he extends his hand, inviting Yifan to join their ranks. "What say you? Would you care to join us, Originally intent on hunting him down to secure the title of Warlord of the Sea, Blackbeard finds himself inexplicably drawn to Yi Fan's enigmatic presence, that a voice within him insists that if he could win over this individual, it would yield immeasurable benefits. Yi Fan smirks disdainfully. You, the one who murdered the captain of the White-Beard Pirates 4th Division, akin to a stray dog. Why on earth would I join you? Even if the invitation were to become his captain, Yi Fan would not entertain the notion. What audacity to think he could persuade him to join. Blackbeard's expression darkens, realizing that Yi Fan is not inclined to engage in civil discourse. However, with a smile hiding malice, he remains unfazed, while Bagus, unable to contain himself, prepares to strike. Captain, allow me to teach him a lesson. With terrifying speed and monstrous strength, he lunges forward, his punch accompanied by a howling wind and a sound akin to tearing through space itself. Wait, Bagus, you aren't supposed to? Blackbeard attempts to warn, but it is too late. Bagus has already launched himself at Yi Fan, observing the imposing figure with purple curls and a wrestling mask. Yi Fan remains unmoved, showing no signs of retaliation as the dark figure suddenly appears before him, akin to a shadow in the night that a precise and powerful kick sends Bagus hurtling back into the ruins. Is this a joke? How is this possible? Blackbeard stares in disbelief at the little girl who has just effortlessly sent Bagus flying. His astonishment is palpable as he scrutinizes Kurulu Kpz, questioning her identity. He has never heard of such a crew member aboard Yi Fan's ship. Nami, standing behind Yi Fan, is equally astonished by Kurulu Kpz's prowess. Blackbeard, your crew can't even handle a little girl. What kind of level is this that you invite me to join? Are you out of your mind? Yi Fan has inquired about Kurulu Kpz's combat capabilities through the system, learning that she possesses strength comparable to a Marine Admiral, making her a formidable opponent for Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard's dark fruit is indeed troublesome, as it renders the abilities of others ineffective, but beyond that, it holds no significant advantage. This cold mockery makes it clear to Blackbeard that Yi Fan will never choose to join them. He is undoubtedly an adversary that, Yi Fan, since you know me, you must also understand why I killed Sachi. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the dark fruit. As he speaks, a dark aura envelopes Blackbeard's body, and a swirling black ring forms around his hand. He shouts, "Dark water!" Meanwhile, his companions, Van Augur and others, have already retreated far away, aware of the peril that the dark fruit poses to in the next moment. Yi Fan feels an immense gravitational pull attempting to draw him closer. It seems Blackbeard wishes for a confrontation, and Yi Fan cannot help but admire his audacity, since we are to engage. Let it be so. Your dark fruit lacks any elemental transformation abilities. Even if it did, it would matter little, for I possess a magic that can revert entities to a damaged state, directly interfering with their physical form, rendering any resistance futile. Kurulu Kpz, protect Nami. Yi Fan remains vigilant, aware that Blackbeard has 4 subordinates lurking nearby, and he cannot let his guard down. Nami, witnessing the seriousness in Yi Fan's demeanor, recognizes the extraordinary capabilities of this group. Rest assured, with me here, there is nothing to worry about. Kurulu Kpz, having been brought into this world by the system, is fully aware of its rules. After grasping the laws of this realm, she finds herself intrigued, especially as she catches a whiff of a delightful scent emanating from Yi Fan, igniting her desire to take a bite. Riding the wave of attraction, Yi Fan takes the initiative, with a swift step forward. He employs the ice nullification magic, summoning the surrounding ice elements. Yi Fan coalesces them into a formidable wave of frost energy, culminating in a colossal icy blast. He inhales deeply, channeling all his strength into his mouth. And with a fierce roar, he unleashes this potent frost energy. The icy force spirals through the air like a dragon, charging toward Blackbeard, enveloping the atmosphere in an aura of cold, crystallizing the very air around them. Blackbeard's expression shifts as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The dark fruit lacks elemental transformation capabilities. Faced with such an assault, he must either evade or counter it. Dark water. Blackbeard's hands emit swirling black smoke, capable of not only nullifying the target's abilities, but also absorbing their attack power. As Yi Fan's ice blue energy wave approaches, Blackbeard's swirling black light begins to absorb the oncoming assault. Every attack is devoured. And Blackbeard, with a maniacal grin, taunts Yifan. How about it, Yifan? Isn't this ability splendid? Though unsure of Yifan's fruit abilities, he perceives a resemblance to Admiral Akiji's freezing powers, but he brushes it off as irrelevant. He remains oblivious to the fact that Yifan is not a fruit user at all. Having successfully neutralized Yifan's strike, he feels no surprise. The dark fruit is indeed formidable. Having acquired the dark fruit, Blackbeard has ascended to become one of the most powerful beings in this world. That I shall ask you once more. Will you join us? Recognizing the strength of his opponent, he considers it a waste for such a person to fall into the hands of the world government. This is his final opportunity for Yifan, and he gazes at him expectantly. You are still not qualified to think that after blocking a single strike, you presume yourself capable. How laughable. Yet I must concede that you possess considerable strength. It is no wonder you have become one of the new 4 emperors following the Marineford War. Apart from those within impelled down 6th level, his power is indeed formidable. That's so? Dark Hole, realizing he must showcase his power, Blackbeard allows the dark smoke surrounding him to thicken, resembling a roaring black flame that spreads outward. The darkness consumes everything in its path, causing surrounding structures to collapse as if devoured by an invisible force. Witnessing this, Kurlu KPZ's expression turns solemn as she leads Nami away. Confident in Yifan's abilities, Baegis and his comrades hastily flee, well aware that this attack is indiscriminate, knowing not what it feels like to be swallowed by endless darkness. The vast void has already consumed buildings for hundreds of meters, causing them to crumble piece by piece. Standing atop a rooftop, Yifan realizes he too is on the brink of falling. In this dire moment, Blackbeard bellows arrogantly, "So, how do you plan to resolve this? The dark fruit, indeed, is a formidable power that he has awaited for 28 years. Only he, as its host, comprehends the sheer terror it embodies." In response to the provocation, Yifan returned a scornful smile, which instilled an unsettling feeling in Blackbeard. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red wings burst forth from Yifan's back, unfurling like 2 colossal flames. Igniting a fervent crimson glow, with the wings spread wide, Yifan's figure shimmered like fire, and as the blood-red wings flapped, they stirred a powerful gust of wind, propelling him into the air, backlit by the wings. Yifan appeared even taller and more imposing, his gaze filled with mockery as he surveyed everything around Blackbeard. You have any more tricks up your sleeve? From his elevated position, looking down at the bewildered expression on Blackbeard's face. Yifan found his astonishment quite delightful. Regarding Yifan's newly manifested wings, Blackbeard could hardly believe his eyes. "This is impossible. What kind of devil fruit user are you?" he roared, realizing that ice and the wings represented entirely different powers. Could it be that his opponent was capable of wielding multiple devil fruits simultaneously? Lafitte and the others watched Yifan intently, recognizing that his strength was indeed formidable, flying while possessing the ability to control ice. What a farce! Dark water, Blackbeard bellowed, convinced that even if his opponent harnessed multiple devil fruit powers, his dark fruit could nullify them. The pull this time was even stronger than before, indicating that Yifan was genuinely serious. His body was uncontrollably drawn toward Blackbeard, and although immense power surged within him, it merely alleviated the force of the attraction. Relying solely on his Kinbunchika haki was proving rather uncomfortable. Ice Demon, Zero Blade. Passive behavior was not in Yifan's nature. He directly unleashed a spell of ice destruction that, in an instant, Yifan vanished from his original position, akin to an ice demon, reappearing before Blackbeard, the ice blade in his hand. Like a soul of frost, coalesced into a dignified and fierce blade aura, as the blade descended. An icy chill enveloped the air, transforming into a crystalline edge capable of freezing all life that a surge of freezing power erupted swiftly, engulfing Blackbeard and rendering his form a massive ice sculpture. The battlefield fell silent under this overwhelming frost, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The dark water technique proved utterly ineffective. Encased in ice, Blackbeard remained alive and capable of thought, yet he could not comprehend why his dark fruit abilities had failed. This formidable freezing power rendered him incapable of brute force escape. He could only attempt to absorb the ice with dark water. Should we assist? Bagus inquired of Van Oka, sensing that Blackbeard's defeat was becoming increasingly evident. Do not rush. The Admiral will not yield so easily. Van Oka replied, observing the battlefield and feeling a profound apprehension at Yi Fan's power. What was even more alarming was how Yi Fan had evaded the nullification of the dark fruit's abilities. As a sniper, Van Oka possessed keen eyesight. Yi Fan watched as Blackbeard, after absorbing the ice with his powers, emerged once more, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, warily eyeing Yi Fan. The previous strike had not only frozen him, but it also left a grievous wound on his chest. His abilities had failed to nullify those of his adversary. Oh, Teach, what are you doing? Are you contemplating surrender? Yi Fan remarked, relishing Blackbeard's cautious demeanor, which he found far more appealing than his usual defiance. Eliminating Blackbeard would result in no notable change. After all, the battle atop Marineford was one of the most iconic and fervent arcs in history. In the face of Yi Fan's taunting, Blackbeard remained silent. His dark fruit yielding no room for maneuver. He recognized that he required new abilities, even though he had not exerted his full strength. Blackbeard was acutely aware that his subordinates were still too weak to contend with Yi Fan. Fortunately, Yi Fan had departed with Nami and the others, relieving Teach somewhat. Though the recent conflict had not been excessively fierce, the area within hundreds of meters lay utterly flattened, with buildings and palaces consumed by Blackbeard's dark fruit. This marked the first time Blackbeard experienced a sense of defeat. Nevertheless, his plans remained unchanged. If that were the case, he had a new target in mind. Ace had been pursuing him. After all, he could use Ace to exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea. Yi Fan was acutely aware of Blackbeard's intentions. He understood well who Blackbeard was, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. With his own objectives accomplished, Yi Fan prepared a journey to the next destination, seeking a corresponding pointer. Without such a tool, progress would be impossible. Robin and Noki Gao, accompanied by Cobra, arrived at the royal tombs, observing the ancient yet magnificent mausoleums. Robin mused, truly, it is one of the founding nations of the world government. Beneath the tombs, Robin discovered a massive stone slab chronicling history. Few in the world could comprehend the inscriptions above, and she was among them. To her astonishment, she realized that the Pluton sought by Crocodile was indeed recorded in Alabasta. After her exploration, Robin graciously expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cobra harbored no fondness for the former Baroque Works member. Now that you've seen it, may we take our leave? Do not disturb the spirits of our ancestors. As the 21st king of Alabasta, Cobra felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. What kind of king am I if I cannot even protect my own country? Let us depart. Noki Gao and Robin, both kind-hearted, did not linger further. The recent battle had greatly worried Noki Gao. Although she understood Yi Fan's strength, her sister Nami lacked combat prowess and possessed only a toy gifted by Yi Fan, which offered little in the way of enhancement. Noki Gao carried Robin into the air, hurrying to find Yi Fan. As long as everyone was safe, that was all that mattered. However, who was this new child? After all, Kuru's appearance resembled that of a young girl, a stark contrast to her 2,000-year age. Who is this? Not only Noki Gao, but also Robin was curious about this new member, who had seemingly appeared after only a brief separation. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, seeking an explanation. Yi Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Nami had nearly forgotten, but now, reminded by Noki Gao, she recalled the incident. His mind raced to concoct a suitable explanation. This is my sister. Kuru, please greet everyone. According to the system's design, Kuru was exceedingly obedient to Yi Fan. The others regarded Kuru, who bore the appearance of a vampire, and noticed that Yi Fan was also a vampire. It seemed rather plausible. Kuru obediently approached Yi Fan, linking her arm with his and sweetly calling out, "Brother, hello, everyone. You must all be my brother's girlfriends." Kuru's words left the women present blushing and flustered, turning their gazes away from Yi Fan. Only Kuru tugged at Yi Fan and smiled up at him, as if asking for praise. In response to her antics, Yi Fan could only say, "Well done." The system is undeniably powerful, demonstrating absolute cooperation. With a glance that conveyed a job well done, a hand reached out to gently stroke the other's head. This gesture brought immense comfort to Kurulu, eliciting a blissful smile. Thus, the group came to accept this identity. Robin also learned that Yifan's true nature was that of a vampire, a species that indeed exists, after attaining what he desired. Yifan chose not to depart immediately, in the realm of King Cobra. After bidding farewell to Robin and Noki Gao, he thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and address the issue of the rebels. However, he was soon met with a panicked soldier reporting, "Your Majesty, there has just been a battle in the treasury, and all the treasures have vanished." This news left Cobra utterly dismayed. He knew precisely how much wealth was contained within the treasury. It was inconceivable that it could all be taken in such a short time. Only someone with extraordinary abilities could accomplish such a feat, and he immediately thought of Yifan and his companions. In that moment, the pressure was too much for him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty," the surrounding guards promptly dispatched someone to summon a doctor, with internal and external threats looming. Alabasta was at a critical juncture for survival. Should Cobra falter, the nation would be doomed. Meanwhile, Vivi, in her chamber, became aware of Yifan's identity as a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 50 million. This revelation sparked an unconventional idea in her mind. It was the only way to save her country. Without delay, she rushed out in search of Yifan and his companions. Yifan, accompanied by Nami and others, arrived at the palace of Alabasta, intending to rest briefly before assisting in resolving the issue with the rebels. After having taken so much wealth from them, it would be remiss to leave without offering help. Witnessing Yifan's benevolence left the others in disbelief, for they were well aware of his reputation. As night fell, Yifan and his group settled down, preparing to aid the royal army in the morning. Upon their return, however, the guards were thrown into disarray, haunted by the memory of their fallen comrades. Though fearful, they were determined to protect their nation. Just as they were about to take action, Wei Wei appeared, clarifying her intentions and thus preventing a massacre. Given the strength of the opposing party, there was no need for deceit, and Wei Wei chose to trust them. Nami and Noki Gao shared a room, leaving Yifan with no opportunity for companionship. The others were each assigned separate rooms. This solitude weighed heavily on Yifan that night. Being a vampire, he thrived in the dark, and the absence of company felt disheartening. Yifan's gaze shifted toward the door as he sensed an approach that it was merely an ordinary person, piquing his curiosity about who would seek him out at such an hour. Creaking open, the door revealed a woman, meticulously wrapped in layers of the sight of her blue hair. Yifan instantly recognized her and was soon met with an audacious "ACTS." She unfastened her bow. A rush of blood surged through Yifan's veins. The progenitor of vampires, he had not fed since acquiring this bloodline, and despite his formidable prowess, he could not escape the fundamental truth of his nature. Vampires must feed, particularly on the pure essence of life. That night, the sun shone brilliantly. The following morning, the sea glimmering as gentle waves caressed the shore. Golden rays bathed the waters, resembling a shimmering ribbon of light, radiating warmth. The ocean remained tranquil, save for the occasional call of seagulls echoing through the air. The gentle sea breeze carried a hint of salt, refreshing and pleasant in the distance. The horizon where the sky met the water glowed with hues of orange and red, gradually tinting the entire sky. The dawn was a vibrant canvas, illuminating the sea with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was a day filled with beauty, and Yifan's spirits were buoyant, certainly not due to the events of the previous night. With the addition of a new kin, he felt little remorse about indulging in the unexpected feast presented to him. It was hardly a significant affair, of course. Yifan was not stingy, offering a single drop of his blood to Noki Gao, which transformed her entirely. Her current strength was more than sufficient to quell the rebellion. This moment, Yifan and his companions were sailing away from Alabasta. Nami and the others were perplexed by Yifan's abrupt decision to leave, as they had initially agreed to assist in dealing with the rebels. When departing, Yifan had inquired whether Vivi wished to join him, but she firmly stated she could not abandon her role as a princess. She insisted that what transpired the previous night was merely a dream and urged him not to dwell on it. This response came as no surprise to Yifan. After all, Vivi had endured many trials alongside the Straw Hat crew and had not chosen to leave. Their connection was merely a fleeting encounter, and it would be strange for her to depart with him. Fate had not yet aligned, leaving room for future opportunities, in the New World, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. News of the events in Alabasta had reached them. This time, it was not announced by Brand New, but directly relayed through Fleet Admiral Sengoku. With his frog-like spectacles and braided beard, he examined the documents in his hand. Feeling a headache coming on, his expression darkened, realizing yet another formidable entity had emerged. "What's the matter?" inquired a tall, muscular elder with short gray hair, munching on snacks. Noticing his friend's unusual demeanor, he could tell something significant had transpired. Sengoku handed the documents to Carp, urging him to read for himself. While he prepared to convene with others to strategize, they could not allow this new threat to grow unchecked, especially without the intervention of any heroic grandfather. Carp perused the information, noting that Ostrovsky D. Fan had engaged in a brief confrontation with Blackbeard's crew in Alabasta, emerging unscathed while Blackbeard and his men fled with a considerable haul of treasure. The thought of that young rascal turned Carp's expression serious. He was well aware of the powers of the dark fruit, and having spent considerable time aboard Whitebeard's ship, he had learned of the recent betrayal involving the captain of the 4th Division. Such a person was not to be underestimated, and even someone of Blackbeard's caliber had been defeated. Who exactly was this young man named Yifan? Carp had no ties to him, so he shrugged off the matter, happily indulging in his snacks, unconcerned as he was not his grandson, that in contrast to Carp's nonchalance, Sengoku sought out Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu to discuss who would be dispatched. Each of the three had distinct personalities. Akainu, clad in dark red attire and adorned with tattoos, displayed a disdainful expression. Kizaru, in his yellow and white striped suit and sunglasses, stroked his chin, intrigued by the situation. Akiji, tall and relaxed in a white suit vest and deep blue shirt, seemed more inclined to take a nap, though he showed some interest upon learning of Yifan's freezing abilities. "Which of you three will handle this?" Sengoku inquired, acknowledging the significance of sending one of the 3 admirals personally. Recognizing the formidable strength of Yifan, that young man was no ordinary foe, having bested Blackbeard, the wielder of the dark fruit. The utterance momentarily halted the trio, for as high-ranking admirals of the Navy, their knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. The same could be said regarding the fruits. The records of the dark fruits were among the most formidable. In fact, they were even more potent than the fruits possessed by the 3 of them. Sengoku observed the changes in the group before continuing. "The son of the devil, Nico Robin, is also aboard the enemy's ship. We must capture her alive." After speaking, Sengoku cast a knowing glance at Akiji. Seemingly aware of the underlying reasons, "Leave this matter to me. I will handle it." As he pushed open the door and stepped outside, Akiji's voice resonated, clearly indicating his intent to address the situation. The 3 individuals within the room, now reassured that someone was managing the affair, felt a sense of relief. Kizaru, ever the slacker, preferred to take it easy, content as long as no orders came from above. Akainu, despite his desire to intervene, deemed the adversary too insignificant to warrant his attention and decided it best to let Akiji take charge. The 3 were contemporaries. Kizaru and Akainu had always regarded one another with a hint of disdain, viewing Akiji as the true rival among them. With the situation now resolved, Akainu strode away with an air of self-importance, as if owed a debt of several hundred coins. At this moment, Yifan remained blissfully unaware that he had become a target. Soon, news of Yifan's bounty emerged, amounting to a staggering 500 million berries, with all blame for the Alabasta incident conveniently placed upon him. This bounty propelled Yifan's name into the annals of infamy, echoing throughout the world. A pirate worth 500 million berries was a reality the world government could no longer conceal, unless they were to obliterate the entire nation of Alabasta, an utterly implausible endeavor. As Yifan journeyed toward the Valley of Demon Suppression, several days had elapsed since his departure from Alabasta. The insurrection within the nation had been quelled, albeit through the ruthless application of force. Vivi, having transformed into a vampire, initially believed she could engage in meaningful dialogue with her adversaries, only to find them wholly unyielding. The moment she opened the gates of the royal city. Countless rebels surged into the capital like a tidal wave. Faced with such chaos, Vivi experienced a profound shock, her mind besieged by a cacophony of voices urging her onward. Charge, slay them, capture King Cobra, and make him realize his folly. Kill them. They're the reason our land has suffered 3 years of drought. Various provocative shouts overwhelmed Vivi, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. She crouched down, clutching her head. Suddenly beset by an excruciating pain, her demeanor grew increasingly erratic, her eyes ablaze with fury and agitation, transforming from a calm blue to a fiery red, as if engulfed in flames. Her hair blazed a blood-red hue, radiating an eerie and terrifying aura. Her body surged with power, blood coursing through her veins like scalding waves, her breathing rapid and labored, as if she could ignite the very air around her. Driven by rage and frenzy, Vivi succumbed to a primal urge, losing all semblance of reason. Consumed by an insatiable desire for slaughter, her gaze wild and feral, as if she sought to crush everything in her path. The onlookers stared in horror at the now monstrous and terrifying Vivi, acutely aware of the dread power and murderous intent emanating from her. Her blood-red hair danced in the wind like a wraith, evoking panic and unease in this bizarre atmosphere. Vivi's eyes reflected only death and madness. She had completely relinquished control, transforming into an uncontrollable beast ready to unleash her pent-up fury that a cacophony of screams erupted. While those in the distance remained oblivious to the unfolding carnage, she became an avenging specter, mercilessly reaping the lives of the innocents. Each life extinguished only served to amplify her dread presence. Her strength escalating with every act of violence. It was a relentless slaughter, blood flowing like a river, saturating the air with the metallic scent of death. The sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies was enough to induce nausea in even the most hardened souls. As the death toll mounted, panic spread among the populace, and they began to flee in terror. Ultimately, it was King Cobra, despite his weakened state, who arrived at the scene, calling out, "Vivi!" That heartfelt plea momentarily halted the rampage of the frenzied killer, granting many a chance at survival. Although countless lives had been lost, the bloodshed was surprisingly limited, suggesting a disparity in the chaos. Upon regaining her senses, Vivi scanned her surroundings, her figure appearing eerily tranquil amidst the astonished crowd. Under their watchful gaze, massive wings unfurled from her back, shimmering with a blood-red luminescence. As these wings spread, Vivi ascended gracefully into the air, akin to a raptor soaring skyward. After her departure, a profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving the crowd in a state of shock and confusion, grappling with the inexplicable display of her newfound abilities in the distance. Vivi rapidly vanished from sight, her silhouette fading into the horizon. King Cobra gazed at his daughter's retreating form. An expression of helplessness etched upon his face. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind her transformation, he sensed an undeniable connection to that group. Following Vivi's indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, she was labeled a pirate, deemed exceedingly dangerous, and a bounty of 10 million berries was placed upon her head. Despite the high death toll, the fact that they were all civilians, coupled with her royal status, resulted in an unusually significant bounty for her first offense. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, sailing upon the sea, bore witness to the unfolding events. He was taken aback by the unexpected turn of affairs. Reclining on the deck of the Emperor's ship, crew diligently massaged Yi Fan's shoulders. Although Nami and the others had initially believed Yi Fan's previous assertions, they grew increasingly suspicious as time passed. It was evident that this vampire shared a complex relationship with Yi Fan. Their bond was unmistakably profound. In the days that followed, she remained closely by his side, their camaraderie growing ever more intimate. Robin, like Yi Fan, languidly sipped coffee beneath the shade of an umbrella, sharing in the serene atmosphere. Observing the dynamics among the group, Nami sighed, tapping her head in exasperation, and returned to her drawing task, charting the course to Alabasta. Such was the daily life of Yi Fan and his companions. Their maritime existence marked by a languid monotony, with little to occupy their time. Robin, having not experienced such leisure in ages, savored the delightful combination of sea breeze, sunlight, captivating literature, and her preferred coffee. This picturesque scene radiated warmth and comfort. Meanwhile, Crocodile, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived in Water City. As a warlord of the sea, his position granted him certain advantages. The world government still relied on the 7 warlords to maintain stability, in critical moments. Their assistance was often sought. The world government's covert intelligence agency, CP9, naturally caught wind of his arrival. Upon Crocodile's landing on the island, discussions commenced, as the stakes were high concerning one of the ancient weapons. Pluton. Any misstep could not be tolerated. Thus, in a nondescript tavern within Water City, the two parties engaged in dialogue, though the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Rob Lucci, the leader of CP9, garbed in a fitted worker's attire and topped with a black stovepipe hat, fixed a penetrating gaze upon Crocodile. Crocodile, what brings you here? They have been undercover here for 5 years, and they cannot allow the other party to intervene, for the sake of maintaining the secrecy of this operation. He has come alone this time, without any companions. Crocodile gazed at the CP9 member before him, having learned from Yi Fan that they belonged to the intelligence agency under the world government. He had no desire to entangle himself with them. There is no need for me to explain my purpose to you. You attend to your matters, and I shall attend to mine. We are unrelated. From Yi Fan, Crocodile understood that the design of Pluton was located here. With the title of Mr. 2, Bon Clay possesses the power of the copy fruit, which would undoubtedly enable him to swiftly locate the Pluton design. By applying some pressure, he could compel the holder of a design to transfer it to a trusted individual, thus achieving his goal. Observing the man before him, Crocodile's inner demeanor had morphed into something akin to a cunning hook. Lucci maintained a stoic expression, and after receiving Crocodile's response, he offered no further words. He slowly stood up and turned to leave. As he exited, Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar and commanded, "Disseminate the information. The world government's direct intelligence organization, CP9, is lurking in Water City, seeking to acquire the Pluton design. When it comes to schemes, old sand can play the game. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. That is Pluton, one of the 3 great ancient weapons, capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. If he were to obtain such a formidable asset, he would hardly care about his position as a warlord of the sea." It was absurd. Understood, bossed out at that moment, his subordinate realized that Crocodile had arrived in Water City for such a purpose. Instantly, things seemed to take a turn. After exiting, Lucci promptly reported the situation to his superiors. As Crocodile's men spread the news, the entire Water City became aware of the developments. Upon learning of this news, the president of the World Economic News Agency immediately printed a large number of newspapers to disseminate across the globe. The world was shaken. With the emergence of Pluton in Water City, many supernovas and pirates began to converge upon this location. Even Monkey D. Luffy, the aspiring pirate king, caught sight of the newspaper. "All right, let us head to Water City." Luffy, with a sweeping gesture, made a decisive call as the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, who had consistently dictated significant decisions. Zoro, ever the directionally challenged one, was indifferent to the destination. The others offered no objections, and their journey proceeded smoothly. Thus, they resolved to set forth for Water City, drawn by the allure of excitement. A small boat, the Going Merry, carried Luffy and his 5 companions onward, with Yi Fan's appearance. The fate of these individuals remained uncertain, and whether their strength would grow due to the unfolding narrative was yet to be seen. After all, they existed as protagonists within this world, aboard the Thousand Sunny. Robin, with her habit of reading newspapers, acquired today's edition. As she scanned the text, she appeared to be frozen in place, utterly motionless. This peculiar behavior prompted Yi Fan to question her state, approaching her side and glancing at the newspaper's contents. He swiftly grasped the situation. He had not anticipated Crocodile's audacity to stir the waters and attract more individuals. It was a strategy to create an opportunity for himself. Otherwise, for a mere warlord to claim the Pluton design would be exceedingly difficult, especially since Yi Fan had only provided a vague location. Point 1 must admit that Crocodile truly was a formidable figure, employing such tactics. However, this bore little relevance to him. It was merely that the narrative had shifted once more. Would there still be a Marineford war in the offing? Yi Fan held deep reservations about that on an island near Alabasta. Ace encountered Blackbeard's crew, initiating a dialogue that revealed their divergent paths. In an intense clash, Ace and Blackbeard engaged in a breathtaking duel. Ace wielded the flame fruit, unleashing searing flames, while Blackbeard commanded the dark fruit, manipulating the forces of darkness. Ace brandished his flames, which soared skyward, enveloping Blackbeard in a whirlwind of destructive heat, distorting the surrounding air, threatening to reduce everything to ashes. In response, Blackbeard summoned the formidable powers of the dark fruit, conjuring a vortex of black energy that warped space and consumed all light. The darkness harbored boundless might, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. The two titanic forces clashed in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Flames and shadows intertwined on the battlefield, unleashing violent waves of energy that engulfed everything in their vicinity. Ace remained calm and resolute, continuously unleashing the power of his flame fruit in an attempt to drive Blackbeard back. Conversely, Blackbeard, cold and merciless, manipulated the dark forces, striving to ensnare Ace within the shadows. The battlefield was suffused with the energies of fire and darkness, steeped in the essence of combat. The duel between these two titans showcased their respective powers and techniques, causing the entire sea to tremble. Flame Emperor, with a furious roar, Ace unleashed his most powerful move that a colossal fireball manifested in his hand, prompting Blackbeard to remain vigilant, as swirling black smoke coalesced around him. The two forces collided violently, and the island seemed to convulse as flames and darkness clashed. In the end, the flames were consumed, and Ace fell heavily to the ground unconscious. However, Blackbeard was not unscathed, gasping for breath. Gazing at Ace, he realized that this was his ticket to becoming a warlord. Fan, I shall remember you. Once I obtain the world's strongest fruit, I will seek you out. Ah. In his heart, Blackbeard had not forgotten. He was indeed a man who bore grudges. As Blackbeard triumphed over poor gasted Ace and handed him over to the world government, it was evident that the stakes were high. After all, Ace was the son of Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, and a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million. Such a formidable creature as the Yonko Whitebeard would undoubtedly not stand idly by. For all his crew members, Whitebeard regarded them as family. Deeply valuing emotional bonds, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, smoothly ascended to the rank of Warlord of the Sea, rather than the 8th Warlord, as Crocodile had been stripped of his title by the world government. The justification was that he had long instigated war in Alabasta and slaughtered Navy personnel, among other baseless accusations. Ultimately, such narratives were penned by the victors. What they declared was deemed truth. This world was theirs to command. However, the news had yet to be publicly disclosed, for Ace's value evidently held greater significance. At Marine headquarters in Mariejoa, with the capture of Port Gastide at Ace, he was confined to level 6 of the Eternal held in the conference room, aside from Admiral Akiji, who was engaged in a mission. The lowest-ranking officers present were all rear admirals, distinguished among their peers. A meeting targeting Whitebeard was convened here. The atmosphere was grave, given that the adversary was a Yonko, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, hailed as the strongest man in the world. The user of the Tremor fruit, possessing the power to devastate the world, was well understood by the veterans, such as Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, who were acutely aware of the terror he embodied. Even in his advanced age, he remained a force to be reckoned with, necessitating meticulous planning for the forthcoming operation. The Yonko had always been a thorn in the side of the world government. None could escape their grasp. Garp's emotions were tumultuous, torn between his unwavering sense of justice and his grandson. He had watched Ace grow up, just as he did with Luffy, both of whom he considered his beloved grandsons. Yet, neither was particularly easy to manage, both choosing the path of piracy, defying his plans. Only by becoming a Marine could he hope to protect them. Now, standing at the forefront, Fleet Admiral Sengoku spoke gravely. This operation is of utmost importance. The ensuing battle will undoubtedly be fierce. We must mobilize elite forces from other bases and summon all warlords of the sea. The 3 admirals and the warlords would assemble alongside countless other Marines, underscoring Sengoku's recognition of Whitebeard's significance. If anyone has thoughts to share, now is the time. Sengoku, not being an advisor to the Navy, had limited ideas, So he turned his gaze to a venerable woman seated to his right, with graying hair tied back simply in a shoulder-length ponytail. She wore a pair of emerald earrings, adorned in the coat of Marine Rear Admiral, with a light blue shirt and a white patterned purple tie. Su, though merely a Rear Admiral, held a status within the Navy that rivaled that of an Admiral. As a seasoned Marine, she had fought alongside Sengoku and Garp through numerous great battles, her wisdom invaluable in major military operations. Resting her arms on the table, Saru pondered deeply before speaking. The pirate crew formerly led by the great warlord Squard was annihilated by Joel D. Roger. Whitebeard concealed from him the truth that Ace is Roger S. son. This aspect can be exploited, especially now that Squard is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. If we can sway him, it could yield unforeseen advantages at a critical moment. Seated nearby, Akainu interjected, "Leave this matter to me. I know precisely what to do." Upholding his absolute justice, Akainu believed that pirates were to be eradicated entirely. There was no room for their survival. Whatever the means, they must be extinguished. And what of the situation in Water 7? It pertains to the ancient weapon Pluton. Many notorious pirates with bounties in the tens of millions are converging there. This posed a significant dilemma, and all eyes turned to Kizaru. With everyone else occupied, Kizaru did not wish to appear idle. Sengoku then stated, "This issue requires no concern from us. Higher authorities are managing it. Kizaru, you have a task. The celestial dragon Roswell family will be vacationing at Sabaody Archipelago, and you are to ensure their protection." The mention of celestial dragons elicited a sense of exasperation, even from Sengoku. The fleet admiral, should any incident occur, it would pose considerable complications. Naturally, he regarded them as a detestable lot, yet appearances must be upheld. Amidst the various significant events unfolding, Sengoku deemed it prudent for Kizaru to oversee their protection. Very well, Kizaru acquiesced. This task was no small feat, as he had dealt with celestial dragons before. They were difficult to serve, and he preferred not to engage in their affairs, focusing instead on his responsibilities. As the meeting concluded, Sengoku declared it adjourned, and all present stood in unison, proclaiming, "Justice." Their fervent resolve was palpable. Distracted, Garp felt compelled to visit his grandson, who was imprisoned in the lowest depths of Impel Down, surrounded by the most heinous of criminals. Even though he knew Ace had committed no wrongdoing, his identity alone dictated that he could not intervene. After the others departed, Tsuru and Sengoku exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. They were both aware of Ace's plight, having turned a blind eye in the past. However, with Blackbeard delivering him into their hands, the situation had become precarious. They understood that Garp was in the most difficult position. What a predicament! Will Garp try to intervene? Sengoku expressed his concern that if Garp were to betray them, it would spell immense loss for the Navy. Tsuru observed her old friend, now so aged yet still lacking in prudence. Her rational assessment, coupled with her familiarity with Garp, assured her that he was not the sort to act recklessly, not dwell on it. He would not do such a thing. Having known each other intimately and fought side by side for so many years, Yi Fan and his companions arrived at Magic Valley Town. This settlement, a haven for extravagant pirates, operates on the principle of might makes right. It is predominantly inhabited by pirates, unencumbered by any constraints. If one possesses strength, one is free to pursue any ambition. This atmosphere suits Yi Fan perfectly, as he is in dire need of funds. Although each pirate crew may possess limited riches, the sheer number of pirates here means there is a fortune to be seized that, in truth, Yi Fan and his comrades had no intention of coming here. Their arrival was fortuitously guided by a pirate crew they encountered along the way. After departing from Alabasta, they had drifted at sea for quite some time until they finally crossed paths with a group of Navy officers. From them, they acquired a log pose, which ensured they did not lose their way and safely reached this destination. Additionally, their journey had proven lucrative, netting them several tens of millions of berries. The Yi Fan allocated this modest sum directly aboard their ship for everyday expenses. As for Kuru, the vampire, Yi Fan had consumed him during their travels, remarking that the experience was quite unique, distinctly different from his encounters with Nokigo. Indeed, tastes vary, and each individual is unique. However, despite Yi Fan's subtle hints, Nami remained unresponsive to Kuru, leaving Yi Fan perplexed and curious about the reason behind it. One evening, Yi Fan engaged in conversation with her, concluding that she yearned for a wedding. Only then would she consider yielding herself to him. This revelation left Yi Fan both amused and exasperated, as he had not anticipated such a quirk in her personality. Nonetheless, he felt no urgency. With no Kigo and Kuru around, his physical needs were at least secure. Observing the shoreline dotted with various ships, each unmistakably a pirate vessel, adorned with distinct skull flags, Yi Fan noted that the Emperor's ship appeared along the coast, blending in without causing a stir. However, his presence would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. He was a force to be reckoned with, even the New World. Everyone, this island is predominantly populated by pirates. Exercise caution, Nami advised, clearly having overlooked the strength of their group. Nevertheless, they appreciated her well-intentioned warning. Do we understand? Rest assured, we will be vigilant, they replied. Nami, do not worry. I will protect you, no Kigo assured, watching over his sister, aware that the others might be slightly weaker in comparison. Thank you for the warning, Navigator, they acknowledged as they docked the ship and disembarked onto the island. Meanwhile, in a room on the island, a young man with blonde hair, a long scar across his left eye, and glasses gazed incredulously at a bounty notice in his hands. That Yi Fan, the infamous pirate with a 500 million bounty, how could he possibly be here? Although Bellamy was arrogant and conceited, he was not a fool. In the pirate world, a higher bounty signified greater prowess, a universally accepted truth. His idol, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, had a bounty of merely 340 million berries. This starkly illustrated that Yi Fan's strength surpassed even that of his captain. Bellamy's subordinates, witnessing their leader's alarmed expression, inquired, "Boss, what's wrong? What happened?" They had never seen him react this way, as if encountering a terrifying figure. They glanced at the bounty notice in Bellamy's grasp. Among them was Sachis, the vice-captain of the Hyena Pirates, who was well informed at a swift glance at the bounty notice and then at the newcomer revealed the same individual. "Captain, this person is not someone we can afford to provoke. If the crew doesn't tread carefully, our entire pirate band could be annihilated at a pirate with a 500 million bounty. Who knows how formidable he is?" Regaining his composure, Bellamy took a large swig of alcohol and ordered, "Spread the word. Instruct everyone to steer clear of him." The captain issued his command. His crew began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Just glancing at the bounty was enough to convey the message. Anyone who dared to provoke him was courting death. Less than 1,000 meters from Magic Valley Town, a middle-aged man leisurely rode a bicycle across the ocean's surface. Yes, you read that correctly. Beneath his bicycle lay a narrow sheet of ice, enabling him to traverse the sea. Akiji, having received precise intel from the Navy, was now closing in on Yi Fan and his crew. Soon they would meet. "I wonder how Robin is faring," Akiji pondered. For Robin's safety, he had to undertake this mission himself and witness Yi Fan's strength firsthand. As he contemplated whether to spare Yi Fan's life, he considered what he would do if Robin obstructed him. For someone as laid back as Akiji, such complexities were rather troublesome. Still, he felt compelled to ascertain whether Yi Fan had the ability to protect Robin. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, a Marine admiral was approaching, and a confrontation loomed on the horizon. Upon disembarking at the island, Yi Fan and his companions followed their usual routine of seeking sustenance, eager to sample the local delicacies. However, it was inevitable that they would attract unwanted attention. After all, a man accompanied by several beautiful women was a sight that irked many in this world. Strength was paramount, and numerous brazen individuals approached to provoke them. This was the harsh reality. Despite the portrayal in the original One Piece narrative, such encounters were rife with irony. The Sabaody archipelago was notorious for its hunters, who preyed on valuable individuals to sell into slavery. "Hey, can you handle all these beauties alone? Let me help you out," one leering individual taunted. "You definitely can't manage that scrawny physique. Come with me, and I'll treat you like royalty." Faced with such crude advances, Yi Fan didn't say a word. No Kigo instinctively knew how to respond. Kuru, equally disgusted, felt a fierce possessiveness over Yi Fan, believing that no one else should dare to covet him as fellow vampires. No Kigo and Kuru moved with blinding speed, leaving behind a chorus of screams. swiftly making it clear that this group was not to be trifled with. After locating a tavern, Fan and his companions entered. While Nami and the others took a seat, Fan approached the counter alone to place their order. "Boss, I'd like several portions of your signature dishes," just as he had done back on Blue Star. He needn't specify what he wanted. They all knew what to serve. The tavern owner, a middle-aged man, noticed the newcomers were clearly out-of-towners. However, upon recognizing Fan's face, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. In a town teeming with pirates, running a shop required a keen sense of awareness and knowledge of many individuals, making bounty notices an essential area of expertise. Isn't this the notorious pirate with a 500 million bounty? He thought, not daring to be negligent. Very well, please hold on a moment. The events unfolding outside had evidently gone unnoticed within the tavern that Fan had grown increasingly weary of such occurrences, as he often faced trouble whenever he ventured out with beautiful women. Seated at the table with Nami and the others, he contemplated how to amass the treasures of this town. Searching for them individually would consume far too much time that if you don't want your eyes, you can donate them to someone in need. The unremarkable yet imposing words drew the attention of all patrons in the tavern towards Fan. They were all seasoned pirates, having blood on their hands. Who would coddle whom? Immediately, one among them stood up, his fiery gaze fixed on the beautiful women accompanying Noki-ji. In a perilous profession like piracy, the daily pressures were immense, necessitating an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. These individuals were the true embodiment of pirates, unlike Luffy and his crew, who were merely adventurers and could hardly be deemed pirates. While some rose to confront the situation, others remained cautious, weighing their options. To swagger in with several beautiful women could only be deemed foolish if one lacked support. In this chaotic world, some relied on brute strength, while others depended on their wits as the imminent conflict loomed. The tavern owner rushed out, acutely aware that any brawl would spell destruction for his establishment. "Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from fighting. This humble tavern cannot withstand your ravages. This gentleman here is none other than the infamous pirate, Fan, with a bounty of 500 million. The tavern owner quickly realized that none of the pirates present recognized Fan's true identity. They were merely a band of small fry lacking both strength and insight. The thought of annihilating his tavern was a nightmare. Who would compensate him for the losses he had worked so hard to earn? Caught between a rock and a hard place, the pirate who had initially stood up now trembled, his voice quaking as he stammered. "Is it true?" He felt akin to an ant on a hot pan, unable to flee, yet unable to remain. Deep down, he knew it was true, yet he hesitated to accept it. Those who had opted to stay seated felt a wave of regret wash over them, simultaneously grateful for their prudent choice. Observing the expressions of the standing pirates, they wished to laugh, yet the gravity of the situation stifled their amusement. A bounty of 500 million on a pirate was a staggering sight for those who had lived so long. The predicament they found themselves in caused beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of the standing pirates, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. At that moment, the tavern owner approached Fan, presenting him with a plate of delicacies. "Please enjoy." He had voices warning, but how the situation unfolded now rested on the choices of the pirates. After all, making decisions on behalf of others was tantamount to courting death. The phrase "you were teaching me how to do my job" was a death knell for the strong. With a sudden thud, those who had risen to cause trouble all knelt simultaneously, as if orchestrated. "Please, spare our lives. We are willing to do anything," they pleaded, their earlier bravado now replaced by abject humility in the face of imminent death. Dignity was a triviality, easily cast aside. Watching these supplicants, Fan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, each sound resonating within their hearts. Their fates lay in his hands. Their lives held no value. As fragile as insects beneath a boot, their deaths insignificant. However, he could certainly assign them some tasks. Nami and her companions were unfazed by the unfolding drama, savoring the tavern specialties. "Nami, this cherry pie is delightful. You all should try it," Noki Gao exclaimed, sharing her treat with her sisters. As for Ku, she was less enamored with the food, sampling only a bit, which mirrored Robin's approach, perhaps wary of gaining weight from too much indulgence. They opted to sip their drinks instead, clearly enjoying the beverages more. The scene was so tranquil that it seemed as if the women were oblivious to the tension surrounding them, which many attributed to Yi Fan's presence. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the kneeling figures, his piercing stare instilling trepidation. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed ominously in the hushed tavern. Just as Yi Fan was about to speak, his attention was drawn to the entrance, where he sensed a powerful presence approaching. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, mirrored by Nokigao and crew, both of whom felt the change. Only Nami and Robin appeared bewildered, questioning the sudden shift in atmosphere. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a tall man entered, clad in a white vest over a deep blue shirt, adorned with a green eye patch. Upon his arrival, Robin's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling. She could hardly fathom why an admiral of the Navy would be here. Was he there to apprehend her? As a high-ranking officer, Akiji's recognition was immediate. The pirates present quickly identified him. Here stood a formidable force of the world government. First a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and now an admiral had arrived in Magu Town. What was happening here? The characters unfolding before them mirrored those from the anime Yi Fan had watched, leading to an unexpected calmness among the pirates upon recognizing Akiji. Instead of fear, excitement coursed through them, as they understood who he was. Initially troubled about how to replicate his aura, Yi Fan saw this as an opportunity. The thrill of the moment was palpable. Akiji caught a glimpse of the excitement in Yi Fan's eyes, which took him by surprise. What transpired next left all present in shock. Amidst their astonishment, Yi Fan confidently approached Akiji. Standing before the admiral, he felt dwarfed. In the world of pirates, height often correlated with strength, and his own stature of 1.8 meters seemed diminutive by comparison. Breath held, he found himself in a confrontation between the Navy and pirates. Now standing at odds, Yi Fan extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Yi-Fan." That moment, not just the onlookers, but even Robin and her companions thought, what on earth? An admiral of the Navy, whose purpose was to capture pirates, was now being greeted as a friend? Akiji regarded the young man before him, his mind swirling with questions. This was not the encounter he had anticipated. It was beyond anything he had considered. Nevertheless, he extended his own hand in greeting. "Hello." The moment their hands clasped was nothing short of explosive. One was a pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and the other, a top admiral of the Navy, a sight that defied all logic. In that instant of contact, Yi Fan felt a surge of enlightenment, instantly grasping the technique of using armament hockey. Even his observation hockey felt enhanced. As if the two abilities had intertwined, he promptly released Akiji's hand, not wishing to indulge in any unnecessary intimacy. His affections lay elsewhere. He pondered the admiral's purpose. Was it for him, or perhaps to check on Robin? Yi Fan was acutely aware that he lacked the backing of someone like Luffy to ensure his safety. When Akiji encountered the Straw Hat crew, it was solely due to Luffy being the grandson of Garp. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation without a second thought. Rather than engaging in combat, the two men took their seats beside Robin, as if they were longtime friends. Nami and Robin felt the most apprehensive, while Nokigao and crew seemed unbothered, perhaps due to their own strength. Akiji's gaze lingered on the table of beautiful women, his eyes assessing Yi Fan. Among this crew, he was the only male. What kind of pirate crew was this? A lustful pirate crew. Looking at the once young girls, now grown, Akiji felt a sense of pride. He struggled to articulate the tender words of concern he felt, driven instead by a sense of justice. The tragic loss of so many innocent lives on O'Hara weighed heavily on him. A burden he bore not only for his fallen friends, but also for those who had perished unjustly. Robin felt uneasy under Akiji's gaze. He had spared her life before. Was he now here to capture her? The atmosphere appeared somewhat constrained, enveloped in an air of uncertainty. The scene was profoundly silent. Today, I had not consulted the almanac before venturing out, only to encounter such individuals. This predicament was beyond their comprehension, leading them to quietly disperse. This left those who knelt in despair in a dire situation. What were they to do? Should they remain or depart, regardless of whether they fell into the hands of Yi Fan or the Navy? There seemed to be no favorable outcome awaiting them. Was this not akin to walking into a trap, perhaps a means to lessen their transgressions? To ascertain whether Yi Fan genuinely regarded Robin as someone worthy of protection, Akiji sought to test him, but a surge of battle intent surged forth, and Leaf Fan sensed it. Upon exchanging a glance, it seemed they had reached an unspoken accord. Under the watchful eyes of Nami and the others, they proceeded outward together. This development caught them off guard. What had transpired to foster such synchronicity? Unfazed, the group hastily followed, eager to discern the intentions of the two, led by Nokigao and Kuru. They took to the skies, pursuing the pair with remarkable speed. Akiji, mindful of the potential destruction their battle might wreak upon the town, chose a more secluded area in Magic Valley for their confrontation. Given their capabilities, their speed was astonishing, yet Akiji remained unaware that he was utterly incapable of besting Leaf Fan. The latter's ice nullification ability could absorb any ice-related power, rendering Akiji's ice fruit ineffective. Save for elemental transformation, the only means to determine a victor lay in a contest of martial prowess. Suddenly, Akiji unleashed the formidable capabilities of his ice fruit, radiating an overwhelming aura. A chilling energy emanated from him, rapidly spreading throughout the vicinity. The surrounding air crystallized into a delicate layer of frost, swiftly forming a thick sheet of ice that enveloped the battlefield, permeating the air with a frigid atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. The ground beneath him began to freeze rapidly, encasing everything in an icy grip. Akiji's gaze turned cold and merciless as he wielded the power of his ice fruit, covering the entire arena in a blanket of snow and ice. The pervasive chill instilled a palpable fear of a frozen world, where everything felt devoid of warmth, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The formidable display of Akiji's powers was astonishing, leaving one to ponder the depth of his terrifying strength. Leaf Fan was unperturbed by this display. Having anticipated such a move, a faint smile played upon his lips, startling Akiji, who sensed an impending calamity. In the face of Akiji's overwhelming icy prowess, Leaf Fan showed no signs of panic or dread. Instead, he wore a knowing smile. His eyes reflected a serene confidence, as if he had foreseen the unfolding events. Possessing the ice nullification ability, he could absorb any ice-based energy directed at him. With a slight parting of his lips, an invisible force radiated from him, drawing the surrounding ice into his mouth. The ice transformed into streams of energy that flowed into Leaf Fan's being, allowing him to feel the cold power coursing through him, augmenting his own strength as he absorbed the energy. His body grew increasingly fortified, his power escalating dramatically. Witnessing his own illusion dismantled before him, Akiji had never encountered such an ability before. The gravity of his expression deepened. This opponent was no ordinary foe. Confronted with the unknown capabilities of his adversary, he refrained from acting hastily, recognizing that understanding oneself and one's opponent was key to victory. Akiji extended his palm, unleashing a powerful wave of cold energy that surged towards Leaf Fan. This wave moved with incredible speed, freezing everything in its path, even rendering the air itself seemingly solid. Observing the rapid approach of the icy assault, Leaf Fan wasted no time and absorbed the energy to further empower himself. He felt his stomach swell with the volume of energy consumed, realizing he had acted rather impolitely and ought to allow Akiji a fair shot. Akiji recognized Leaf Fan's ability to absorb his attacks. However, he remained uncertain of the nature of Leaf Fan's devil fruit powers, finding the situation increasingly troublesome. Nonetheless, he recalled the words of the marshal. Leaf Fan was indeed no simple adversary. With newfound seriousness, Akiji inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Such strength could not exist without a significant background. Was this ability to absorb ice-related powers a result of a special constitution or a devil fruit? Considering Leaf Fan's presence alongside Robin, Akiji pondered whether he sought to leverage her ability to comprehend the true history. Akiji typically relied on his devil fruit powers out of convenience, but it appeared he would now need to engage in hand-to-hand combat. With a resounding thud, Akiji's right arm suddenly became extraordinarily rigid, enveloped in a powerful aura of haki. The surface of his arm shimmered with a metallic sheen, as though it were encased in impenetrable armor. This haki-enhanced arm augmented his offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing him to strike against natural-type devil fruit users. Upon witnessing Akiji's utilization of haki, Leaf Fan understood that the stakes had risen. His own fruit abilities rendered ineffective, he too prepared for a primal battle, activating his own haki and observing the black metallic luster emanating from his right as fist hurtled towards him. Li Fan resolved to withstand the blow with unwavering determination. The two fists collided, unleashing an immense shockwave that warped the surrounding space, thickening the air with tension. The powerful shockwave radiated outward, stirring up a tempestuous gale. Everything in the vicinity trembled beneath the force, as if on the brink of collapse. Though Li Fan's body quaked slightly, he remained steadfast, not retreating an inch, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination as he braced himself for a genuine confrontation with Aokiji. Their fists lingered in the air for a moment before retracting simultaneously, taking a few steps back. Their duel had merely commenced. This exchange was merely exploratory. Neither had yet unleashed their true potential. Yet both bore expressions of gravity. Li Fan mused that had it not been for Blackbeard's bizarre ability to nullify devil fruit powers, Aokiji would be akin to a minor threat compared to the pressure he currently faced. Just then, Nami and the others arrived at a fortuitous moment. Witnessing the spectacular clash between the two, both were propelled back several paces, evenly matched, while Robin watched Li Fan engage in battle on her behalf. Her heart swelling with emotion, yet she could not allow him to suffer harm due to her. Breaking free from Noki Gao, she dashed towards the center of their conflict. Noki Gao, observing this scene, shouted, "That's dangerous. Don't go there. Be careful." The intensity of their earlier skirmish had been palpable. Though not apocalyptic, it was evident that had they not restrained themselves, the inhabitants of the island would have perished. Even the island itself could have sunk beneath the waves of Aokiji's shout momentarily distracted Li Fan, who turned to see Robin rushing towards them. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Aokiji seized the opportunity to test whether Li Fan truly regarded Robin as an ally. He lunged towards her, and under the oppressive weight of his haki, Robin appeared frozen in fear. Li Fan could not gamble with Aokiji's intentions. To strike at his woman was a provocation of the highest order for any protagonist. Truly, she was a foolish woman. Regardless of Aokiji's motives, Li Fan could not stand idly by. Instead of attempting a sneak attack from behind, he chose to prioritize Robin's protection, with a swift invocation of the Flying Thunder God technique. He sprang into action in order to ensure the safety of several women. Li Fan inscribed marks upon the clothing of his adversary in a mere 0.01 seconds. Li Fan appeared before Robin, shielding her behind him, and then conjured several ice walls to delay the onslaught, prioritizing her safe transport to a secure location. Such actions by Li Fan prompted Aokiji to pause, rendering the ensuing battle devoid of any significance. Moreover, Aokiji realized that he seemed unable to overpower Li Fan, who had suddenly materialized in front of Robin. This was not merely a matter of exceptional speed, but rather an exhibition of spatial power, a notion that Aokiji, as an admiral, was well aware of. The ice attribute could absorb ice, and the mysterious spatial force left Aokiji pondering what other abilities his opponent might possess. Such a figure posed a question for the world government. Was he a boon or a bane? For now, Aokiji merely wished to ascertain that Li Fan was indeed a sincere ally to Robin. Upon bringing Robin to safety, Li Fan observed the tears welling in her eyes, and the words he intended to utter faltered on his lips. Initially, he had planned to chide her as a foolish woman, but now he could only speak gently. "It's all right. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. I am here." Seeing her in such distress, Li Fan embraced her tenderly. Patting her back in a soothing manner, he soon realized that Aokiji had departed, seemingly sharing the same intent, to gauge Li Fan's feelings for Robin. The arrival of Noki, Nami, and the others revealed Robin weeping as she clung to Li Fan's neck. This sight ignited a spark of jealousy within Nami, the rightful girlfriend, as she considered how she would react if she knew that the two present had already been captivated by Li Fan. For Noki, this was the scenario he had longed to witness, filling him with delight. Ku, however, displayed no change in her expression. For her, Li Fan's happiness was paramount. Ultimately, Li Fan carried Robin back to the ship, the Emperor's, allowing her to rest properly. The inhabitants of Magic Valley Town had felt the tremors from the fierce clash between Li Fan and Aokiji, realizing they were witnessing a monumental battle. All the pirates trembled in fear. After all, this was the treacherous half of the Grand Line, and the emergence of such a figure left them questioning their survival. Fortunately, the tremors subsided quickly, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Aboard the Emperors, Yi Fan placed Robin in a room to recuperate. Upon exiting, he encountered Nami, whose reluctant yet helpless expression was evident. They were unaware of the trauma Robin had endured, yet it was clear she recognized Akiji when they met, signaling that her past was anything but benign. Understanding her discomfort, Yi Fan approached and enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Meanwhile, Akiji leisurely rode his bicycle back to the Navy headquarters, feeling that this trip had yielded some insights. He had gathered information to report, marking the completion of his mission, yet he also acknowledged his inability to subdue Yi Fan, the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Akiji returned empty-handed after 3 days aboard a Navy vessel. Much to the astonishment of his peers, in a room, Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji gathered. Both Sengoku and Akainu demanded an explanation, dismayed by the Admiral's uncharacteristic failure. Especially Akainu, who held an unwavering sense of justice, found Akiji's nonchalance intolerable. In response to their inquiries, Akiji maintained his casual demeanor, eventually straightening up after a brief nap. This serious countenance was a first for the two, as he stated. "That kid is remarkably strong. I faced him directly." The brevity of his words, coupled with his tone, underscored his acknowledgement of Yi Fan's formidable abilities. Sengoku covered his face in despair, fearing the inevitable. A being capable of defeating Blackbeard cannot be trifled with. And Akiji's failure only confirmed his worst fears. With a deep sigh, Sengoku noted that this era was indeed rife with monstrous figures emerging from every sea. Now, a supernova capable of challenging admirals had surfaced. "Speak up. What abilities does he possess? What is his fruit?" From his encounter with Blackbeard, Akiji had learned that Yi Fan, like himself, wielded ice manipulation. If that were all, neither Blackbeard nor Akiji would have failed. Evidently, Blackbeard had concealed something significant. Akiji, well aware of his status as an admiral, could not hide the truth any longer. He can indeed manipulate ice, and he possesses the ability to absorb it. My freezing fruit had no effect. His physical prowess is also remarkable, as he has mastered both armament and observation haki. As for whether he is Conqueror's haki, I cannot say for certain. And furthermore, Akiji hesitated, struggling to believe what he was about to reveal. Yet it was the truth. Although his observation haki was not particularly strong, he could discern speed and spatial manipulation. Pausing, Akiji looked up at Sengoku and Akainu. Continuing, he also wields spatial power. The convergence of such abilities in one individual, especially a youth, was nothing short of extraordinary. Akiji recalled that neither he nor Akainu had possessed such strength at Yi Fan's age. The critical question remained, how had this young man acquired such power? Was it truly due to multiple devil fruits? The consensus in this world was that one could only obtain a single devil fruit. For centuries, no one had managed to consume two simultaneously. The emergence of a person with multiple abilities warranted immediate reporting. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the room, as even Akainu appeared astounded. Akiji was not one to jest about such matters. Despite his laid-back nature, he understood the gravity of the situation. After a minute, Akainu was the first to rise and depart, driven by his unwavering sense of justice to train. Determined to personally defeat this Yi Fan, that he resolved to confine all pirates within Impel Down. With the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties. Sengoku felt the burdens of his position as Fleet Admiral weighing heavily. He could only report the situation upwards that a directive soon arrived, demanding that any information regarding Yi Fan, no matter how trivial, be promptly relayed in the Holy Land of Mariewa, within the Grand Chamber of Power. 5 venerable elders convened on couches as figures of immense authority. Second only to him, there were not only celestial dragons, but also bearers of formidable strength, dressed in black suits, with white curls and a voluminous beard. Jagarja Satan observed the intelligence reports with a furrowed brow. In a short span of 2 weeks, the situation had escalated beyond their expectations. He shared the information with the others, propping his head on his arm. The 5, once imperious, now found themselves troubled, their brows knitted together. The notorious straw hat and his legendary fruit posed a lingering threat, and now there was a person of that surname alive and possessing admiral-level strength. The myriad of capabilities emerging from that bloodline was indeed formidable. Jaguruja Satan addressed the other four. We can no longer afford to be complacent. We must report to Lord M. This situation has escalated to a level that demands our attention. Should he return with a vengeance, it could spell doom for every royal family. With unanimous agreement, they resolved to proceed to the depths of the holy land of Mariahua, to the Flower Chamber, to report to Lord M and seek his counsel. In the empty throne of the Flower Chamber, the five esteemed elders knelt, offering their most loyal greetings. They recounted the developments, only to hear a resonant voice declare, "Spare no effort in eliminating this individual." That a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open, and though no one was present to witness it, one could sense the tremors coursing through the figure, the rulers of the world. These individuals trembled in fear upon receiving the news, their bodies quaking in an eerie manner. The five elders dared not lift their heads. After hearing the command, they slowly retreated, with the closing of the grand doors and the absence of any onlookers. Im sank to the ground, muttering to herself, "He has returned for vengeance. He has returned for vengeance." After a fleeting moment of self-reflection, she suddenly sprang to her feet, determined to confront her adversary personally. Yet, the damned restrictions prevented her from taking action. She was resolute in her desire to eliminate him at any cost. Upon their emergence, the five elders promptly issued orders to the Navy, mobilizing the 7 warlords and the 3 admirals, instructing them to set aside all other matters. At T-Navy headquarters, Sengoku could hardly believe his eyes upon receiving the order. What on earth had transpired? Everything else had to be put aside. Who exactly was this Yi-Fan? This was no auspicious sign. The combined force of the 3 admirals and the 7 warlords signified a lethal intent. The news reached Akiji's ears, and he realized that the situation had exceeded his comprehension. It was evident that their opponent was formidable. However, he felt powerless, bound by the orders from above that even an admiral could not refuse. He could only hope to allow some leeway during the encirclement. Wishing for the adversary's survival, as the directive from above was one of certain death, in Magic Valley Town, Yi-Fan spent half a day collecting the town's treasures. Though modest in amount, he managed to gather over 300 million berries. This indicated that Yi-Fan could once again acquire a companion. Regarding such matters, Yi-Fan felt it necessary to proceed with utmost caution. Kuru's appearance had already aroused suspicion among Nami and the others. A chance encounter had to be orchestrated. By doing so, integrating him into their pirate crew would be akin to Robin's situation, presenting no issues whatsoever. Simultaneously, it would allow for independent actions, enabling the others to develop their influence and amass treasure. Together, they could not maximize their effectiveness. Fairy Tail's Lucy Heartfilia, Naruto's Kushina Uzumaki, Life's Crate Grayliot, and the enigmatic Isdeath. Yi-Fan was well aware that Isdeath relished such undertakings, although she harbored feelings for him. Her demeanor remained unchanged when he was not by her side. Following the Akiji incident, Robin had lowered her defenses towards Yi-Fan and his companions, treating them as the closest of allies. Their forms of address transformed from Miss Navigator and Miss Cook to casual use of each other's names, including Yi-Fan's. This evolution made Yi-Fan feel he had taken a significant step toward a life filled with happiness, forging profound bonds that made the prospect of separation seem inconceivable. Having departed Magic Valley Town, Yi-Fan received relevant information from Mont Blanc Cat. This exchange, conducted amicably, saw the members of the Monkey Pirates and Gorilla Pirates guiding Yi-Fan forward. After all, it was their dream to ascertain the existence of Sky Island. With someone daring enough to venture forth, they were naturally supportive. Nami approached Yi-Fan's side, observing the excitement on his face and wondering what could possibly be the source of his joy, unaware that just the night prior, Yi-Fan had summoned his death. Her arrival was heralded by a passionate kiss, leading to a natural progression in their relationship. Her flowing blue hair reminded Yi-Fan of Vivi, leaving him curious about her well-being. After deepening their connection, Yi-Fan dispatched his death to establish her own pirate crew, armed with the terrifying Ice Imperial artifact, Demon Manifestation, Essence of Evil, and inquired about her strength from the system. She possessed the power of an admiral, undeniably formidable. The prospect of parting so soon after their meeting left his death thoroughly dissatisfied. To make amends, Yifan had foregone sleep that night, departing only as dawn approached. Feeling a sense of fulfillment that as for getting lost, that was hardly a concern. Capturing any pirate crew would lead him to the right path, in the face of overwhelming force. Mere survival was already a victory. Reflecting on this, Yifan instinctively touched his waist, even one as powerful as he felt utterly drained, akin to being hollowed out. The excessive exertion coupled with inadequate rest had taken its toll. Standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed at the surrounding seascape, occasionally interrupted by the flight of seagulls. Such days were truly delightful. Surrounded by beauty and possessing immense strength, what more could one desire? He had reached the pinnacle of life, having fulfilled 90% of his dreams, leaving only the creation of a harmonious and loving world to achieve. Had ruled the world for centuries. And as the saying goes, the emperor takes turns. This year, it's my family's turn. It was time for Yifan to take the throne. Simultaneously, he pondered the veracity of the surgery fruit's ability to grant eternal life. The concept of immortality is an alluring temptation in any realm that if it were indeed possible to attain everlasting life, Yifan knew he would find a way to achieve it, regardless of the limitations imposed. While using this ability would result in the user's death, the fruit itself would not vanish forever. It would simply reappear somewhere in the world. As long as it could be located, Yifan could then manipulate someone into consuming the surgery fruit, creating an endless cycle of immortality. This concept of a perpetual loop was something Yifan had never encountered before. Suddenly, Noki and Kuru appeared beside Yifan, gazing ahead. Yifan, sensing something amiss, activated his observation haki to discern the situation. Several formidable auras emerged, one of which belonged to Akiji, who had previously battled Yifan. This revelation filled Yifan with an uneasy dread. The sudden arrival of so many powerful figures was overwhelming. Even with his newfound confidence in his abilities, the instinct to flee crept into his mind. The monkey pirates and gorilla pirates had already detected the navy ahead, and Yifan noticed the encroaching naval forces behind them. They were surrounded. Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, he was grateful for the mark he had made in Magic Valley Town. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. He was curious to see who possessed the audacity to orchestrate such a grand scheme by summoning so many skilled fighters. It had been several days since they left, and the distance from the mark in Magic Valley Town was considerable. The Yifan lacked the confidence to navigate the ship across such a vast expanse and decided to abandon it. He feared being drained of strength, a risk he was unwilling to take. That it was merely a ship, and one that belonged to someone else. Yifan did not hold it in high regard. At the forefront of the Navy fleet, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and the three admirals stood at the helm, peering through their telescopes at the two ships ahead, which were not Yifan's. Upon spotting a potential obstacle, Akainu sprang into action, his face a mask of displeasure. "I'll take care of these pests." Akainu leaped into the air from the ship, his silhouette slicing through the night sky like a razor-sharp blade. His body enveloped in lava that painted the heavens crimson, that he swiftly coalesced a massive magma fist, his arm melting into a surging river of molten rock, forming an enormous molten punch. Subsequently, he emulated the force of a volcanic eruption, propelling the colossal fist imbued with searing energy toward his target. Upon impact, a thunderous roar echoed as lava erupted like a fire dragon, the ferocious flames spreading rapidly, instantly transforming the surrounding sea into a blistering inferno. After the fiery explosion, countless magma projectiles rained down, each containing devastating power, crashing down like meteorites from the heavens, tearing apart the sea surface and utterly obliterating the ships of the monkey and gorilla pirate crews. The ocean was awash with molten rock, the intense heat permeating the air, enveloping everything in a suffocating haze, rendering escape from this fiery dominion impossible. With a single strike, Akainu had turned the sea into a scorching hell. Such a casual blow exhibited immense destructive power, characteristic of an admiral-level powerhouse. In the wake of the ensuing shockwave from the attack, Yifan shielded the scattered magma with ice blocks, knowing that only to this extent could his defenses withstand the onslaught. However, it was likely that the monkey and gorilla pirate crews had suffered total annihilation, their disparity in strength stark and undeniable that Yi Fan felt no obligation to rescue them, especially as his own situation was far from secure. The collision between the lava and seawater generated a copious amount of steam, enveloping Yi Fan's vessel, yet he chose not to flee. Noki, ever vigilant, glanced ahead and inquired of Yi Fan, "What shall we do?" The situation felt decidedly off. Even she sensed an overwhelming pressure. Since embarking on this journey, everything had been remarkably effortless, the adversaries they encountered rather simplistic. It was only during the previous encounter with that Admiral of the Navy that Noki had truly felt the weight of pressure. She was acutely aware of the stakes involved. She knew she was no match for him, yet it would not be so easy for him to take her life. Klulu had remained by Yi Fan's side, her expression impassive, though her slightly furrowed brow betrayed her own anxiety. Robin mistakenly believed that the others felt guilt over her predicament. "Yi Fan, let me surrender," if sacrificing herself could ensure the safety of Yi Fan and the others. She would willingly do so. Listening to Robin's words, the four of them exchanged glances, each able to perceive the tremor in her voice. She had been taken to the world government, lest the secrets of the blank 100 years be uncovered. And her fate was all but sealed. Choosing to sacrifice herself for the sake of her companions spoke volumes about Robin's character. Observing Robin's choice, Nami felt a flicker of doubt towards her. But now it mattered not. Only Yi Fan understood that her arrival was not merely due to Robin. Though few could decipher the historical texts, some existed. Otherwise, she would have already been captured. The conclusion was singular. It was for him. But for what reason? He stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace, offering solace. "Do not worry. I have a plan. Patience is key. Everything will be resolved shortly." It was imperative to clarify the situation, lest they find themselves in this predicament again. Who was orchestrating this from behind? Could it be her? Robin gazed up at Yi Fan, who bore no trace of panic, radiating confidence and assurance. During this tense moment, Navy warships encircled them, creating an impenetrable barrier around the Emperor's ship. Unless Yi Fan possessed extraordinary abilities, escape was beyond reach. On the ship ahead, Yi Fan recognized familiar faces, all figures of high standing in this world. While watching the anime, he had often pondered how to navigate a splendid life should he ever traverse into this realm. Despite the gravity of the situation, Yi Fan remained unfazed, seizing the initiative. The three admirals, the fleet admiral, and Vice Admiral Kizaru have come to find me. I am truly flattered." This audacious display provoked Akainu, who could hardly contain himself, yearning to strike, only to be restrained by Sengoku. The orders were absolute. They had to await the arrival of the 7 warlords before granting any opportunity for escape. Just a bit longer. At that moment, Sengoku, still the fleet admiral, had no choice but to comply with the directive. Observing such a young individual wielding such extraordinary power, he could not help but reflect on the relentless progression of the new generation. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku remained unaware of the unfolding events, yet he delivered his righteous decree. "Ostrovsky D, Yi Fan, you are surrounded. Surrender your weapons at once." Yi Fan was keenly aware of the underlying motives. Several Navy ships and pirate vessels were swiftly approaching, gradually tightening the noose around them. At this juncture, Yi Fan extended his hand, grasping Robin's and Naka's, which in turn held Nami's and then Klulu's. The vampires possessed a unique method of communication, and Yi Fan conveyed his message to the two that once they verified certain information, they would make their escape, or should an attack commence, they would prioritize their survival. Yi Fan, we meet again." The gravelly voice unmistakably belonged to Blackbeard. It appeared he had captured Ace and ascended to the rank of warlord. A pirate ship adorned with 3 skulls emerged, followed by the likes of Doflamingo. Blackbeard, Gecko Moria, Dracul Mihawk, and Boa Hancock, each navigating their vessels like phantoms, encircling Yi Fan and his companions. Doflamingo stood on one side, his sinister grin foretelling impending doom, while Blackbeard lounged on the opposite side, his gaze deep and unfathomable, exuding an aura of immense power. That Moria's presence was particularly eerie, as the shadows surrounding him twisted grotesquely under the moonlight, emanating an unsettling energy. Mihawk stood resolute nearby, his gaze sharp as a blade. radiating an aura of lethal intent. The arrival of these figures rendered the atmosphere aboard the ship palpable, the surrounding air thick with tension, as they ensnared Yi Fan and his companions, leaving them with little chance of escape. Yi Fan's gaze, however, was fixed upon a certain beauty. Hancock towered at 191 cm, her figure exquisite, with long, jet-black hair styled elegantly. Her slightly broad forehead was smooth and flawless, her deep blue eyes elongated and striking, hinting at an air of aloofness. Her delicate nose and soft lips bore no wrinkles, while she adorned herself with snake-shaped golden earrings and a cheap house-style outfit. She was undeniably captivating, a presence that dwarfed that of Noki and Nami, exuding an undeniable allure. Meeting Yi Fan's gaze, Hancock detected a strong possessiveness in his eyes, igniting her fury, compelling her strike, only to be interrupted by Yi Fan. Quite the gathering. As sentient, one would think the Navy was preparing to assault the four emperors. His playful tone elicited admiration from those present. Such a lavish assembly demanded respect, even from the four emperors. How could he remain so nonchalant? What tricks did he possess? All eyes were fixed upon him. Yi Fan turned to Sengoku, inquiring, "Sengoku, did you receive orders from the Gorosei to eliminate me?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's question, he noticed the slight dilation of Sengoku's pupils, confirming his suspicions. "Damn that bastard him. I did not seek you out, yet you send the Gorosei to kill me. You better have a physical form, for when the time comes, the individual before him was yet another beauty, still possessing her charm. Kekekek, I understand. Relay to him that she should prepare herself. I will find her among the flowers in the depths of Pengu's city in Marioa. Farewell." Everyone, his audacious and carefree declaration prompted Sengoku to shout in alarm. "Rabbit, give it!" However, it was too late. Everything was irrevocably lost. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Fan and his companions vanished without a trace. Despite the formidable observation hockey, there remained no evidence of their presence. We exchanged glances, wide-eyed and speechless, utterly a loss for what to do, a resounding defeat. The vast ocean lay in eerie silence. The sounds of the wind, the waves, and the cries of seagulls seemed to have faded into oblivion. At that moment, those standing at the pinnacle of this world stared in disbelief at the empty vessel, incredulous that just moments ago, 5 vibrant individuals had been present and now were gone. After a minute of stunned silence, they began to regain their composure. Sengoku's face was etched with apprehension, tinged with a hint of helplessness. How could one eliminate an adversary with such extraordinary capabilities? This signified a failure for their operation. Even with the Admiral personally leading the charge alongside 3 formidable generals and the 7 warlords, they had merely encountered the enemy. Such an outcome was unacceptable to anyone present. Each individual here was a powerful expert, and it was clear that they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Sengoku turned and silently retreated to the cabin, intent on reporting this debacle to the 5 elders. Meanwhile, far away in Marioa, the 5 elders awaited Sengoku's report in the Hall of Authority. Brew, brew, brew. The expression of the Den Mushi was grave, marked by a hint of sorrow, prompting the 5 elders to realize that the situation had likely gone awry. Dressed in a deep green suit, bald, with 2 curled mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead, Topman watchily opened the conversation. What transpired? They were aware of the Navy's actions, and with such a formidable lineup, even hunting one of the 4 emperors seemed plausible. Yet the status of the Den Mushi left him feeling uneasy. Sengoku stood aboard the Navy's warship, flanked by Vice Admiral Tsuru, who remained remarkably composed, a lesson taught during their training. One must always maintain a calm demeanor. Emotions can cloud judgment. This young man had instilled in Sengoku a profound sense of powerlessness, as they were oblivious to the nature of the adversary's spatial abilities, listening to the 5 elders' inquiries through the Den Mushi. Sengoku spoke. The operation failed. The enemy exhibited spatial powers and departed with the crew, leaving the ship behind, likely due to its size. All the 5 elders rose in shock at this revelation. To escape from such a multitude of skilled fighters indicated that the enemy's abilities were exceedingly troublesome. Topman watchily closed his eyes. Understood. Just as he was about to end the call, Sengoku hesitated, unsure whether to voice his next thoughts, and tentatively added, "There is something I'm uncertain about whether to share." Before leaving, Yifan mentioned something that everyone present, being adults, understood the implications of. However, that concerns him, the shadowy ruler of this world. Who would dare speak out of turn? Even the 5 elders would kneel before such a figure. Topman watchfully furrowed his brow. If it pertains to the other party, speak freely. The remaining 4 cast their gazes toward the din mushy in his hand, eager to discern the matter at hand. The soldiers aboard the Navy vessel exchanged glances with Vice Admiral Tsuru, evidently aware of the meaning behind it. I will step outside, she declared, not wishing to hear this a second time. With Tsuru's departure leaving him alone, Sengoku felt a wave of trepidation. He feared that his words would incite anger. Nonetheless, it was the adversary who had prompted him to speak. The individual had requested that him prepare himself in the depths of Pangu City in Mariewa, amidst the flowers, the moment those words escaped his lips. There was a resounding bang, a crackling sound, a delightful din mushy met its demise, crushed to powder. The din mushy in Sengoku's hand also ceased communication, its eyes closing. Sengoku anticipated this outcome. The affairs of the celestial dragons were of no concern to him, that a failure was simply a failure. The position of Admiral left him feeling utterly powerless and constrained, and he found himself envious of his friend Garp. Garp's days were filled with leisure, enjoying simple pleasures without a care in the world. The prospect of such a retirement life was enticing, and he wondered when he might experience such tranquility. In the Hall of Authority, the 5 elders were visibly incensed, outraged that a mere fledgling dared to be so brazen. Let us take matters into our own hands and activate the teleportation array to pursue him, suggested Shepherd Pita Bitter, clad in a deep crimson suit, without a bow tie, golden-haired with a matching beard, and a scar across his chest. This, however, was a last resort, a suggestion they dared not present to him, for the consequences of provoking him could be dire. The other 4 rejected this notion, asserting that the Holy Land could not remain unguarded. Moreover, without Im's explicit orders, they could not act recklessly. Faced with such constraints, the 5 elders found themselves at a loss, as they grappled with a situation unlike any they had encountered in their lengthy lives. Ultimately, the usually reticent finance minister Izambaranbi Nejiru resolved to inform him personally. Dressed in a white robe, bald, bespectacled, and wielding a katana, he made his way alone to the depths of Pangu City. Having disembarked from the Navy warship, Sengoku observed that the others had departed, leaving only the Navy personnel behind. At the bow of the ship, he inhaled the sea breeze, allowing his troubled mind to finally settle. The adversary had not issued further commands, which was a relief. Tsuru turned to her old friend and inquired, "So, what further directives have we received?" She was well aware of the nature of the celestial dragons, yet there were many matters beyond their control. Sometimes, maintaining the greater good required sacrifices that would ensure stability for the many. Sengoku feigned ease with a smile. All is well. Nothing significant has arisen. Let them deal with their own headaches. Next, he would focus on preparations concerning Whitebeard. This matter could not be allowed to falter. With Ace at hand, Sengoku understood his value well. Ace was not only the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, but also the son of the Pirate King, a fact known to only a select few. Tsuru found no fault in Sengoku's strategy. Since they could not capture that young man, they must continue with their original plans. Ace was a card that could not be wasted. Each member of the departing warlords of the sea harbored their own intentions, particularly Doflamingo, a celestial dragon. He recalled seeing that surname in a book during his childhood at the library, and a brilliant idea dawned upon him. Having been cast out due to the celestial dragons, he had long sought to topple their pedestal. Kekekek. Yifan's emergence presented a new opportunity for alliance. Upon their return to Magic Valley Town, Yifan, accompanied by Robin and others, was met with astonishment from the 4 women. What kind of ability is this? They gazed at the town, which was precisely the place they had occupied 3 days prior. Just as they were about to inquire further, they noticed Yifan, breathless and seemingly drained, crouching on the ground, gasping for air. Noki rushed forward, carefully assisting him while expressing concern. "Are you all right?" Similarly attentive, Nami felt a surge of concern, her gaze filled with worry for Yifan. Oblivious to the reactions of the others, their collective concern brought Yifan immense joy. How wonderful it would be to share this moment together. Yet he found himself utterly fatigued, more so than ever since acquiring his powers. The Flying Thunder God technique had consumed approximately 90% of his overall energy, nearly exhausting him. Supported by Nami and Noki, he managed to rise to his feet. However, a man must never admit weakness. I'm fine. It's just that the expenditure was considerable, that a brief rest will suffice. The consumption is indeed substantial, and while there are expedient means to achieve a swift recovery, the sight of Norkigao and Klulu's necks ignites an insatiable desire within him. He yearns to replenish his strength. To be candid, Yi Fan remains oblivious to the sensations associated with a vampire's feeding, having never experienced it firsthand. Robin, unable to fully comprehend Yi Fan's abilities, suggests that he take a moment to recuperate. Let us find a place for Yi Fan to rest before we determine our next course of action. The most perilous locations often harbor the greatest safety. The Navy would likely never anticipate their return to Magic Valley Town. The quartet guided Yi Fan to a local inn, where, despite their protests, the proprietor adamantly refused to accept payment, generously offering them the finest accommodations. Thus, Yi Fan spent a day recuperating in this haven, during which he came to intimately understand the experience of feeding. As a fledgling vampire, the tremors emanating from the depths of his soul during his first feeding left him utterly captivated. This greatly distressed Norkigao, who felt as though her very essence was unraveling. Had Klulu not arrived in the nick of time, it is likely that Norkigao would have perished. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Fan felt a wave of dread. Vampires are not immortal and can indeed meet their demise. Observing Norkigao's pallid complexion and gaunt frame, he recognized the extent of her depletion. Fortunately, their powers were interconnected, allowing Klulu and Yi Fan to restore each other's vitality. I apologize, I failed to notice. Yi Fan expressed remorsefully. Should his negligence have led to another's demise, not even Nami would absolve him, let alone himself. Noticing Yi Fan's expression of regret and contrition, Norkigao gently caressed his face, reassuring him, "It is nothing. I am recovering now. We are not so fragile." Meanwhile, Nami and Robin ventured out to procure sustenance and gather information. Norkigao would not have dared to act otherwise. Clearly, Yi Fan was overthinking. The situation was not as dire as he imagined. As Nami and Robin ambled through the town, they acquired provisions and the latest newspaper, discovering that no significant event had transpired, and the Navy's previous maneuvers had gone unreported. Robin deduced that this was likely due to the Navy's desire to avoid embarrassment. Consequently, Yi Fan's bounty remained at 500 million berries, while Nami and her companions found themselves with bounties of 10 million berries each. Notably, Robin's bounty had surged to 100 million berries. It was evident that Norkigao and Klulu's bounties were disproportionately low, attributed to their lack of demonstrated strength. After absorbing this information, the two returned to the inn. By this time, both Yi Fan and Norkigao had regained their strength. It had dawned on Yi Fan that he possessed the ability to recover through magic. This realization was somewhat awkward, as his mind lingered on Norkigao's resentful expression. The loss of his blood felt like a grave injustice, a sentiment that anyone would find disheartening. Upon Nami and Robin's return, they relayed the developments to Yi Fan. Awaiting his next decision, as captain, it was essential for him to heed the counsel of his comrades. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the Navy was preparing to execute. Why Yi Fan pondered whether his journey to Sky Island would hinder the forthcoming Marineford War, an event they had all agreed upon. The prospect of Ace's demise weighed heavily on the kind-hearted Machino from Windmill Village, who had once aided Yi Fan. He was not the type to forget a kindness. Norkigao and the others watched Yi Fan, anticipating his resolution. Particularly Nami, who recalled the treasures aboard the Thousand Sunny and the orange trees she had planted in Kokoyashi village. Yet, all that was lost now, her hard-earned money. The thought ignited her anger. The despicable Navy had taken what was rightfully hers. Let us proceed directly to Sabeti Archipelago. It is a place of great intrigue and prosperity, teeming with opportunities for wealth. Most importantly, Yi Fan knows where Rayleigh resides, and acquiring his Conqueror's Haki is paramount. Additionally, mastering his martial arts, enhancing his armament and observation Haki, and learning the techniques of Conqueror's Haki are essential for any top-tier expert. Sabaody Archipelago is indeed a haven for the affluent, and the mere thought of such riches made Yi Fan's mouth water. The group was in dire need of funds, and he had not indulged in a lottery for quite some time. Yearning for the thrill of opening a blind box, Robin was familiar with Sabaody Archipelago, a neighboring island to the Marine headquarters, though Yi Fan opted to journey there, though Robin felt no trepidation regarding the formidable powers that awaited them. The ability to traverse space was nothing short of extraordinary, and Yi Fan's vibrant demeanor reassured her. Upon hearing of the wealth to be found, Nami's eyes sparkled with the allure of currency. Although she remained unaware of Yi Fan's intentions for the money, Robin and Norkigao refrained from questioning him. Some matters were better left unexamined. They trusted that Yi Fan, as their close companion, would safeguard them. After a modest meal, Yi Fan encountered a particularly amiable pirate crew willing to assist them in reaching Sabaody Archipelago free of charge. This reaffirmed Yi Fan's faith in the goodness of the world. There were still many kind-hearted individuals out there, the pirate crew mused. Would they dare refuse? If they did, their lives would be forfeit. After all, this is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. The reasons behind their initial departure and subsequent return were beyond their concern. Water City, having recently endured an unprecedented battle, had transformed from a realm of joy and tranquility into a landscape forever altered. However, in the aftermath of the Great Battle, it has been reduced to a scene of utter devastation and ruin. The streets are strewn with shattered houses and buildings, fragmented walls, and broken pillars littering the ground. While the remaining structures are mostly charred and dilapidated, a thick haze of smoke pervades the air, exuding a strong scent of burnt debris, and the once picturesque scenery has long since vanished. Collapsed buildings are a common sight on the thoroughfare, with the ground covered in shards of glass and timber, countless rubble and debris piled together, creating formidable obstacles. Corpses are scattered across the streets. Belonging to pirates, Navy personnel, and civilians alike, their tattered garments marred by wounds and bloodstains. The flame of life extinguished, leaving behind only silence and sorrow. The shops and restaurants flanking the streets have been irreparably damaged. And the once vibrant water park has become a mere shell of its former self, its amusement rides and living areas destroyed, leaving only chaos and ruin in their wake. The entire Water City resembles a desolate wasteland, starkly contrasting with its former joy and beauty. The brutality and destructive power of the battle have transformed this city into a lifeless ruin, with the only sound being the mournful and howling whispers of the wind. Ultimately, the victor, Crocodile, seized the design of the Pluton. Upon acquiring the blueprints, Crocodile swiftly fled, preparing to seize the opportunity to construct a warship that, in truth, the individual Crocodile ought to be most grateful to his Yefan. Had Yefan not attracted the attention of formidable adversaries such as the Admirals, the battle would not have only involved pirates with bounties of merely 100 million. The Navy would not have sent mere vice admirals and admiral candidates, but rather admirals themselves. Although he obtained the design of Pluton, Crocodile paid a grievous price. He sustained severe injuries, and his subordinates suffered heavy casualties as well. Except for the top 3 mismembers, all others perished in battle, leaving fewer than 10 crew members aboard the ship. Each one bears varying degrees of injury, slumped over on the vessel, clutching their chests, especially Crocodile, who, as the captain, faced opponents of no ordinary caliber. The combat effectiveness of Water City somewhat diminished for Crocodile. The presence of water allowed for attacks against his physical form. This rendered the natural abilities of the sand fruit ineffective. Crocodile appeared utterly drained, even foregoing his cherished cigars, standing tall, muscular, with a monk-like haircut, a prominent scar running from his hairline to his cheekbone on the right side of his face, and thin eyebrows that converge. Des Bones, also known as Mr. One, bears a significant indentation in his chest, likely several broken ribs, having nearly perished in the tumult of Water City. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth, coughing up blood, but now was not the time for such thoughts. Boss, where shall we go next? They urgently need a place to recuperate and heal. Otherwise, they risk complete annihilation. While these injuries are not fatal, they severely impact their combat capabilities, and in such a state, any encounter with danger could spell disaster. The others also turned their gazes toward Crocodile, awaiting their leader to devise a plan to help them navigate this dire predicament. Faced with the expectations of his subordinates, Crocodile narrowed his eyes. The losses were indeed grievous, and after some contemplation, he declared, to the Sabaody archipelago. This decision had been on Crocodile's mind for quite some time. The most perilous places often proved to be the safest. The Navy would never suspect they would hide there. After all, the Sabaody archipelago is in close proximity to the Navy headquarters. Who would think to escape pursuit by heading there? Crocodile's decision startled the few individuals on board. Was this a path to certain death? As for the Pluton designs, Crocodile had long since committed them to memory, for the sake of those he had painstakingly nurtured over the years, their heavy losses. Yet the outcome was deemed worthy. Mustering his strength, Crocodile stood, gazing out over the vast sea, a smile spreading across his face. Joy surged within him. Having obtained Pluton, he was one step closer to realizing his dream of dominating this world. Just as Old Sand reveled in his aspirations, unforeseen events began to unfold. Following the failure of the mission to capture Yefon, the three admirals resumed their duties. Kizaru went to protect the celestial dragons. Akainu stationed himself at the Navy headquarters, and Akiji was dispatched to apprehend Crocodile, primarily to reclaim the Pluton blueprints. The intelligence of the world government is not to be underestimated. Crocodile believed no one knew of his escape route. Yet he was under the watchful gaze of his adversaries. Centuries of legacy are not easily overlooked. As a warlord of the sea, Crocodile naturally felt the weight of this pressure. Cautiously, he spoke. Enemies are approaching. Prepare for battle. His words sent a chill through the exhausted crew, who had only just begun to recover. How could there be a fight now? They were on the brink of exhaustion, having barely regained some strength. And now they were to face another conflict. Clinging to the side of the ship, they looked upon the encroaching Navy, realizing they had been surrounded. Boss, what do we do? We're surrounded. That person appears to be Admiral Akiji. We're done for. Are we going to die? Help us, boss. Compared to the others' frantic cries, Crocodile maintained a stoic demeanor, though turmoil raged within him. Gazing at the approaching figure, he felt a wave of dread. Had he been at his full strength, he would not have feared the adversary. However, the current reality was starkly different. He was no match for them. Crocodile, I believe you know my objective, Akiji stated plainly, not one to mince words nor underestimate his opponent. The Navy personnel aboard raised their firearms, aiming at Crocodile's crew, instilling a sense of peril in him. It was evident that the bullets were made of sea prism stone, a significant threat to those with natural fruit abilities. There was no longer any need for further engagement. Crocodile decisively threw the Pluton blueprints to them. Subsequently, he was apprehended without resistance, willingly shackled with sea prism cuffs, under the escort of the Navy's warships. He was confined to impel down, placed in varying depths according to his bounty and strength. Of course, our old acquaintance Buggy was also present. Having been defeated by Yefon and Luffy, he began a treasure-hunting expedition with his subordinates. In the midst of his digging, he stumbled upon a secret Navy base, only to be imprisoned and impelled down when his comrades abandoned him, due to his failure to reveal his abilities. He was incarcerated in the first level. When Luffy arrived, it marked his moment of ascendance, coinciding with the awakening of the Luck Fruit. The Grand Line, an uncharted island, is fraught with peril, inhabited by numerous ancient beasts, somewhat reminiscent of Little Garden. After losing control and escaping from Alabasta, Vivi found herself in this unfamiliar territory. When she regained consciousness, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped her. She recalled the massacre she committed against those rebel forces, all of whom were innocent civilians of Alabasta. Vivi understood they had been deceived by Crocodile, forced into rebellion. Such innocent lives she had ruthlessly extinguished, hundreds of them, in helpless solitude within a cave. She hugged her knees. The expressions of those perished citizens haunting her mind, replaying incessantly, relentlessly tormenting her nerves, an unending cycle that could drive anyone to madness. Over time, a second personality began to emerge. The once tranquil Vivi suddenly transformed, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Moments ago, she resembled a frightened fawn in need of care. Now, she exuded an aura of regal authority. With a queenly poise, she stood tall, feeling the power surging through her being, revealing a satisfied smile. "Humph, this body is mine now. I am its true master." At the very moment of her birth, she gradually matured, gaining an understanding of her corporeal form, and developed a profound interest in that individual named Yifan. Although she now possessed immense power, she remained a mere vassal to others. Such a state of affairs was utterly intolerable for her as a queen. She yearned to break free from her ultimate shackles. With her flowing crimson hair, Vivi emanated an aura of authority, embodying the very essence of a princess's majesty. On this island, Vivi set sail, guided by the bonds among vampires, in search of Yifan. Meanwhile, as Yifan and his companions journeyed to the Sabeti archipelago, they learned about the situation in Water City through a newspaper published by the Seagull. The news came as no surprise. After all, Crocodile's strength was indeed formidable, yet he was ultimately thwarted by the protagonist's radiant aura, appearing far too early to be vanquished by the storyline. The journey from Magic Valley Town to the Sabeti archipelago would take considerable time, compounded by the sluggish speed of their vessel. In recent days, Yifan's life had been relatively blissful, as he had finally won over Robin, the blossoming flower. Although her skin appeared quite healthy, the dimness of the night revealed that her complexion was not so different from before. Furthermore, it was only a matter of time, within 2 years, before her skin would lighten. Previously, she had been forced to live in hiding in Alabasta, but now Yifan sensed that she had undergone some transformation. Her skin no longer as rich a chocolate hue as when they first met. Naturally, Yifan chose not to conceal his feelings from her, wishing to spare her from any sense of insecurity. The one most affected by this was Nami. While Yifan anticipated this reaction, he did not wish to harm Robin in any way. Initially, Nami had wept inconsolably, but after Yifan's intervention, she genuinely found herself drawn to him. Now, Yifan could embrace them both openly, albeit at a considerable cost. He felt the flesh on his sides threatening to be twisted like dough. Although the discomfort was not unbearable, it was certainly present. This elicited a sense of unspoken envy in Nokigo, who longed to join them. The pirates ferrying Yifan gazed upon his enviable life, filled with beauty and youth, and could not help but feel an inexplicable admiration. The azure sky and gentle sea breeze created an atmosphere of sheer comfort. Seagulls soared above, swooping down upon sighting their ship. After Robin subdued the belly, she obtained a newspaper and, noticing the news, handed it to Yifan, knowing he would find it intriguing. Reclining in a chair, he savored Nami's massage and Nokigo's fruit offerings while perusing the newspaper. To his astonishment, he discovered that Crocodile had indeed been captured and imprisoned and impelled down. And at the bottom of the page, he saw a familiar figure, Buggy, with his prominent nose, who had infiltrated a naval base and been apprehended. Yifan could not suppress a chuckle. It seemed the plot had not diverged significantly. Buggy would now wait for Luffy's rescue, but Yifan hoped it would not involve assistance from the Empress. This was part of the reason for his early arrival at the Sabeti archipelago. When the Straw Hats eventually arrived, he was determined to alter the course of events. He could not allow Bartholomew Kuma to send Luffy to the Amazon Lily. Otherwise, it would be akin to a helpless cabbage being ravaged by a pig. Noticing Yifan's sudden grin, Robin curiously asked, "When did you start smiling so broadly?" After engaging in deep conversation, Robin was truly impressed by Yifan's imaginative prowess. He had effectively demonstrated the capabilities of the Hana no Mi, allowing her to create numerous hands and feet, the purpose of which was self-evident. The implications of her newfound abilities exceeded her previous comprehension, yet the results were unmistakably effective. Following their special training, Robin felt a marked improvement in her mastery over her fruit's powers. The training methods were quite audacious. Suddenly, Yifan recalled an amusing incident. Previously, when encircled by the Navy, he had caught sight of the Empress Boa Hancock, who seemed to tower over him. Standing at 1.8 meters, Yifan was considered tall among ordinary people, yet he still found himself shorter than her. Hancock was also older than Nokigo and the others, radiating an aura that none of them could emulate. Yifan would never admit that he smiled at the thought of someone else. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. The journey ahead proceeded relatively smoothly, despite encountering an ill-fated pirate crew, who were ultimately subdued with ease. These pirates, with bounties in the tens of millions, were not nameless foes. It was evident that as they ventured further, they would confront increasingly formidable adversaries. The pirates transporting Yi Fan grew increasingly apprehensive. If they delivered him to his destination, what would become of them without his protection? Clearly, they possessed enough sense to have survived this long, prompting them to request to join Yi Fan's crew as a subsidiary, merely seeking his shelter. Initially, Yi Fan hesitated to agree, as their strength was merely at the level of a 10 million bounty, which seemed unnecessary. However, upon further reflection, he ultimately acquiesced, acknowledging that some menial tasks would require their assistance. Sabedi Archipelago, a decaying isle where the trade of human lives and other illicit activities was tacitly accepted, was formed by the roots of the world's largest mangrove, the Yarkaman Grove. Upon arriving at Sabedi Archipelago, Yi Fan and his companions marveled at the sight of the shore, entirely composed of intertwining roots, a truly wondrous spectacle. Observing such a remarkable island, those present were filled with astonishment. The knowledgeable Robin recognized the phenomenon. Yet witnessing it firsthand elicited a profound appreciation for nature's creations. This archipelago consisted of 79 such trees, and the roots formed the very foundation of Sabodi. Yi Fan knew that this island was indeed shaped by massive trees, and its factions were a chaotic mix of power teamed to locate Rayleigh and Shikoku on Island 41, both of whom were formidable figures of exceptional prowess, particularly Rayleigh, with his conqueror's haki and formidable combat techniques. As Robin recounted her knowledge, Nami and Nokigo listened with envy, admiring her wealth of information. Time, like water absorbed by a sponge, flowed seamlessly, and Robin's penchant for reading had enriched her understanding of the world. "Wow, Robin, you know so much," Nami exclaimed. After spending these days together, their relationships had grown remarkably close, devoid of the chaotic scenarios Yi Fan had anticipated. In response to Nami's praise, Robin merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon landing on the island, Yi Fan noted the numbers on the trees, indicating they had arrived at Island 16. However, as soon as they set foot on the island, trouble found them, unbeknownst to Yi Fan. His luck appeared to be running low. Island 16 was notorious for its lawlessness and chaos, teeming with unsavory characters, and a crowd wielding blades encircled them, eyes gleaming with ill intent. Ha ha ha. So many beautiful girls. "If we sell them, we could make a fortune," one shouted. Another chimed in, "Why sell them? Let's enjoy ourselves first, then we can sell them later." Their blatant disregard for Yi Fan and his companions was tantamount to courting death. The dark underbelly of Sabedi Archipelago was infamous for its human trafficking, with ordinary humans, fishmen, and mermaids all highly sought after, particularly the latter two, by merchants and nobles alike. Yi Fan was aware of this grim reality. Beauties often led to calamity. Yet he had a penchant for such perilous allure. "Don't come any closer. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me." Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, Yi Fan and his companions departed from this place. Setting their sights on island number 13, Xiachi operated a bar named Xiachi's Kicking Bar in the 13th region of Shambadi Archipelago, serving as a purveyor of intelligence. The capabilities of this source were formidable, possessing knowledge of many matters. Rayleigh also resided there, though it remained uncertain whether they would cross paths. However, there was no urgency. They would spend the forthcoming period here, and the individual in question would undoubtedly make an appearance. After a spell of tranquility, Yi Fan reflected on his time since arriving in this world. He had yet to truly experience life, perpetually en route to new destinations or adrift upon the waves. Despite possessing the ability to alter one's appearance, both his and others, Yi Fan had yet to employ such a power. With this capability, not only twins, but even triplets and quadruplets seemed achievable. Yet, Yi Fan was not one to indulge in such superficiality. His upbringing had instilled values that discouraged such frivolities. Perhaps in the solitude of night, he might experiment. As for the boat, he deemed it unworthy of his stature and decided to forego it, planning instead to borrow a more suitable vessel when the time came. His subordinates trailed behind him, this being their inaugural visit to the Shambadi Archipelago. The earlier minor characters posed no threat to Yi Fan, yet they were quite terrifying to his companions. Upon Yi Fan's acceptance of them, They believed they had allied with a formidable ally, unaware that in Yi Fan's eyes, they were merely expendable pawns. They were cognizant of this reality, hence they endeavored to remain close to him for safety. Observing the unique landscape, they noted large bubbles floating about the island. At this moment, Buggy Robin commenced her customary elucidation, embodying the essence of an encyclopedia. Along the way, Yi Fan and his group encountered a most convenient mode of transportation, the bubble car. This remarkably practical vehicle was ideally suited for the young at heart. It was the distinctive environment of the Shambadi archipelago that allowed these bubbles to function. Beyond the confines of this island, they would lose their efficacy. With the aid of the bubbles, Yi Fan and his companions traversed the landscape at a brisk pace. Mindful that such rapid movement in this locale might attract undue attention. Woo woo woo. What splendid fun. Hurry up, everyone. With her exceptional physical prowess, Noki rode the bubble car at great speed. Leading the way, this delightful toy brought her immense joy and excitement that Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised to discover Naka's fondness for such amusements. Surely she would also enjoy riding a motorcycle. Was she not the quintessential biker girl? He envisioned crafting a tailored outfit for her, perfectly suited to her figure and beauty, simply exquisite. Lost in these thoughts, Yi Fan could not help but reveal a hint of a devilish smile. Thankfully unnoticed by anyone else, lest it tarnish his illustrious image. Boss, where are we headed? As his subordinates trailed behind him, they traversed one island after another, puzzled about their destination. Yi Fan remained vague, and someone finally could no longer contain their curiosity, sending a representative to inquire. Interrupted in his musings, Yi Fan felt a flicker of irritation. His thoughts had been disrupted, a source of annoyance. What are you shouting for? If you don't wish to follow, feel free to leave. Frustrated, he had just clarified some fashion ideas from his past life and was eager to explore potential sources. Now, the train of thought had been abruptly derailed, and he struggled to recall it. Bang, bang, bang. He rapped the head of the inquirer thrice, hoping to instill a lasting lesson. Recognizing Yi Fan's ire, the individual quickly grasped that they had overstepped. Suggest leaving would be tantamount to courting disaster. With their meager strength, they would likely be reduced to nothing without Yi Fan's protection. With sheepish grins, they retreated, casting forlorn glances at their companions. It was they who had urged him to ask. And now it seemed they had provoked Yi Fan's ire. After some time, the group grew accustomed to the architectural peculiarities of the Shambadi archipelago. Upon reaching the 13th region, they inquired further and proceeded directly to Xiaqi's kicking bar. As they stood before the establishment, Yi Fan's companions regarded him, questioning whether this was truly the destination he sought. They understood that Yi Fan never ventured without purpose, and thus, there must be a specific reason for their visit. Let us go, stop lingering, let's enter and have a bite to eat. Noticing his companions still lingering, Yi Fan prompted them. The newcomers, unfamiliar with Yi Fan's intentions, were left bewildered. Why choose this bar amidst so many? Had he not been their leader, they would have inquired directly. Upon entering, Yi Fan beheld a tall, slender woman with short black hair styled upward, clad in a spider-patterned top, and smoking a cigarette. This must be Xiaqi, the former empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja pirates. The weight of her titles spoke volumes about her significance. In her youth, she had been a beauty. Though time had altered her appearance, her allure remained. Lacking any extraordinary devil fruit powers or unique physical traits, she was still an ordinary person. Xiaqi, perched casually with her leg crossed and cigarette in hand, rose to greet her guests upon their arrival. Upon seeing Yi Fan's striking visage, she paused momentarily, taken by the handsome man before her. Accompanying him were also beautiful women, including the infamous Nico Robin. Xiaqi was well aware of Yi Fan's identity, recognizing him as the emerging figure of great renown. As an informant, she had learned of the Navy's deployment of 3 admirals and the 7 warlords to apprehend a single individual. Such covert operations could only escape the notice of the uninitiated. Those with even a modicum of capability would be privy to the truth. What business could they possibly have here? May I take your orders? With the arrival of patrons, Xiaqi extended her welcome that if their presence here was mere coincidence, it was indeed a remarkable one. Yi Fan pondered how he might establish rapport with her, considering he desired to sample the local delicacies. He sought a place to settle before devising a plan, his primary goal being Rayleigh. Yet, the challenge of forging a connection with Xia Qi left him feeling somewhat vexed. After taking a seat, Yi Fan and his companions grouped together. Noki, glancing at the bar owner, whispered, "That owner is quite remarkable." "Who is she?" The others looked to Yi Fan, anticipating that he would be well informed about her identity. Only Nami remained puzzled, unable to grasp the discussion, her abilities being somewhat limited. Yet it was evident that to suggest Yi Fan had come solely for the bar owner was far-fetched, in response to their inquiries. Yi Fan maintained a degree of discretion. "We are here to visit an elder of considerable strength, though it appears he may not be present." He feigned regret, which held a kernel of truth. For he had indeed come seeking the legendary Rayleigh, a world-class powerhouse. They could see that moment. Xia Qi approached their table, bearing an array of dishes. Though their conversation had been subdued, she had overheard their intention to seek Rayleigh. While the means by which they had learned of his presence remained unclear, it appeared they bore no ill, as long as there were no complications. All was well. "Enjoy your meal," she said, returning to the front to continue her smoking. Examining the food, Yi Fan found nothing particularly extraordinary, just as he was about to sample it when the tavern door swung open. An elderly man with long, flowing hair, a silver beard, and glasses bearing a prominent scar across his right eye, swaggered in. "Ah!" he boomed. "Xia Qi, prepare me some drinks." As usual, he touched the back of his head, evidently feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, he had never paid and had no money. Xia Qi had long since grown accustomed to the other party's brazen demeanor. After taking a slow drag from his cigarette, he said, "You owe me quite a substantial sum for drinks. And you haven't settled it yet. This time, you need to clear the previous debts first. Otherwise, don't even think about having another drink here." That scoundrel was notoriously tight-fisted. Her establishment was not a charitable endeavor. As for the reaction from the old man, Rayleigh was already used to it. In the end, he would still pay up. Today was different, however, as Yi Fan had arrived, and the elderly man before him was exactly the person he had been searching for. "Xia Qi, don't be so heartless. I'll pay you back later," he said. Having spent 3 days with Roger, where he had gone hungry 9 times, the crew aboard the ship had inevitably learned to be shameless. As long as one had a thick enough skin, no problem was insurmountable. Over the years, he had managed to live comfortably without spending a single berry, and Rayleigh held a deep admiration for Roger in this regard. At least the crew would not starve even if they were broke. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Fan realized his opportunity had arrived. "Uncle, if you don't mind, why not have a drink here?" "Boss lady, please serve me some fine liquor." Yi Fan stood up and approached Rayleigh. Adjusting his glasses, Rayleigh looked at Yi Fan and felt a sense of familiarity. Questioning, "Who are you?" even though he recognized the face. His age made it hard for him to recall where he had seen him before. Yi Fan, seizing the moment, extended his hand. "Hello, Uncle, my name is Yi Fan." Despite Yi Fan's outstretched hand, Rayleigh remained courteous. Upon hearing the name, he suddenly remembered. This was the newcomer who had been captured by the Navy just a few days prior. "Interesting indeed." "Hello," he replied, shaking Yi Fan's hand, and in that moment, the mastery of Conqueror's Haki enveloped him, enhancing Yi Fan's proficiency in observation Haki and armament Haki, significantly elevating his strength. In this world, few could claim to master the technique of Conqueror's Haki, despite the admirably strong powers of the Admirals. They would be swiftly defeated by super-strong opponents before they even had a chance to show their faces. Green Bull remarked, "I seriously suspect you were trying to manipulate me. After all, back in Wano, Shanks had unleashed an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki attack from extreme distance, leaving the Admiral Green Bull begging for mercy." Having achieved his goal, Yi Fan felt elated and announced, "Boss lady, I'll cover this uncle's drink bill." "How much do I owe?" Having learned so much from the other party over the years, he considered it a worthy gesture to treat him to a drink. Yi Fan thought there was nothing wrong with such an act. Hearing Yi Fan's grand declaration, both Rayleigh and Xia Qi were taken aback. The youth truly seemed oblivious to the harsh realities of society. However, upon seeing someone willing to pay, Xia Qi could not help but feel delighted. Yet, not everyone was pleased. Nami, who was particularly sensitive about treasures, felt irked. Why should Yi Fan use his own money to help this uncle pay off debts? Immediately, she fixed a piercing gaze on him. sending chills down his spine. In truth, as soon as he uttered those words, Yi Fan felt a pang of regret. He remembered that Rayleigh had been living in hiding on this island for many years. The expenses accumulated over the years must be quite substantial, and at present, Yi Fan only had a little over 10 million berries, most of which belonged to his subordinates. All of his previous wealth had been left aboard the Emperor's ship, and he had the chance to retrieve it. Xiaoqi retrieved a thick stack of account books from beneath the counter, comprising at least 20 to 30 volumes. The sight made Yi Fan's blood pressure spike, his mouth twitching in disbelief. How much had this old man consumed? As the onlookers expressed their astonishment, Rayleigh nonchalantly began drinking at Yi Fan's table, displaying a familiarity that made one wonder who he had learned it from. Noticing Yi Fan's astonished expression, Xiaoqi decided it was time to teach this young man a lesson. These are the debts that old man has accumulated over the past 22 years. You may peruse them at your leisure. I've meticulously recorded every transaction. With that, she settled into a chair, crossed her legs, and took a puff of her cigarette. Yi Fan tentatively inquired, if the amount is truly excessive. Can I reconsider? How much could it possibly be? 22 years of the Pirate King's first mate, a world-class powerhouse, living off handouts. It was utterly absurd. Regret washed over him, but he knew he had to honor his word no matter what. Xiaoqi shot a surprised glance at Yi Fan. She hadn't expected him to show such resolve. As for the total, I've forgotten, but considering your sense of responsibility, let us settle on 500 million berries. This price was quite a bargain. After all, over 22 years, the actual total would undoubtedly exceed that figure. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh, still drinking, stood up in disbelief. 500 million berries. Is that true? Have I really spent that much? His daily routine consisted mostly of drinking some liquor and occasionally eating, but most of the time, he foraged for food, feasting on large animals or sea king meat, which was incredibly delicious. Hearing the figure of 500 million berries, Nami fixed a steely gaze on Yi Fan, demanding a justification, or else he could forget about future encounters. Robin stifled a laugh, finding Nami's intense focus on Yi Fan amusing. However, 500 million berries was indeed an amount they could not muster at present. Xiaoqi glanced at Rayleigh and calmly stated, the account books are right here. You can review them yourself. Every transaction is clearly documented. The liquor Rayleigh consumed was of high quality. He seldom drank anything subpar, which naturally drove the price up. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, Rayleigh believed she was not exaggerating. After all, they had been good friends for many years, and her detailed records were impressive, turning to observe this younger generation with interest. He wondered what thoughts would cross Yi Fan's mind now that he was aware of the price he was to pay. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, the new focal point of attention. 500 million berries was enough for Yi Fan to draw 5 lottery tickets. Present, he could barely scrape together 100 million berries, let alone 500 million. Feeling somewhat awkward, he stammered. Could I perhaps defer payment for now? The implication was clear to everyone present. He was broke. Observing Yi Fan's embarrassment, Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh. Rayleigh shared her sentiment. After all, how could they expect the younger generation to pay off debts? If word got out, how would Rayleigh maintain his reputation on the seas? All right, enough of the jokes. Now, if you need anything, just speak up. Given Yi Fan's stature, it was evident he knew the purpose of his visit. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Rayleigh's identity was exceedingly sensitive. He was content with his current lifestyle and preferred not to be disturbed. The person he awaited was not Yi Fan, but rather the sun god Nika, the Straw Hat Kid. Rayleigh had been following Luffy's exploits, believing that only he could bring peace to this world, but why Yi Fan felt a jolt. It was apparent that Rayleigh was aware of his intentions. However, he never anticipated that his goals had already been achieved. The mastery of Conqueror's haki and the ability to wrap it around his attacks. Furthermore, after copying Rayleigh's observation haki, Yi Fan had experienced a breakthrough, reaching a level where he could momentarily glimpse the future. Listening to the old man's words, Yi Fan and his companions regarded him thoughtfully. Was the captain here solely for this man? Robin pondered, stroking her chin, trying to recall where she had encountered the name Rayleigh before. Suddenly, it struck her, and she blurted out, "You're the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, nicknamed Dark King, known as the right arm of the Pirate King." This revelation left everyone present in shock. What? Is that true? All eyes widened as they gazed upon the old man before them, who was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King's ship. No wonder Yifan had brought them to this place. It was indeed an extraordinary encounter. This was a legendary figure, and they never expected to meet him here. Upon recognizing his identity, Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Robin, who likewise acknowledged his status. This implied that the young man before them was also qualified to compete in the ultimate finals. After all, the ability to comprehend the historical text was of utmost importance. It was merely a casual visit to admire the illustrious presence of the legendary vice-captain. Currently, Yifan felt he could engage in a protracted battle against Rayleigh without faltering, for age was indeed a significant disadvantage. Their eyes clashed in the air, yet Yifan stood resolute against Rayleigh's penetrating gaze. Summer, unable to comprehend why two such mature individuals would compete against a junior, found herself bewildered. The newly recruited subordinates were in awe of Yifan, marveling at how he displayed no inferiority in the presence of such a legendary figure. He truly was their captain. In response to Yifan's remarks, Rayleigh chuckled, dismissing those accolades as mere titles. It was only upon reaching his level of understanding that one could grasp the limitations of certain matters. After bidding farewell, Yifan led the group towards Area 1, the notorious slave auction district, which was certain to be rife with wealthy individuals and treasures. They sought a place to settle down and planned to alter their appearances subsequently. Yifan transformed from a handsome young man into a middle-aged gentleman. Nami and the others, witnessing this transformation, could not resist reaching out to touch him. How remarkably lifelike! It's utterly indistinguishable, they exclaimed. Indeed, standing before them, he appeared unchanged. Thus, no one would suspect their presence on Sabeti archipelago. Nami and her companions were witnessing such abilities for the first time. Having encountered a myriad of extraordinary powers, they had grown accustomed to the unexpected. I shall assist you in altering your appearances as well, ensuring the Marines remain oblivious to our presence, allowing us to roam freely, Yifan declared. Given the sensitivity of their identities, spending time on Sabeti archipelago posed risks. Remaining in one place for too long would be untenable. Thus, it was best to venture out. Under the influence of Yifan's enhanced magic, the others underwent significant transformations, primarily in age, becoming more ordinary to facilitate concealment. This would evade unnecessary troubles and prevent them from becoming targets for the hunting teams. Gazing into the mirror, Noki and the others were thoroughly pleased. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. For the time being, they would remain on this island, albeit with caution in mind despite their altered appearances. Yifan understood that his improved magic still bore flaws in the eyes of top-tier observers, and thus, vigilance was essential. After all, according to the timeline, it was quite possible that Admiral Kizaru was currently on this island. Protecting the celestial dragons, Yifan had not forgotten about that female celestial dragon, Lilia, and a mischievous smile crept upon his face. You have a choice. Would you prefer this stick or that one? Perhaps he too could offer her a choice, for he was indeed quite democratic in his approach. After giving instructions, Yifan commenced his endeavors to amass wealth, recognizing the importance of laying a solid foundation for his future. When he emerged with a changed visage, the subordinates outside were taken aback. However, once they heard his voice, they realized that the middle-aged man before them was none other than their captain, Yifan. Observing their startled reactions, Yifan could only shake his head in bemusement, though he acknowledged their naivety could be beneficial for handling trivial tasks. Meanwhile, Estress, having parted ways with Yifan, embraced her true nature. Her actions epitomized a true pirate, adhering to the principles of absolute power, where those who obey prosper, while those who resist perish. Estress had conquered countless pirate crews and towns along her journey. She had not forgotten Yifan's instructions to gather as much treasure as possible. Employing a pluck the feathers as the geese pass approach, she ensured to collect every last treasure from each place she visited. Leaving nothing behind, in just a few days, her followers swelled to over 300, with a fleet of a dozen ships. This had already grown into a formidable pirate crew. Through such methods, Estress had established her fearsome reputation. Despite lacking significant battle achievements, having only defeated pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million berries, she was still appraised by the Marines at 70 million berries. Moreover, there was no trace of her background. As if she had materialized from thin air, the Marines, perplexed by such anomalies, chose not to investigate further, accepting her as a pirate. The emergence of such a talented new generation of pirates posed a considerable headache for the Marines. Few pirates from the Four Seas could reach Sabidi Archipelago after traversing the Grand Line, and many among them boasted bounties exceeding 100 million that these pirates were dubbed supernovas in the Marine headquarters. The situation concerning these supernovas remained manageable for now. However, in 2 years, their talents and powers would likely soar. Currently, these pirates were converging upon Sabidi Archipelago. IT presented an excellent opportunity. If they could capture them all in one sweep, it would eliminate future threats. Yet, with preparations for the imminent execution of Ace underway, the Marines could not spare additional forces. They could only rely on Admiral Kizaru to impart a lesson to those impudent youths. Now is the moment for serious discussions. Besides Kizaru, the remaining Marine vice admirals and admirals were present, as this meeting would precede one with the current warlords of the sea. Nearly all the elite from various branches had gathered at headquarters. All drills had been conducted, yielding positive results. The personnel reported that preparations for the forthcoming execution of Ace were thoroughly in place, awaiting the announcement of the execution as specifics. Carp felt an immense weight in his heart. Recently, he had visited Impel Down to see his grandson, Ace. The two had shared much, yet Carp was unable to betray the Marine as principals. Tears glimmered in their eyes, for this was not the outcome either had wished for. However, the situation had escalated beyond their control. This significant operation against the White-Beard pirates allowed no room for error. Thus, elite forces had been summoned from the other seas, and all warlords of the sea were to participate. As Vice Admiral Tsuru listened to the reports, she recognized that the situation was ripe for action. After exchanging glances with Sengoku, she announced, in 7 days, Ace's public execution will take place, and it will be broadcast live across the globe. This event would be pivotal for the pirate world, a clash between the Yonko pirates and the Marines, determining who would emerge victorious. Understood, everyone stood up in unison, responding with utmost seriousness to AT this moment. Yifan had already spent 3 days on the Shambodi Islands that a rumor had spread across the islands about a thief who exclusively targeted wealth, with some individuals losing millions of berries in an instant. Even the accumulated riches of slave auction houses, amassed over decades, had vanished without a trace, leaving no clue behind. A sense of panic gripped the hearts of the people, who feared that they might be the next victims of such unfortunate losses. The Navy dispatched numerous officers to investigate, yet they uncovered no leads. Given the current sensitive situation, with celestial dragons present on the island, their priority remained the protection of these elite individuals. Matters that did not pertain to the celestial dragons were regarded as trivial. After all, the loss of treasure or even a life was of little consequence in their eyes. The celestial dragons. Money was merely a number, while human life was akin to that of an ant. Yifan reclined in a chair, emanating an aura of fatigue and relaxation. He closed his eyes, basking in the gentle sunlight that graced his face, warm and comforting. Beside him, Nami and Robin tenderly massaged his shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure, infused with a hint of concern and warmth. Their movements were gentle yet firm, as if assisting Yifan in releasing the weariness and stress from his body. Nami offered him a piece of refreshing fruit, which he accepted with a smile, savoring its sweetness and juiciness, bringing him a sense of coolness and satisfaction, his body and mind revitalized. In this moment, there were no battles, no adventures. They simply enjoyed the tranquility of life. Sunlight, a gentle breeze, shoulder massages, and fruit. Everything was so simple yet blissful. Their bond grew ever tighter, as warmth and affection enveloped the air, cultivating an atmosphere of harmony and happiness. The treasures of this area had been nearly exhausted by Yifan, amounting to over 700 million berries. This windfall brought him a small fortune, though he was still far from the goal of 1 billion berries. However, Yifan had no intention of exchanging his wealth for items. Instead, he yearned for a chance to draw a lottery. Feeling a delightful itch after such a long absence from the experience, today was a splendidly sunny day, and surely the rewards would be remarkable. Congratulations, host! you have drawn Irina Nakiri from Food Wars, gaining the culinary skills of Soma Yukihira. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Boa Hancock from One Piece, acquiring the powers of the bird fruit. Mythical type, Phoenix form. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Misty from Pokemon, obtaining a Pikachu. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Tushan Yaya from Fox Spirit Matchmaker, receiving the Tear of the Void. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Yubi Sheen from Zombie Daoist, gaining an ordinary zombie. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Siahi from One Punch Man, acquiring the ability of Supernatural Loans. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Shirahoshi from One Piece, obtaining her underwear. After the 7 draws concluded, Yifan could not help but reveal a devilish grin at the rewards he had received. If Hancock and Shirahoshi were to be exchanged, it would create quite the spectacle. In this moment, Yifan momentarily forgot about the presence of Nami and Robin, whose curiosity was piqued by his mischievous laughter. What are you laughing about, you scoundrel? Yes, what could possibly be so amusing? One of them tugged at Yifan's ear while another pinched his side, showing no mercy. They knew that given his strength, such feeble attempts were futile. As long as they avoided critical areas, he was invulnerable. Regaining his composure, Yifan realized he had become a bit too reckless, and he immediately began to explain, feigning great pain as he produced a fruit. I apologize, it's nothing serious. I have a devil fruit here for you, Nami. The fruit was smooth and shiny, resembling a beautiful and peculiar gem. Its surface displayed fiery patterns, as if it contained boundless energy. The light flickered across its surface, emanating a faint aura of flames, imparting a sense of mystery and majesty. The fruit's shape resembled a magnificent phoenix, its wings spread wide, feathers delicately adorned, radiating golden and red hues. The head of the phoenix was exquisitely carved, with bright, expressive eyes and a slightly open beak, as if singing joyfully. Though the thunder fruit was well suited for her, the phoenix fruit was not inferior, and there was no time to fight over it now. The phoenix fruit possessed an almost immortal vitality and remarkable regenerative capabilities. Even if vital organs, such as the brain and heart, were damaged, one would remain unharmed. This made it particularly suitable for Nami, who needed to safeguard her life and could even fly as they gazed at the exquisite fruit. Both Nami and Robin were filled with curiosity about its nature. What is this? For Nami, it was her first encounter with a devil fruit, and she marveled at its beauty. The design of the phoenix was immediately recognizable, indicating that this fruit was exceptional. Robin, recalling her knowledge from the devil fruit encyclopedia, recognized it as the bird fruit, mythical type, phoenix form. Such a matter was ultimately for Nami to decide. Upon revealing the fruit's abilities to her, Nami fell into deep contemplation. It was undeniable that this was a remarkably powerful fruit. Yet she felt no desire for it. Shaking her head, she replied, "Forget it. With your protection, I don't want this fruit." It was indeed a pity that the two did not share a connection. If others were to witness such an opportunity, they would undoubtedly be envious, as the potential of this fruit was immense. Currently, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates had consumed this very fruit, always engaging in high-stakes battles. This demonstrated the fruit's incredible power, yet here was someone refusing it, truly disheartening. Seeing that Nami did not want it, Yifan turned his attention to Kuro and Noki, curious about their choice. After all, an individual could only consume one devil fruit. Otherwise, they risked a catastrophic explosion. Yifan had no desire to face such a flaw, so he preferred his current state. Kuro and Noki exchanged glances. Despite the fruit's formidable abilities, it was not suitable for them. They both possessed vampire lineage, thriving in the night, while this fruit was imbued with flames, which would counteract their strengths. Consuming it might even diminish their power. Thus, this divine fruit had become akin to a hot potato that no one dared to take. Given this situation, Yifan decided to keep it for himself, waiting to see who might be fated to claim it later. Since none of you want it, I shall hold on to it for the time being. In the meantime, I have another gift that I believe you will absolutely adore. With a wave of his hand, a fluffy yellow creature appeared before the women. It was small and adorable, with a slightly larger head, 2 big round eyes, sparkling with cuteness. Beneath its eyes were 2 rosy cheeks, enhancing its charming expression, while its yellow body radiated a bright and lively aura. Pikachu's ears were rounded and black, adorned with a golden lightning bolt pattern, symbolizing its electric attributes. Its paws were also black, each having 5 toes, allowing it to stand or run with ease. The most striking feature of Pikachu was its tail, shaped like a golden lightning bolt with a black stripe, capable of releasing powerful electric shocks, making it a formidable weapon in battle. Upon seeing Pikachu, the women were instantly smitten with the adorable creature, abandoning Yifan in their eagerness to embrace it. Fortunately, Yifan had instructed Pikachu to cooperate and refrain from discharging electricity indiscriminately. Wow, so cute. It's so fluffy. I can't believe such a delightful creature exists in this world. Yifan, do you have another one? How can we divide this single one? Yes, it's so adorable. We all want one. When it came to such things, women were utterly defenseless. Pikachu, being an immensely popular Pokémon, had captured their hearts. For as long as one can remember, it has always presented itself in an endearing form. In this world, there exists nothing quite like it, and one could rightfully say it is a truly unique entity. It is likely that if Charlotte Lingling, known as Big Mom, were to discover this, she would undoubtedly send her subordinates to seize it. After all, she is infamous for her obsessive collection habits, having an affinity for gathering individuals from various races. She goes to great lengths to acquire those of rare lineage, ensuring they reside within her domain. Upon witnessing the fervent admiration for Pikachu, Yifan was not taken aback. However, he lamented his inability to fulfill the request. The chance of obtaining it solely depended on the system's favor, and the odds were rather slim. Yifan shrugged and explained, "There is only this one. I am powerless to change that." Upon realizing it was indeed the sole creature, the others exchanged glances, deciding to nurture it together, ensuring it grew plump and healthy. Concurrently, Yifan became aware that the day of Ace's execution was merely a week away. Furthermore, he knew that Luffy and his companions were presently on the island, preparing to attend the auction. That a spectacle was surely on the horizon. The other supernovas had arrived a few days earlier, lurking in the shadows. Their abilities, however, were no match for Yifan's keen perception. He also caught sight of Trafalgar D, the Waterlaw, the user of the Nami, whose prowess ranked among the elite of the supernovas, possessing the miraculous ability to grant immortality. Yifan was uncertain of any potential side effects, but resolved to inquire about it at an opportune moment. The past few days had left him utterly exhausted, as he spent his nights seeking loans from others, each night slipping away in such pursuits. Consequently, his interactions with Nami and the others were brief, and by the time he returned, they were already asleep, making him reluctant to disturb them. He had been holding back, knowing he was to attend the auction the following day, and felt it best to go alone to such an event. Additionally, the impending Marineford War would also be more manageable as a solitary endeavor. The gathering of skilled individuals was considerable, and in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he could rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse swiftly. Casting his gaze at the sky, Yifan earnestly wished for nightfall to arrive swiftly in Zone 1's auction house. The wretched thief had finally vanished after days of pilfering. Although many treasures had been lost, a grand auction was set to take place the following day. With celestial dragons in attendance, no one dared to disrupt the proceedings. The populace had been indoctrinated with the belief that the celestial dragons were beyond reproach, and none would dare to defy them. The night was enchanting, with the moon obscured by clouds, revealing only a glimmer of light, as if it were shyly hiding away. Rising from his bed in the morning, Yifan felt a stiffness in his body. Standing in the center of his room, he stretched his limbs, gently rotating his shoulders and waist to stimulate circulation. He then raised his arms, indulging in a languorous stretch. Exhaling a contented sigh, closing his eyes, he savored the morning air and sunlight, gradually allowing his body to relax. That Yifan's stretch was invigorating, reviving his vitality. Taking a deep breath, he opened the window, letting the fresh air fill the room. Preparing for the new day ahead, the previous night had drained him, with Nokigao, Ku, and Robin bustling about. Yet, ultimately, he returned to the comfort of his own room. He had already informed them the day before that significant events would transpire today, urging them to remain unperturbed. After all, their appearances had changed, and unless top-tier observation hockey users arrived, they would remain unrecognized. Early in the morning, numerous merchants and affluent individuals headed towards the auction in Zone 1. It was rumored that a plethora of valuable items would be on offer, including a mermaid. Such rare beings are exceedingly scarce, and acquiring one would be a boon. Upon entering the auction hall, Yifan was struck by its grandeur, with a massive stage at the forefront. Behind the stage lay a vast area for the confinement of slaves. Each slave bore a collar around their neck, rigged to explode should they dare to flee. A certain death awaited them, that if they chose not to escape, their fate was equally grim. There was no bright future for slaves. The lights overhead illuminated the space, and a considerable number of attendees had already taken their seats. Among them were 3 celestial dragons wearing oxygen masks. Upon spotting Charlulia, Yifan's expression brightened with excitement. The high and mighty celestial dragons had been transformed into exceedingly obedient beings, and the implications of that were undoubtedly significant. Soon after, the supernovas and Sanji's group arrived, and amidst the crowd, Yifan noticed the new members who had replaced Nami and Robin. All were stunningly beautiful, and it was undeniable that Luffy's protagonist aura was indeed formidable. Although he had claimed them, their arrangements were meticulous. How intriguing! As the staff observed that the guests were settling in, they deemed it time to commence the auction. Esteemed guests, welcome to this auction, where numerous precious slaves will be available for bidding. We hope you enjoy your day, the announcer proclaimed. Meanwhile, Yifan noticed many eyes upon him. He had chosen to attend the auction in his true form, revealing his identity, which was recognized by several attendees, eliciting expressions of trepidation. Among the supernovas, Yifan's bounty was the highest, rendering him even more notorious, as he beheld one exquisite item after another, each a beautiful woman or a formidable slave. The fervor of the crowd escalated. The presence of a new item immediately ignited a frenzy, for wealth could procure anything. Observing the frenzied behavior of the attendees, Yifan could not help but conclude that, at times, the most fearsome creatures paled in comparison to the true danger posed by humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is exceptionally rare, so those interested must seize the opportunity. Following the host's cue, a figure emerged from behind a crimson curtain, possessing the tail of a mermaid, confined within a vast circular tank. The identity was unmistakable, a mermaid named Cammy. Upon her appearance, the auction hall erupted with excitement. For she was a mermaid, not a fishman. The disparity between the two was immense. One represented beauty, while the other was a grotesque anomaly. Sanji and his companions were equally enthralled, though the vicious dragon had been vanquished by Yifan. The crew had encountered the pirate crew on their journey home, ultimately being rescued by Luffy's team. Thus, they had forged a strong friendship. Sanji's group recognized the figure as Cammy. Little 8 watched her with eager anticipation, now placing all hopes on the Straw Hat crew. Their ship boasted over 200 million berries, which should suffice to secure Cammy's freedom. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, the auctioneer teased, "Ah yes, the next item is indeed the exceedingly rare mermaid." As the red cloth was drawn back, revealing her visage, her short green hair and rosy fishtail were evident, and she could breathe comfortably in the tank. Undoubtedly a mermaid. Many merchants gazed upon her with lecherous eyes, causing Cammy to tremble in fear. Bound by chains, she felt utterly vulnerable within the tank, curling up to seek a semblance of safety. Witnessing her distress, Sanji felt a surge of compassion. However, his impulsiveness was tempered by the persistent restraint of Wendy and Little 8. In the audience, celestial dragons Roswald, Charlos, and Charlulia observed, with the snot-nosed Charlos exhibiting an expression of uncontainable excitement. "A mermaid!" he exclaimed, envisioning the amusement of racing her against a shark. He turned to his father, declaring, "Father, I wish to purchase her as my pet." Such discourse is as commonplace as daily conversation, reflecting the perspective of the celestial dragons, who regard all but themselves as mere slaves. Even the admirals within the Navy are but slaves granted a modicum of freedom. Beside them, Shaolia Gong displayed a look of disdain, favoring the more robust slaves. Rosward Saint observed his son, considering him merely a slave to be purchased without further ado. The crowd below erupted in raucous excitement. "Hurry up! I can hardly wait. I get to taste the flavor of a mermaid. Ha ha, me too. Will you share a bit with me when the time comes? Get on with it. Let's start the bidding. There are so many eager onlookers. Located at a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the sea, Fishman Island serves as the juncture between the first half and the latter half of the Grand Line, inhabited by the unique races of fishmen and merfolk. It is the only place where mermaids can be found, thus their capture is exceedingly rare, making each one a coveted treasure. Each mermaid is a striking beauty, adored by merchants who understand their worth. Those who do not should remain ignorant, for knowledge can be burdensome. Such immense influence has left the auction house officials thoroughly satisfied, anticipating substantial profits. Cough, cough, cough. Since everyone is so eager, the starting bid for this mermaid is 200 million berries. Highest bidder takes her. Upon hearing this, the majority in attendance sighed in resignation. Such a price is exorbitant. Even the Straw Hat crew was astounded, as their total funds barely exceeded 200 million berries. Despite this, they knew they had to make an offer. We bid. Before they could finish, Charlo Saint leapt to his feet, declaring 500 million berries. Such a sum was akin to pocket change, considering that each kingdom annually submits a substantial tribute for the celestial dragon's use. After being spent, the funds inevitably returned to their hands. That a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, with Sanji's bidding paddle falling to the ground in shock. The Straw Hat crew was at a loss. 500 million berries was insufficient even if they sold themselves. Little 8 knelt helplessly on the ground, while Papagoo, the starfish, wept as he gazed at Kemi in the water tank. Upon hearing the outcome, Kemi desperately tapped on the tank, wishing to take action, but her strength was far too feeble. In the silence that followed, as no one dared to speak, Charlo Saint gleefully exclaimed, "She's mine, my slave. I will keep you in my swimming pool to race with sharks." How delightful! His brazen demeanor silenced the crowd, for he was a celestial dragon clad in an oxygen mask and attire. Who would dare offend him? Even the hidden supernovas displayed apprehension, well aware that such actions could provoke an admiral. They were not so arrogant as to believe they could confront one at this moment. The Straw Hat crew seethed with anger. To treat their friend as a slave was utterly unforgivable. The auctioneer was about to finalize the deal, 500 million berries far exceeding their projections. Just as the gavel was about to strike, a tremendous crash resounded as a flying fish ship burst through the wall. Accompanied by 2 figures, Luffy and Zoro, all eyes turned towards them. Ye Fan regarded Luffy, the first time he had encountered him in this world, and noted how much he resembled a monkey to a T this moment. Luffy possessed little knowledge, relying solely on his exceptional talent and the powers of the gum-gum fruit. Through the lens of observation hockey, Yi Fan found Luffy to be remarkably weak, frighteningly so. Genius requires time to flourish, and rapid growth is possible in a short span. Shaking his head, Luffy, upon regaining his senses, rushed towards the stage to rescue Kemi. Their purpose was clear: to save her, acting freely and without restraint. A reflection of their style. Except for Yi Fan, the others were astonished by Luffy's audacity. Clearly, with the celestial dragons present, he dared to act so recklessly. It was akin to challenging fate, and many wore expressions of scorn. As he sprinted towards the stage, Kemi's face lit up with joy upon seeing Luffy, her smile returning. Little 8 clung to Luffy, urging him to refrain from reckless actions, for Kemi still bore a collar that could explode at any moment. In the midst of this, an arm emerged from Little 8's sleeve, igniting a commotion. Fishman! Disgusting Fishman! Someone call for help. We have a Fishman here, clear him out. Although their names were reversed, Fishmen and Merfolk were polar opposites. People deemed Fishmen as the most vile bloodline, monstrous beings undeserving of existence within human territory. Faced with relentless insults, Little 8 struggled to breathe under the weight of the crowd's disdain, feeling utterly powerless. Yi Fan, witnessing this scene, wore a sardonic smile, observing their self-righteousness. They were so eager to curry favor with the celestial dragons, yet displayed such contempt for the fishmen, revealing their true natures. In the corridor, Charlo Saint drew his pistol, aiming directly at the fishman. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Little 8 fell to the ground, blood oozing from his chest. "Father, look! I shot a fishman! Ugly monster! Ha ha ha!" Charlos rejoiced, bouncing about. completely oblivious to the furious expression on Luffy's face. The surrounding crowd wore mocking smiles, causing Luffy to clench his fists, bewildered by their vitriol. Zoro and the others prepared for battle at a moment's notice, undeterred by the celestial dragons. Papago looked anxiously at Little Eight, while Luffy strode forward resolutely towards the celestial dragon. Behind him, Little Eight, struggling to maintain his composure, grasped Luffy's arm, weakly imploring, "Don't go. I'm fine." Clearly, he understood the dire consequences of offending the celestial dragons. Having witnessed the fate of slaves in Marriott, he wished to shield his friend from such peril that Yi Fan recognized that it was time for him to step forward. After all, maintaining one's handsome visage was a lifelong endeavor. Such dangerous matters should be his responsibility. Rising, he addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, might I implore you to release this mermaid? To treat such a beauty in this manner is truly beneath your dignity." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the suddenly standing Yi Fan, confusion rippling through the crowd. His presence evoked a myriad of emotions: bewilderment, shock, scorn, and surprise. Charlo Saint turned to Yi Fan. "Are you speaking to me?" His foolish demeanor would have likely led to his demise were it not for his status as a celestial dragon. Luffy looked at Yi Fan. In this moment, he had garnered the recognition of the future king of pirates. The other supernovas watched in disbelief, questioning whether these two truly feared the celestial dragons enough to invite the ire of an admiral, why Yi Fan's sheer folly left them astounded, devoid of charm and wit. They pondered whether he truly shared a familial bond with Shalala Gong. "What do you think, fool?" All present inhaled sharply, astonished by the audacity of someone daring to insult a celestial dragon. Typically, ordinary individuals wouldn't even dare to meet their gaze, yet now someone sought to provoke them. The recklessness of this act was tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing the insult directed at him, the furious St. Charlos drew his pistol and aimed it at Yi Fan. Throughout this turmoil, the haughty expressions of St. Shalalia and St. Rosward remained utterly unchanged. The supernovas observed, curious to see how Yi Fan would defend against such bullets. For an ordinary person, the speed of a bullet was almost imperceptible. Yet, Yi Fan remained motionless, seemingly frozen in fear. Luffy, ever vigilant, cautioned, "Be careful." Amidst the astonishment, Yi Fan deftly twisted his head, effortlessly evading the gunfire aimed at him. This fool was audacious enough to target Yi Fan's head. It was this seemingly nonchalant evasion that revealed to the supernovas the true prowess of Yi Fan. Immensely formidable. Some surmised that he must possess the observation haki to dodge bullets with such ease. Meanwhile, in the background, Rayleigh found himself restrained by the capture team. Locked in a collar, It must be said that Rayleigh truly knew how to play the game. A vice admiral caught and sold as a slave was a testament to his character. Seeing his bullets evade Yi Fan, St. Charlos fired again, yet each shot was effortlessly dodged by Yi Fan. Then, with a light step, Yi Fan approached St. Charlos, who felt no shred of respect, leaving him utterly astonished. No one had ever dared to confront him in such a manner. He was, after all, a noble celestial dragon. "Oh, you know who I am. How dare you look at me like that without kneeling and becoming my slave? I might consider sparing you." In his eyes, being a slave to him was the utmost honor for these lowly commoners. That moment, Shalalia came to her senses. In truth, she had been stunned the moment Yi Fan appeared. Never imagining such a handsome figure existed in the world, such a person must be secured as her slave for her amusement. Thus, before Yi Fan could act against St. Charlos, she arrogantly approached him, declaring, "I have taken a liking to you. Being my slave is a tremendous honor." Yi Fan turned to face her, acknowledging her beauty. The proposition of becoming her slave was amusing. Things were becoming intriguingly entertaining. Prompting a faint smile to escape his lips, Shalia. This smile was an affirmation of her command, and she beamed with pride, eager to boast about her new acquisition. Within the ranks of the celestial dragons, competition was constant, with slaves serving as the yardstick for comparison. To act personally was clearly beneath their exalted status as celestial dragons. The atmosphere shifted. It seemed this female celestial dragon had taken an interest in Yi Fan. However, those aware of Yi Fan's identity understood that no pirate could ever submit to another as a slave. Witnessing someone attempt to claim his slave, St. Charlos was displeased, even if the contender was his own sister. Shalilia, I saw him first. He is my slave, in response. Shalilia dismissed her brother's claim, countering, you may choose any slave from my collection in exchange. The living being before them was treated as mere property. To be bartered at will that they bickered over his ownership. Yi Fan, the very subject of their discussion, felt a surge of anger. Previously, he had refrained from certain actions around Nami and the others. But now, have you forgotten to consult me? I never agreed to be your slave. A protagonist and a traveler with a system, he had no inclination to serve as someone else's slave. This was utterly absurd. With Yi Fan stepping forward, the situation had grown exceedingly interesting. Celestial dragons were known to acquire any slave they desired by any means necessary. Even the formidable 7 warlords showcased their slaves as symbols of power. Anticipation hung in the air regarding the unfolding events. Shalilia, looking down at Yi Fan, imperiously stated, "What did you say? You should kneel and express your gratitude for my attention." It was as if she believed that her interest alone warranted his utmost reverence. What an honor this is, except for the perverse few who would ever wish to be a slave. Smack. The sound of the slap echoed loudly in the silent space. Shalilia covered her face as Yi Fan's strike shattered her glassy facade and landed squarely on her cheek. Yi Fan had never been one to strike women, yet this individual hardly qualified as such. His fury surged, fueled by her arrogant demeanor. Seizing her by the neck, he snarled, "Do you not comprehend the situation? Who do you think you are? You think a little courtesy will make you shine." St. Charlos, terrified, collapsed to the ground, looking at his sister in horror. How dare she act in such a manner? They were, after all, the noble celestial dragons. Shalilia struggled futilely, gasping for air, her hands grasping at Yi Fan's in a swift motion. He turned and kicked St. Charlos, sending him crashing into a heap of rubble. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in disbelief. Did this young man truly not fear the admirals of a navy? With the prospect of a navy admiral's arrival looming, some pirates discreetly began to retreat. As for St. Charlos' father, witnessing such audacity in openly attacking a celestial dragon was a blatant provocation to the world government. News of the incident had already reached the navy, prompting immediate action from Kizaru on the island. In this display of bravado, Yi Fan had certainly made an impression. As for Luffy, he was advised to step aside. The Empress was not a concern for him. This was a matter he would personally handle. Aside from the supernovas, the ordinary bystanders were in disarray. Hastily departing, a mark was placed on Shalilia. Such a prize would not be allowed to escape. It was a precautionary measure, even if she wished to flee. Escape would be futile. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we continue to watch? As I surveyed my surroundings, I was met with familiar faces. These individuals once possessed considerable prowess. However, with Yi Fan's arrival in this realm, things took a different turn. That moment, Luffy approached Kemi, shattering the large water tank to free her. Yet he found himself powerless against the collar. Any external force would lead to a direct explosion. Although Luffy was unafraid of death from an explosion, this was Kemi's life at stake. Sanji and his companions rushed to assist Shachi, drawing near to Kemi, unsure of their next move, just as uncertainty enveloped the group. The guards burst as they prepared to act. A loud bang erupted from behind the stage, creating a gaping hole. An elderly man with long, flowing hair, a pointed chin adorned with a silver beard, and a scar running down his right eye, donned glasses and slowly emerged. It had only been a few days since Rayleigh had been captured and enslaved in a tavern. The prior explosion was merely the collar detonating. For Rayleigh, it was just another day. Upon his entrance, he exuded a powerful haki that swiftly dispatched the surrounding minions. At this point, Luffy and his friends were still unfamiliar with haki, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Lest they be rendered unconscious, such a display of prowess left the onlookers in awe, questioning the identity of this formidable elder. So many people, quite lively. Luffy's straw hat reminded Rayleigh of Shanks, who had now become a renowned emperor, transforming from a mischievous youth into a formidable figure. The pressure of his strength was palpable, making Rayleigh acutely aware of his own aging capabilities. Then, he noticed the young Yi Fan, whose strength surpassed even Rayleigh's expectations. Trafalgar Law and Kid gazed in astonishment at the legendary figure before them. Their interest piqued, and smiles crept onto their faces. This visit to Sabeti Archipelago had indeed proven worthwhile, promising not only a glimpse of the battle between Whitebeard and the Navy, but also a meeting with a crew member of the Pirate King. Rayleigh observed Kemi, shackled by a slave collar, and casually reached out to touch it. This action sent a wave of anxiety through Luffy and his companions, having witnessed the collar's explosive capabilities that Y.E. Fan regarded Rayleigh, thinking it best for him to show off while he refrained from intervening. Lifting his gaze toward the entrance, he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching, likely Kizaru, boom, under the collective gaze of the crowd. Rayleigh unleashed his Conqueror's haki, deftly removing the collar and casting it aside. The resulting explosion echoed loudly, yet Kemi remained unharmed on stage. "Thank you," she expressed, grateful for the rescue of her friend, prompting Luffy to step forward and convey his appreciation. The elderly man exuded an aura of complexity that Luffy, in his naive sincerity, failed to recognize, his face adorned with an unchanging smile. Observing Luffy, Rayleigh recalled his own youth. Addressing the group, "Stay close. An admiral from the Navy is on his way here." This warning was directed at the younger ones. Reminiscent of his own youthful adventures, he remembered the time he wandered aimlessly after his home was burned down, fortuitously encountering the yet-to-emerge Joel D. Roger. After a brief introduction, the young Roger had asked Rayleigh if he wished to turn the world upside down together. Although initially finding the idea laughable, Rayleigh ultimately became Roger's first mate. The memory of Roger's smile lingered vividly, strikingly similar to the boy before him. Such a vibrant new era should not come to a halt here. In response to Rayleigh's caution, Luffy expressed his gratitude once more, leading Sanji and Zoro to hastily depart. Meanwhile, Law and Kid, having been mere spectators, took their leave with their crews, leaving only Fan and Rayleigh behind. Gazing at the striking youth before him, Rayleigh admitted to being unable to read him. The boy's actions were whimsically unpredictable. Despite knowing the consequences of provoking the celestial dragons, he still dared to act. "Well met again. There's something you desire?" Yi Fan queried, noticing Rayleigh's scrutiny. Was it his hairstyle or attire that seemed mismatched? He had once considered himself the most dashing figure aboard the Pirate King's ship. "You've stolen my chance to show off. What do you say?" In truth, Yi Fan harbored a desire to engage in combat with the man before him. Eager to test his formidable strength, a powerful battle intent surged from him. Akin to tumultuous ocean waves, the electric arcs of Conqueror's haki enveloped his body, causing Rayleigh's pupils to widen as he regarded the young man. Conqueror's haki, release. Those 7 words were enough to instill awe in those present. Strength was the ultimate testament, but a pang of realization struck Rayleigh, who regarded Yi Fan with newfound seriousness, asking, "Who are you?" Such power at such a young age marked him as a prodigious talent. While Yi Fan's capabilities were evident, Rayleigh was entirely unaware of the depths of his abilities. With the intent to engage in battle radiating from Yi Fan, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. In Area 1, Yi Fan and his companions hastily departed, eager to return to their ship and set sail. Word of the incident at the auction house involving the celestial dragons spread throughout Sabeti Archipelago. Anxiety gripped the hearts of all pirates on the island, for a monumental blunder had been committed, and the arrival of an admiral from the Navy was imminent. The supernovas prepared to flee the island. As Luffy, Kid, and Law exited the auction house, they found themselves surrounded by Navy forces, armed and poised for action. Against these minions, the trio's combat prowess posed no challenge. Meanwhile, a Navy warship approached the waters of Sabeti Archipelago, launching several cannonballs toward the island. Kizaru, riding a cannonball, descended upon the island, dispatching several pirates with ease. With a short, black hair and slight curls, donned in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, and a dark green shirt, he sported sunglasses and a stubbled face. "I am Kizaru. I have arrived. Please respond." Facing the telephone bug in his hand, Kizaru addressed his concerns that he was in search of his subordinate, Sumeru. But upon finding no response, he had to abandon the pursuit for the time being and attend to other matters. This was indeed a moment of glory for Kizaru, as he effortlessly dispatched one supernova after another, showcasing the true might and caliber of an admiral, an echelon far beyond that of the current youth. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew encountered numerous assaults from both the Navy and the pacifistas as they traversed Area 1. In this climate, a pacifista posed a significant threat to the Straw Hat crew. They exerted great effort to escape towards the dock and set sail away from this perilous place. Upon reaching Area 7, they confronted Kizaru, the pacifistas, and Admiral Kizaru. Before them stood a colossal figure, possessing a physique akin to that of a wrestler. His face and hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to those of a girl, and a scar ran from his left eye to the corner of his mouth. Clad in a red belly band adorned with a triple comma symbol and a distinctive design, he was secured with a massive knot at his waist and wore shorts. Both his right hand and left foot were wrapped in bandages, and he bore a gigantic axe, marking him as a formidable adversary. Observing the fallen pacifista, Senamaru expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting that such a clone of Bartholomew Kuma cost as much as a warship. With mastery over hockey, Senamaru found battling Luffy akin to striking a younger sibling. He could even inflict pain on Yafan. These pacifistas had driven Luffy's crew into a dire predicament, compounded by the arrival of Admiral Kizaru. Recognizing Luffy as the son of Dragon, Kizaru understood that such a figure could not be permitted to escape. He was determined to capture him. His fingertips glowed with a yellow light, ready to unleash a laser. Despairing at the sight of fallen Zoro and the ineffective attacks of Usopp, Luffy cried out in anguish. Zoro, Usopp! His mental state was on the brink of collapse, facing the gravest crisis since he set sail. He yearned to protect his crew, but felt utterly powerless against the overwhelming strength of his foes. At this critical moment, Yafan appeared, imploring, "How about granting me a favor, Kizaru?" Yafan radiated with a crimson aura of Conqueror's Haki, flickering like an electric arc and exuding a potent presence in the glow of the red light. His form resembled an indomitable god of war, instilling awe in all who beheld him. Kizaru turned. Fear etched across his face as he sought the source of this formidable power. Was it the return of Raiden? Upon recognizing Yafan, disbelief washed over him, as he was the very individual they had pursued relentlessly a fortnight prior. Kizaru was momentarily stunned, providing Luffy the chance to urge Usopp to escort Zoro away swiftly. However, Kizaru, perceiving their intent to flee beneath his very gaze, found it utterly unacceptable. Just as he contemplated taking action, Yafan struck. The Conqueror's Haki coalesced into a formidable force. Hurtling towards Kizaru to his horror, Kizaru discovered himself ensnared by this overwhelming power, immobile as if bound by an invisible force. The red Haki pierced his body like a sword, causing him to tremble violently. Terror evident in his eyes, he struggled to escape the grip of this power. But it was futile. He was entirely at the mercy of Yafan's Haki. The abilities of the Pika Pika, Nami, were suppressed, rendering him incapable of using them. Witnessing Yafan's intervention and the unfathomable power he wielded, Kizaru felt an acute sense of dread. In that moment, the battlefield fell silent, everyone mesmerized by the astonishing display of strength emanating from Yafan, as though they were witnessing the true power of a god of war. "Are you not leaving?" Yafan remarked, observing the dazed expressions of those around him, offering a kind reminder. Upon seeing Luffy, Yafan was reminded of a benevolent older sister, who he hoped was faring well in Windmill Village. "Thank you," Luffy and his crew expressed their gratitude before hastily making their way towards the port. Senamaru, however, was intent on pursuing them. Yafan interjected, "Do not move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee Kizaru's safety." Having expended considerable effort, he knew that if Kuma intervened, his efforts would be in vain. Observing Kizaru's anguished demeanor and his evident trepidation towards Yafan's might, Senamaru reluctantly relented. The sheer potency of Yafan's Conqueror's Haki rendered Kizaru immobile, instilling a deep-seated fear within him. This was no mere strength. It surpassed that of an admiral, and considering Yafan's youth, he was a true anomaly. As Yafan approached step by step, Kizaru, a veteran admiral, felt a surge of anxiety. "Who are you?" Senamaru, equally astonished, remained in disbelief. Kizaru, as a superior and a top-tier force within the Navy, found himself effortlessly subdued by this young man, whose overwhelming aura was nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, in Auction House 1, Rayleigh sat breathless, having recently engaged in a brief clash of Conqueror's Haki with Yafan. although neither party had exerted their full strength. Rayleigh, in his advanced age, was no match for the vigor of youth embodied in Yefon. Observing the direction of Yefon's haki, he felt the weight of time. The new generation was rising, leaving the old behind. Reminiscent of the waves of the Yangtze River. Understanding the futility of confronting Luffy's uncle, Yefon recognized that any engagement here would bear no merit. He was never one to make unwise investments. With a mere thought, he retracted his conqueror's haki, allowing Kizaru to drop to the ground, cautiously regarding Yefon. This demeanor starkly contrasted his earlier bravado of dispatching supernovas with ease. Seeing Kizaru's trepidation, Yefon felt an unexpected sense of ease. Stay here and do not act rashly that I in this world. His current strength placed him above almost all, with only a select few capable of opposing him. Kizaru was among them. Utilizing the Pika Pika no Mi. Kizaru was indeed formidable, yet in terms of haki mastery, he fell short compared to Akiji and Aku. Hence, among the admirals, he appeared the weakest. Nevertheless, even the weakest admiral was still an admiral, far surpassing the capabilities of mere vice-admirals. Kizaru discerned that Yefon bore no intent to take his life. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. This was truly a stroke of misfortune. He had merely come to stretch his legs, only to encounter such an extraordinary individual. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki instilled a profound fear within him, akin to facing one of the four emperors. Raising his hands, he conceded, all right, I won't move till he had fulfilled his obligations. This was an encounter with an insurmountable force, and there was little he could do. Preserving his life was no small feat upon witnessing Kizaru's compliance. Yefon performed a flying thunder god technique, returning to the auction house one area. Kizaru was unfazed by Yefon's ability. However, Senamaru was taken aback that he quickly approached Kizaru, seeking instructions. Admiral Kizaru, what should we do next? Recalling their mission to protect, Kizaru felt a headache coming on as they had yet to ascertain the safety of the celestial dragons. The thought of their actions filled him with dread, and he braced himself for the inevitable reprimand. Yet having faced such situations before, he resolved to endure it, akin to a dog bite. He would simply refrain from barking back. With a heavy sigh, he said, "You handle the pirates still on this island. I will confirm the current status of the celestial dragons. The crucial time was squandered just moments ago. Those pirates may very well have already set sail. Such circumstances are beyond our control, especially with the sudden emergence of an individual whose strength surpasses that of an admiral, utterly disrupting the Navy's plans." Upon receiving the orders from Kizaru, Bartolomeo immediately led the remaining pacifists to hunt down the pirates still present on the island. Indeed, Kizaru's assertion held merit. During that brief interval, the supernovas had all departed from Sabeti Archipelago. After all, without the pacifists and the formidable Navy forces, the ordinary sailors struggled against those with abilities, let alone the supernovas. Luffy and his companions, having managed to escape, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone intervened just in time to save them. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly met a grim fate. Their next destination remained uncertain, but that matter could be contemplated gradually. Upon returning to the auction house, Yi Fan found it entirely deserted. Gazing at the unconscious Lilia Gong, as for the other two individuals, their fates bore no relevance to him. Bringing someone home unexpectedly would surely be hard for Nami and the others to accept. However, he had secretly rented a house a few days prior. Marking it discreetly for such an occasion, IT was the perfect place to bring her and employ modified magic to properly educate her. Encountering me is the greatest fortune of your life. Having committed numerous misdeeds, you shall now repay them in your latter days. Such shameless words would surely provoke Lilia Gong if she were conscious. Moreover, did Yi Fan not find these statements somewhat forced? Even if redemption were sought, was it solely for a benefit, risking his entire life? With Lilia Gong in tow, Yi Fan vanished from the auction house. By the time Kizaru arrived, he found only St. Roseward and St. Charlos. No trace of Lilia Gong was discovered, nor were there any eyewitnesses nearby. He immediately arranged for medical assistance for the two. The loss of a celestial dragon was a grave matter, and Kizaru knew he must report it to Sengoku, along with details concerning Yi Fan's strength. A young man like him, should he grow stronger, posed a significant threat to the world government. and one could ascertain just how high his potential might reach. It was evidently considerable. BRBRBR. Ding. The transponder snail connected in Admiral Marineford's office. Sengoku received Kizaru's call, indicating that matters in Sabeti Archipelago were nearing resolution. The Admiral confronting those supernovas felt akin to bullying children. However, upon observing the expression on the transponder snail, Sengoku sensed that something significant was afoot. Since recent events, the Navy had encountered nothing but obstacles. Yet, having weathered storms before, he inquired, "Kizaru, how goes the situation in Sabeti Archipelago? There are no complications with the celestial dragons, I hope?" Truly, he was apprehensive, as he feared the worst. Kizaru reported candidly, "Admiral, we have discovered Yi Fan's presence on the island, and I have already engaged him." With those words, Kizaru felt his cheeks flush. Indeed, he had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Sengoku, upon hearing this, realized that yet again the situation involved Yi Fan, indicating that a major incident had transpired. The individual had exhibited formidable conqueror's haki, reaching a level capable of being projected outward. Furthermore, the two celestial dragons had sustained minor injuries, and one. At this point, Kizaru hesitated, and Sengoku could discern from the look on the transponder snail that he was bracing himself for reprimand. What happened to the other celestial dragon? He rubbed his head, fearing that the news would be dire. If that were the case, his position as admiral would be in jeopardy, and the Gorosei would undoubtedly seek his dismissal. Kizaru understood that the die was cast. He had dispatched personnel to search, though the likelihood of success appeared slim. Instead, he cast a suspicious glance towards Yi Fan. After all, when he first encountered him, several beautiful women had accompanied him, and given Yi Fan's audacious nature, it was entirely plausible that he had abducted Lilia Gong. After ending the call, Sengoku slumped into his chair, dismayed by the loss of a celestial dragon right under the Navy's nose. Where lay the Navy's authority? What of the world government's reputation? Such matters weighed heavily on him, leaving him puzzled about Yi Fan's true identity, the sheer terror of his conqueror's haki. Now, at the level of external projection, was evident that it was clear that Kizaru's earlier mention of an engagement meant he had been swiftly dispatched. Kizaru was not adept at haki. This was no secret. Once more, Yi Fan was the center of concern. Reflecting on this, he retrieved the transponder snail for the Gorosei to report the developments that AS for Yi Fan. He returned to the modest room he had rented with Lilia Gong. The space was just sufficient for 2 occupants, and he gently placed her on the bed without waking her, for he had no desire to witness her true self. Regarding the modification of her personality and memories, he drew inspiration from Freya, AS for her appearance. It was crucial to conceal her identity as a celestial dragon, that Yi Fan recalled a powerful technique from his past life. AI, face swapping, a wish he had long harbored. Do not blame me. I am not a good person. With a flick of his fingers, luminous energy enveloped his hands as he recalled her features. Her eyes, slender and slightly curved, resembled peach petals, exuding an alluring charm, while her visage was intricately detailed. After 3 minutes, as he gazed upon this familiar countenance, Yi Fan felt as if he had returned to the very beginning. Just then, Lilia Gong stirred awake, rubbing her head as if emerging from a dream. She dreamt of being a celestial dragon, free to indulge her whims without restraint. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Yi Fan, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his neck affectionately. Nuzzling into him, that Yi Fan could confidently assert that such moments were the pinnacle of life. Yet a facade remained a facade. Still, her innermost desires had been fulfilled. The subsequent narrative is omitted for brevity. Please indulge your imagination. Yi Fan exited the room 3 hours later, instructing her to explore the surroundings but not to wander off. This reminded him that since celestial dragons enjoyed bestowing devil fruits upon slaves for their amusement, he too would offer her a bird fruit, mythical zoan type, with the form of a phoenix to consume. After all, the other party will inevitably face numerous trials in the future. The formidable regenerative abilities of the phoenix fruit effectively address this concern. At this moment, Yi Fan appeared more like a celestial dragon than the celestial dragons themselves. Bestowing such a divine fruit upon a mere slave is indeed a grand gesture, likely leaving even the 4 emperors astonished. He is a quintessential spendthrift, simultaneously casting doubt on the origin of meat-sized phoenix fruit. In the world of pirates, there exists a consensus. Only when a user of a devil fruit perishes can their fruit re-emerge. This principle is immutable. Identical devil fruits do not come into existence. Now that such a fruit has surfaced, it signifies an anomaly surrounding Yi Fan, that if Yi Fan possesses some unique ability, it suggests the possibility of other identical fruits existing elsewhere. Were this to occur with an ordinary individual, it would likely not be regarded as a coveted prize, yet Yi Fan possesses unwavering confidence in his strength. Unperturbed, he felt assured that even if Shanks were to confront him, he could exchange a few blows while maintaining decorum. In high spirits, Yi Fan strolled down the street, humming a tune. Despite having the regenerative prowess of the phoenix fruit, Meatsai still required time to recuperate. What Yi Fan did not anticipate was encountering Kizaru in Area 8. He passed by without eliciting any suspicion or notice from the Admiral. Only a few naval soldiers inquired before allowing Yi Fan to continue on his way. Such a naval admiral, unable to detect an enemy in close proximity, indeed ranks among the most inept. Unbeknownst to him, Kizaru was utterly exhausted, having been ordered by Sengoku to search urgently while enduring the unrestrained insults from the celestial dragons. Stripped of any dignity, this was of little concern. He dismissed it as mere barking. Observing a middle-aged man passing by, Kizaru failed to detect anything amiss. Upon Yi Fan's return to Nami and the others, he learned that the Navy had conducted 3 searches and was still scouring the area door to door. They had no apprehensions regarding Yi Fan's capabilities, but they were worried about his potential dalliances outside. As soon as he entered, Nami intercepted Yi Fan, questioning, "Tell me, is that female celestial dragon named Lilia gone, the one you secretly took away and are hiding?" Alongside her, Nokigo and Robin turned their gazes toward him. This made Yi Fan break into a cold sweat. Her sixth sense was incredibly sharp, having guessed the truth. However, there was no way he would admit to such a thing. Wasn't that akin to walking into a trap? As long as they lacked evidence, it was merely suspicion and slander. In response, Yi Fan showcased his Oscar-worthy acting skills, sincerely proclaiming, "How could that be? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Don't you know my character?" The moment he mentioned his character, only a few eye rolls met his statement. The audacity to lie without a hint of shame was truly impressive, given that Yi Fan's strength had significantly impacted global peace. Sengoku issued a directive at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Henceforth, should they encounter Yi Fan, no action should be taken without higher orders. This treatment was akin to that afforded to the 4 emperors. Furthermore, Yi Fan's bounty skyrocketed to an astounding 10 billion berries. Although immensely powerful, he lacked the multitude of elite subordinates that other emperors possessed. Much like Dracula Mihawk, he was an individual of immense strength. Yet accustomed to operating alone, a colossal upheaval suddenly shook the pirate world as the celestial dragon, Lilia Gong, mysteriously vanished, leaving everyone in shock. The celestial dragons are revered as godlike beings, treated with utmost respect by the kings of various kingdoms. Akin to being treated like a father, they could act at their whim, free from consequence. Simultaneously, the bounty for the supernova Yi Fan soared to unprecedented heights, reaching an astonishing 10 billion berries. This news detonated like a bombshell throughout the pirate world, capturing the attention and awe of many. Yi Fan, with his remarkable prowess, became a focal point and legendary figure in the pirate realm. His name etched in the memories of countless individuals, transforming him into a figure of dread. The seismic event and Yi Fan's bounty surge plunged the entire pirate world into chaos and unease. Speculations and rumors circulated endlessly as the pirate world braced for an unprecedented transformation and turmoil. The Navy had scoured Sabaody Archipelago multiple times, yet found no trace. Ultimately, they concluded that Lilia Gong was not on the island. Yi Fan adeptly employed his flying thunder god technique, wasting no time. Upon suddenly appearing beside Meatsai, she rushed forward and embraced him, adorning him with a sweet kiss. This was Yi Fan's established norm. In the absence of outsiders, such gestures were customary. "Master, you're half an hour late today," she remarked. Typically, he would have arrived by this hour. Meatsai gazed up at Yi Fan, puzzled. He looked down at her familiar visage. Reaching out to touch her, his heart fluttering with emotion. There was nothing more to say. He chose to express his feelings through action. Truly, a mere hint of affection led her to become exceedingly possessive. As she boldly stated, "Do you need to explain your tardiness?" At times, Yifan nearly forgot her true identity while gazing at her face. The celestial dragon Lilia Gong was merely a slave now. Each time they met, Yifan felt as though the suppressed emotions and negativity within him were being released. Sometimes, one should not live too burdensomely. It is acceptable to reward oneself occasionally, of course. If conditions permit, that is ideal. If not, one can always create opportunities. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Nothing is insurmountable. The day of Ace's execution was fast approaching, after just a couple of pleasant days. Work was about to resume. Reflecting on this, Yifan sighed, anticipating the end of the Marineford War, which would grant him 2 years of respite. He understood the principle of enduring hardship before enjoying sweetness, and he felt that the preceding struggles were not overly arduous. Before that, he believed it would be prudent to send Nami and the others to set sail for the New World, to await him at Fishman Island. Each time, he took on the burden of resolving various matters. It was time for them to stand on their own. When he arrived at Fishman Island, he hoped it would already be his territory. "If you want us to leave first, what will you do?" No Kigo and the others gazed at Yifan, perplexed by his decision. They had grown accustomed to traveling together, finding comfort in his presence. Observing their bewildered expressions, Yifan knew he could not simply admit his reluctance to move. A fledgling must experience solitary flight to grow. He explained that "I wish to observe how you handle matters. Additionally, this will lay the groundwork for the future. You should go and transform Fishman Island into my domain. There lies the secret of the Sea Kings." Since they were all allies, Yifan had no reason to conceal the truth. He directly revealed that the Sea Kings resided at Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, Robin displayed a spark of intrigue. While no Kigo had evolved from her previous ignorance, having read many books on the pirate world under Robin's guidance, she had acquired significant knowledge, understanding the potency of the ancient weapons, and now learned that the Sea Kings were indeed at Fishman Island. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed. Nami, however, was not one to be easily brushed off. "But you still haven't said what you intend to do." Her abrupt change of subject did not escape Nami's keen perception that Yifan recognized that she was indeed the hardest to deceive. Relentless in her inquiries, "I have a very important matter to attend to. You all know my friend Ace's brother, right? He is about to be executed, and I intend to save him. During my time in Windmill Village, the kind-hearted Machino bestowed a meal upon me, a kindness I felt compelled to repay. Not to mention, when I first watched One Piece, I lamented Ace's tragic demise. I often fantasized about traversing time to save him. Now that I possess the capability to fulfill this long-held dream, it is only natural that I pursue it." Listening to Yifan's words, Ace, who is soon to face execution, has experienced quite the commotion in recent days. Nami, with concern, remarked, "You must be cautious. We shall await your return at Fishman Island." This implied her agreement to the plan. Naturally, the others, including Nokigao, decided to accompany him, with Nokigao and Kurozu by his side. Yifan harbored no worries regarding their safety as for Robin's devil fruit powers. With 2 of them present, unforeseen incidents were unlikely. Indeed, exercise caution. Many formidable individuals will surely appear, someone mentioned casually. Upon hearing this, Nokigao glanced at Nami and, noticing her lack of concern, breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the genuine worry etched on the faces of his companions, Yifan felt that his journey had not been in vain. "Rest assured, you are well aware of my abilities. If I wish to depart, none can impede me." Yifan spoke with unwavering confidence. His space-time ninjutsu was indeed formidable. As of now, no one could counteract such power. After the Straw Hat crew departed from Subedi Archipelago, the protagonist's aura shifted the narrative, naturally ushering in new challenges. Learning of his brother Ace's impending execution, Luffy was resolute in his determination to rescue him. An hour after setting sail, a colossal figure appeared on Luffy's ship. Towering and clad in a black coat emblazoned with a crosshair design, he wore frameless glasses and a white trapezoidal hat adorned with irregular brown spots. Complete with 2 bare ears, his lower attire consisted of white trousers with brown spots and brown boots. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette, Luffy and the others initially assumed he was a pacifist. Just as they prepared to take action, to their astonishment, he inquired, "Where do you wish to go?" This singular question left Luffy perplexed. Sanji stepped forward, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" The others, on high alert, eyed the sudden appearance of Bartholomew Kuma, readying themselves for battle, fearing an attack. "Who are you?" "Are you with the Marines?" Luffy remarked, recalling the laser-firing beings they encountered on the island, reminiscent of this figure. At this moment, Kuma retained his consciousness, yet he was aware of Luffy's lineage as Dragon-S son, acknowledging that he lacked the strength required for growth. His mission was to assist Luffy and the others in reaching suitable training grounds. Kuma did not respond to their inquiries, merely repeating, "Where do you wish to go?" Upon hearing this, Sanji pondered the implications. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "I wish to visit an island populated solely by women, where I am the only man." As a gentleman, Sanji had always dreamed of being surrounded by beautiful women, eager to cater to their every need. This statement caused Kuma's CPU to nearly overheat as he contemplated the request. In a flash, he appeared beside Sanji, and, upon touching him, Sanji vanished, propelled to the Kamabaka Kingdom, a realm exclusively inhabited by females, perfectly aligning with his desires. Witnessing his companion's sudden disappearance, Luffy immediately retaliated. "Sanji, what have you done to my friend?" Gum Gum Pistol. He unleashed a barrage of rubber punches at Kuma, only to be effortlessly sent flying. Regarding Luffy's training, Kuma had contemplated various options, ultimately deeming it best to send him to Dragon. Subsequently, he dispatched each crew member in quick succession, including the ship itself, along with Frankie. After completing this task, as he descended into the sea, Kuma utilized the same technique on himself, demonstrating his ability to propel both others and himself, making travel exceedingly efficient. Once Nami and the others departed, Yifan fully embraced his newfound freedom, reveling in intimate moments with Mimi, exploring previously unthinkable desires. While Yifan indulged in this carefree existence, the world of pirates was rife with turbulence. Subordinate pirate crews of the Whitebeard pirates began their journey towards the Marine headquarters at Marineford, causing a considerable stir that attracted many eager spectators for Ace's execution the following day. The event would be broadcast globally, not confined to Sabeti Archipelago. One of the current four emperors, the aged and battle-worn Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, would go to great lengths to rescue even the smallest member of his crew, if captured. As night fell, Whitebeard sat alone aboard his ship, reflecting in silence on days gone by. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about the moment he first encountered Ace, as if time had reversed, transporting him back to those tempestuous days. In his memories, Ace's figure burned brightly like a flame, indelibly etched in his mind, and a wave of warmth and pride surged within Whitebeard as he recalled Ace's determined visage and fervent gaze. Evoking a deep sense of nostalgia, he remembered Ace's courage and resilience in his youth, as well as the unwavering loyalty and trust he had shown to in that moment. Whitebeard felt a profound sense of pride and affection. Recognizing the extraordinary fortune of having such a remarkable own as the night deepened, he gazed out at the distant sea, overcome by a sense of longing and reflection. Nearby, Marco, sporting a golden punk hairstyle and a dagger at his waist, observed his father's demeanor with concern. Knowing Whitebeard was already injured and had not properly recuperated over the years, Marco resolved to ensure his father refrained from unnecessary exertion during the impending confrontation. He had already communicated this to the captains below deck. Each time Whitebeard engaged in battle, he risked exacerbating his injuries. Although he appeared robust, his body was gradually deteriorating, and excessive strain could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Whitebeard erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Bring me some sake. It's been far too long since I last indulged. Tomorrow promises a fierce battle. I wonder if I shall have the chance to drink again," aware that the forthcoming clash would be brutal. Whitebeard remained uncertain of his survival. He understood the severity of his injuries, relying solely on his formidable strength to endure. Even as his condition worsened, in his prime, he would have wreaked havoc upon the Marine headquarters. For now, rescuing Ace was paramount. Everything else could wait. Observing his father's desire to drink, Marco, aware that the ship's doctor prohibited alcohol due to Whitebeard's condition, gently advised, "Father, the doctor has advised against drinking. Let us save the celebration for after we rescue the first commander of the Whitebeard pirates." Marco often exuded a carefree demeanor, Yet within his heart lay profound depth. Whitebeard had provided him with protection and familial love, and he held a deep appreciation for their tight-knit crew. Looking at Marco's confident expression, Whitebeard felt a spark of inspiration, squinting as he gazed at the sky before proclaiming, "Very well. Once we rescue Ace, we shall celebrate in grand style. No one shall leave sober." On this splendid morning, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the face as the sea glimmered with sparkling waves, resembling a beautiful scroll unfurling before one's eyes. The sky was a vast expanse of blue, adorned with drifting white clouds, as if the heavens were basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. Seabirds soared freely through the air, emitting crisp calls, seemingly welcoming this glorious day. The Marine headquarters in Marineford, a naval officer responsible for surveillance, stood atop a high platform, binoculars in hand, gazing intently at the distant sea. His eyes were vigilant and focused, continuously scanning the surrounding waters for any potential threats. Suddenly, several massive vessels appeared on the horizon, their flags boldly displaying the emblem of the pirate crew. With a slight furrow of his brow, he recognized this formidable pirate team as affiliates of the Whitebeard Pirates. "They have arrived, the Whitebeard Pirates," he shouted with urgency, his voice carried far by the sea breeze. He quickly passed the binoculars to a nearby colleague, simultaneously commanding all reconnaissance personnel to prepare and notify superiors, readying for a potential pirate incursion. As the ships of the Whitebeard Pirates drew nearer, their imposing presence sent waves of alarm through the Marine headquarters, which began to enter a state of emergency. There were a total of 43 pirate ships, each commanded by captains renowned across the world. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and his commanders were aboard the Moby Dick, preparing to directly enter the bay, for they deemed it futile to waste time battling lesser naval forces outside. Among the invading vessels, some naval officers recognized the ships belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard and his commanders had long resided aboard this very ship. Accompanied by stirring music, Whitebeard strode confidently to the bow of the vessel, instantly becoming the center of attention. The surrounding Marines gazed in astonishment at the man hailed as the strongest in the world. Behind him stood his sons, 14 commanders, each a master in their own right. Upon reaching the bow and surveying the scene, Whitebeard's expression remained calm and unwavering. "Sengoku, it has been a while. Is my son well?" On the execution platform, Ace looked upon his father, who had come to rescue him, feeling no surprise. With excitement, he exclaimed, "Old man, everyone, it was I who ignored the warnings and ran out. Why do you not abandon me? My recklessness has led to this predicament." Ace wished to spare his comrades from suffering or sacrifice due to his actions, hence his heartfelt words. Sengoku, standing nearby, felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, they were old friends. Yet their paths had diverged. Respecting their differences, he acknowledged Ace's sentiment, in response to Ace's words, Whitebeard, as the patriarch, asserted, "It was I who sent you out, my son." Standing upon his ship, Whitebeard harnessed the power of the Tremor fruit, his gaze piercing as he fixed his attention on the Marine headquarters. The very air seemed to fracture, a testament to the fruit's immense power, which was precisely why Blackbeard coveted it so fiercely. Commanding the abilities of the Tremor fruit, he unleashed a tremendous seismic force, altering the structure of the ocean floor. S's will surged forth, the seabed trembled, and colossal tectonic shifts sent the waters into a frenzy. Waves crashing violently, towering columns of water erupted from the depths, instantaneously forming a tsunami that surged toward the island housing the Marine headquarters like a moving mountain. The personnel at the Marine headquarters gasped in alarm, swiftly executing emergency responses to mitigate the impending tsunami's assault. However, the overwhelming power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit persisted, with the island's crust undergoing continuous upheaval and the waters rising ever higher. Should the island structures and facilities be submerged, the damage would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, the warlords of the sea remained unfazed, instead marveling at Whitebeard's might, particularly Blackbeard, whose eyes glimmered with avarice. One of the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters, Akiji, a user of the ice fruit, sprang into action as the tsunami approached. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, his formidable powers manifesting in a stunning display of ice manipulation. His figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing a torrent of freezing energy from his hands, which coalesced into a massive ice wall, standing resolutely against the oncoming tsunami. The furious force of the tsunami was abruptly halted by the ice wall, solidifying into a colossal iceberg, transforming the once tumultuous waters into a serene expanse of ice. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone could not help but marvel at Akiji's extraordinary freezing abilities. Yet, Akiji did not relent. With a swift motion of his hand, two ice spears swiftly coalesced, resembling sharp blades of ice as they hurtled towards Whitebeard. Observing this, Whitebeard slightly furrowed his brow. Yet he did not show any sign of weakness, but a tremendous shockwave erupted from his hand, attempting to counteract Akiji's assault. At that moment, the entire sea was steeped in a tense atmosphere. As the elite forces of the Navy clashed fiercely with the Whitebeard pirates, Akiji, having been struck down by Whitebeard's casual blow, plummeted into the bay, instantly freezing the water's surface into a vast skating rink. This skirmish was merely a prelude. The true battle lay ahead. Meanwhile, Yefan, having arrived earlier, skillfully concealed himself with his formidable observation haki, admiring the Empress's figure. One could not deny her extraordinary beauty. It seemed that every woman associated with serpents possessed an enchanting appearance. Observing Whitebeard's might, it was evident that the Tremor fruit was indeed immensely powerful, bestowing upon its wielder the capability to devastate the world. Whitebeard, however, cast a glance in Yefan's direction, which elicited no surprise from him. For the man's strength was sufficient to sense his presence. Simultaneously, Sengoku, Carp, and others also detected him, yet Yefan refrained from making any move, thus remaining unnoticed. The outer members of the Whitebeard pirates were steadily advancing towards the bay, eager to regroup with Whitebeard. Although they belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy had deployed elite personnel from various branches, led by a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. The battle raged on, with neither side gaining an advantage. At the edge of the bay stood the 7 warlords, several of whom were among the most powerful pirates, yet none chose to engage just yet. There was little camaraderie among them. Whitebeard's earlier strike had indeed intimidated several. Whitebeard gazed upwards at the young ones before him, acknowledging their impressive prowess, albeit recognizing their lack of experience, which required further honing to truly flourish. With black, short hair, keen yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, a short beard, a black hat adorned with white fur, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black trench coat, and white trousers, along with black boots and a small knife hanging from his chest. The world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, understood that Whitebeard was also a master swordsman. Since neither side had made a move, he resolved to take the initiative himself. He had long desired to battle the strongest man in the world. Grasping his supreme blade, the black sword Yuru, he unleashed a single, casual slash that instantly coalesced into a formidable wave of sword energy, surging towards Whitebeard with the ferocity of a tempest. The sharpness of his sword energy was unparalleled, embodying exquisite swordsmanship. The blade of energy cleaved through the heavens, its radiance illuminating the battlefield as it repelled numerous members of the Whitebeard pirates along its path. In the face of such a strike, Whitebeard remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the impending attack. He stood firmly at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed upon the distant ace. Just then, a figure appeared before the oncoming strike, tall, muscular, broad-chested, with dark skin and clad in armor. As the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates and a user of the Paramecia-type diamond fruit, he was known as Diamond Josiu. In an instant, he materialized to intercept Mihawk's slash, his body hardening to diamond-like toughness, becoming an impenetrable barrier that absorbed the deadly blow. Jozu roared, channeling his strength to redirect Mihawk's attack skyward, where the sword energy erupted like lightning, colliding with Jozu's diamond form and igniting dazzling sparks. This spectacle left onlookers in awe, as Jozu's diamond transformation exhibited absolute defensive prowess. Meanwhile, Mihawk steadied himself in mid-air, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes at the formidable barrier he had not anticipated. The surrounding pirates and Navy personnel recognized Jozu's identity, while Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsu, stationed at the execution platform, solidified their resolve upon witnessing this display that Whitebeard's injuries had yet to fully heal. and were indeed somewhat serious. Otherwise, his captains would have intervened to shield him from harm. Point 1 must commend Kizaru's keen intellect as a strategist for the Navy, as she discerned much from Whitebeard pirates' actions. With a single strike thwarted, Mihawk retreated, formulating a hypothesis. He had no desire to exploit the situation. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were not to be underestimated, though only a few possessed the strength of a Marine admiral. The rest could still put up a fight against one that Jozu stood resolutely before Whitebeard, safeguarding his father from harm. Marco, aware of the gravity of the situation, recognized that they could not act recklessly. Observing Jozu's gleaming form, Yefon acknowledged the formidable defensive capabilities of this ability, reminiscent of a diamond mammoth. Simultaneously, he gazed at the distant sea, pondering when Luffy would arrive. He was curious about what had transpired since their departure from Sabati Archipelago, particularly whether Luffy had caused a ruckus and impelled down. Not far from Navy headquarters, a vessel of moderate size was making its way towards the scene, after being propelled away by Bartholomew Kuma. Luffy had reunited with his father at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. However, to his dismay, Sabo was out on a mission, making their meeting rather unfortunate. This plot twist left Luffy with a sense of regret, as he was unable to rescue Ace. This marked Luffy's first encounter with his father, all while he remained acutely aware of Ace's impending execution. Without hesitation, he borrowed a ship from the Revolutionary Army and rushed over. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon had many considerations. He did not dispatch officers to assist Luffy, only providing ordinary personnel and a small vessel. From a distance, Luffy could hear the sounds of battle emanating from the island. Filling him with anxiety, Yefon's observation Haki detected someone approaching, and at this moment, it was likely Luffy. Observing the fierce combat below, though grand in scale, Yefon regarded it as mere child's play, as long as Whitebeard refrained from intervening. It was nothing of concern. With both Akiji and Mihawk making their moves, it seemed inappropriate for him to remain idle, lest others label him as a slacker. Suddenly, Kizaru, a Marine admiral, leaped into the air, transforming into light and soaring upwards, before murmuring Yada no Kagami, unleashing a barrage of dazzling light projectiles towards Whitebeard. These radiant orbs shimmered like stars against the night sky, unfazed by the onslaught. Whitebeard raised his hand to shield his eyes from the brilliance. With a sharp, melodic bird call, a figure descended, surrounded by ethereal blue flames, exuding an air of mystery and authority. This was Marco, the 1st Division captain and ship's doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. A Zoan-type bird fruit user in its mythical phoenix form that he emerged before the onlookers, confronting Kizaru's assault head-on. "You shall not disturb our king." Marco's voice was steady and powerful, resonating with undeniable authority. His appearance heightened the tension on the battlefield, as all eyes turned to the unexpected confrontation. In a moment of mysterious transformation, Marco shifted into the legendary phoenix form, enveloped in blue flames, akin to a divine beast from myth. He soared towards Kizaru, the blue flames tracing a magnificent arc through the air as they hurtled towards him. In response, Kizaru swiftly unleashed a series of yellow orbs of light as his countermeasure. However, these luminous orbs could not impede the indomitable Marco. The phoenix soared before Kizaru. He abruptly transformed back into his human form and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Kizaru. The force of the strike sent Kizaru hurtling away, his body crashing violently against the distant naval base, generating a tremendous shockwave. Yet as the smoke dissipated, Kizaru stood before the crowd and scathed. It was evident that Marco's earlier attack had been merely a casual blow, lacking any genuine intent to harm. His mission was to safeguard his father, preventing any attempts at ambush. Witnessing this spectacle, the Whitebeard pirates were left in awe of Marco's formidable prowess, erupting into fervent cheers. They excitedly brandished their weapons, calling out Marco's name with exuberance, their spirits soaring as if victory were already within their grasp. Observing this scene, the formidable diamond Jozu felt his muscles tense, veins bulging as he grasped the massive ice beneath him with his colossal hands. Lifting a block of ice as though it were a mere pebble, his immense physique and boundless strength combined, he let out a deafening roar that resonated across the battlefield. The soldiers of the naval base, witnessing this display, were gripped by fear. their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Diamond Jozu effortlessly hefting the gargantuan ice block, akin to confronting a moving iceberg. An indescribable dread welled within them as they felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jozu. With a thunderous bellow, he hurled the ice block towards the naval base with all his might, the projectile whistling through the air with astonishing force. The surrounding naval soldiers recoiled in terror, fully aware of the catastrophic consequences should they be struck by the colossal ice. Jozu's actions plunged the battlefield into chaos, as his display of immense power rendered any resistance futile. Amidst this turmoil, Akainu, who had remained silent until now, gazed at the looming threat with a steely resolve. Rising to his feet, he proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "If we all charge forward, who will guard this place?" His right arm radiated a fiery crimson glow, and soon it was engulfed in searing magma, a manifestation of his magma fruit powers. Intense heat coalesced around his arm, transforming it into a massive limb of molten rock, exuding smoke and flames, radiating unbearable heat. "Magma fist," he declared, swinging his magma-encased arm towards the enormous ice block with ferocity. In an instant, the ice was obliterated by the intense heat, dissolving into a haze of steam and thermal waves. Vanishing from the surface of the sea, this spectacle left all present in shock. The terrifying power Akainu displayed was beyond comprehension. His magma abilities showcased unparalleled might, utterly annihilating the obstruction before him, exemplifying the ruthlessness and authority of an admiral. The ordinary pirates of the Whitebeard crew were left in awe, realizing that such a massive ice block had been reduced to nothing in a single strike. Was this the might of the three admirals? As Akainu's colossal fist shattered into numerous fragments, they transformed into smaller meteor-like projectiles, hurtling towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Each fragment bore the destructive force of a bomb, instantly altering the dynamics of the battlefield. The meteors fell with such speed that the pirates had no time to react. Many of them struck and severely injured. Each descent brought forth immense devastation and casualties, enveloping the battlefield in chaos and terror. Standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard could not help but scoff at the adversary's assault, quipping, "Go light the candles on your birthday cake, magma brat. This attack is nothing more than child's play." In response to Whitebeard's derision, Akainu's expression darkened, vowing that soon the enemy would pay a bloody price. Meanwhile, the battle outside Magnetic Bay had reached a critical juncture. A figure, larger than even the giants, wielding a colossal sword, charged into the It was Oars, a formidable creature of the giant race, yet several times larger than an ordinary giant. With his massive antennae and powerful physique, he effortlessly breached the naval defenses, leaving no one capable of stopping him. Step by step, he muttered his intent to rescue Ace, for he was a gentle soul. Whitebeard, witnessing this, felt a headache coming on. This fool, Oars, truly poses no threat. Recklessness and bravery are not the same. After all, numerous skilled fighters remained unengaged, and Oars' solitary advance was perilously foolish. His strength lay purely in brute force, lacking any special techniques, making him little more than a formidable opponent to ordinary foes. Against a sorcerer, it would be nothing more than a target, utterly defenseless. Despite Whitebeard's counsel, Oars refused to halt his advance, determined to reach Ace as swiftly as possible. On the execution platform, Ace observed Oars' massive form. Fully aware of his capabilities, recognizing that none among the warlords or admirals could contend with him, he shouted, "Oars, turn back. Don't come here. It's dangerous." Yet his warning came too late. As a warlord, Bartholomew Kuma was already gathering his strength for an attack. He had agreed to cooperate with the world government, willing to relinquish his own consciousness entirely, all for the sake of his daughter, Bonnie, to ensure she could grow up safely in her homeland after her illness was cured. "Ursa's shock," he declared, utilizing the rebound of his paw to exert pressure on the air, creating a massive air bubble that unleashed a devastating shockwave upon release. The tremendous force struck Oars' colossal body, causing him to cave, and despite his size, the overwhelming power forced the giant to spit out blood as he collapsed. "Oars!" Ace cried out in alarm upon seeing his friend in such a state. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this, shouted Oars' name, desperate to assist, but the distance and the blockade of the Navy and warlords rendered their efforts futile. Watching the scene unfold, Yefan felt a profound pang of concern. He admired Or's loyalty to Ace, but lamented that despite his massive stature, Ors lacked a clear understanding of his own strength, that he was barely at the level of a vice admiral. Foolishly challenging a warlord. Was he not courting death? As he lay prostrate, Ors recalled the joyful moments when Ace gifted him a straw hat. He thought to himself that it would provide shade in the sun, just like the one he wore atop his head now. Struggling to regain his composure, he staggered to his feet, realizing that his weakened body had succumbed to a single strike from a warlord, compared to the resilience of Monkey D. Luffy and other formidable beings. He felt as fragile as a biscuit. Faced with the immense shockwave, Ors feared his bones might shatter. He felt consciousness slipping away, but the thought of Ace in grave danger spurred him on. He had to do something, anything he could not afford to collapse into helplessness. Misfortune seemed to plague those who acted with arrogance. Doflamingo, with his golden hair, sunglasses, pink feather coat, and cropped pants, had been watching the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the world, and his purpose was to exact revenge on the celestial dragons of Mariewa. Seeking to topple them from their lofty perches to achieve this, he had traversed both the underworld and the legitimate realm, wielding connections both official and clandestine. Engaged in the clandestine operation of an illicit human auction house, they supply slaves to the celestial dragons and the affluent aristocracy, abducting beings of various races. In the underworld, they conduct arms dealings, their influence sprawling across the globe, serving as intermediaries within the shadows. Secretly nurturing the nefarious scientist Caesar Clown, they produce the artificial Zoan-type devil fruit, Smile, clandestinely selling these synthetic fruits to the Yonko Kaido. All to one day plunge the world into chaos. Reveling in the turmoil, the imposing figure before him prepares to strike. Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckles. He, truly commendable courage, a mere brute dares to challenge me. If he seeks death, I shall oblige. The other Shichibukai, including Gecko Moria and the Empress Hancock, have already joined the fray. Despite their identities as Shichibukai, they still maintain their ties to the Navy, needing to uphold this facade. With a hairstyle reminiscent of a demon, featuring 2 horns at the temples, sharp ears and teeth, his neck adorned with cross-stitch-like scars, he dons a shirt with a bat-like collar and gothic attire, as one of the Shichibukai. Gecko Moria is instantly captivated the moment Ors enters the fray. As a user of the Shadow fruit, he is irresistibly drawn to the prospect of transforming Ors into a zombie soldier. Struggling to maintain his composure, Ors bellows, determined to take down at least one Shichibukai before his fall, believing his presence would not be in vain. However, it seems Ors has overestimated his own strength. Without the indomitable spirit of a protagonist, is he not courting death? Despite his severed leg, Ors remains undaunted, his fierce gaze flickering with relentless resolve, unyielding in his desire to save Ace. Moria, incensed by the destruction of his cherished plaything at Doflamingo's hands, waves his arms, summoning hundreds of dark, shadowy bats that swiftly coalesce into the form of a spear, exuding a chilling aura imbued with malevolent power. With a piercing shriek, the spear strikes Ors's throat, penetrating his body with ruthless force, sending him crashing to the ground. Trembling, Ors coughs up blood, his eyes brimming with despair and agony. Nonetheless, his massive hand struggles toward the execution platform where Ace awaits. Tears stream down Ace's face as he witnesses his friend fall, unable to accept such a fate. Fan watches this poignant scene, deeply moved and filled with regret for not having intervened sooner. However, it is now his turn to act. He is eager to witness the true strength of the legendary hero Carp and to see the depth of power in those loving fists. Pondering the futures they hold, Doflamingo observes the chaotic battle with a frenzied gleam in his eyes, laughing maniacally. Pirates are evil, while the Navy embodies justice. This notion has been rewritten countless times. The value systems of naive children, who know not the nature of war, differ vastly. Only those at the pinnacle can define right and wrong. Justice shall prevail, for only the victors can claim righteousness. Indeed, who writes the narratives of history but the victors? That blank century of history has been obscured, has it not? Ha ha! In that moment, Doflamingo resembles a philosopher who has unraveled the truths of the world, his words ringing with undeniable reality. The victor is always the embodiment of justice. As he discreetly observes the evolving situation, Admiral Otoluo senses the opportune moment has nearly arrived to commence their battle plans. She retrieves a Den Mushi, instructing all fleets may commence operations. Ye Fan's gaze involuntarily lingers on his future brides. Hancock, standing at an impressive height of 191 cm, possesses an exquisite figure, her long, jet-black hair styled elegantly. Her slightly broad forehead is smooth, and her deep blue eyes are elongated and delicate, exuding a hint of aloofness. Her high nose and soft, unblemished lips are complemented by golden, snake-shaped earrings, and she often dons cheap house-style garments. Tina, sporting a stylishly short, light pink, center-parted hairstyle and sporting purple-tinted sunglasses, has a penchant for smoking. Although not as tall as Hancock, at 181 cm, she is still statuesque, and from Yi Fan's perspective, her fair skin and alluring figure make her a rare beauty. Compared to Hancock, she holds her own. And her smoking habit adds an intriguing allure, as she wields the powers of the jailer fruit. In the midst of battle, Tina suddenly feels an unsettling chill run down her spine, sensing an ominous premonition. After taking a drag from her cigarette, she manages to calm herself, though the source of her unease remains elusive. This moment. Little Ors finds himself at a critical juncture between life and death. With his body pierced and bleeding profusely, if he does not staunch the flow soon, even the mightiest will succumb to death from blood loss, especially given the vulnerability of his throat. Carp strides heavily toward the execution platform. Approaching Ace, meanwhile, the tension rises as the surrounding combatants grow anxious, fearing that Carp, an old friend, may intervene. He's acutely aware of the formidable strength his friend possesses. None present could hope to impede him. "Why are you here?" he asks, his voice laden with concern. "Do you oppose the operation?" Ace glances at Carp as he approaches, calling him old man, not grandfather. Carp stands amidst the turmoil, reflecting on the chaotic melee below. Gazing up at a powerful adversary not far ahead. No, he thinks. Pirates are not deserving of sympathy. He knows this is not his true sentiment, yet he feels compelled to utter it. Watching his grandson face imminent execution, he feels the weight of anguish that only he can comprehend. What have I grown strong for, if not to protect my family? The irony of it all is stinging. Then, Sengoku begins, but Carp interrupts him. In this moment, Carp is engulfed in turmoil, questioning whether he has erred in prioritizing justice over familial bonds. Silence. What does it matter to you if I wish to accompany my grandson in his final moments? Without hesitation, he took a seat beside Ace, and for a moment, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. The battle below seemed to pause, as both individuals reminisced about their childhood memories, seeing each other express such sentiments. Sengoku chose not to elaborate further. After all, the objective of the day was already in motion. As long as Garp refrained from intervening, everything would be permissible. What followed was a scene of poignant emotion, with Garp lamenting Ace's defiance of his plans, insisting on setting sail to become a pirate. Otherwise, they wouldn't find themselves in such a predicament. The sight of this heroic elder weeping like a child evoked deep sympathy. Similarly moved, Ace gazed at Garp, rendered speechless for a long while. Just as the two were enveloped in their emotional moment, a voice pierced through the air, leaving them utterly astonished. "Ace, I have come to rescue you." The youthful voice, though tender, resonated with immense strength and unwavering resolve. Upon arriving at the island, Luffy, accompanied by members of the Whitebeard pirates, immediately made his way to the harbor. From a distance, he spotted Ace on the execution platform and couldn't help but shout out loud. As if determined to become the most noticeable figure in that place, this proclamation caused all attacks to cease momentarily as everyone turned to look at Luffy. Many recognized him as Straw Hat Luffy, the notorious pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions, renowned across the seas. Upon seeing Ace, Luffy disregarded everything else, propelled solely by the desire to rush forward and save him in the blink of an eye. He covered considerable distance. Meanwhile, on the platform, both Garp and Ace were left speechless, astonished by Luffy's unexpected presence in such a perilous location. especially given his current level of strength. Sengoku, however, was elated as he produced a transponder snail, exclaiming, "What are you all dawdling for?" The newly emerged pirate, Straw Hat Luffy, is the most wicked criminal in the world, a descendant of Monkey D. Dragon. As the amplified voice echoed, both pirates and marines expressed their astonishment. Having not anticipated such an identity, observing Luffy's approach, Yi-Fan could not help but wonder who had come to assist the protagonist this time, given that the original story had numerous allies aiding in Ace's rescue. Sometimes the protagonist's aura is terrifyingly potent, ensuring survival against all odds, with help arriving in times of peril. With Jinbei, Crocodile, and Ivankov absent, who would step in to lend a hand, the Whitebeard pirates were unlikely to intervene, as Marco needed to remain by Whitebeard's side to ensure his safety. The other captains faced obstacles from Navy admirals, elite vice admirals, and the 7 warlords, following the destruction caused by Yi-Fan. Hancock would also refrain from aiding As for Kuma. His loyalty to his daughter meant he would not assist in front of the Navy. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi-Fan, and simultaneously, everyone turned sharply to see several powerful presences emerging on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, a massive red ship had docked at the shore of Marineford, its pirate flag bearing a distinctive scar over the left eye. Those in the know recognized it as the vessel of the red-haired pirates. Captained by Shanks, one of Luffy's formidable allies, Shanks' intervention was crucial, especially after Yi-Fan had disrupted his previous plans. The atmosphere grew tense, as those present felt the weight of the impending confrontation. Yet, the inexperienced onlookers remained bewildered, glancing around, confused by the sudden shift. What is happening? Why is everyone looking back? Who has arrived? Can someone explain? The expressions around were serious, filled with apprehension that in stark contrast to the collective astonishment. Luffy seemed unconcerned, continuing his forward rush. He would not let this golden opportunity slip away, unimpeded by anyone. Kizaru, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, observed the newcomers with a smirk, commenting, "Looks like some significant figures have arrived." Complicating matters, Akiji remained silent. Though his expression was grave, Akainu found it unfathomable that another emperor had appeared. Dealing with one was challenging enough, let alone two. After all, this was a conflict involving the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. The participation of another emperor was unexpected. Engaging with an emperor generally required orders from above. Without such directives, action was not to be taken lightly. Each emperor had earned their title of Sea Emperor for a reason, exceptional strength that instilled fear in the world government. Initially, the plans had been straightforward, but with the intervention of another emperor, the situation was veering into unpredictable territory. Vice Admiral Tsuru promptly halted the movements of the major fleets, standing by for further orders. Yi-Fan regarded the newcomers with a keen interest, noting their formidable conqueror's haki and that elusive technique he coveted. As one of the current 4 emperors, Shanks was indeed formidable. Unlike the earlier generation of emperors, he was in his prime, while figures like Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido had aged considerably. This was no longer their era. Shanks and his crew represented the greatest threat perceived by both the world government and the Navy. Looking ahead, in another decade or two, the other 3 emperors may very well have passed, while the red-haired pirates would retain their incredible combat prowess, with their main crew still in the prime of their fighting years. With the involvement of 2 emperor crews, the situation grew increasingly intriguing. Faced with such a formidable lineup, the current naval configuration made any offensive action akin to courting death. 2 paths lay before them. The first was to refrain from rash actions, as Ace was being held as a hostage, which would deter the enemy from acting thoughtlessly. The second was to summon more powerful allies, for the world government possessed more than just the Navy's elite. The consequences of a confrontation were evident. Marineford might well be reduced to ruins, with an unknown number of casualties. Time was short to deliberate this dilemma, to fight or to retreat, as a naval strategist. Vice Admiral Tsuru's mind raced. A battle was ill-timed. Even if reinforcements were summoned, they would not arrive in time, leaving retreat as the only viable option. Engaging with 2 emperor crews at this moment was not prudent. Only the older generation comprehends the terror of the 4 emperor's pirate crew. Their mere stomp can stir the very seas, possessing some of the most formidable powers known to mankind. The news reached the battlefield, and the outcome was clear. Engagement was unfeasible. Whitebeard glanced at red-haired Shanks beside him, somewhat surprised by his sudden arrival. Clad in a white shirt with only half of its buttons fastened, draped in a long black cloak, and wearing patterned brown three-quarter pants along with flip-flops, he bore the prestigious sword griffin at his side. Point one must admit that his demeanor exuded an undeniable air of sophistication, befitting a man capable of conversing with the Goros. As he observed the gallant figure of Luffy sprinting ahead. Shanks had been keeping a keen eye on Luffy's exploits. He was well aware of the remarkable feats Luffy had achieved recently. Now, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. However, it was not yet the opportune moment. This was a pivotal stage for Luffy to grasp the true strength that permeated the world. Accompanying him were several key crew members. The first mate, Ben Beckman, Shanks' right hand, a figure of immense experience amassed during a long maritime career, possessing a sharp intellect and exceptional combat prowess. Even the fiercest denizens of the New World would tremble at the sight of him. He silently supported the lively crew from behind, embodying the essence of a worthy first mate. The sniper, Yasopp, a sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, Luffy's friend and Usopp's father. The chef, Lucky Roo, stout and always seen with a small pair of sunglasses and a piece of meat in hand. The ship's doctor, Marco, with long hair and a scar on his left forehead, a meticulous caretaker. The navigator, Bendik Snick, donned sunglasses and a white shirt, with a red dragon tattoo adorning his neck. The musician, Brook, a living skeleton, whose presence added a whimsical note to the crew. Each member was a formidable pirate in their own right, a testament to Shanks' accumulation of strength over the years, inspired by such a cadre. Luffy sought companions of equal caliber after setting sail. Marco observed these individuals, puzzled by the relevance of Shanks' presence here. Why had he brought his crew to assist them, if that were indeed the case? It would be a fortuitous turn of events. With Shanks' intervention, there would be no need for their father to engage, thus rendering the situation far more favorable. The priority was to rescue Ace. "You've arrived," Whitebeard remarked, taken aback by Shanks' appearance. Shanks smiled at Whitebeard, remarking, as I mentioned before, that scoundrel Blackbeard was never someone Ace could thwart. "Now look where we are." Speaking of Blackbeard, his power, the Yami Yami no Mi, was infamous as the most malevolent ability in the history of devil fruits, wielding the infinite gravity of a black hole. When activated, his hands would darken, and his body would emit black smoke, capable of sucking in anything that came into contact with darkness, compressing and obliterating it. Such a divine fruit. While Ace's Maramara no Mi was formidable, Ace himself fell short in strength. Thus, Shanks had harbored concerns about this very outcome. And now it had come to pass. Shanks was aware of Ace's lineage as the son of the Pirate King, Roger, and felt a certain obligation to intervene. Whitebeard scoffed, "I will save him. He is my son. What brings you here?" The once inconsequential individual had transformed into the renowned for Emperor, red-haired Shanks, a rapid ascent that Whitebeard had not anticipated, though others might be oblivious, as an equal-level expert. Shanks knew well that Whitebeard's health had deteriorated significantly. Each confrontation exacerbated his condition. You must have deduced that the Straw Hat is not yet meant to emerge. It is too soon. The dawn of a new era. How tragic it would be for them to perish here. Shanks had come not only to check on Luffy and ensure his safety, but also to repay a debt of gratitude. In his youth, he had benefited greatly from Roger's assistance, traversing numerous lands alongside him. Now, as Roger's son faced execution, Shanks, as an elder, felt compelled to act. Whitebeard observed Luffy racing ahead, grinning widely, then turned his gaze to the execution platform where Ace awaited his fate. Indeed, the new era had arrived. Yet he was aging. Even those with the destructive powers of the Gura no Mi would ultimately succumb to time. The two engaged in a nostalgic conversation, reminiscing about joyful days from decades past. Time, however, was relentless, and those carefree moments were lost forever. Such casual banter in the face of the Marine headquarters was a privilege reserved for the four emperors. Sengoku watched the two with a twitching mouth, noting the absence of any tension. Were it not for the inability to match them, he would have transformed into his giant Buddha form to confront them. Unbeknownst to him, Carp was experiencing a mix of emotions. His grandson seemed to be on the verge of salvation, sparing him from intervention. Yet he was apprehensive that Sengoku might take an unwavering stance, leading to open conflict, compelling him to join the fray. Stretching his old bones, Carp found the sensation of being overlooked quite unpleasant. However, given that they were both four emperors, Sengoku dared not voice his concerns, especially with no live broadcast to expose any potential embarrassment. Better to save face than to lose a life. In that fleeting moment, Luffy had reached the foot of the execution platform. Extending his rubbery arm, he swiftly grasped the edge of the platform, intent on reaching Ace and liberating him from danger. Determination etched on his face, he pressed forward without hesitation. "Here I come, Ace!" The once silent battlefield erupted with Luffy's cry, snapping everyone back to reality. As Luffy ascended the platform, the Marine Admiral Sengoku scrutinized the airborne youth. He was not merely Carp's grandson. Since Carp was unwilling to intervene, Sengoku resolved to take action himself. The Marine Admiral, possessing the strength of a Marine Admiral, activated the Zoan-type human-human fruit, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha capable of unleashing devastating shockwaves. However, the true essence of this ability was to bestow upon the user the power, wisdom, and spirit akin to the Buddha, merging a colossal physique with astute intellect and unparalleled technique, crafting the ultimate being. Transforming into the Buddha form rendered Sengoku a towering golden idol. Ace, witnessing the impending strike against his brother and the advancing Sengoku, shouted, "Luffy, run! You cannot face him!" Sengoku presumed that Whitebeard and Shanks had no connection to Luffy. With Ace incapacitated, he intended to use Luffy as a pawn, for he was a descendant of a notorious lineage. Such individuals could not be permitted to flourish, as they posed a grave threat to the world. Damn it! Carp was astonished that Sengoku would dare to strike at his grandson. This was his own flesh and blood, and to act against him in such a manner displayed a complete disregard for their bond. Luffy stared in astonishment at the colossal Buddha before him, red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, witnessing the imminent danger threatening Luffy, did not exhibit the level of concern others might have anticipated. "Old man, save Luffy." Ace observed Carp's visibly conflicted demeanor and shouted loudly. Witnessing his brother suffer right before him, Ace desperately yearned to rescue him. However, he found himself shackled by Sea Prism stone handcuffs, rendering him incapable of exerting any formidable power. The Sea Prism stone is indeed the nemesis of natural-type devil fruit users, and even those with relatively weaker abilities would find their bodies rendered limp upon contact, while powerful users may not physically weaken. Their abilities would nonetheless dissipate. This phenomenon is akin to one of the inherent capabilities of the dark fruit. Carp, seeing his grandson on the verge of harm while being a member of the Navy, pondered whether he should intervene in that moment of hesitation. Yi Fan seized the opportunity, realizing it was a prime chance to save Luffy, thereby gaining the chance to shake hands with Shanks. Surely, the latter would express his gratitude. And if Yi Fan initiated the handshake, it would appear rather purposeful. With a resounding bang, Yi Fan suddenly appeared before Luffy, his formidable armament Haki effortlessly deflecting the attack. In a single move, he forced Sengoku to retreat a step. While Yi Fan himself landed with remarkable steadiness. "It's you?" Luffy exclaimed, recognizing his savior, who had previously rescued them at Sabeti Archipelago. Now, he had reappeared to save him again, prompting Luffy to wonder about the identity of this mysterious figure. The presence of Yi Fan elicited expressions of surprise from Carp, Whitebeard, and Shanks on the battlefield. He had been concealed for so long, and yet chose this moment to rescue Luffy. Did he have any connection to Luffy? Shanks regarded Yi Fan's appearance and acknowledged his overwhelming strength. He had heard tales of Yi Fan's audacious feats, including confronting celestial dragons, and now he stood at the Navy headquarters. Yet, no trace of this individual could be found. He seemed to have materialized from thin air. First appearing in East Blue, countless stories about him had circulated, and now that they finally met, he looked just as youthful as depicted on the bounty poster. "Do you know the origins of that kid?" Shanks inquired, intrigued by the presence of such a formidable young man, a rarity he had never encountered before. Given his extensive lifespan, Whitebeard should possess some knowledge regarding him. Clearly, Shanks was mistaken, for Whitebeard had never before laid eyes on such a youth that I do not recognize him, but it is evident that a new era is upon us that I wonder who trained such a remarkable young lad. That speed was akin to lightning, and his powerful armament haki forced Sengoku back with a single strike, showcasing his prowess. Even Whitebeard was unfamiliar with him. Shanks stroked his chin thoughtfully, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as a brilliant idea took shape in his mind. An exceptionally clever notion. Sengoku felt the immense force behind the attack, compelling him to take a significant step back to regain his balance. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed Yi Fan before him, stirring curiosity within him as to why Yi Fan was present. Carp, relieved to see his grandson unharmed, couldn't help but wonder about the strikingly handsome young man who had intervened to save his son. Who had sent him? Was he perhaps the child of his son? If only Yi Fan could hear Carp's conjectures, he would certainly scoff at such thoughts. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Kizaru felt a wave of trepidation. Clearly still haunted by their previous encounter, the sensation of being penetrated by the Conqueror's haki left him feeling utterly helpless. Akiji understood that his powers were ineffective against Yi Fan. He also recalled Yi Fan's ability to entwine and attack with Conqueror's haki. Remembering how he had shown restraint during their encounter at Magu Town, the only one truly displeased was Akainu, whose expression alone betrayed everything, for the sake of his unwavering sense of justice. A pirate is but a pirate, Magmama Dog, he declared, swiftly extending his molten, lava-like arm to assault his adversary. This technique not only boasted incredible speed, but also extraordinary might. How dare a mere child exhibit such audacity? Akainu showed no leniency. With no forewarning, he chose to launch a surprise attack just as Yi Fan descended. This was quintessentially in line with Akainu's character, who adheres to absolute justice. His unwavering disposition and ruthless methods leave no room for leniency, obliterating any semblance of evil to accomplish his mission, even if it meant targeting his own comrades and innocent civilians. The attack of an admiral is indeed formidable. Having faced Akainu before, Yi Fan sensed a slight disparity in strength compared to Akiji. Though Akiji and Kizaru were still slightly ahead, the ruthlessness of Akainu's ambush caused many to inwardly murmur. Shameless, as an admiral of the Navy, to resort to such tactics was appalling. Those familiar with Akainu were unfazed, while Akiji merely turned his head away, choosing not to witness the unfolding scene. The current situation, with two Yonko pirate crews, had surpassed expectations at this juncture. Akainu resolutely chose to act, indicating that only he was sincerely engaged in the fray, while the others either slacked off or were merely pretending to work. Given the nature of the magma fruit, it had a significant advantage over Yi Fan's ice-based magic. Thus, he opted to utilize the new ability he had drawn a few days prior, Tears of the Void. Yi Fan need not weep. The tears could simply flow from his eyes. Tears of the Void. The tears appeared ethereal, yet their lethality was immense. The Tears of the Void, regarded as the most powerful treasure between heaven and earth, could cause temporal distortion and alter space to slice through the astonishment of all present. A pale blue liquid streamed from Yi Fan's mouth, transforming into a large, human-shaped sphere directed toward the oncoming Akainu. This was the Tears of the Void, capable of slicing through space, its oppressive aura causing the expressions of those around to shift dramatically. Particularly Sengoku and Carp felt as if the very space surrounding them began to warp. Such a formidable attack, if it struck, would surely result in either death or grievous injury. They urgently called out, "Sakazuki, evade. This luminous sphere can affect space. It is immensely powerful." In truth, Akainu felt the approach of the luminous sphere even without their warning. The closer it drew, the more he sensed the surrounding space becoming insubstantial, as if everything was vanishing, even the air growing thin. This peculiar attack compelled Sakazuki to instinctively seek to evade. However, suspended in midair with no leverage, he found himself unable to escape. It seemed he could only brace for the impending strike. Consequently, he activated his armament haki to prepare for the oncoming assault. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, having completed his release, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear on the ground. He had previously tossed a marked coin, a convenient preparation he had made. Unlike Kanai, such instruments were not to Yi Fan's liking, observing Akainu's intention to counter the Tears of the Void with his armament haki. Yi Fan could only chuckle at the absurdity of it. This was a force capable of consuming space. Nothing could withstand it, Courageous, yes, but he would have to pay the necessary price. Such a battle was rare. A confrontation between a Navy admiral and a supernova. The emergence of the Tears of the Void drew apprehensive glances even from supreme powers like Whitebeard and Shanks. Any attack associated with spatial manipulation was inherently formidable. This young lad, named Yi Fan, was indeed an enigma, shrouded in mystery with an array of extraordinary abilities that seemed beyond the scope of a mere devil fruit. The anguished cries of Akainu reverberated through the air like thunder. His visage contorted in extreme agony and terror. He witnessed his attempts to fend off the attack of the Void Tier with his haki, only to discover that his defenses were as ineffective as colliding with an unyielding wall. The orb of the Void Tier began to twist, warping the surrounding space as if everything were being consumed. The dark fissures within the orb expanded, drawing in everything around it, even the air becoming oppressively heavy, as if an invisible force was devouring all. Realizing the dire situation, Akainu resolutely chose to sever his own arm to preserve his life, sacrificing one hand for a chance at survival, without hesitation. He severed his arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain, his very lifeblood seemingly becoming one of the targets for the Void Tier's hunger. In that moment, he sensed the chilling breath of death, a wave of helplessness surging within him. Yet, the instinct to survive compelled him to make this harrowing choice. Though enveloped in pain, he understood that this might be his sole path to survival. As Akainu severed his arm, his body lost balance and began to plummet from mid-air. The orb of the Void Tier above him shrank rapidly, no longer twisting but stabilizing, as if it had attained a form of equilibrium in the act of devouring. Gradually, it vanished as if it had never existed, including the severed arm. The descent quickened, the wind howling past him, as if narrating the fate that awaited him, culminating in a violent impact with the ground below. The Navy, witnessing Akainu's sudden predicament, was filled with astonishment and shock. After all, Akainu, as an admiral, had always been regarded as an invincible entity. His abrupt injury was beyond belief. Some Navy personnel exchanged anxious glances, a tide of unease and fear swelling within them. For this signified the emergence of an unimaginable power capable of injuring a warrior of Akainu's caliber. However, the Navy's emergency rescue operations were swiftly initiated. A contingent of medical personnel rushed to the site of Akainu's fall, commencing urgent medical treatment. They employed advanced medical equipment and medications in a valiant effort to alleviate Akainu's suffering, staunch the bleeding, and stabilize his condition. Meanwhile, other Navy personnel remained vigilant, guarding against any unforeseen circumstances. The pirates, in stark contrast, reacted with exuberance upon witnessing Akainu's injury, cheering and exulting, with some even shouting, "Yi Fan!" This sudden shift transformed the atmosphere of the scene into one of fervor. They cared little for Akainu's plight, instead perceiving the incident as a victory and an indication of the Navy's frailty. Some pirates embraced one another in excitement, celebrating the joy and hope brought forth by this unforeseen event. Others were eager to seize the opportunity to launch an attack, aiming to further weaken the Navy's strength. They deemed this an opportune moment to challenge the Navy and showcase the might and bravado of their pirate crew. In an instant, the fervor and passion of the pirates reached a crescendo as they animatedly discussed their next course of action, strategizing on how to exploit this opportunity for their gain. The entire pirate crew basked in the euphoria of victory, unabashedly cheering as if they had already triumphed. Observing this scene, Garp and Sengoku were visibly perturbed. The enemy's bravado had surged dramatically. The current circumstances were becoming increasingly intolerable for the Navy. While one of the enemy's high-ranking members had survived, they had suffered the loss of a major general. Although the loss of an arm might seem insignificant to a seasoned warrior, it nonetheless had its ramifications. Akainu, also known as Sakazuki, was not among the top-tier fighters, and his strength had diminished by at least 10%. This turn of events had surpassed the expectations of Whitebeard and Shanks, initially intending to gauge the strength of the young man. They were taken aback by Yi Fan's formidable prowess in incapacitating an admiral. They were compelled to intervene on the battlefield, for if matters escalated further, it could lead to an all-out war, which would offer no favorable outcome for either side. Particularly for figures like Whitebeard and Shanks, they understood that the Navy's capabilities extended far beyond what was currently visible. Shanks was acutely aware of the celestial dragons in Mariewa, who possessed the ability to teleport. Now was not the time for such confrontations. He eagerly awaited Luffy's awakening of the Nika fruit, pondering whether he could become the liberator they all sought. Throughout centuries, countless individuals had acquired the gum-gum fruit, yet none had managed to awaken its potential. Shanks believed Luffy was a promising candidate, hence placing his bets on him. Losing an arm in the East Blue was of little consequence in the grand scheme. While reading the original work, Yi Fan perceived Shanks as genuinely benevolent, exhibiting considerable care for Luffy to in stark contrast. Figures like Blackbeard, Kaido, and were already established foes. However, a lingering possibility remained. Could Shanks ultimately be the final boss? Concealing his true ambitions until a pivotal moment. The arrival of Shanks and Whitebeard instantly intensified the atmosphere beneath the execution platform, transforming it into one of tension and excitement. Admirals Akiji and Kizaru promptly arrived, their gazes firmly fixed on the two legendary pirates. Embodying both vigilance and reverence, Akiji's eyes gleamed with seriousness, his expression devoid of mirth, replaced by a demeanor of solemnity and composure. He cast a penetrating glance at Shanks and Whitebeard before issuing orders to the surrounding Navy soldiers to heighten their alertness and prepare for battle. Kizaru, equally grave, surveyed the area with vigilance, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Shanks and Whitebeard stood confidently, smiles gracing their faces, unabashedly displaying their self-assuredness and authority. Their presence transformed the scene into one of heightened tension and anticipation, heralding an impending climactic confrontation. Every motion they made tugged at the hearts of those present, leaving them unable to predict what would transpire next. Whitebeard stood resolutely, his voice resonating with conviction. "Release Ace, and we shall resolve our differences completely." Otherwise, he paused momentarily, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. "We shall have no choice but to resort to violence." Sengoku and Garp's expressions turned grave, fully aware that Whitebeard was not jesting. The officers of the two Yonko pirate crews gathered beside Whitebeard, their gazes sharp and determined, silently conveying a warning to the Navy. Now is not the time to engage with us. The atmosphere became palpably tense and heavy, as if a confrontation was imminent. The standoff between the Navy and the pirates reached its zenith, and everyone could feel the palpable tension and pressure in the air. Suddenly, a thunderous laughter shattered the battlefield's tense ambience, drawing everyone's attention toward its source. That a man appeared, his chin adorned with a thick beard, clad in a vibrant red shirt and a long, deep black cloak, adorned with two exquisite necklaces and a green bandana tied around his head. Most strikingly, he wore a black captain's hat, albeit missing several teeth. Blackbeard had unexpectedly emerged onto the battlefield, intensifying the atmosphere with an aura of unpredictability. His deep, mocking laughter seemed to proclaim his control and influence over the unfolding situation. "Ah-ha-ha! It seems the atmosphere here is far too tense. Why can't we coexist amicably? Shall we join forces and keep these two Yonko pirate crews here?" He proposed, his gaze greedily fixating on Whitebeard, coveting the power of the tremor fruit within him. Simultaneously, he cast a wary glance toward Yi Fan, recalling their previous encounter in Alabasta, with Yi Fan present. He extended an invitation. "What do you say? Shall we team up to keep the two Yonko here? That would open up new positions among the Yonko." Blackbeard proposition startled everyone present, particularly Sengoku and the others, who recognized him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Moreover, the opponent mistakenly believed he had the right to collaborate with the Navy, yet he lacked the qualifications for such an alliance. "Sengoku, Blackbeard, do not forget your true identity." Just then, Sengoku's den mushi rang, and upon hearing the news from the other end, he was utterly dismayed. This was madness. Blackbeard audaciously released the monsters from Impel Down and claimed them as his own. Upon learning that Blackbeard had freed and recruited these formidable creatures, Sengoku's expression turned grave. He realized that Blackbeard's ambitions had reached a perilous zenith, necessitating decisive action to curb his expansion. Sengoku's act of answering the Den Mushi revealed to Blackbeard that the other party was already aware of the situation at Impel Down. Thus, he commenced his performance, bellowing, "Come forth, my crew!" Amidst a thick fog, The vessels on the sea were obscured by the hazy white mist that moment. A colossal presence, accompanied by the thunderous sound of billowing sails, drew near to us. The fog dissipated. A gigantic silhouette gradually emerged, resembling a moving mountain, shimmering with an enigmatic glow in the darkness. Some individuals present began to feel their hearts race, for they recognized it as the Saint One Evil Wolf, notorious as the giant warship. With flamboyant makeup, eccentric attire, and an elongated nose, the notorious pirate known as Katarina Devon, the most vicious female prisoner in history, was imprisoned in the depths of the underwater prison. There was also Baskerville Jot, sporting a jester-like hat and a drunken visage, his prominent sausage-like nose accentuating his presence, perpetually clutching a large flask. Abolition Pizarro donned a lengthy coat of white and deep brown fur, adorned with a light purple necklace. Each of them was a notorious pirate, which was why they had been confined in the 6th level of Impelled Down, their deeds meticulously erased from history. Now, their resurgence posed an uncertain tempest. Aha! Blackbeard erupted into maniacal laughter and once more extended an invitation to Yefon. What do you say? With the Blackbeard pirates and the Navy joining forces, we can certainly take down these 2 Yonko crews. Blackbeard had truly become inflated with arrogance, his greed for Whitebeard's gura Nami blinding him to reality. Tio utters such words, believing he could conquer 2 Emperor-level pirate crews. Was folly. The greatest power of the Yami Nomi was rendered ineffective against the likes of Shanks, for he was not a devil fruit user. The nullification of fruit abilities bore no significance. And Haki was the bane of all devil fruits. Yefon was uncertain of Shanks' true strength, but based on the circumstances prior to his arrival in this world, it was evident that the later characters introduced were increasingly formidable. Shanks' power was undoubtedly greater than what people imagined out of the former Yonko crews. Only the red-haired pirates remained. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido had all been vanquished, leaving Shanks' crew firmly seated at the pinnacle of the Yonko. This was due to their overwhelming strength. Kid and Law had managed to defeat Big Mom. Yet even the seasoned Kid, who had honed his skills in Wano for so long, was effortlessly dispatched by Shanks. Moreover, he even posed a long-range threat to a Navy admiral with his Conqueror's Haki, showcasing such prowess. Yefon speculated that Shanks might even surpass the peak of Rayleigh, although perhaps not quite at Roger's level. He was certainly close. Aligning with him felt like a death sentence to Yefon, and he had no intention of joining forces. The thought of partnering with someone of such caliber made Yefon want to laugh. Now, with so many superlative beings gathered, the protagonist Luffy remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and he merely recognized the figure adorned with 3 skulls from a prior encounter, apart from those from the red-haired pirates. He did not know the others. Shanks. Luffy approached Shanks, gazing at him, recalling the promise he had made all those years ago. Shanks looked at the once young boy who had now matured into a capable captain of his own crew, a smile of pride gracing his face. Luffy. After their exchange, Shanks moved to Yefon's side, extending his hand in greeting. Thank you for saving Luffy earlier. It is a pleasure to meet you. The immense power before him made Yefon's heart race. Red-haired Shanks was not only a master of Haki, but also a formidable swordsman, earning the respect of Mihawk. His swordsmanship was on par with that of the greatest. This opportunity was a stroke of fate, entirely unconnected to Yefon. It was serendipity. Hello. Yefon responded confidently, showing no sign of hesitation. This boldness astonished the surrounding pirates. After all, this was Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, wielding the most formidable power in the world. Yefon truly possessed his own confidence. The moment he grasped Shanks' hand, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, swordsmanship, physical prowess, Haki. Each aspect was immensely powerful. The quality of Haki astoundingly high that it surpassed even Haki he had once replicated from Rayleigh. To prevent any further thoughts from arising, Yefon released Shanks' hand after the replication was complete. Blackbeard, observing Yefon's blatant disregard for his words once more, felt a surge of fury within. Yet he understood that now was not the time to offend him. It was becoming increasingly apparent that retreat was the best course of action. Watching Yefon shake hands with Shanks, it was clear that Yefon would not ally with him. This meant that even if the Navy agreed to collaborate, the balance of victory had shifted decidedly in favor of the opposing side. The situation had escalated to this point. Not only had Ace not been dealt with, but the red-haired pirates had also arrived. Now, even the most notorious pirates imprisoned and impelled down had been released, joining Blackbeard's crew. The complexity of the situation intensified, and in comparison, the Navy now appeared to be the weakest faction, excluding the 7 warlords. The top echelon of the Navy was evidently lacking. Pirates were pirates. Even the 7 warlords were essentially in a mutually beneficial relationship with the Navy, resulting in a tripartite balance of power. However, the disparity in strength among the 3 was significant. Whitebeard understood his purpose for coming was to rescue Ace. Now, with Shanks and a young lad providing assistance, the task seemed considerably simplified. Sengoku, you are well aware of the current situation. Both sides have numerous wounded in need of care. Release Ace, and we shall depart without further conflict. Glancing at Sengoku, who had just been forced back by Yefon's strike, it was apparent he had not sustained any serious injuries, yet his dignity had suffered a blow. The mere fact that a mere child had repelled the esteemed fleet admiral was a significant blow to his prestige. Now, hearing Whitebeard's words, he found himself in a predicament. Fighting was not an option, yet acquiescing to the other party's demands would strip the Navy of its dignity. Caught in a dilemma, the meticulously crafted strategy against the Whitebeard pirates seemed more than sufficient. However, the emergence of 3 Emperor-level pirate crews was akin to a calamity that it was truly frustrating. If not for the inopportune circumstances, Sengoku would have undoubtedly lashed out in exasperation. The position of Fleet Admiral was indeed burdensome. With the 5 elders and celestial dragons above, and numerous formidable pirate crews below. Despite the imposing title of Fleet Admiral, the authority was largely illusory. The current generation of young individuals was increasingly extraordinary, heralding a new era of talent. Yet within the Navy, apart from the likes of Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, no promising recruits had surfaced. In contrast, the pirate side boasted an array of formidable supernovas, each surpassing the last in prowess, raising concerns about the threats they would pose in the coming years. For geniuses, time was the most precious commodity. With just a year, their growth could outpace that of ordinary individuals manifold, outside the Navy's grasp. Any force that was not the Navy represented a potential threat. The atmosphere was momentarily tense, with both sides locking eyes in silence that Fan had no time to squander in this standoff. With the arrival of red-haired Shanks, he had achieved his objective. There was no longer any reason to linger. Ace was safe, so it would be far more enjoyable to return to Sabeti Archipelago and frolic with Mimi. In a couple of days, he intended to visit Fishman Island, a realm beneath the sea teeming with wonders and riches. There was an abundance of valuable treasures, and Fan planned to raid them, replenishing his coffers. After all, no one would refuse an excess of good fortune, and Fan was no exception. Gentlemen, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, he vanished without a trace, returning to Sabeti Archipelago where he spent several peaceful days. Soon after, he learned through the newspapers of the events that transpired in Marineford following his departure. Ace had been rescued, yet the Navy had eliminated numerous pirates, thus preserving some semblance of their reputation. However, those with substantial power were well aware of the Navy's defeat, an utter rout. The names of Fan and Blackbeard had surged in notoriety, and their bounties had been adjusted. Fan's bounty had skyrocketed to a staggering 1.5 billion berries. Blackbeard's bounty, no longer bolstered by the powers of the Tremor fruit, had been reduced to 2 billion berries, primarily due to the chaos he unleashed in Impel Down, liberating many of the most notorious pirates who subsequently became his subordinates. Despite their formidable strength, he had not yet attained the status of an emperor, lacking any significant achievements to validate his claim. Upon absorbing this information, Fan felt a sense of anticipation. Would Blackbeard dare to challenge Whitebeard in the days to come, leading to a fierce clash between their crews? Fan was acutely aware of Blackbeard's covetousness for the Tremor fruit, as he sought to acquire the world's most powerful devil fruits. Each possessed a unique ability to extract a fruit's powers directly from its user, circumventing the arduous search for the fruit's reappearance upon the user's demise. This convenience allowed him to hunt down those with abilities effortlessly, for not everyone could fully harness the powers of a formidable devil fruit after acquiring it. "Master, what are you pondering?" Mimi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she approached Fan, Nuzzling against his arm like a gentle kitten, he stroked her silky hair. He felt a wave of emotion at the sight of her familiar face. It's just a few thoughts, W. By the way, how has your practice of the movements I taught you been going? Show me if you've been diligent. Mastering complex maneuvers required exceptional physical flexibility and relentless practice. These skills were essential. In this world, one must possess a unique talent to survive and realize their worth. Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath Mariewa, was a crucial waypoint to the New World, home to many fishmen and merfolk. Often referred to as the undersea paradise, a dreamlike haven. For many, traversing the 10,000 meters underwater using coding technology was perilously daunting. Yet for Yi Fan, it was a trivial task. The Flying Thunder God technique was an essential skill for any journey. As spatial ninjutsu was undeniably impressive, when Nami and the others departed, Yi Fan had already marked their ship, allowing him to travel to their location at any time. For him, the 10,000-meter distance was merely a piece of cake. The direct linear distance between 2 points was the shortest. This principle of spatial travel ensured remarkable speed. Before embarking on his journey, Yi Fan needed to attend to Mimi. He could not bring her along, at least not to seek out Robin and the others. Thus, it was necessary to send her back to Mariewa, where she could leverage her celestial dragon identity to assist him in gathering wealth. Ahem. Of course, if the opportunity arose to encounter some beautiful women, it would be prudent for her to keep an eye out as well. Do you understand what I mean? Observing her reluctant expression, Yi Fan recognized that he had altered her perspective. Had she remained unchanged, she might have wished to eliminate him by now. However, Yi Fan had not erased her memories, merely added to them, ensuring her cover as an undercover agent would remain intact. Yi Fan, I don't want to leave you. Tears welled in Mimi's eyes, her voice tinged with helplessness and sorrow. We've endured so much together. I don't wish for this separation. Yi Fan gently patted her shoulder, smiling as he replied, we have fought side by side, but our paths have diverged. You have your responsibilities and missions, and I have my own journey to pursue. Remember my words. I will visit whenever I have the time. He marked her, enabling him to seek her out whenever he wished, as long as she was not too far away. Mimi looked up, her eyes sparkling with determination. Yes, I understand, and no matter how long we are apart, we will always be friends. She gazed deeply at Yi Fan before turning away, her back radiating strength and maturity. Transforming back into Lilia, she regained her original appearance. With her departure, Yi Fan knew it was time for him to prepare for his own journey. Before setting off, he deemed it prudent to scour Sabeti Archipelago once more. After enduring this past half-month, the unscrupulous merchants' coffers must have swelled significantly. Such ill-gotten riches, if left in their hands, could lead to further malice. Thus, they would be confiscated entirely. An hour later, chaos ensued. Where is my money? Who has stolen my funds? That was my life savings. My money is gone too. It was meant for purchasing a slave. My 30 million berries. How will I survive without them? Yi Fan, observing the system's accumulated points exceeding 400 million, felt a wave of satisfaction. The saying, many hands make light work, rang true. In just a brief span, these individuals had amassed a fortune ripe for the taking, and he welcomed it with open arms. In the underwater world, Fishman Island thrived as a vibrant and lively locale. In the crystal-clear waters, an array of vibrant fish glides gracefully, resembling a collection of resplendent jewels that shimmer under the radiant sunlight. The coral reefs are home to a kaleidoscope of marine creatures, transforming the seabed into a splendid underwater garden. Mermaids elegantly weave through the coral formations, adorned with exquisite scales and flowing tails, epitomizing the unique allure of the aquatic realm. The mermen, tall and robust, exhibit various fish-like traits, such as those of sharks, octopuses, and sea turtles, showcasing the diversity and grandeur of oceanic life. The underwater landscape is a vivid tapestry, with coral reefs, swaying seaweed, and rugged cliffs creating a rich and varied seafloor. As sunlight filters through the water's surface, the interplay of light and shadow beneath the waves resembles a dreamlike canvas, but a myriad of marine creatures swims freely in this natural habitat, forming a lively and majestic underwater panorama. When Nami and her companions arrived at Fishman Island, they were awestruck by the wonders surrounding them. Everything was refreshingly novel. This underwater world was truly unlike any other. The attitudes of the fishmen and mermaids varied upon encountering outsiders. Yet this posed little concern for the group, as they were determined and filled with confidence to take action. Before departing, Yefan had entrusted them with a mission, to claim this territory as his own. However, this was the domain of Whitebeard, instilling no fear in its inhabitants. The notion of someone daring to cause trouble here was rendered moot by Whitebeard's entanglement in the war at Marineford. With no one to safeguard Fishman Island, Noki and her companions swiftly conquered the realm, transforming it into Yefan's dominion. Despite their conquest, Nami and her friends refrained from taking further actions, leaving the king of the Ryugu kingdom, known as the Great Knight of the Sea, Neptune, perplexed about their intentions. After informing the Whitebeard pirates of the events via a den mushi, they assured him that personnel would be dispatched to investigate, advising them to remain calm and untroubled. Within the palace, Neptune, adorned with a crown and possessing water-blue eyes, features a red-tipped nose. He is more robust than the average merman, flaunting a dense, fluffy mane of orange woolly hair and beard, with arms embellished with flame-like tattoos and a profusion of body hair. His wrists are adorned with metallic arm guards encrusted with jewels. Seated upon his throne, he is flanked by his 3 sons, Sharkstar, Royal Star, and Flipstar. Each son is distinct. Sharkstar is a shark merman. Royal Star embodies the elegant ribbon fish merman, while Flipstar resembles the flamboyant redfish merman. As the adage goes, a dragon begets 9 sons, each with their own uniqueness. And so it is with the king of Fishman Island. Neptune, a merman of the bony fish lineage, has a wife from the goldfish merman clan, suggesting that his offspring stem from various unions. Aside from Sharkstar, the other 2 appear rather ineffectual. Father, those 4 humans are frolicking around Fishman Island. Should we simply stand by and watch? Sharkstar inquires, nursing minor injuries inflicted by the women as the prince of Fishman Island. He feels humiliated to be bested by a mere human female. His brothers gaze at their father, having remained within the palace for days, too afraid to venture outside, despite assurances that there was no cause for alarm. They were reluctant to step out. Neptune himself is troubled. The intruders have not committed murder, but have merely taught them a lesson. They do not appear malevolent, especially the one named Yefan, until the conclusion of the war at Marineford. They had no inkling of Yefan's existence, a figure now notorious with a bounty of 1.5 billion berries, leaving them feeling devoid of sovereignty over their island. This being Whitebeard's territory, did they not fear the Whitebeard pirates? With a resigned sigh, he decides to wait for assistance from the Whitebeard pirates, whom he trusts implicitly. Seeing his father's stance, the 3 brothers feel powerless. What can they do? They have already suffered enough humiliation. Having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, Yefan arrives at Fishman Island, exactly where he had marked his arrival point on the ship. As he disembarks, he realizes the surroundings bear no resemblance to the ocean. Rather, it appears as if the ship is floating atop the SEAIT is indeed a marvel. Exploring this unfamiliar territory, Yefan finds himself amidst an entirely different aesthetic, with many beautiful ladies, each of whom does not quite captivate his interest. Among mermaids and fishmen, he can only appreciate the beauty of mermaids. The rest simply do not appeal to him. The mermaid Seth. Yefan enters a familiar establishment, reminiscent of a scene from an anime. With his powers amplified, he can vividly recall even the most nebulous memories that a human striding confidently through this space is a peculiar sight. Yet following the recent arrival of 4 women who had decisively reprimanded the island's guards and royal family, the residents now regard humans with trepidation, fearing that they might be captured and sold into slavery. Upon entering, Yefan encounters a striking shark man. Sherry, larger than both other fishmen and humans, has black hair that obscures her right eye. Piercing blue eyes, pale skin, and an ample bust. The front half of her tail is deep blue, while the latter half is white, adorned with a dorsal fin and small fins near the tail, which culminates in a crescent-shaped fin. Dressed in a deep purple hoodie, she has left the middle button undone, revealing her curves, and she casually smokes a pipe, sporting purple nail polish and red lipstick. Upon seeing the handsome newcomer, Sherry does not harbor any aversion towards humans. In fact, she encourages the children of Fishman Island to observe humans for themselves rather than relying on hearsay. Yefan, gazing at the enchanting shark man before him, never anticipated their shared connection. Previously, he had vanquished the evil dragon in Kokoyasi village, who happened to be Sherry's brother. She undeniably exudes charm, stirring feelings within Yefan. "Hello? What would you like to drink?" she inquires, embodying the spirit of hospitality. Her alluring figure is mature and sensual. While Noki and her companions are undeniably beautiful, Sherry's allure is enhanced by her experience and time that on his way here, Yefan had caught wind of the events concerning the four women. Learning that Nami and her friends had resolved the local issues, that "I'll try something unique," he casually responds, taking a seat as he contemplates the situation. His presence means that Fishman Island remains under Whitebeard's domain. Even though he has claimed it, he wonders how they will react. To be honest, after replicating Red-Hair Shank's powers, Yefan feels that Whitebeard is not particularly formidable. Given Whitebeard's injuries, he could confidently assert that he could single-handedly confront the Whitebeard pirates. Aside from Whitebeard posing some threat, the likes of the formidable Marco do not intimidate him, as they lack significant offensive capabilities. Sherry sways her alluring figure, presenting a drink to Yefan at his table. "This is our specialty beverage from Fishman Island. Do give it a try. Such a handsome human male is indeed a rarity to it is not only men who possess a propensity for lust. Some women are equally as driven. The lifespan of fishmen and mermaids surpasses that of humans. In this year, the 29-year-old Shaylee remains unmarried, having yet to encounter a suitable companion. As he fan gazes at her, he too contemplates the question posed by Luffy when he first arrived. How does one resolve the rather private matter of using the restroom? Just as in his previous life, where it was humorously noted online that even celestial maidens are prone to flatulence, it is a universal truth that, despite their beauty, they share the same bodily needs as others: eating, drinking, and attending to nature's call. That Y.E. Fan lifted his cup, observing the liquid that appeared no different from ordinary water, colorless and tasteless. What uniqueness could it possibly possess? He took a slight sip, finding it somewhat sweet, yet otherwise remarkably ordinary. "Excuse me, could you enlighten me about the whereabouts of those four human girls from a few days ago?" Yi Fan inquired of the proprietor. He had neglected to mark the items on Nami and her companions. Leaving him in the dark about their current escapades, he held no real concerns for their safety. Even the strongest of a new Fishman pirate crew, Hody Jones, was merely a small fry, relying solely on drugs to enhance his strength. The notorious drug E.S, short for energy steroid, when ingested would exponentially increase a user's strength. 1 pill doubles it, 2 pills quadruple it, and so forth, while transforming their eyes into a striking red with white pupils during its effect. However, the cost of such power was a reduction in lifespan. Excessive use could lead to bodily mutations, severe pain, and accelerated aging. Hody Jones had greatly augmented his strength through E.S, but at the ultimate cost of becoming a frail, aged individual, rendering him unworthy of challenging someone like Luffy, who had trained for 2 years. Such a wretched substance was only deemed precious by those like him. Presently, the CAF was devoid of patrons, leaving Yi Fan alone. Otherwise, a commotion would surely ensue. Not everyone, like Shaylee, harbored no disdain for humans. Most fishmen and mermaids held a deep-seated resentment, primarily because humans had slain Fisher Tiger, the captain of the Sun Pirates. This hero, who had liberated slaves, was tragically taken by human hands, a reality many fishmen and mermaids found intolerable. "You mentioned those 4 human women. They are likely frolicking in Mermaid Cove," Shaylee remarked, recalling the quartet who had declared this place as belonging to Yi Fan. Although they had caused some injuries, none were fatal, leading her to believe they were not malevolent. In recent days, the 4 had wandered freely about Fishman Island, exploring wherever their whims took them. Upon seeing Yi Fan inquire, Shaylee suspected he might be affiliated with those girls. Unaware of his identity as the ruler of Fishman Island, she remained oblivious to the significance of his presence. That Yi Fan downed the syrupy beverage. Finding it acceptable, "Thank you," he expressed, and after his gratitude, he did not hasten to find Nami and the others, but instead chose to visit the palace to see the beautiful Shirahoshi. Beyond her stunning beauty, she was one of the ancient weapons, Poseidon, holding the power to command sea kings in a world dominated by water, where 80% of the earth is covered by the sea. Countless sea kings thrived. They were Shirahoshi's subjects, capable of being commanded at will. Such power instilled fear in many that a single individual could summon a tsunami capable of submerging an island. As Fan departed, Shaley pondered, only to realize he had yet to settle his bill. Dining without payment was akin to thievery, a grievous loss. Fan, without needing to ask for directions, instinctively knew the palace's location. It was the most opulent and grand structure in the area, befitting the vastness required to accommodate Shirahoshi's immense form. "Stop right there!" The guards, resembling crustaceans, were incredulous at the sight of a human attempting to enter the palace. As if it were a jest, Fan anticipated such an encounter. They would not permit him easy access. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing the two guards to faint without warning that if they insisted on provoking him, he would stride in boldly. But it seemed he was the only one granted such treatment on his own territory. Meanwhile, within the palace, Shirahoshi remained unaware that a nefarious individual was plotting against her. The mermaid princess of the Ryugu kingdom, residing beneath the sea in Fishman Island, was renowned for her beauty, said to rival even that of the pirate empress. Like her mother, she longed for harmony between merfolk and humans, wishing for a day when they could coexist peacefully on the surface. Yet, she was timid and prone to tears. Shirahoshi had spent a decade hidden within the hardshell tower to evade capture. Unable even to attend her mother's funeral, receiving meals and reports from soldiers who could never linger for more than 5 minutes. Thus, her only confidant during her seclusion was her beloved shark. "Megalo, Megalo, when will I ever be able to go outside?" Her soft, tremulous voice revealed a character steeped in fear. Despite possessing a stature rivaling that of giants, she remained timid. Fan strode through the palace. The overwhelming aura of his conqueror's haki rendered the space eerily silent, as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. With just this one move, everyone on Fishman Island, save for Shirahoshi, would succumb to unconsciousness. "My lord, there is trouble. A human has breached the palace." A frantic Fishman burst in, reporting that everyone who encountered the intruder had fallen unconscious, their methods unknown. King Neptune's expression darkened upon hearing of the intrusion. He understood the implications of such a breach, that he promptly ordered the protection of Princess Shirahoshi, ensuring she remained unharmed. "Send for the first, second, and third princes to safeguard her," he commanded, and his ministers sprang into action, establishing fortified defenses around the palace to ensure its security. Despite their efforts, the king's face remained etched with concern. Ultimately, it was a lack of strength that left him uneasy. Meanwhile, Fan sauntered through the palace, dispatching any guards he encountered with a mere glance of his conqueror's haki. There was no need for further exertion, just as Shanks had the capability to save Luffy from drowning in the East Blue. This was merely a plot device to evoke emotion within the protagonist. Observing the magnificent castle, Fan noted that the underwater structures surpassed those on land in their grandeur, vibrant colors painting a stunning tableau. Yet he was uncertain where Shirahoshi's hard-shell tower resided within this vast expanse. He would need to find someone to inquire about the way, lest he remain lost indefinitely. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals discovered the intruder Fan, and they hurriedly gathered together, casting vigilant glances around, fearful that Fan might have accomplices. "Who are you? And why have you come here? Surrender at once." This was fortuitous, as Fan was in need of a guide. And someone had just appeared. Observing these individuals, it was evident that they were indeed mere shrimp soldiers and crab generals, insignificant characters with pitifully weak abilities. Jia. With a mere thought, Fan unleashed the formidable conqueror as haki within him, manifesting as a surging red current that enveloped his form. The electric current radiated intense waves of energy, resembling an insurmountable barrier, distorting the very air around him. The fishmen and merfolk dwelling beneath the sea had never encountered such a phenomenon. 2 of them fainted, their eyes rolling back in shock. The only one still standing, an octopus presumably related to Xiaoba, trembled in fear, uncertain of what to do as he witnessed his companions losing consciousness. Fan approached him step by step, employing a restorative magic to forcibly implant memories into the octopus's mind, who had no strength to resist. "Let us go. Lead me to the hard-shell tower." The octopus, without a shred of doubt, obediently complied and guided the way. The potent conqueror, as Haki Yi-Fan had just displayed, instilled great fear in the princess of the hard-shell tower. Shirahoshi, she sensed a formidable power approaching and, being of timid nature, curled up and began to weep. "Father, brothers, where are you? I'm so scared." Outside the hard-shell tower, King Neptune, the great knight of the sea, stood ready with his 3 sons and a host of elite soldiers, all poised to protect Shirahoshi's safety. It was not only Shirahoshi who felt the overwhelming conqueror as Haki. Nojiko, who was leisurely enjoying herself, also sensed it. Suddenly rising from her soak in the hot springs at Fisherman's Bay, her flawless figure drew envious glances from Nami, who was captivated. Not only men, but even women were entranced. Robin, curious about Nojiko's sudden action, inquired, "What is happening?" Due to their current strength not being formidable enough, neither Robin nor Nami had sensed the earlier energy fluctuations. Nami, luxuriating in the warmth of the hot spring, found it quite delightful. Meanwhile, Kureha felt the pressure as well, though her mood had been quite sour since arriving here. As a former captain, she felt utterly belittled. Yet, there was little to be done about it. Each person's constitution varied. She contemplated whether to seek out Yi-Fan for a drop of ancestral blood, hoping to improve her own physical condition. Although she too was an ancestor, her blood was inferior to Yi-Fan's. Her strength was only slightly greater than Nojiko's, highlighting the significant disparity among the ancestors. The task Yi-Fan had entrusted to them was not forgotten, and now, with a new and powerful force emerging, it was undeniably a provocation. Nojiko spoke up. "A powerful force has just manifested near Dragon Palace. It's incredibly formidable, and I'm unsure what it is that I believe we need to investigate." They had never witnessed Yi-Fan wielding his conqueror as Haki, thus failing to recognize that it was he who had unleashed such power. Observing the serious expressions on Nojiko and Kureha, Robin and Nami understood that the source of this energy was not to be taken lightly. Worry seeped into their voices as they suggested, "Since the opponent is so powerful, perhaps we should wait until Yi-Fan arrives before making a move." Nojiko shook her head at Nami's suggestion. "If we rely on Yi-Fan for everything, then what's the point of my becoming a vampire? I am strong now. We cannot depend on him for every situation. He is not omnipotent. And even if we cannot assist him, we must not hinder his efforts." Kureha and Robin similarly opposed Nami's proposal. With a 3-to-1 majority, the four set off towards Dragon Palace, in the waters near Fishman Island. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates billowed in the wind. These were the ships of the Whitebeard pirates. After receiving a distress signal from Fishman Island, Whitebeard had dispatched Commander Marco to assess the situation. Yi-Fan's territory had gained considerable renown during the Marineford War, establishing his formidable reputation. Now he was a pirate with a bounty of 1.5 billion, surpassing even Marco. Whitebeard had instructed not to engage in conflict, but to observe the circumstances on Fishman Island. If the inhabitants had not perpetrated any destruction or oppression, he would permit the island to become their territory. Conversely, should any harm befall the fishmen, they would not let it slide, regardless of past assistance during the war. Standing at the bow of the ship, Marco reminisced about Yi-Fan's display of power during the Marineford War. He truly was a terrifying entity. Now, Admiral Akainu had become a one-armed general. Such a record was enough to instill awe, and Marco pondered whether his phoenix fruit could provide immunity against whatever dangerous ability that Blue Orb possessed. Upon entering the hardshell tower, Yi-Fan immediately sensed a slightly stronger defensive force. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals were stationed in formation, prepared to defend this vital location at a moment's notice. In the distance, imposing silhouettes emerged. Exuding authority, they were King Neptune and his 3 sons, Shirahoshi's brothers. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals stood alert in formation at Yi-Fan's arrival, their eyes glimmering with suspicion and hostility. Meanwhile, King Neptune and his sons remained at a distance, their gazes deep and indifferent, as if they had already discerned the intruder's intentions. The atmosphere within the hardshell tower was thick with tension, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Yi-Fan regarded the crowd before him with a stoic expression, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I have come merely to see Shirahoshi." I harbor no other intentions. Please allow her to come forth and meet me." Upon hearing Yi Fan's request, King Neptune furrowed his brow and responded sternly, "You, human, dare to cause a ruckus in my Fishman Island. Our affairs require no interference from you." His three sons echoed in agreement. "Leave at once, or face the consequences." In the face of their warnings and pressure, Yi Fan did not flinch, remaining composed as he replied, "I simply wish to see Shirahoshi and will not cause you any trouble. However, should you obstruct my path, I shall not hold back." The tension escalated, and the air within the hardshell tower was charged with an imminent sense of conflict. Nojiko and Kura's arrival disrupted the tense atmosphere, slightly alleviating the standoff. Nami and Robin stood beside Yi Fan, exuding the same confidence and determination as always. Yi Fan, "We are all here," Nojiko signaled. Expressing her support for the team, Yi Fan nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at his companions. He understood that with their backing, he could face the pressures of Fishman Island with greater resolve. Upon seeing Nami and Robin, King Neptune and his sons recognized that the situation was no longer easily controllable, temporarily easing the standoff. In that case, let us first go and see Shirahoshi. King Neptune inhaled deeply. Making a concession, under Nojiko's guidance, they ventured into the hard-shell tower, facing the unknown challenges and adventures that awaited them. Princess Shirahoshi, tall and graceful, swayed her long pink fishtail in the water, radiating a soft glow. Her visage was exquisite, her eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom akin to pearls, and her long hair flowed like silk, dancing dreamily with the waves. Her body was adorned with scales of varying shades of pink, each glistening faintly, as if she had emerged from a dream. Shirahoshi's arms were slender and delicate, her fingers adorned with pink scales that sparkled softly. Upon seeing Yi Fan and the others, her heart filled with panic and trepidation. Trembling, she called out her father and brother's names, her eyes reflecting fear and curiosity. "Father, brothers, strangers have come." Her voice trembled, as if startled by the sudden turn of events. She clutched her tail tightly, her body quivering slightly, betraying her fear. Yet amid her trepidation, a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in her gaze as she involuntarily scrutinized Yi Fan and his companions, eager to discern the origins of these unfamiliar figures. Yi Fan and Nami, upon witnessing the magnificent and resplendent form of Princess Shirahoshi, felt an involuntary surge of awe and admiration. They were utterly captivated by the beauty of the creatures that inhabited the underwater world. "Wow, this mermaid is breathtaking," Nami exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Yi Fan, too, found himself drawn to Princess Shirahoshi's ethereal presence. Although it was his first encounter with such a grand mermaid, he managed to maintain a demeanor of composure and courtesy, revealing little astonishment. King Neptune of Fishman Island, upon noticing Yi Fan and his group, immediately spoke. "Please allow this gentleman and his friends to depart. My daughter harbors a certain fear of strangers, and we do not wish to disturb her." His tone conveyed a hint of pleading and concern. Despite being a king endowed with formidable power, Neptune displayed a father's gentleness and protective instinct in the presence of his daughter. He yearned to provide Shirahoshi with a sanctuary, free from external disturbances and harm. Understanding that the road ahead was long, Yi Fan refrained from lingering, leading Noki and the others away, resolved to seek deeper engagement with Fishman Island at a later time. Upon learning of Yi Fan's identity, Neptune's eyes widened in astonishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and then respectfully inquired of Yi Fan, "Lord Yi Fan, what brings you to our Fishman Island? Is there something we can assist you with?" His voice revealed a mix of trepidation and respect. Yi Fan calmly replied, "King Neptune, fret not. I have merely come to claim a territory. With no other intentions towards Fishman Island, I shall oversee matters here in the future, ensuring minimal disruption to your people." His tone was both sincere and resolute. Marco navigated through a throng of unconscious shrimp soldiers and crab generals, his brow furrowing slightly, concern and tension evident in his gaze. He hastened through the chaos, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty streets. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of noises emanating from the direction of the palace. Marco halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. and upon confirming his bearings, he resumed his advance. His expression conveyed urgency and determination, imbued with a sense of responsibility and mission that he frequently glanced around, alert to potential dangers. As he approached the palace, he encountered more fallen shrimp and crab soldiers, intensifying his anxiety. Marco quickened his pace until he reached the palace entrance. What has transpired here? He murmured to himself, anxiety and tension etched on his face. He swiftly surveyed the area, seeking an entrance into the palace. Marco knew that hesitation was not an option. He had to enter the palace promptly to ascertain the situation and take action. Yifan stood within the palace, his gaze sweeping thoughtfully across the surroundings. His expression betrayed no surprise or anxiety. Instead, it radiated a sense of calm and composure. His companions maintained a vigilant stance, their powerful aura unmistakable. King Neptune stood nearby, his countenance grave as he observed Yifan and his companions. He understood their purpose, but exhibited neither panic nor anger, remaining composed and collected. His eyes reflected a profound contemplation and observation, as if assessing the current circumstances and potential developments. Yifan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of their presence. His gaze traversed the palace hall, directed towards Neptune, seemingly conveying an unspoken understanding at that moment. An atmosphere of tension and tranquility enveloped the palace, as if a storm was on the brink of unleashing its fury. Marco, Yifan noted with surprise upon recognizing the 1st Division captain of the White Beard Pirates. What brought him here? Was it due to his claim over Fishman Island? After all, Yifan had just declared it his territory, a fact unbeknownst to the entirety of the pirate world. Some matters necessitate the demonstration of sufficient strength. Yifan's current prowess was beyond question, evidenced by his bounty. What he lacked was a crew of pirates. However, with his burgeoning reputation, a mere gesture would draw numerous pirate crews eager to ally with him. Yet, Yifan had no intention of complicating matters just yet. With the support of the system, he need not worry about lacking formidable allies. With resources in abundance, his subordinates could be summoned from an inexhaustible source, each one exceptional in their own right. Upon Marco's arrival, King Neptune felt a flicker of reassurance. Approaching Yifan, Marco noted that Neptune's family bore no visible injuries. The unconscious fishmen were unharmed and would recover after some rest, having merely succumbed to the shock of Conqueror's Haki. Marco approached Yifan with a solemn and dignified demeanor. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Following the customary gesture, he spoke. Yifan, I'm grateful for your assistance during the Marineford War. Your help is greatly appreciated. Yifan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features, his demeanor friendly and sincere. Captain Marco, it was only right. Under the circumstances, I could not stand idly by. Their conversation was imbued with a sense of camaraderie and understanding, forged through their shared struggles against formidable foes during the Marineford War, establishing a unique bond of trust. Marco nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing Yifan as a person of courage and insight, his gratitude genuine. At that moment, the palace resonated with a harmonious and amicable atmosphere, suggesting that their relationship had been further solidified and deepened. That Marco's words brimmed with trust and endorsement as he addressed King Neptune. Lord Neptune, after this time of acquaintance, I can assure you that Yifan has not caused harm to your fishmen. He is a commendable individual, and with him safeguarding Fishman Island, we can rest easy. Neptune, upon hearing these words, appeared somewhat relieved. He cast a deep glance at Yifan, who stood nearby, and then nodded in agreement. Thus, Marco formally conveyed the decision to entrust the territory of Fishman Island to Yifan, reflecting Whitebeard's wishes. This decision signified a new beginning for Fishman Island, representing a bond of trust and cooperation. A grand celebration ensued on Fishman Island, where merriment thrived as they drank and conversed. The atmosphere filled with joy and camaraderie. They exchanged tales of oceanic exploration, adventures, and future aspirations, their discourse rich with mutual respect and acknowledgement. As the festivities grew lively, King Neptune ordered the immediate preparation of a banquet, insisting on exquisite arrangements. Consequently, the palace bustled with activity, chefs meticulously crafting a variety of delectable dishes, and fishmen eagerly joined in the preparations. hoping to infuse the celebration with even more joy and delight. When the banquet commenced, the tables overflowed with sumptuous cuisine, and drinks were meticulously arranged. Fan, Marco, and other esteemed guests gathered together, savoring the delightful moments. They raised their glasses in a toast, celebrating the friendship and collaboration between Fishman Island and Fan's pirate crew. The entire banquet resonating with laughter and happiness. This celebration marked not only the dawn of a new era, but also a hopeful anticipation for future collaborations. A night fell. Fan had indulged in copious amounts of wine. He had initially intended to leverage the power of the drink for his desires, only to find himself facing the prospect of sleeping on the streets alone. His well-laid plans had gone awry, and regret washed over him. However, those who believed they could ensnare Fan with such trivialities were gravely mistaken. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported himself to Mariewa, the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Arriving at the Lilia Palace, upon seeing Fan, Lilia was filled with joy. "Master, you have arrived." In an instant, she leaped into Fan's embrace, taken aback by the swiftness of his arrival, feeling the warmth of his chest. Fan's heart swelled with joy. Any notions of suppressing him were utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, within the confines of Fishman Island, Nokigao and Nami, along with others, had resolved that none would interfere with Fan that evening, allowing him the space for self-reflection. Their previous encounter with Princess Shirahoshi had revealed a glint of mischief in her eyes, suggesting ulterior motives. Subsequently, Lilia Palace guided him to her treasure chamber, a hidden vault brimming with invaluable treasures. Piled high with gold, silver, jewels, rare artifacts, and antique masterpieces, creating an extraordinarily extravagant spectacle. Upon witnessing this magnificent display, Fan could not help but express his admiration, praising the astonishing collection curated by Lilia Palace. She, in turn, feigned a demure demeanor, eagerly awaiting his compliments and accolades, her gaze fixed upon him with hopeful anticipation for his acknowledgement of her treasures. This scene was steeped in a sense of wonder and mystery. As the two engaged in a delightful and adventurous exchange within the treasure chamber, Fan concentrated, harnessing spatial powers to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, a flash of lightning streaking through space as he instantaneously appeared in the holy land of Mariewa. Specifically in Panga City, his sudden appearance seemed to stir something unusual, particularly in the presence of the sovereign of the world. Residing in the sacred hall amid blossoms, was one of the most enigmatic figures of this holy land, exuding unparalleled majesty and an aura of mystery. When the ripples of Fan's spatial power reached her, her gaze flickered momentarily. She stood there in silence, pondering aloud. Whose power is this? The force of spatial manipulation? Her voice was deep and profound, akin to an elusive power. The atmosphere within the floral expanse of Pangu City was imbued with a mystical yet serene quality. Vast fields of flowers swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance that seemed to whisper ancient legends and tales of guardianship. Dadim's presence only heightened the enigmatic and weighty ambience of the space. Unbeknownst to Fan, and had already sensed him. With a knowing smile, she recognized her own limitations, aware that she could not leave Panga City. Yet, Fan's proactive arrival before her seemed to present an opportunity, a chance to break free from her constraints. Her smile hinted at profound wisdom and political acumen as she contemplated how to leverage the current circumstances to her advantage. Despite her predicament, despair was absent. Instead, a glimmer of hope illuminated her thoughts. Perhaps this was the hand of fate, she mused. I understood that the time had come to take action. Fan's arrival had afforded her a chance, a means to transcend her limitations. Her smile carried a deeper significance, and her eyes sparkled with a cunning light. In that moment, she resolved to seize the initiative, utilizing Fan's power and resources to liberate herself and reclaim her freedom. This smile marked the inception of a strategy, signaling the beginning of an ostensibly tranquil yet unpredictable endeavor. Fan and Lilia Palace continued their profound discourse. Having not seen each other for a day, their absence felt like an eternity. After consolidating all the treasures into the system, they accumulated over 1.3 billion berries. Impressed by Lilia's competence, Yi Fan felt compelled to reward her handsomely. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression sharpened. He keenly sensed a distortion in the surrounding space. As if a formidable force were drawing near, he set aside his current task, scanning the environment warily, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Such abrupt spatial distortions were rare, typically signifying the approach of a powerful entity, possibly an uninvited guest. Rather than act hastily, he chose to remain still, intent on discerning the identity and intentions of the approaching presence. His heightened perception allowed him to detect anomalies swiftly, yet he recognized the wisdom of restraint. The newcomer might not necessarily be hostile. Estelia Palace noticed Yi Fan's sudden stillness. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes. She approached him, inquiring with genuine interest. "What is it? Why have you stopped? Is something amiss?" Yi Fan, absorbed in his observations, did not respond immediately, his brow furrowed in contemplation of something significant. "I sense a disturbance in the fabric of space." He finally spoke, his tone laced with caution. "It is possible that someone is approaching, yet I cannot ascertain the specifics at this moment." Hearing this, Lilia's expression mirrored his vigilance. "Spatial distortion?" she murmured, her gaze growing grave. "This is quite unusual. What should we do?" Yi Fan paused in thought before replying. "Let us remain vigilant and refrain from alarming others. We will ascertain the intentions of this presence before deciding on our course of action." Lilia nodded, understanding that rash actions could provoke greater chaos. Thus, she resolved to heed Yi Fan's counsel. Awaiting further developments, in unison, they maintained their watchful stance, observing the surroundings as they awaited changes in the aura of distortion. Before long, in a nearby area, the distortion intensified, coalescing into a swirling vortex. From within the vortex emerged a woman, her features obscured by a veil of shimmering light, save for her blood-red eyes that emanated an air of mystery. The woman's silhouette hinted at an ancient power that commanded reverence, her attire both ornate and archaic, reminiscent of a bygone era, exuding an otherworldly charm. Both Yi Fan and Lilia felt the weight of her presence. Their alertness heightened. The arrival of this enigmatic woman was no mere coincidence. She bore some ulterior motive for her visit. "Who is she?" Lilia whispered, a mix of curiosity and trepidation in her voice. Despite her status as a celestial dragon, she lacked the standing to know or meet Yi Fan's gaze bore into the mysterious woman, his demeanor grave as an inexplicable pressure settled in his chest. "I cannot say for certain, but her aura is undoubtedly extraordinary," he replied in a low voice. As the mysterious woman exited the vortex, halting at a respectful distance, her gaze fixed upon Yi Fan and Lilia. Silent yet penetrating, her blood-red eyes flickering with an unnameable emotion, as if in search of something. Although aware of the tension in the air, Yi Fan remained unperturbed. He harbored a sense of confidence, fortified by his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, granting him the ability to flee or respond to unforeseen circumstances at will. His demeanor exuded both confidence and ease as he regarded the figure before him, unhesitatingly addressing her with a teasing tone. Is this not him, the sovereign of the celestial dragons? What brings you here so late at night?" His words carried a playful mockery, as if her identity elicited little fear or reverence in him. In stark contrast, Lilia, upon realizing the woman's identity, wore an expression of shock that quickly morphed into one of gravity, tinged with fear. For him, as the ruler of the celestial dragons, wielded unmatched power and authority, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It is entirely understandable that Lilia Gong's astonishment and fear are natural reactions. Upon seeing Yi Fan beside her, a sense of reassurance enveloped her. Perhaps it was Yi Fan's display of confidence and determination that instilled in her a profound sense of security, as if she were under his protection. Him, however, did not respond to Yi Fan's inquiry. Instead, she appeared somewhat taken aback by Lilia Gong's demeanor towards him, dismissively questioning, "By what means did you render her in such a state?" Such tactics, which compelled the proud celestial dragon to willingly become another's servant, were incomprehensible to Yi Fan. He harbored not a shred of trust in the words of his counterpart, knowing well that the Navy had previously pursued him alongside the 7 warlords. Without the orders from the elders and the Navy would never have taken such significant action. Even against the formidable four emperors T that time, Yi Fan was merely a novice. Who has ever witnessed a newcomer treated in such a manner? There must be unseen forces at play behind the scenes, observing his opponent's nonchalance, yet possessing an exceptionally potent observation hockey that allowed her to glimpse into the future. Yi Fan found it absurd to think she could deceive him. With a tone laced with disdain and impatience, he retorted to him, "Who are you? And why should I divulge anything to you?" His indifference to her identity was palpable, as he seemed unwilling to engage in conversation. Upon hearing Yi Fan's response, it maintained her composed facade, but the formidable aura emanating from her was tinged with dissatisfaction and displeasure regarding his retort. As Yi Fan playfully questioned him, her presence surged like a tempest rising from the ocean, exuding an unsettling pressure that was palpable. Her gaze, though frigid, conveyed an undeniable authority and resolve. Her body trembled slightly, as if hinting at the raging inferno of fury within. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive beneath her overwhelming presence. Akin to the foreboding calm before a storm that "I am coldly threatened Yi Fan. You would do well to provide me with a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Her tone radiated an unassailable authority, as if a mere disagreement could unravel the very fabric of the world. That Yi Fan, unwilling to provoke fully aware of her might, opted for the prudent strategy of retreat. He calmly replied, "I am sorry, but I cannot answer that question. I have other matters to attend to." Simultaneously, he recognized that Lilia Gong's identity had been compromised and began contemplating how to ensure her safety in this precarious situation. Resolutely, Yi Fan decided to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to extricate Lilia Gong from this perilous environment and promptly set his plan in motion. He focused his energy, preparing to unleash the power of space. Meanwhile, Im discerned Yi Fan's intentions, realizing his desire to flee. Just as Yi Fan was on the verge of vanishing, Im swung her arm, unleashing a tremendous force that warped and obliterated the surrounding space. Attempting to thwart his escape, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the area, a brilliant light erupting from Im's hand, as the distorted space was utterly torn apart, seemingly freezing time itself for an instant. The air around them appeared to solidify before shattering into countless fragments amidst the violent spatial upheaval. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, the entire region was consumed, the original scene vanishing without a trace. Transformed into an expanse of desolation, the immense energy surged, reshaping all in its wake, and that radiant light swiftly dissipated, plunging everything into darkness. In the maelstrom of this power, Yi Fan and Lilia Gong vanished, their whereabouts becoming a mystery to Im. On the other hand, stood amidst the ruins, her cold gaze sweeping over the debris, seemingly indifferent to the chaos that had just transpired. Upon witnessing Im's arrival, the five elders immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost reverence as they prostrated themselves upon the ground, their foreheads touching the earth in homage to her. Their figures appeared pale and frail amidst the rubble and dust. Yet their respect was overflowing and sincere. They were acutely aware of Im's power and status, of being bearing the title of creator, not to be underestimated. Im said nothing, merely observing the actions of the five elders with an impassive expression, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Her gaze was profound, as if capable of seeing through everything, instilling in the five elders an intangible sense of pressure. The atmosphere grew solemn and weighty, the echoes of the explosion reverberating in the air. The five elders, confronted with Im's expression, felt a twinge of pressure and unease. They understood the mysterious power and stature of this monarch of the world. Thus, even amidst their confusion, they dared not act rashly. They knelt in silence, awaiting Im's command or directives, fully aware that her orders held paramount importance at that moment. The entire ambience was charged with tension and anticipation, as if a tempest were on the brink of breaking. Faced with the desolate ruins, the five elders were consumed by uncertainty and apprehension. They were oblivious to the happenings that had unfolded, yet Im's sudden departure offered them a sense of relief from pressure. Exchanging glances, they silently pondered their next course of action. This once thriving location had now succumbed to devastation. prompting reflections on the capriciousness of fate and the terrifying nature of power. Nevertheless, the five elders recognized the urgency of swift action to mitigate this sudden crisis. Failure to do so could lead to even greater chaos and peril. Upon gathering information, they learned that this was Lilia Gong's domain, and she had subsequently vanished. Yi Fan, filled with trepidation, escorted Lilia Gong back to Fishman Island. His mind brimming with awe and vigilance regarding Im's strength, he had not anticipated the sheer terror of her capabilities, wielding the power of space to obliterate an area in an instant, a power that evoked dread. Yet, he was also aware of her apparent limitation, as she seemed unable to stray far from the holy land of Marioa, her range of movement being restricted. Lilia Gong, however, maintained her composure, despite sensing Im's formidable strength. The presence of Yi Fan beside her alleviated her fear. Yi Fan found himself grappling with the arrangements for Lilia Gong. He knew that should Nami and Nojiko catch sight of her, they would undoubtedly cast him a disapproving glance, leaving him perplexed as to how to manage the situation. Conflicts among women could indeed escalate fiercely, particularly when personal feelings and interests were at stake. Even with his formidable prowess, Yi Fan might still find himself ensnared in the intricacies of female disputes. Noticing Yi Fan's furrowed brow, Lilia Gong inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you? Is there something amiss?" She assumed he was preoccupied with concerns regarding Yi Fan understood that she would not be overly troubled by such matters. Yet his dilemma lay with Nami and the others. "Oh, it is nothing of great significance. Merely some trivial matters occupying my thoughts," he replied. Yi Fan led Lilia Gong to a secluded area, where the serene environment was conducive to rest and contemplation. He informed her that during this time, she could take the opportunity to relax and consider her future plans. Yi Fan expressed his intention to soon introduce her to his companions, including Robin. Lilia Gong felt satisfied with this arrangement. As long as she could remain by Yi Fan's side, she was content with anything. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Luffy commenced his training under Rayleigh, while Yi Fan began to embrace a life of happiness on Fishman Island. The world soon came to realize that Fishman Island now belonged to Yi Fan. A few days later, Yi Fan understood it was time for him to depart once more, intending to journey to Amazon Lily to seek out the Empress Hancock. He also pondered the fate of his death, whom he had sent to the Marineford War to find him, with no sign of her presence, nor of the two giants in the small garden. Yi Fan was aware that if nothing unexpected had occurred, she would have arrived precisely as planned. Without her visibility, he remained in the dark regarding the events that had transpired. Nami exclaimed, "You are leaving again." Her dissatisfaction was evident as she observed Yi Fan preparing to depart after such a brief stay. Nojiko and Robin, standing nearby, shared her sentiment, equally reluctant to see him go. After all, the two had only shared a meal together once in recent days. The fleeting nature of their time together left them unable to settle down. Observing the forlorn expressions of those around him, Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. After all, his ambitions were grand. Such a state of stability was not in his character. "You must understand me. There are numerous matters that demand my attention. Currently, Fishman Island is our territory, but many forces are watching us with keen interest." Yi Fan's words bore a righteous weight, all for the sake of their collective future, leaving no room for doubt among Robin and the others, for Yi Fan was indeed correct in this world. The stakes were high. A bounty of 1.5 billion hung over Yi Fan's head, coupled with the territory of Fishman Island. Many had their eyes set on this lucrative prize as Yi Fan resolved to depart from Fishman Island. Robin and the others revealed their reluctance. They understood that Yi Fan had his own affairs to attend to, yet it was still difficult to part with this bond of friendship. The moment of farewell. They gathered, their expressions grave yet filled with anticipation. Robin spoke gently, "Yi Fan, we will miss you. I hope you can accomplish your mission and return to us soon." Her eyes conveyed deep reluctance and hope. Nami chimed in, "Yes, big brother Yi Fan. If you have the chance, please return to us as soon as possible. We'll be waiting for you." Her smile glistened with unshed tears, yet brimming with hope for the future. Although they all recognized that this separation was for a greater purpose, the pang of parting was undeniable. Vivi was a young woman clad in vibrant red, her long, thick hair cascading over her shoulders. Dancing in a breeze, She possessed a striking visage, her features radiating a sense of determination and yearning, her eyes sparkling with passion and resolve. Tall and elegant, she exuded confidence and poise, her fair skin glowing with health. One could sense a formidable aura surrounding her, as if she harbored untold strength. Her attire reflected her taste and style. The crimson garment accentuated her fervor and vitality while signifying her royal lineage. The exquisite fabric, adorned with golden embellishments, further enhanced her air of luxury and nobility. She strode purposefully towards Fishman Island, her gaze revealing a fervent desire to break free from her constraints. For her, finding Yifan was of paramount importance, and she was willing to go to great lengths to seek liberation and freedom. Just as Yifan prepared to depart, he suddenly felt the pull of blood ties and turned his gaze toward the distance. Noki Gao and the others followed suit, spotting a woman garbed in red approaching them with a smile. It was Princess Vivi, her eyes shimmering with desire and determination that Yifan sensed her presence and felt a flicker of confusion. Yet he was unwilling to let himself be ensnared. Thus he stepped forward to meet her. Vivi, undeterred, walked directly toward Yifan in that moment. The atmosphere on Fishman Island became charged with tension and anticipation. Yifan and his companions were taken aback by Vivi's transformation, their confusion deepening why Yifan was the first to inquire. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Vivi smiled at his question, replying, "I am Vivi. Do you not remember? We have been through so much together." This revelation only served to heighten Yifan and the others' bewilderment as they scrutinized Vivi, seeking familiar traces within her changed appearance. They had yet to recognize her. After all, her once blue hair was now a deep crimson, and her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. Starkly contrasting the vivacity she once embodied, it was through the bond of blood that Yifan ultimately identified her as Vivi. "I have come to find you, and you should know why." To sever this damned bond of Vivi's icy voice echoed through the air, as though frost had brushed against the skin. She spoke of the blood bond, revealing her intention to free herself from Yifan's control. Her calm, yet resolute tone, coupled with her transformed appearance, rendered her more extraordinary than ever. The sensation of having her fate dictated by another left her deeply unsettled. Yifan regarded this unfamiliar Vivi with a mix of curiosity and concern. While her appearance and power had undergone significant changes, her personality now seemed excessively haughty, as if she were a completely different person. He silently speculated, could she have developed a second persona? "You are Vivi?" Yifan ventured cautiously. Vivi fixed him with a cold stare, her voice unwavering. "Indeed, I am Vivi that I wish to break free from the blood bond and escape your control." Yifan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated Vivi's newfound resolve. This transformation caught him off guard, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. In the face of Vivi's change, he chose to remain vigilant. For the bond of blood was no trivial matter. Nami, sensing the tension between Yifan and Vivi, could not help but inquire, "What is happening? Why does the atmosphere feel so off?" Noki Gao, aware of the complexities of Yifan and Vivi's relationship, understood that it was anything but simple. As a member of Yifan's bloodline herself, she grasped the underlying reasons. She gazed intently at Vivi, her own caution unwavering. Yifan, overhearing Nami's curiosity, was relieved that she was unaware of the significance of the blood bond. Robin, too, was intrigued, as this was her first encounter with the term. Yifan's expression turned somber. He inhaled deeply, his tone tinged with seriousness. "It is impossible, Vivi. You know that the bond of blood cannot be easily severed. It would be foolish to think otherwise." The notion of letting a cooked duck fly away was simply too implausible, and it seemed this second persona possessed quite the character. Vivi's countenance darkened at Yifan's words, her gaze piercing as she regarded him, her eyes aflame with determination and resolve. She fell silent, concentrating her energy, her body gradually emanating a potent aura. Her crimson hair billowed in the currents, revealing intricate black patterns that began to emerge, her nails sharpening as if preparing to unleash some formidable power. "Then do not blame me for taking action." Vivi's voice was cold and resolute, laden with disdain for her challenger and a veiled threat. At that moment, her eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, a testament to the strength and determination that came with her vampiric heritage. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Yifan regarded Vivi with a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying a hint of scorn and mockery to him. The bond of blood meant that no matter how powerful she became, she could not inflict any substantive harm upon him. With a derisive smile, he spoke with confidence and authority. Your actions are futile. The blood bond will render you incapable of causing me any harm, and instead, it will lead to your own demise and the loss of your power. Yifan's tone was steady and resolute, unflinching in the face of her threats. His mastery and understanding of the blood bond instilled in him an unwavering confidence that he faced Vivi's challenge with composure and poise. Undeterred by her newfound ferocity, upon hearing Yifan's words, Vivi's expression shifted slightly. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the words spoken by the other party were indeed the truth. A surge of anger and helplessness welled up within her, causing her previously haughty demeanor to dim slightly. Yet it also imbued her with greater resolve that Yifan observed the momentary diminishment of her imposing presence, and a smirk of satisfaction crept across his face as he jested with her. Truly, it felt like a reversal of fate, with all that power emanating from him, and yet she still wished to confront him. When Wei Wei realized that she could not compete with Yifan, she resolved to willingly succumb to slumber, allowing the true Wei Wei to reclaim control of her body. In that instant, her body gradually calmed, her hair and attire returning to their original blue hue, signifying her restoration to her authentic state. As Wei Wei's primary persona regained command over her body, it was as if she found herself within a bewildering dream. Her consciousness felt hazy, akin to being ensnared in a peculiar reverie. Upon reopening her eyes and beholding Yifan and the others, she felt a profound sense of confusion, utterly perplexed by her recent experiences and the abrupt change in the color of her hair and clothing. She endeavored to recall the events that had just transpired, but her mind remained a blank slate, save for an indescribable sense of chaos that Yifan, observing the familiar look of bewilderment on her face, understood the situation. He knew that this before him was the true Wei Wei, while the one from moments ago was her secondary persona. Casting a glance around, Wei Wei, her expression tinged with confusion, inquired, "Why am I here?" Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty and perplexity. She remembered that she had been in Alabasta, where she had taken the lives of many innocents. Then, overwhelmed by the weight of it all, she had lost consciousness, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. Make a long story short, another version of you has emerged within you. She brought you here, and she can be referred to as your secondary persona. Yifan had not anticipated that his initial goodwill would yield such an outcome. However, this predicament was indeed challenging to resolve. Individuals with dual personalities were not uncommon, and they often exhibited extreme behaviors. Wei Wei surveyed her surroundings, marveling at the breathtaking scenery before her. The environment of Fishman Island was uniquely enchanting, with an underwater world bursting with vibrant colors. The coral reefs and a myriad of marine creatures painted a stunning tableau beneath the waves. Is this truly the world beneath the sea? It's so beautiful, she exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she gazed in wonder at this mysterious and beautiful underwater realm. Instantly, she reverted to her previous cheerful and lively self. After reveling in the beauty of the underwater world, she exuberantly hopped about, playfully poking at the surrounding bubbles, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "How lovely! I wish to frolic with the marine creatures here." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and joy for the unknown, as though she were immersed in a fairy tale beneath the waves. During their days on Fishman Island, Nami and Wei Wei fully experienced the wonders of the underwater realm. They first visited the magnificent underwater city, with its towering coral structures, splendid aquariums, and beautifully arranged underwater gardens, all of which conveyed the unique charm of the Fishman civilization. Subsequently, they engaged with the Fishmen, learning about their lifestyle and customs. Wei Wei's fascination with the underwater creatures only deepened as she discovered an array of marvelous marine life during their explorations, from vividly colored tropical fish to massive sea turtles and whale sharks, each species leaving her in awe. Moreover, Nami and Wei Wei participated in the underwater feasts and celebrations hosted on Fishman Island, savoring delectable seafood delicacies and enjoying performances of underwater dances and music, all while basking in the joyous and harmonious atmosphere of the island. Throughout this delightful time, Nami and Wei Wei forged deep friendships with the island's inhabitants and created countless cherished memories. Their adventures in the underwater world enriched their understanding and love for the ocean, leaving them with invaluable experiences and insights as their enchanting time on Fishman Island came to an end. Yifan and Wei Wei embarked on their journey away from the island. The moment of parting, Robin, Nami, and the others gathered, their expressions tinged with reluctance. Nami gently patted Wei Wei's shoulder and said, "Wei Wei, these past few days have been so joyful. Your experiences on Fishman Island must have deepened your understanding of the ocean." Wei Wei nodded with a smile, responding, "Indeed, I have learned so much here and felt the ocean's infinite allure. Thank you all for your care and companionship." Robin brushed away a tear from the corner of her eye, smiling as she said, "Though parting brings a sense of regret, it is also a prelude to a more beautiful reunion." "Wei Wei, I hope to see you again someday," Yifan, casting a determined smile at his companions, declared, "Do not worry. We shall meet again soon. It is time to take Wei Wei home." After exchanging farewells, Yifan and Wei Wei set off, leaving Fishman Island behind as they embarked on a new adventure. Yifan couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for not having won over Shirahoshi before departing the island. After all, she had left him feeling quite powerless. The disparity was simply too great. This led Yifan to ponder whether he should find a devil fruit that would allow her to change size. As night fell, a serene and mysterious atmosphere enveloped the sea. The moonlight spilled over the tranquil surface of the water, illuminating the gentle ripples that danced across it, resembling silver satin unfurling upon the boundless ocean. In the distance, twinkling lights flickered against the night sky, outlining the silhouette of far-off islands and offering a hopeful glimpse into the unknown that a light sea mist drifted across the surface, the thin fog swaying gently in the breeze, adding an air of mystery to the night. Some seabirds soared through the night sky, their faint calls intertwining with the sound of waves lapping against the rocky shore, creating a symphony of the night. On the distant horizon, the moonlight cast a silver beam across the water, resembling a mystical pathway leading into the unknown. The shimmering reflections on the surface seemed to whisper endless tales, inviting one to indulge in reverie. As the night deepened, the scenery on the sea gradually shed the clamor of the day, transforming into a tranquil and enigmatic tableau. This nocturnal domain, shrouded in mystery, appeared as a serene painting, beckoning exploration of its secrets. Indeed, the current situation was also enticing Yifan to uncover its mysteries, gazing at the alluring Wei Wei before him, with only the two of them aboard the ship and the night beckoning rest. He inquired, "What are you planning to do?" As Yifan approached step by step, the blue-haired Wei Wei felt a twinge of fear. His smiling demeanor made her uneasy, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he harbored ulterior motives. After all, why was he in her room at this hour? Yifan spoke softly. "A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection. Back in Alabasta, you were quite—" He trailed off, realizing that some things were better left unsaid. His words reminded Wei Wei of that fateful night they had shared. However, back then, she had acted out of duty to protect her country, a choice made reluctantly. Now, she wished to avoid such entanglements. "I'm going to sleep now. So please leave," she declared, turning her head away as she settled on her bed, effectively issuing an eviction notice. In truth, she felt quite anxious. What if he were to force himself upon her? She was hardly a match for him. Thus, she began to call upon her other persona. "Are you there? There's a situation. Please come out and take control." It must be said that Wei Wei was truly cunning. When faced with a problem, she sought to summon her counterpart. Her conscience was certainly compromised. Unaware of the circumstances, the crimson-haired Wei Wei emerged to find Yifan approaching her, instantly realizing that something was amiss. With her blood-red hair and attire, Yifan was taken aback by her sudden transformation and couldn't resist teasing. "Oh, isn't this the fiercely dominant Wei Wei? Have you come out to assist her?" The irreverent tone was unbearable for her, the queen of vampires, Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a streak of dark crimson light and launched herself at Yifan. Sensing the impending confrontation, Yifan's interest was piqued. Since the battle had commenced, he would not hold back. Grasping her fist with one hand, he rendered Wei Wei immobile. While his speed and strength were slightly superior, he wondered why she even bothered. Did she not recognize her own limitations? Observing her displeasure, Yifan playfully pinched her cheek. Wei Wei, in her red attire, realized she was no match for him, and a desperate plea within her mind, she called out to the blue Wei Wei to take over her body. However, the blue Wei Wei was all too aware of the situation and steadfastly refused to comply. As night fell, the tranquil surface of the sea lay still. The moon gradually ascended, casting its silvery glow. Yet at that moment, a thin veil of clouds drifted by, like delicate gossamer, gradually enveloping the radiant moonlight. The moon appeared akin to a bashful maiden, retreating shyly behind the clouds as they drew nearer. As the density of the clouds increased, the moonlight dimmed, and the reflections on the water became increasingly obscure. The once clear beams of moonlight were obscured, casting indistinct patches of light, while the shimmering waves were swallowed by the hazy night. In the early morning, the sun spilled its golden rays upon the sea, turning it into a dazzling expanse, reminiscent of countless jewels sparkling within the waters. The surface glistened with ripples, each wave resembling a golden ribbon. Shimmering in the dawn light, the gentle breeze brushed across the sea, stirring a thin layer of mist, softening and warming the golden sunlight. The entire sea was enveloped in a golden glow, reflecting a scene of tranquility and beauty that was invigorating to behold. Yifan felt exceptionally elated, his spirits lifted. Though there were those who were disobedient, they ultimately conformed it. Why Yifan escorted Wei Wei to Alabasta, feeling a slight sense of relief. The recent adventures and uncertainties had drained him, and now, having safely returned Wei Wei to her home, he exhaled a sigh of relief. To the port of the Alabasta kingdom, Yifan bid farewell to Wei Wei. She gazed at him with a mixture of gratitude and reluctance in her eyes, and said, "Thank you, Yifan, for helping me break free from the shackles of my lineage." Yifan smiled and shook his head, replying, "No need for thanks. It was my duty. Take care of yourself, and don't let those constraints bind you again." Wei Wei nodded, her expression firming. "I will. Thank you for your blessings. I hope to see you again in the future." After parting ways with Wei Wei, Yifan commenced his journey back to AS for the events of the previous night. They were easily dismissed, for she was not involved. His solitary voyage to Daughter Island was not particularly lengthy, yet it brimmed with anticipation and contemplation that on the vessel, he stood at the railing, gazing out at the azure sea and the distant sky, filled with hopes and challenges for the future. Hidden within the vastness of the ocean lay a mysterious and unique island known as Amazon Lily. This island, inhabited solely by women, was home to a fierce matriarchal warrior tribe known as the Nine Snakes. Renowned for their bravery and wisdom, the scenery of Amazon Lily was picturesque, with vibrant lilies blooming in every corner, adding an air of mystique and beauty to the land. The architectural style of the island exuded an ancient and enigmatic charm, as if narrating tales of yore. The inhabitants lived simply yet happily, relying on abundant natural resources and their ingenuity to forge a unique and harmonious society. They were courageous and resolute, adept at navigating the tumultuous seas to safeguard their homeland and the dignity of their people. In the calm of the doldrums, the sea appeared tranquil and desolate, a placid expanse devoid of rolling waves or gentle breezes, with only distant clouds drifting lazily. However, with Yifan's arrival, this serene sea was on the cusp of monumental transformation. Focusing his energy, he began to unleash his ice magic. Raising his staff, he recited an incantation, and as his voice reverberated through the air, the temperature plummeted, forming a thin layer of ice upon the water surface. As his magic surged, the ice thickened, blanketing the entire sea with a solid sheet. The ice crystals shimmered with a pale blue light, dazzling under the moon's glow. The surface was pristine, as smooth as a mirror, resembling a colossal ice pane resting upon the sea. Standing upon this icy expanse, Yifan moved gracefully, the ice crackling beneath his feet, producing a melody as sweet as music. Around him, The previously calm waters of the doldrums became encrusted with snow and ice, the seawater beneath freezing into pillars and blocks. These ice formations sparkled like silver in the moonlight, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding icy landscape, creating a wondrous spectacle of frost. Ye Fan's ice magic not only froze the sea, but also laid a sturdy path of ice for him to traverse unhindered. This manifestation of ice transformed the formerly serene waters into a realm of mystery and grandeur, as though he had stepped into a kingdom of snow and ice. The powerful magic wielded by Yi Fan did not merely affect the surface of the sea. It also precipitated a dramatic drop in the surrounding temperature. The once tranquil doldrums began to chill, the icy grip extending rapidly, enshrouding the area in frost. Above the surface, the clouds crystallized in the frigid air, gently descending like nature's response to Yi Fan's prowess. The sharp decline in temperature rendered the environment bitterly cold, as thin sheets of ice began to form, gradually transforming the landscape into a silver-white world of ice and snow. This vast transformation turned the previously tranquil waters into an instant kingdom of frost, akin to an enchanted fairy tale. Yi Fan's power was manifest not only on the sea, but also influenced the weather, affecting the entire environment. This formidable display showcased Yi Fan's remarkable skill in ice magic, compelling admiration for his strength and mastery. The guards of Daughter Island, while patrolling the waters, were suddenly struck by the spectacle of the frozen sea, halting in awe at the sight before them. They had never witnessed such a grand scale of ice encasement. Even the once warm sunlight was subdued beneath the frost, plunging the entire region into a state of freeze. The guards, incredulous, gazed at the extraordinary scene, their expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes, questioning their own perception. However, upon confirming that this was no illusion, they swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried to report their findings to Empress Boa Hancock. The guards rushed into the palace, their faces a mix of urgency and excitement, making their way to Boa Hancock to respectfully announce, "Your Majesty, just now, a pirate from outside has utilized powerful ice magic to freeze the sea." Walking directly across the surface towards Daughter Island, Boa Hancock sat regally upon her throne, her tall and slender figure poised with an air of dignity, reminiscent of a majestic statue. Her elegantly crossed legs showcased her exquisite physique, while her slightly tilted waist accentuated her alluring curves. Cascading golden locks adorned her shoulders, styled in an intricate updo that, coupled with her noble demeanor, rendered her presence utterly untouchable. Draped in a resplendent Qipao-inspired garment, the fitted cut highlighted her flawless silhouette, the design of the dress emphasizing her stately and graceful aura. Golden serpentine earrings dangled just below her ears, shimmering subtly, complementing her attire and underscoring her noble status and refined taste. Against the backdrop of her throne, Boa Hancock's stature exuded an undeniable authority and grace, her countenance radiating confidence and an icy demeanor, her deep, indifferent gaze seemingly concealing boundless power and wisdom. She sat with a steady elegance, akin to a queen commanding all, instilling a sense of reverence in those around her. The slight shift in her expression belied her otherwise calm and composed demeanor as she inquired, "Is there further intelligence regarding this pirate? What are his intentions?" The guard responded respectfully, "Your Majesty, according to eyewitness accounts, this pirate possesses remarkable skill and appears to wield formidable strength. As for his intentions, they remain unclear, though his actions do not seem malicious." Resembling more a simple journey to Amazon Lily. Upon hearing the guard's report, Boa Hancock pondered for a moment before decisively instructing, "Immediately notify the guards of all islands to elevate their alert levels and ensure the safety of Amazon Lily. I shall personally investigate this pirate." The guard bowed respectfully before swiftly departing to execute her orders, while Boa Hancock strode purposefully outward, her eyes gleaming with determination and cold resolve, prepared to confront the unknown challenge ahead. Boa Sandersonia was characterized by her verdant long hair and an oversized head, donned in a green bikini, complemented by a green long sock and high-heeled boots on her left leg. Boa Marigold, with her orange locks and plump physique, had transformed drastically from her previously slender form, as stated by the author Eiichiro Oda. having consumed sumo hot pot to gain strength post her liberation from the celestial dragons. The two sisters trailed closely behind Hancock, their shared tragic past forging an unbreakable bond, ensuring unwavering support for any decision she made. As the guards witnessed the Empress's approach, a palpable aura of power enveloped the scene. Boa Hancock's presence instantly commanded solemnity, each step resonating as if treading upon the hearts of her adversaries, her confident and aloof gaze instilling an invisible pressure. The guards parted the way, bowing respectfully and retreating in a disciplined manner, acutely aware that the Empress's arrival signified the onset of significant matters, her elevated demeanor foreshadowing a grave and solemn encounter. Leading the guards to the edge of Amazon Lily, Hancock's gaze fell upon the frozen sea, a wave of astonishment washing over her. She had anticipated the distant ocean, yet was met with this startling sight, rendering her speechless. Standing before the icy expanse, her eyes sparkled with disbelief. Memories of past encounters surged within her, particularly thoughts of Admiral Akiji, a formidable opponent who often evoked feelings of challenge and pressure. She understood the exceptional prowess of the Navy's admiral. Should they discover the frozen state of Amazon Lily, a large-scale assault would undoubtedly ensue. Was this the work of Akiji? Were they coming to attack us? A hint of anxiety and concern seeped into her tone as she recognized the terrifying nature of the Navy, especially the catastrophic consequences should they set their sights on Amazon Lily. The guards mirrored her tension, their eyes fixated on the frozen sea, seemingly poised to confront an impending crisis. Boa Hancock and her guards stood in a state of heightened alert, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with anticipation. This once tranquil and serene Amazon Lily now appeared shrouded in an ominous pall, a crisis encroaching silently. Upon spotting Yi Fan on the icy surface, Hancock's curiosity deepened, but a flicker of wariness crossed her features. For this enigmatic figure had previously displayed formidable strength during the Marineford War, leaving her unable to discern his true intentions. She pondered, what purpose could he possibly have in visiting Amazon Lily? Yi Fan, what brings you here? Her voice carried a hint of coldness, refraining from signaling her guards to take action, yet clearly exhibiting a cautious demeanor towards this sudden arrival. The guards likewise remained vigilant, their eyes glinting with caution and readiness. While Yi Fan stood on the ice, his expression relaxed and amiable, devoid of hostility. He raised a hand in greeting towards Boa Hancock and the guards, his tone imbued with a casual lightness. Aha, Hancock, I've merely come to enjoy a visit and appreciate the beauty of Amazon Lily. His cheerful and carefree demeanor seemed to disregard the surrounding tension, presenting himself as though he were merely a guest visiting a friend rather than an intruder. Hancock and the guards, upon hearing Yi Fan's explanation, felt a slight release of tension, yet remained on guard, fully aware that this unexpected visitor's strength was still an unknown factor. Boa Hancock smiled subtly, a teasing lilt in her voice. Oh, so you come merely for leisure? It seems the reputation of Amazon Lily precedes us. Her smile and tone conveyed an air of playful mockery, while her vigilance towards Yi Fan remained intact. In this delicate atmosphere, Yi Fan appeared increasingly at ease, as if he were simply here to unwind. Boa Hancock addressed him with a smile. Mr. Yi Fan, Amazon Lily traditionally does not welcome male visitors. This realm is a sanctuary for women, and the presence of men may disrupt our harmony and tranquility. I trust you understand this and will depart swiftly. Her tone, though gentle, exuded a firmness and resolve that articulated Amazon Lily's stance towards male intrusions, her gaze carrying a subtle warning that he should not linger too long. Yi Fan met Boa Hancock's stance with unwavering determination, responding with a smile. Empress Hancock, I have not come merely for a casual visit. I wish to discuss something of great importance with you. His tone resonated with conviction and confidence, indicating that he was not one to be easily deterred. He was aware of his purpose and would not retreat simply due to her refusal. Faced with Yi Fan's resolute demeanor, a flicker of displeasure crossed Hancock's face. Unaccustomed to male intrusions into Amazon Lily, she was reluctant to engage with them. Thus, she resolved to assert her position through action. Since you refuse to leave, then prepare to accept my fist, Boa Hancock declared coldly, an aura of formidable power emanating from her. Her eyes gleamed with determination and decisiveness, suggesting she had no intention of holding back. At this moment, the guards of Amazon Lily also shifted into battle-ready stances, clearly responding to the Empress's command, their gazes revealing seriousness and vigilance. The confrontation was imminent. Boa Hancock gathered her strength, lightly touching her lips with her fingers. A sweet aura enveloping her surroundings. Her eyes sparkled with resolute determination as they locked onto Yi Fan. Suddenly, her arm drew back, akin to an archer preparing to release an arrow at a massive heart-shaped object. Radiating a pink luminescence, materialized in her palm. Without hesitation, she unleashed this entity. The heart-shaped object burst forth in the air, transforming into a barrage of pink arrows that swiftly propelled towards Yi Fan. Each arrow possessed astonishing speed and exuded potent pink energy, each embodying the power of Boa Hancock's sweet fruit. Whether in body or spirit, those struck by these arrows shall succumb to a fate of petrification. In the gaze of Boa Hancock, a resolute determination shimmered, as she resolved to subdue her opponent with this skill, unflinchingly showcasing her majesty and power as the pirate empress, while Yi Fan sensed the formidable rain of arrows unleashed by Boa Hancock. A flicker of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Yet confronted by this impending peril, he did not falter. Rather, he summoned forth an overwhelming force, an aura, profound and regal, began to surge around him, a manifestation of the conqueror's haki. At that moment, the space surrounding him appeared to solidify, an intangible oppression enveloping the scene. He raised his arm, silently releasing his potent conqueror's haki. This momentum surged forth like a torrent, instantly shattering and dispersing the pink arrows released by Boa Hancock into countless specks of dust that danced away in the wind. Yi Fan's expression remained tranquil, yet his eyes betrayed an indomitable authority and strength, as though he were the sovereign of these waters. No challenge could waver his resolve or might. The outcome of this battle was already evident. How now? Do you comprehend what must be done? Yi Fan gazed at his adversary. Faced with the astonishing conqueror's haki emanating from Yi Fan, Boa Hancock's countenance revealed disbelief, her eyes betraying a mixture of astonishment and reverence. All onlookers, including the guards and other residents of Amazon Lily, collectively inhaled sharply. They beheld the powerful aura radiating from Yi Fan, perceiving him as a monstrous entity, far beyond their imagination and expectations. The pressure of his conqueror's haki instilled in them an irresistible sense of power, rendering them as insignificant as ants before a giant. The sense of awe rose within them, and regarding Yi Fan's strength and presence. Any thoughts of doubt or challenge dissipated, leaving only admiration and respect for this formidable being. Indeed, Amazon Lily upholds strict regulations prohibiting the entry of men. Boa Hancock steadfastly clung to this principle, as it represented not only her personal will, but also the traditions and regulations of Amazon Lily. The origins of such rules may be steeped in a rich history and cultural heritage, safeguarding the unique status and rights of the women on the island. In the face of the formidable conqueror's haki, fear was not the only response. It also elicited respect and acknowledgement for the customs and traditions upheld. They understood that these regulations existed for profound reasons, and in the presence of a powerful figure like Yi Fan, the necessity and importance of these rules became even more apparent. Though Boa Hancock and her companions felt trepidation, they remained resolute in defending the regulations of Amazon Lily, unwavering in their commitment. This loyalty to tradition and adherence to rules also reflected a respect and protection of their own culture and values. Boa Hancock, Yi Fan, you are indeed a formidable opponent. I sense the conqueror's haki within you. Yet, this is Amazon Lily, where men are forbidden to enter. Even in the face of your strength, I cannot contravene the island's regulations. Yi Fan, haha, I appreciate your steadfastness, Empress Boa Hancock. However, this does not impede my quest for certain matters, and I harbor no ill intent. There is no necessity for conflict between us. Boa Hancock, I regret to inform you, Yi Fan, that this is not merely my resolve, but that of Amazon Lily. Regardless of your intentions for being here, men cannot remain. I shall employ every means at my disposal to uphold the island's regulations. Even if you are stronger than I. Yi Fan. Very well. Since you are so resolute, let us engage in a spar. but please trust that I do not wish to harm Amazon Lily. I seek only some information. Boa Hancock, I understand your words, yet I cannot retreat. Let us commence. This exchange illustrates Boa Hancock's unwavering adherence to the regulations of Amazon Lily while also reflecting her serious attitude towards her identity and responsibilities. Although both parties are formidable, it does not hinder their mutual respect and confrontation that a steadfast glimmer shone in Boa Hancock's eyes. She recognized this as her final stand against the powerful adversary. Fan on Amazon Lily. She fixed her gaze upon him, her fingers gently brushing her lips. In that instant, a small, peach-hued, heart-shaped entity coalesced, resembling a diminutive pink pearl suspended upon her fingertip. Subsequently, Boa Hancock aimed this heart-shaped entity like a bullet, her fingers serving as the barrel, targeting Fan with a look of determination and resolve. A powerful aura emanated from her, akin to the foreboding signs of an impending tempest. She smiled faintly, as if victory in this battle was already assured. Then, she swiftly pulled the trigger, causing the peach-hued, heart-shaped entity to erupt in a dazzling radiance, shooting forth like a brilliant star, hurtling towards Fan. The bullet of this kiss gun traveled at extraordinary speed, leaving Fan scarcely time to react. He beheld the heart-shaped entity soaring toward him, imbued with immense pressure, as if it sought to pierce through all obstacles. The entire scene seemed to freeze, with only the swiftly approaching kiss gun glittering alluringly, resembling an incredible gem. Boa Hancock's gaze brimmed with confidence and resolve, awaiting the moment this kiss gun might strike its mark and petrify its target before her. As if a divine decree, it tore through all laws, neutralizing the assault from Boa Hancock. The kiss gun raced forth, the peach-hued entity slicing through the air. Yet at that moment, the red conqueror's haki, enveloping Fan, writhed as if alive. Forming an unassailable barrier, the pink radiance of the kiss gun collided with the crimson lightning, emitting a piercing hum, as two formidable forces clashed in the Fan's form appeared as a bolt of red lightning. Radiating blinding brilliance, his gaze fixed upon Boa Hancock, revealing an unyielding resolve. Under his command, the red lightning began to spread forth, charging toward the kiss gun with an unstoppable momentum. The red lightning, imbued with unparalleled destructive power, struck the kiss gun, producing a dazzling explosion of sparks. The red energy completely engulfed the pink radiance of the kiss gun, akin to a colossal crimson wave swallowing the diminutive projectile. The battlefield fell into a hush, with only the lingering echoes resonating. Fan stood there, maintaining his composed demeanor, while Boa Hancock was left astounded, unable to fathom that Fan had effortlessly countered her ultimate technique. This confrontation had already revealed the invincible might of the conqueror's haki. Fan appeared before Boa Hancock like a flash of red lightning, his gaze reflecting admiration for the beautiful figure before him. The strength of the Pirate King manifested not only in combat, but also in his sensitivity and appreciation for beauty. He gazed upon Boa Hancock, his eyes sparkling with a unique light, as if he were admiring a work of art. The red lightning encircled his form, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. Yet at that moment, this grandeur was infused with a hint of tenderness. His gaze lingered upon Boa Hancock, meticulously observing her every detail, as if savoring a fine vintage. Boa Hancock sensed Fan's gaze upon her, stirring something within her heart. She had long heard of Fan's conqueror's haki, yet at this moment, she felt an additional allure emanating from him. That it was a distinct charm, not solely derived from strength, but rather a unique temperament and the beauty perceived in his eyes. Fan's admiration was not frivolous. It was imbued with respect and appreciation. In these waters, beauty was not merely an external display, but an emanation from within. At this moment, an unspoken understanding seemed to blossom between Fan and Boa Hancock, transcending mere confrontation, evolving into mutual recognition and admiration. A peculiar sentiment swelled within Boa Hancock, a burgeoning fondness for Fan. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, as Fan's actions evoked memories of her own past. In her youth, she had been enslaved by the celestial dragons, bearing an indelible mark upon her back, a perpetual reminder of her shame and yearning for freedom. She was acutely aware of the celestial dragon's cruelty and arrogance, their authority instilling fear in all that this moment. Someone dared to challenge the authority of the celestial dragons, leaving Boa Hancock utterly astonished. This individual had the audacity to oppose the celestial dragons, and such bravery and determination filled her with admiration. Perhaps this was precisely what she had long anticipated, someone capable of confronting those arrogant celestial dragons. Fighting for the freedom and dignity of the oppressed, a warm sensation stirred within Boa Hancock, and she began to harbor a certain fondness for Yi Fan. The actions of this pirate king ignited within her a glimmer of hope and courage, evoking a unique sentiment. Perhaps it was destiny's design that brought them together in these waters, with each of their existences becoming a source of strength and support for the other. Boa Hancock resolved to temporarily cease hostilities. She recognized that no matter how powerful she was, she could not defeat the pirate king before her. She extended an invitation to Yi Fan, asking him to visit Amazon Lily. This was an extraordinary invitation, as the island was traditionally closed to men. However, Boa Hancock understood the significance and uniqueness of this pirate king. With a smile, she remarked, "Yi Fan, I greatly admire your courage and resolve. As the Empress of Amazon Lily, I wish to invite you to explore our island. Though this contravenes our rules, I believe you will comprehend that your displayed strength and conviction have endeared you to me. Please follow me and allow me to show you the remarkable aspects of Amazon Lily." Her tone conveyed a blend of respect and curiosity, brimming with anticipation for this pirate king from the outside world, that Yi Fan felt gratified by Boa Hancock's understanding and acceptance of his stance. He realized that avoiding conflict was preferable, thus sparing them both unnecessary strife and harm. Nodding in agreement, he followed Boa Hancock into Amazon Lily, prepared to explore this mysterious and unique locale. The other guards observed the interaction between Boa Hancock and Yi Fan with supportive attitudes. They were well aware of the island's rules regarding men, yet they fully trusted the Empress's judgment. They expressed their approval of Boa Hancock's decision and pledged their unwavering support for any choice she made. This atmosphere of unity and support made the entire guard of Amazon Lily appear more cohesive and formidable. Boa Hancock commenced the tour of Amazon Lily with Yi Fan. First, she led him into a unique sea of flowers, where a myriad of blossoms flourished in vibrant colors, their fragrances wafting through the air, contrasting beautifully against the azure waters, akin to a paradise. She introduced Yi Fan to the characteristics and legends of the various flowers, deepening his understanding of the cultural heritage of Amazon Lily. Next, they arrived at the palace area, where the architectural style was distinctive, merging classical and modern elements. The elaborately carved beams and the plethora of decorations left Yi Fan in awe. Boa Hancock recounted the history of Amazon Lily and the royal lineage, providing him with deeper insights into the island's political structure and cultural traditions. Subsequently, they ventured into the artistic district, showcasing the artistic talents of the island's inhabitants. With paintings, sculptures, and handicrafts that displayed the creativity and aesthetic sensibilities of the locals. Boa Hancock explained the stories and meanings behind these works, allowing him to experience the unique charm of the island's artistic ambience. Finally, they reached the beach, where the fine white sand, crystal clear waters, and azure sky created an idyllic coastal landscape. Boa Hancock and Yi Fan relished the sunshine and sea breeze, admiring the distant ocean view and the nearby palm trees. Immersing themselves in the natural beauty and tranquil atmosphere of Amazon Lily. This entire tour provided Yi Fan with a profound understanding and appreciation of Amazon Lily, filling him with curiosity and respect for the island. During his stay, which lasted several days, he felt no urgency to depart, as he harbored his own ambitions that required time to fulfill. Throughout his days on the island, he frequently spent time with Boa Hancock, and their conversations fostered a rapid deepening of their bond. They explored various attractions together, indulging in the island's unique culinary delights and cultural experiences. Each evening, as night fell, Yi Fan would stroll along the beach with Boa Hancock, engaging in heartfelt conversations and sharing their respective stories and experiences. Yi Fan admired Boa Hancock's strength and bravery, while she, in turn, respected his displayed power and determination. They participated in the island's celebratory events and cultural festivals, Immersing themselves in the distinctive cultural atmosphere of Amazon Lily, as they engaged in these activities, their relationship grew increasingly intimate, and their understanding of one another deepened. Although Yifan recognized that he could not remain on Amazon Lily indefinitely, the time spent together instilled within him a profound affection for the island and its people, that he understood that no matter what transpired in the future, Amazon Lily and Boa Hancock would forever hold a place in his heart. Becoming an integral part of his memories, Boa Hancock, a tall and stunning woman, possessed enchanting long hair, as dark as night and smooth to the touch, exuding a subtle sheen. Her forehead was slightly broad, with graceful contours, and her arched brows hinted at confidence and composure. Her deep-set eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake, sparkling with wisdom and resolve, their slight upward tilt imparting a sense of allure. Her nose was elegantly defined, with gently flaring nostrils that accentuated her facial structure. Her soft, rosy lips were slightly upturned, radiating an innate charm. The contours of her chin were long and well-defined, exuding determination and decisiveness. Boa Hancock's physique was flawless, with graceful yet powerful curves, her skin smooth and fair as snow, emanating a subtle fragrance. Her attire, reminiscent of a cheapao, accentuated her graceful figure, with every detail reflecting her nobility and elegance. She exuded an aura of inviolable presence that inspired awe and admiration. Her beauty was not merely superficial. It stemmed from the inner strength and resilience she possessed. Such was Boa Hancock, an undeniably captivating woman. Yifan felt that his time on Amazon Lily had sufficiently elapsed, and it was time to depart. He knew he was not easily swayed by mere beauty. While he appreciated Boa Hancock's allure, he remained resolute and undistracted. He was acutely aware of his goals and responsibilities, unwilling to forsake important matters for fleeting pleasures. After a few joyful days spent with Boa Hancock, he made the decision to bid farewell to Amazon Lily and continue his journey. He understood that there were more pressing matters that required his attention, and he could not afford to delay further. Despite the cherished memories he would leave behind, the sense of duty in his heart compelled him to embark on his departure. A flicker of reluctance crossed Boa Hancock's eyes as she softly inquired, "Yifan, are you truly leaving? I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together, and I wish we could spend more time together." Yifan smiled gently in response. "I apologize, for Amazon Lily is a beautiful and mysterious place that I am truly grateful for your hospitality and companionship. However, I have unfinished business that I must attend to. I cannot afford to linger any longer." Boa Hancock nodded in understanding, saying, "I know you have your responsibilities and mission. I won't pressure you to stay. I will simply miss you." Yifan gently patted Boa Hancock's shoulder, assuring her, "We will meet again, I believe. Take care of yourself. Amazon Lily will forever reside in my heart." They exchanged smiles, and although parting was imminent, the friendship and understanding they shared would endure. Ultimately, Yifan turned to leave, leaving behind the gentle silhouette of Boa Hancock swaying in the wind. Standing at the edge of Amazon Lily, Yifan gazed out at the vast sea, filled with emotion that he took a deep breath, centered himself, and began to wield his formidable ice magic. Cold air surged forth, frost rapidly crystallizing as the ocean surface transformed into a frozen expanse under his command. The chilling atmosphere enveloped him, and the sea gradually solidified into a vast, icy plain. With a light leap, Yifan stepped onto the ice, moving with the swiftness of lightning as he ventured toward the distant New World. The New World, a realm teeming with powerful individuals, where only the truly strong could survive. Yifan's heart brimmed with a thirst for the unknown and a passion for the challenges ahead. He believed in his strength and resolve, confident that he could carve out a place for himself in this daunting new world. The ice creaked beneath his feet as the sea breeze howled past him. Yet Yifan's gaze remained resolute and unwavering. He understood that the path ahead was still long and arduous. However, he had prepared himself to confront any challenges that lay in wait. Boa Hancock watched Yifan's departing silhouette, her eyes betraying a hint of deep affection and reluctance. She was acutely aware of her tumultuous past with the celestial dragons, a burden she bore heavily. Yet, within Yifan's eyes, she perceived no trace of disdain or aversion. Instead, she found an abundance of understanding and tenderness. The wind caressed her flowing hair, mingling with the faint brine of the sea, and in her gaze sparkled the glimmers of the waves, as if her heart too was gently brushed by the soft sea breeze. The other's tolerance and acceptance enveloped her in an inexplicable warmth and reassurance, reminding her that she was not alone, for she had a partner who could comprehend and support her. Silently, she prayed for his safety and success, quietly observing the figure that receded further into the horizon. Only when that figure vanished completely from her sight did she slowly turn, embarking on her return journey, her heart filled with reflections and hopes for the future. A SE fan ventured towards the new world. He encountered an unforeseen confrontation. A pirate crew swept across the waters, their captain a formidable figure, a stone man who had consumed the stone fruit. This captain possessed a unique ability to transform his body into unyielding rock, becoming an immovable bastion of defense. A SE fan's ship approached. The pirate crew immediately issued a challenge, showing no mercy to any vessel that dared to intrude upon their territory. The captain stood at the prow of his ship, his body gradually hardening, resembling a towering rock sculpture, exuding an aura of indomitable might. YE Fan's crew felt a tremor of anxiety. They were oblivious to the enemy's strength, yet Yi Fan remained composed. He recognized that he faced a fruit user, one endowed with defensive capabilities, the stone fruit. In such circumstances, he understood the necessity for caution, to seek out the opponent's vulnerabilities and employ the most effective tactics. The captain bellowed at Yi Fan's ship, "Who are you to dare intrude upon our domain? Prepare to meet your demise." His tone was aggressive, as if victory were already in his grasp. Yi Fan stood at the ship's bow, meeting the captain's gaze with unwavering resolve and calmness, that he knew that this battle was unavoidable. Yet he had faith in his own strength and experience to navigate this crisis. A subordinate stood beside the captain, boastingly introducing, "Our captain is Greywa Stone Fist. His bounty is no trifling matter, a staggering 30 million berries. You unwelcome guests shall pay dearly for entering our territory." His words dripped with arrogance, as though he foresaw Yi Fan's imminent defeat. Yi Fan regarded this subordinate with a mere glance, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. At a bounty of 30 million berries was not particularly remarkable within the pirate world, yet was sufficient to entice many a greedy soul to this crew. Greywa Stone Fist, incensed by Yi Fan's contemptuous expression, roared and brandished his fists, ready to unleash the formidable power of his stone fruit. Gathering energy within, his stone fists morphed into a colossal rock fist. Hurtling towards Yi Fan, a glimmer of indifference passed through Yi Fan's eyes as he fearlessly met the stone fist's advance. Surrounding him was an aura of conqueror's haki, and with a single punch, he unleashed a forceful surge that coalesced into a crimson lightning bolt, colliding with the immense rock fist. The thunderous impact resonated across the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. Yi Fan's strike shattered the stone fist's assault, sending the captain's form hurtling backward, plunging into the depths of the ocean. The remaining members of the pirate crew gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how their captain's seemingly invincible fruit ability had been so effortlessly vanquished by an outsider. Fear and disbelief gripped them. Yi Fan did not linger. His cold gaze swept over the crew as he turned to depart. The overwhelming display of his might instilled an inescapable pressure upon all present, leaving them in awe of this pirate captain hailing from the New World. The kingdom of Dress Rosa, a bastion of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, a factory for the production of artificial zoan-type devil fruits named Smile, was established, ruling over the entire realm. With golden hair, clad in sunglasses, a flamboyant pink feathered coat, and cropped trousers, he was accustomed to wearing pointed shoes as a celestial dragon. His ambition was to drag the lofty celestial dragons down into the abyss. Thus, he had amassed a reputation for nefarious deeds, aligning himself with the Yonko Kaido to leverage his power. Since witnessing Yi Fan's prowess during the Marineford War, Doflamingo had been contemplating an alliance with him. The fact that Yi Fan dared to confront the celestial dragons was pivotal. He was not one to cower in fear. Near the coastal line of Dress Rosa, one of Doflamingo's subordinates hurriedly arrived to report an incursion, stating that they had dispatched personnel to expel the intruders. However, to everyone's astonishment, the expulsion team was swiftly routed before the intruders, leaving the subordinates in shock and disbelief. Seated upon his grand throne, Don Quixote Doflamingo, raised an eyebrow in suspicion, his expression turning intrigue. As the sovereign of Dress Rosa, he found it hard to believe such a defeat could occur. Who is so audacious as to run rampant in my territory? Doflamingo furrowed his brow, filled with indignation and fury. His voice was authoritative and chilling, as if proclaiming his dominion to the world. The subordinates exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. The strength of the intruder surpassed their expectations, effortlessly dismantling their elite forces, leaving them feeling utterly dejected and humiliated. Mobilize all elite forces at once. I shall personally investigate, Doflamingo commanded, resolute in his intention to resolve the matter himself. Upon Yi Fan's arrival in Dress Rosa, his presence immediately captured the attention of various individuals. A subordinate adorned in opulent attire approached with a scornful and haughty grin. Addressing Yi Fan, "Oh, which little shrimp has leapt aboard our ship of the Night Dancer?" Yi Fan's expression remained unchanged, his gaze cold and firm as he replied, "I am Yi Fan, here to discuss matters with Don Quixote Doflamingo." The subordinate's arrogance only intensified, mockingly retorting, "Oh, Yi Fan, I've heard you are nothing but a jester. Come here to beg for some coins to play with?" Ha ha ha. His words dripped with provocation and disdain. Why Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly, yet he maintained his composure as he replied solemnly, "Please show some respect. I am not here for frivolity. Now, inform Doflamingo that I have important matters to discuss." However, the subordinate scoffed, "Oh, you have important matters to discuss. Do you think someone like you is worthy of an audience with our captain? How laughable!" His words were laced with contempt and derision. A glint of cold fury flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He had reached his limit. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of hockey that sent the subordinate flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The other subordinates, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror, realizing they had encountered an adversary far beyond their reckoning. Yi Fan stood resolute, his eyes glinting with a ruthless light, awaiting Doflamingo's arrival. Don Quixote Doflamingo entered the scene and laid eyes upon Yi Fan. The wariness in his gaze was almost palpable. He had not anticipated that the troublemaker would be Yi Fan, leaving him internally astonished. Yet a nearby subordinate, lacking wisdom, impulsively stepped forward to stoke the flames, claiming Yi Fan was causing a ruckus and urging Doflamingo to swiftly resolve the situation. Doflamingo frowned, a flicker of discontent and ire crossing his features. He understood that in such circumstances, impulsiveness would only exacerbate the issue. He raised his hand to halt the subordinate's actions, signaling for silence. "Calm down," Doflamingo said to his subordinate, his tone exuding calm authority. The subordinates exchanged glances but complied with Doflamingo's wishes, retreating to the side to quietly observe the unfolding situation. Doflamingo gazed intently at Yi Fan, awaiting his response, instead of replying to Yi Fan's words. Doflamingo made a sudden move, kicking one of his subordinates away with force. This unexpected action left the onlookers in shock, as the subordinate was sent tumbling through the air, groaning in pain. "Hey, shut your mouth." Doflamingo's voice was cold and commanding, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate one's innermost thoughts. "Who do you think you are, causing a ruckus in this setting? Do you seek death?" The authority and intimidation exuded by Doflamingo silenced the subordinates, who feared provoking their leader. Doflamingo turned his attention back to Yi Fan, patiently waiting for a reaction. The atmosphere grew tense upon Yi Fan's utterance, as Doflamingo regarded him with an icy stare. Withholding an immediate answer, a flicker of subtle wariness shone in his eyes, for Yi Fan's identity and strength stirred a sense of caution within him. "What brings you here?" Doflamingo inquired, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Yi Fan, however, maintained a relaxed demeanor, smiling as he replied, "I merely passed through, having heard that the kingdom of Dress Rosa is a fascinating place, and I wish to see it for myself." Doflamingo snorted derisively, harboring doubts about Yi Fan's intentions but choosing not to press further. After a brief pause, he finally stated, "Very well, then, come in and have a seat, but I advise you not to cause any trouble." Yi Fan nodded and followed Doflamingo into a building within the kingdom of Dress Rosa. Despite the initial tension, this encounter had seemingly defused a potential conflict. Doflamingo observed Yi Fan's demeanor and expressions, sensing no hostility from him, and thus temporarily lowered his guard. Though he remained skeptical of Yi Fan's true motives, the absence of any overt danger allowed him to feel a modicum of relief. Upon entering the building, Doflamingo guided Yi Fan through the grand hall, frequently glancing back to scrutinize his every move. That moment, curiosity and a yearning for exploration filled Doflamingo's mind regarding Yi Fan's strength and origins. "Where do you hail from?" he suddenly queried, his tone imbued with a sense of inquiry. Why Yi Fan smiled nonchalantly, responding, "I'm a traveler from the sea, filled with curiosity for this land." Doflamingo nodded, opting not to delve deeper into Yi Fan's background. After all, in the world of pirates, many formidable individuals possessed enigmatic identities and histories that he decided to temporarily set aside his suspicions, recognizing that the man before him had not displayed any malice nor caused any disturbances within the kingdom of Dress Rosa. Doflamingo gestured for his subordinates to step back, and at his command, they retreated, leaving him alone with Yi Fan. "Please, take a seat," Doflamingo invited, settling into a chair himself, his gaze calmly fixed upon Yi Fan. In this spacious room, devoid of any other interruptions, the atmosphere felt relatively private and serene. Doflamingo broke the silence. "You've come to see me. I wonder what matters you wish to discuss?" Yi Fan's demeanor remained resolute and composed. "I apologize, but I feel sympathy for the plight of others. However, I do not subscribe to the dichotomy of justice and evil. I believe that focusing on oneself is of utmost importance." Doflamingo, upon hearing these words, felt a flicker of respect in his eyes. "You speak the truth. Each person carries their own beliefs and stances. Justice and evil are merely relative concepts. Only by being true to oneself can one truly advance further." Though their conversation was brief, it conveyed mutual understanding and respect. The transformation of the other into their current state could only be attributed to the world's injustices. From another's perspective, they bore no fault. Who would admit to being wrong? Only the victors possess the authority to speak. Their clash resembled a tempest between heaven and earth, the conqueror's hockey churning the surrounding air, stirring up a violent storm. Each blow seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the world as the roof above them collapsed with the force of their battle, leaving the area strewn with debris and swirling dust. Doflamingo unleashed his awakened abilities of the string fruit, creating a myriad of string-based assaults, as if seeking to slice the very space around them into fragments. In contrast, Yi Fan, wielding his conqueror's hockey, emanated an aura akin to a mountain crumbling and the ocean roiling, their powers intertwined, culminating in a terrifying confrontation that threatened to engulf the entire island. When their attacks collided, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, causing the ground beneath them to fissure as if it were on the brink of collapse. The clash of their overwhelming forces rendered the surrounding air tense, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yi Fan exhibited effortless grace in his confrontation with Doflamingo, deftly countering the latter's awakened string abilities. For he had yet to exert his full strength, he was acutely aware that his prowess far surpassed that of his opponent. Merely toying with Doflamingo, while utilizing only a fraction of his abilities. Even though Yi Fan was not fighting at full capacity, each of his strikes radiated the formidable might of his conqueror's hockey. Each step seemingly communicating, "You are not yet worthy." His figure agilely evaded Doflamingo's assaults, every counterattack precise and powerful, placing considerable pressure on his adversary. Doflamingo, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Fan, began to realize that this duel was far more complex than he had initially anticipated. Yi Fan's strength exceeded his expectations. Instilling within him a sense of helplessness, he exerted all of his energy to unleash the awakened form of his fruit's abilities, but still found himself unable to contend with Yi Fan, filling him with frustration and fury. Yi Fan, utilizing merely a fraction of his capabilities, had already succeeded in applying pressure and creating a sense of futility for Doflamingo, but he understood that if Yi Fan were to unleash his full might, he would likely stand no chance of resistance. The confrontation was veering into unpredictable territory, while Yi Fan maintained the upper hand in this perilous game. Yi Fan had displayed remarkable prowess during the Marineford War, with each of his attacks showcasing extraordinary skill and strength. Doflamingo observed this with an intense curiosity and a yearning for challenge, desiring to personally gauge the gap between them and assess whether he could match his opponent's performance in battle. In their exchanges, every strike from Yi Fan was both precise and potent, each move imbued with the formidable aura of Conqueror's Haki. His motions flowed seamlessly and swiftly, mercilessly cornering Doflamingo, although Doflamingo was an exceptional force. He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure and challenge in his confrontation with Yi Fan. This battle transcended mere displays of power. It was a contest of wills. Doflamingo craved the challenge and the opportunity for self-improvement. Eager to uncover his shortcomings in the face of elite opponents, as the situation unfolded, Doflamingo recognized the necessity to employ the full extent of his awakened string fruit abilities as he surveyed his surroundings, transforming everything into fine threads, crafting a world of strings under his control. Subsequently, Doflamingo unleashed his ultimate move, 16 Sacred Bullets, Divine Execution, .16 surging waves of densely entwined white strings, imbued with armament haki, ascended from the ground, hurtling towards Yi Fan at blinding speed. These strings surged forth like a tempest, each one harboring devastating power that demanded respect. Yi Fan, sensing the imminent threat posed by Doflamingo, braced himself with a mix of tension and focus to confront this lethal onslaught. The tidal wave of white strings was inexorable, seemingly intent on piercing through everything, annihilating all in its path. At that moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield reached a fever pitch, as the confrontation between their awakened abilities culminated in a final showdown. To end this desperate clash, the question remained: who would seize the advantage? And who would emerge victorious? All would be revealed in a heartbeat. As Yi Fan faced Doflamingo's barrage of white strings, he understood the situation clearly. While Doflamingo had awakened his string abilities, he had yet to demonstrate the Conqueror's haki-infused attacks that, in comparison, the power of the armament haki attacks, though formidable, still fell short against the might of the Conqueror's haki. Deciding to counter this assault, Yi Fan invoked the martial arts technique he inherited from Roger, the godly evasion. He concentrated the Conqueror's haki within him and unleashed it in the form of a shockwave. The breadth of this maneuver was astonishing, as its formidable energy swept across the entire position of the Kid Pirates in the blink of an eye. The shockwave surged forth like a tempest, obliterating everything in its path, utterly unstoppable. In the face of such power, Doflamingo's giant white lines appeared feeble and impotent, as if crushed like mere insects. His body was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, tossed away by the divine impact of Yi Fan's assault. He spun helplessly through the air, tumbling multiple times before being hurled backward with great force, leaving a fleeting shadow behind him as he rolled uncontrollably. After a considerable distance, Doflamingo's body crashed violently to the ground. Kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, he plummeted like a meteor, striking the earth with a thunderous impact that reverberated throughout the surroundings. Witnessing their leader in such a disheveled state, Doflamingo's subordinates were immediately struck with shock and terror. They had always harbored an unwavering confidence and admiration for him, believing him to be invincible. However, the scene before them shattered their perceptions entirely. Some stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if witnessing the apocalypse. Others displayed expressions of sheer horror, unable to fathom the reality before them. That a few of his subordinates recoiled in fright, fearing they might be swept into this sudden battle. A tide of unease and dread surged within them as they recognized they were not facing an ordinary adversary. The power and skill exhibited by Yi Fan surpassed their wildest imaginations, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of fear and powerlessness. This tableau elicited a profound realization in all present of Doflamingo's vulnerability, causing them to question the very figure they had idolized. Their hearts brimming with uncertainty and hesitation, the moment became a spiritual shock and awakening, leaving them apprehensive and fearful of what the future might hold. Amidst the ruins, Doflamingo emerged, surrounded by rubble and shattered walls. He brushed aside the debris, his face alight with a raucous laughter that betrayed a sense of disdain and madness, as if his injuries were merely trivial inconveniences, and he was the true monster. Standing there, scarred and ragged, his eyes shimmered with fervor and determination. These wounds did not debilitate him. Rather, they ignited a more potent force within him. S's laughter resonated. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, leaving those who beheld him in awe and admiration. Doflamingo exhibited a strength and willpower that transcended the ordinary, evoking profound shock and respect. In this desolate landscape, he resembled a ferocious beast, undeterred by his injuries. Exuding an aura of invincibility, the ruins behind him appeared as symbols of his victory, testament to his resilience and unwavering spirit. This spectacle instilled a sense of dread and admiration in all who witnessed it, making them acutely aware that they faced not an ordinary individual, but a true monster, a legendary entity that could not be vanquished. Doflamingo, now cognizant of Yi Fan's true strength, extended an invitation, articulating his desire for collaboration, presenting an enticing offer, a price of 2 billion berries per year. Such a sum was enough to entice any pirate, let alone a formidable figure like Doflamingo. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, openly displaying his respect and anticipation for Yi Fan. This was not merely a business proposition. It was an affirmation of Yi Fan's prowess and a shared aspiration for a common goal. Doflamingo envisioned a partnership to dethrone the celestial dragons from their lofty perch, a challenge not only to them, but to the very fabric of the world's order. But he believed in Yi Fan's strength and courage, convinced that their collaboration could reach unparalleled heights. This invitation shocked those present and sparked a flurry of discussions and expectations. The alliance between these two titans signified both uncertainty and challenges for the future. Yet it also heralded boundless possibilities and hope. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan ultimately nodded in acceptance of Doflamingo's invitation. This decision would alter the very fabric of the world, ushering in a new legend. Upon learning of the alliance between Yi Fan and Doflamingo, the Navy was immediately engulfed in turmoil. The collaboration of these two powerhouses indicated a monumental upheaval and challenge. For the Navy, it represented an unprecedented test and pressure. High-ranking officers convened an emergency meeting to strategize their response to this situation. They recognized that the union of Yi Fan and Doflamingo would have a profound impact on the Navy, necessitating effective measures to mitigate this threat. The Navy deployed additional fleets and elite units, intensifying surveillance and patrols across various seas. They also began to closely monitor the movements of Yi Fan and Doflamingo, seeking to gather intelligence and insights to formulate more effective countermeasures. Simultaneously, the Navy bolstered internal training and preparedness, ensuring they were ready for any potential conflict. They understood that against such formidable combined forces, any oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. An air of tension enveloped the entire Navy, as everyone acknowledged that this alliance could ignite an unprecedented war or confrontation, the outcome of which would reshape the global order. The Marine Admiral Sengoku voluntarily stepped down from his position, sparking widespread speculation and debate within the Navy. Having long been a leading figure, his decision indicated that the Navy would undergo a new leadership transition and strategic realignment. Admiral Akiji, as the newly appointed commander, immediately faced immense pressure and challenges. That he was a seasoned leader, renowned for his military acumen, and widely regarded as the hope and guiding force of the Navy's future. Upon taking office, Admiral Akiji launched a comprehensive investigation and assessment, striving to stabilize the Navy situation and effectively counter the potential impacts of Yi Fan and Doflamingo's collaboration. He implemented a series of measures, including strengthening the management and oversight of various Navy departments, enhancing military skills and equipment standards, and fortifying alliances with other factions. That he also devised specialized strategies to counter Yi Fan and Doflamingo, intensifying intelligence gathering and analysis to improve the Navy's responsiveness and adaptability. The organizational structure and command system within the Navy were swiftly adjusted to accommodate the new leadership and strategic shifts. Admiral Akiji's ascension invigorated the Navy's morale, as all personnel rallied under his leadership, prepared to face any challenges ahead. The transformation and reorganization of the Navy proceeded methodically, with confidence in Admiral Akiji's leadership and decisions growing. As they anticipated the Navy would meet future challenges and achieve even greater accomplishments. Akainu, having lost an arm to Yi Fan's Void Tier during the Marineford War, experienced a severe blow to his capabilities. This injury intensified his resentment towards Yi Fan. Following Akiji's appointment as Admiral, Akainu felt disillusioned by the changes within the Navy. He had aspired to contend for the position of Admiral, but now that goal appeared increasingly distant. His bitterness and resolve rendered him more steadfast and ruthless, while also making him more vigilant and cautious, unwilling to reveal any signs of weakness. After receiving substantial funding from Doflamingo, Yi Fan opted not to remain, but rather to finalize their agreement. The two parties established a communication method, leaving behind a transponder snail for convenient future correspondence. This ensured that their relationship could flourish and yield further collaborations and transactions. Yi Fan departed the Dress Rosa kingdom, embarking on a journey to the New World. Yet he soon encountered a series of perilous challenges. First came the extreme weather, as a colossal storm suddenly descended, unleashing torrential rain, crackling lightning, and surging waves that threatened to engulf his vessel in the vast sea. The howling winds battered the ship, tossing it amidst the monstrous waves, as though it could be swallowed whole at any moment. However, Yi Fan remained unfazed. He stood at the bow, gripping the ship's railing with formidable strength, nearly matching the tempest's ferocity. His silhouette stood resolute like a steadfast mountain, impassively confronting the onslaught of the tempest. Suddenly, from the depths of the storm emerged a formidable pirate crew, the Hurricane Pirates. Their flag bore a swirling vortex, symbolizing their dominion over the ravaged seas. The fleet of hurricane pirates surged forth like black sharks, launching a fierce attack on Yi Fan's armada. Arrows rained down like a tempest. Cannonballs roared like thunder, and the crew of the hurricane pirates unleashed frenzied battle cries, intent on annihilating Yi Fan's fleet. However, they could never have anticipated that Yi Fan was no ordinary pirate. The Conqueror's haki emanating from him acted as an invisible barrier, repelling each wave of their assault. The glint of sharpness flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he gestured, unleashing waves of sword energy that sliced toward the vessels of the hurricane pirates. The sword energy swept through like a tornado, cleaving enemy ships in two simultaneously. His Conqueror's haki coalesced into a colossal whirlpool of energy, devouring the surging waves of the stormy sea. The hurricane pirates' fleet, faced with Yi Fan's overwhelming power, began to retreat in disarray. Daunted by the prospect of facing this master of conquerors haki, the hurricane pirates were vanquished by Yi Fan's might. Panic and despair began to seep into their ranks. One of the captains bellowed, "This cannot be. He is but a single man, while we are an entire pirate crew. How could we possibly lose to him?" Another crew member echoed, "Indeed, we are the hurricane pirates, the so-called invincible overlords. How could we fall to a solitary pirate?" Yet, as Yi Fan's conqueror's haki grew increasingly potent, their defiance waned. Some crew members murmured in hushed tones, "Who is this guy? How can he be so strong? We stand no chance against him." The leader of the hurricane pirates gradually lost his earlier bravado, trembling as he shouted at Yi Fan's fleet, "Stop! We surrender. We will no longer attack you. Please, spare us." Yi Fan stood at the bow of his ship, his gaze cold and resolute, as he calmly replied, "Just a band of self-proclaimed overlords daring to obstruct my path. Since you have surrendered, begone. Should we meet again, I shall show no mercy." The hurricane pirates hastily retreated, leaving behind a trail of shattered vessels and crew members gripped by trepidation. Yi Fan's strength once again instilled fear throughout the seas. For a single man was enough to send an entire pirate crew fleeing. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained at the helm, watching the enemy depart, his power on full display, ushering in a newfound tranquility to the surrounding waters. After parting ways with Yi Fan, Isteth established her own pirate crew in the West Sea, standing alone. With her formidable strength and the terrifying capabilities of the Ice Emperor's artifact, she now commanded over 3,000 loyal subordinates. Isteth had not forgotten the task that Yi Fan had entrusted to her. To amass treasure to date, her wealth had exceeded 1 billion berries. Isteth was a statuesque woman with striking blue hair, her piercing gaze exuding an air of incredible sharpness and indifference. Though her countenance bore a hint of coldness, it radiated an undeniable authority and presence, clad in black leather armor and trousers. Complemented by the sharp Ice Emperor's weapon, she embodied an unparalleled dominion. To this moment, Isdeth was leading her 3,000 subordinates towards Fishman Island to reunite with Yifan. Her strides were firm and powerful, her eyes glinting with an icy radiance, as if the very sea would tremble at her approach. She brimmed with anticipation and challenge, resolved to showcase her prowess and leadership, aspiring to become one of the most formidable pirate captains in the West Sea. In her renowned battle, she confronted 3 Navy vice admirals along with numerous naval soldiers, a conflict renowned across the world, standing at the heart of the battlefield, clad in black leather armor and wielding the Ice Emperor's artifact. Her gaze was fierce and unwavering, as though she aimed to freeze the very blood of her foes. The naval soldiers roared with challenges, while the vice admirals displayed their top-tier prowess, their eyes betraying a mix of apprehension and reverence towards death. Ice Emperor's artifact, manifestation of the demon god. Isdeth's voice echoed across the battlefield, and a surge of formidable, icy energy erupted forth. The artifact in her grasp radiated a blinding light, unleashing a blizzard that enveloped the entire field of combat. Isdeth's method of combat was utterly intimidating. She conjured numerous ice knights from her icy energy, majestic as they stood frozen in time. These ice knights possessed combat capabilities that far surpassed those of ordinary soldiers, and they could store the energy of the artifact. Under the might of generalized storm, Isdeth unleashed the energy she had amassed over several days, summoning a colossal blizzard. Within this tempest lay the power of frost, instantly freezing the 3 Navy vice admirals and countless soldiers in their tracks, encased in an unyielding layer of ice. Isdeth, standing amidst the snowstorm, exuded an air of regal authority, the energy emitted by her Ice Emperor's artifact instilling absolute terror and helplessness in all who beheld it. This battle marked the genesis of Isdeth's legend. She vanquished the formidable naval forces single-handedly, cementing her status as the undisputed sovereign of the West Sea. Isdeth stood at the bow of her ship, gazing out at the distant sea, her heart swelling with thoughts of Yifan. Her eyes peered through the gusts of wind, searching for that far-off expanse where she imagined Yifan's figure dancing amidst the waves. "Yifan, where art thou now?" she murmured softly, her voice tinged with tenderness and longing. That I, in the vibrant embrace of the morning light, Isdeth led her thousands of pirate crew members, marching proudly towards Fishman Island. Clad in a flowing black cloak, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, and wielding the Ice Emperor's artifact, she gazed resolutely at the surging waves, her eyes reflecting determination and resolve. The pirates aboard were filled with lofty aspirations, brimming with fervor and an eagerness for battle. They were Isdeth's most elite warriors, bound by unwavering loyalty and combat prowess, ever ready to fight for their captain. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, stirring the frothy waves, accompanied by the gentle sounds of the ocean, as if heralding the imminent battles and adventures. Ahead lies Fishman Island. Prepare to embrace the challenge, Isdeth proclaimed from the ship's bow, her voice resonating with unparalleled authority and power. The members of her crew, invigorated by her words, raised their weapons and shouted in unison, their morale soaring as the fleet of pirates drew closer. The silhouette of Fishman Island gradually came into view, the distant city and harbor welcoming the arrival of this formidable pirate crew. In that moment, a sharp gleam flickered in Isdeth's eyes, her heart brimming with anticipation and challenge, radiating confidence for the battles that lay ahead. "Yifan, wherever you are, I shall prove my strength and resolve," Isdeth silently vowed, leading her multitude of pirates toward an unprecedented display of valor and combat on Fishman Island. During their stealthy journey to the depths of the ocean, the hurricane pirates faced numerous obstacles and challenges. The darkness and pressure of the deep sea instilled fear and unease in many of her subordinates. The fleet advanced slowly through the abyss, surrounded only by darkness and silence. The underwater pressure made breathing difficult, and some pirates began to panic. "This is terrifying. I fear the deep sea." One crew member trembled, his voice filled with dread and anxiety. Isdeth was not surprised by their reaction. She understood that the deep sea posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals, and not all in her pirate crew were valiant warriors that do not fear. "We are well prepared. Our goal lies ahead, and as long as we unite our efforts, we shall reach Fishman Island." Isteth's voice radiated determination and encouragement. She began uplifting her pirates, instilling in them belief in their abilities and courage. Although some crew members remained apprehensive, under Isteth's encouragement, they gradually regained their spirits, resolved to press on. Confronted with the fear and reluctance of some subordinates to venture toward Fishman Island, Isteth exhibited her domineering and assertive nature. She would not tolerate any signs of weakness or cowardice, especially at critical moments when unity and bravery were paramount. Is there anyone among you who still refuses to advance? The voice of Isteth resonated with authority and indifference. A timid subordinate stammered, "General Isteth, the depths of the sea are too terrifying. I truly dare not venture to Fishman Island." Isteth cast a frigid glance in his direction, devoid of any compassion, declaring, "Cowards." No sooner had she spoken than she delivered a swift kick to the hapless subordinate, sending him flying. The other members of the pirate crew watched in astonishment, fully aware of Isteth's disposition. Yet the sheer directness of her reprimand left them both shocked and fearful. "That I will not tolerate anyone shirking at a crucial moment." Isteth's voice carried a chilling severity, her gaze instilling a profound sense of dread in those around her. This scene made it abundantly clear to the other subordinates that Isteth was not to be trifled with. Her domineering presence compelled the entire crew to remain vigilant and diligent. Although some still harbored fears, they understood that only by following Isteth's command could they hope to survive in these treacherous depths and fulfill their mission. Meanwhile, on Fishman Island, the formidable duo of Nochigao and Kurulu sensed an overwhelming presence drawing near. This aura emanated from a vast pirate crew stealthily approaching their domain. Nochigao furrowed her brow. She recognized that this could not possibly herald a friendly visit. As a trusted confidant of Ifan, her sense of duty and loyalty towards the protection of Fishman Island was exceedingly profound. "Kurulu, do you feel that? A formidable fleet is closing in on us, and their intent seems anything but benign." Kurulu nodded, her brow knitted in concern. Her perceptive abilities allowed her to detect the shifts in the foreign energies. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashed at her eyes. "This is no ordinary pirate crew. They may be here to stir up trouble, and we must be prepared to confront them, whoever they may be. We cannot allow them to act with impunity." The two exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to ready themselves for combat. In Ifan's absence, they represented the strength of Fishman Island, resolutely refusing to permit any challengers to test their limits. The incoming pirate crew would face a fierce opposition. As Isteth's pirate crew encroached upon Fishman Island, they received no forewarning of the situation that awaited them. Although Nochigao and Kurulu discerned the presence of the pirate crew through their acute senses, they remained oblivious to the true intentions of their adversaries. When the two factions met in a particular maritime expanse, the tension escalated. "It's the enemy. They've discovered us." Isteth's subordinates immediately grew alert. After all, their covert operation in the depths required utmost discretion, and the sensation of being exposed set them on edge. Conversely, Nochigao and Kurulu erroneously assumed that this pirate crew was here to provoke them. Not having spotted Ifan, they regarded the sudden appearance of the pirate crew with skepticism. In an instant, conflict erupted, with both sides engaging in fervent combat. Isteth's crew showcased their formidable prowess, while Nochigao and Kurulu deployed their skills in an attempt to thwart this seemingly hostile force. Nochigao, these foes are no ordinary pirates. Their strength far surpasses that of typical brigands. Kurulu sensed the terrifying capabilities of their opponents during the skirmish, realizing that they could not afford to be complacent, lest they find themselves at a disadvantage. This tragic misunderstanding, born from mutual misapprehensions and ignorance of the circumstances, was destined to ignite an intense confrontation. Both factions comprised individuals of considerable strength, nearly evenly matched. To his death, apart from Ifan, everyone else was but insignificant insects. However, Kurulu and Nochigao boasted numerical superiority. After a protracted stealthy approach, Isteth and her pirate crew finally reached the depths of Fishman Island. Standing at the bow of the ship, she gazed upon the scene before her, her eyes shimmering with wonder and admiration. Fishman Island lay nestled beneath 10,000 meters of ocean, encased in a massive bubble. Resembling a dazzling gem embedded in the deep blue sea, The sunlight filtered through the bubble, casting a dreamlike glow that illuminated the entire island. Vivid coral reefs encircled the isle, and a myriad of exotic marine creatures danced within, creating a vibrant underwater tableau. This place is astonishingly beautiful, Isdeth mused, having never encountered such a remarkable sight before. Her subordinates, equally taken aback by the spectacle, paused to gaze in awe for these pirates who had long roamed the seas. The allure and mystery of Fishman Island filled them with a sense of wonder. Is this truly Fishman Island, my lord? One subordinate could not contain their curiosity. Isdeth nodded, a flicker of resolve crossing her features. Indeed, this is our destination. Remember, we are here to fulfill Lord Yi Fan's mission to not allow this breathtaking scenery to distract us from our objectives. Her tone brimmed with authority and determination, swiftly restoring composure among her crew. They understood that despite the island's breathtaking vistas, their purpose was not for leisure, but to accomplish a significant task. Throughout their approach to Fishman Island, Isdeth maintained a vigilant demeanor, leading her pirate crew through the bubble and into the island's interior. They were met with even more captivating sights. The unique architecture and vividly exotic streets overwhelmed their senses as fishermen bustled about, their lives busy and orderly. Isdeth could not help but exclaim, "This place is not only beautiful, but also brimming with life and vitality." In her heart, she silently contemplated how enchanting it would be to jointly rule such a realm with Lord Yi Fan. Yet, she recognized that this was not the time to lose herself in the splendor. Turning to her subordinates, her eyes radiated unwavering conviction that we have arrived at Fishman Island. Now is the time to complete our mission. Her subordinates nodded in agreement, following her deeper into the island. Despite their curiosity and awe at their surroundings, under Isdeth's leadership, they remained acutely alert and battle-ready. Fishman Island, a realm imbued with mystery and beauty, was on the verge of an unusual tempest. The arrival of Isdeth and her pirate crew would undoubtedly usher in an extraordinary experience for this locale. As they traversed the streets of Fishman Island, two enchanting figures suddenly appeared before them, causing the entire crew to halt in their tracks. Nochi Gao, with her flowing blue hair cascading over her shoulders and deep blue eyes reminiscent of the tranquil depths of the sea, stepped forward. Her exquisite features radiated a serene grace, and her form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring silhouette, blending harmoniously with the surrounding aquatic beauty. Beside her stood Kurlu, her lustrous black hair flowing like silk, her vibrant red eyes gleaming with an air of mystery and allure. Her skin was as pale as snow, and a subtle, enigmatic smile graced her lips, clad in a sleek black dress that swayed gently with her movements. She exuded an aura of cold elegance. Trailing behind Nochi Gao and Kurlu were the vigilant defenders of Fishman Island, clad in uniform armor and wielding weapons, clearly poised to safeguard the island's security. Isdeth regarded the two captivating women before her with a glint of interest and admiration. With a slight smile, she spoke first. "Greetings, I am Isdeth. We have come to fulfill Lord Yi Fan's mission." Nochi Gao's gaze hardened with wariness. She nodded slightly and replied coolly, "Isdeth, we have heard of your name. However, this is Fishman Island, the domain of Lord Yi Fan. Please refrain from any wanton destruction." Kurlu offered a slight smirk, her voice laced with mockery. "What brings you pirates here? Are you seeking trouble, or do you genuinely have something of importance?" Isdeth's smile remained unwavering, yet her eyes sharpened with intensity. "I am here to meet Lord Yi Fan and to bring him the treasures he requires. If you doubt my words, feel free to verify." Nochi Gao and Kurlu exchanged glances. Although they harbored doubts regarding Isdeth's intentions, they resolved to clarify the situation first. They were utterly unconvinced by Isdeth's assertions. After all, Yi Fan had recently been in the company of them, and he had never mentioned the woman before them. Nochi Gao furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of skepticism. "You claim to be Lord Yi Fan's friend, yet he has never spoken of you. How can we trust you?" Kurlu also fixed a cold stare at Estes, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze. "Lord Yi Fan has been with us lately. If you truly are his friend, why has he never mentioned you? This raises doubts about your intentions." Estes's smile gradually faded, her expression turning stern. she understood that mere words would not suffice to earn their trust. Thus, she took out a special Den Den Mushi, adorned with Yi Fan's distinctive emblem. This Den Den Mushi was personally entrusted to me by Lord Yi Fan, Estes declared, her tone imbued with conviction. You may use it to contact him and verify my identity. Nokigao and Kurulu exchanged glances. Although still harboring doubts, they resolved to momentarily accept Estes's claim. Nokigao extended her hand, taking the Den Den Mushi and dialing Yi Fan's number. The Den Den Mushi emitted a series of low, resonant sounds, and soon, Yi Fan's voice resonated from it. Nokigao, what is the matter? Nokigao succinctly explained the situation at hand. Lord Yi Fan. A woman claiming to be Estes has arrived at Fishman Island with her pirate crew, stating that she is here to find you and has brought a special Den Den Mushi. Yi Fan's voice conveyed a hint of surprise. Estes, she has come. Put her on the line. Nokigao handed the Den Den Mushi to Estes, who accepted it, her expression softening somewhat. Yi Fan. It's me. Estes, I have completed the task you entrusted to me and have brought the treasure to Yi Fan's voice carried a note of relief. Well done, Estes. Nokigao, Kuru, she is my friend. You may allow her to enter. After the call ended, Nokigao and Kurulu's demeanor relaxed slightly, yet they remained vigilant. Nokigao nodded. Since Lord Yi Fan has confirmed your identity, we shall tentatively trust you. However, any unexpected actions will be considered hostile. Estes smiled and nodded. Understood. I too wish to avoid conflict. We are merely here to fulfill a mission on the sunlit deck. Yi Fan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast expanse of a new world. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi in his pocket began to ring. Yi Fan retrieved it, and upon seeing the distinctive emblem, a slight smile graced his lips. Nokigao. What is it? He answered, curiosity tinging his voice. On the other end, Nokigao's tone was somewhat tense. Lord Yi Fan, a woman claiming to be Estes has arrived at Fishman Island with her pirate crew, stating she is here to find you and has brought a special Den Den Mushi. Hearing Estes's name, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He quickly composed himself, responding calmly. Estes? She has come? Put her on the line. Moments later, Estes's familiar voice came through. Yi Fan, it's me. Estes, I have completed the task you assigned and have brought the treasure. A smile crept onto Yi Fan's face, his voice laced with appreciation. Thank you for your hard work. Estes, I knew you would not disappoint me. Hearing Yi Fan's affirmation, Estes's voice softened with warmth. It was no trouble at all. It is my honor to assist you. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Though unseen, his tone radiated trust and gratitude. Nokigao, Kurulu, she is my friend. You can rest assured, she harbors no hostility towards you. After the call concluded, Yi Fan stored the Den Den Mushi away. His spirits lifted. He recognized that Estes had not only accomplished her task, but also successfully brought her crew along. Such a formidable ally would undoubtedly bolster his future plans. He made his way to the cabin, ready to share this joyful news with his crew. Observing the smile on his face, Yi Fan's crew gathered curiously around him. Captain, what has happened? A young crew member could not contain his curiosity. Yi Fan patted the young crew member's shoulder, grinning as he spoke. Our friend Estes has successfully completed her mission and is now en route to Fishman Island with her pirate crew. We shall have a powerful ally joining us. The crew's faces lit up with excitement at this news. Yi Fan resolved to hasten to Fishman Island and meet with Estes to formulate their next steps. Standing at the ship's bow, he embraced the sea breeze. Filled with anticipation, he understood that the road ahead would still be fraught with challenges. Yet, with a partner as strong as Estes by his side, the hope for victory appeared ever clearer. His gaze remained steadfast as he looked to the horizon, filled with confidence and determination for the future. In the days that followed, Yi Fan's journey resembled an epic adventure, traversing many locales in the New World. Each battle posed a challenge, and every voyage was laden with uncertainty. Yet, each step fortified the strength of his imperial pirate crew. First, Yi Fan and his crew reached Penglai Island, a place shrouded in mystery. Renowned for its stunning scenery and perilous labyrinths, they not only explored the island but also vanquished a rival pirate crew that sought to claim its treasures. The inhabitants, grateful for Yi Fan's assistance, expressed their desire to join his ranks. Next, Yi Fan ventured to Sky Island, a fantastical realm floating in the air. The residents of Sky Island, highly intelligent scientists and warriors, were captivated by Yi Fan's courage and wisdom, with many eagerly requesting to join his pirate crew. However, Yi Fan was not one to accept every applicant blindly. He maintained stringent standards for new recruits, placing particular emphasis on their character and motivations. On one occasion, a notorious pirate captain and his band of followers sought to join Yi Fan's crew in exchange for protection and resources. Without hesitation, Yi Fan rejected them, even expelling them from the island. "There is no place for villains in my pirate crew," he asserted firmly, "that we fight for freedom and justice, not for intimidation and plunder." Subsequently, Yi Fan's journey brought him to a sea area sealed off by the Navy, where he successfully broke through the blockade and rescued numerous stranded civilians. This act of valor showcased his strength and benevolence, prompting many oppressed citizens and righteous warriors to seek to join his ranks. During a voyage to Ghost Island, Yi Fan and his crew faced extreme weather conditions in the midst of howling winds and torrential rains. Their ship was capsized by towering waves. Yet, through sheer strength and determination, Yi Fan led his crew to safety. His courage and leadership deepened the crew's respect and trust in him. Finally, Yi Fan arrived at the ruins of a war-torn island. Once a battlefield for fierce clashes between the Navy and pirates, it now lay desolate. On the island, Yi Fan discovered many abandoned orphans and injured individuals. Not only did he provide aid to them, but he also recruited some willing young souls eager to fight for justice. In every adventure, Yi Fan steadfastly adhered to his principles, and he made it clear that only those with kind hearts and fearless spirits could join the Imperial pirate crew. "We are not an ordinary pirate crew. We fight to change this world," Yi Fan conveyed to the new recruits. "Villains need not apply. We seek those who will fight for justice and freedom." Yi Fan's stringent requirements and benevolence gradually transformed the Imperial pirate crew into an undeniable force within the new world. Each new recruit underwent rigorous testing, ensuring they possessed not only formidable strength, but also unwavering convictions and pure hearts. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yi Fan gazed toward the distant horizon. He knew that the path ahead would still be fraught with challenges. Yet, with these like-minded companions, his Imperial pirate crew was destined to carve out their own glorious chapter in the new world. In a matter of days, Yi Fan's Imperial pirate crew expanded rapidly, with guardians Nokigao and Kurulu from Fishman Island, alongside Estes leading her 3,000 subordinates, and Yi Fan's newly recruited thousands, bringing his crew's numbers to over 10,000. This news spread swiftly across the world, stirring reactions and tremors among various factions. High-ranking officials within the world government found themselves engaged in tense discussions. One of the five elders, an elderly man with a face lined with wrinkles, frowned and remarked, "Yi Fan is no longer an ordinary pirate. His influence threatens our dominion." Another of the five elders coldly remarked, "We must harness every power at our disposal, be it the seven warlords or any other formidable pirate crew." Major newspapers vied to report on the latest developments of the Yi Fan pirate crew, and people across the globe were abuzz with discussions about this rapidly ascending force. Several smaller pirate crews expressed their willingness to ally with Yi Fan, while some maritime powers began scheming on how to counteract Yi Fan's expansion. Within just a few days, Yi Fan's Imperial pirate crew had become the hottest topic in the New World. As their influence grew, Yi Fan's name would resonate even more profoundly across the seas, and his journey would be laden with additional challenges and opportunities. With the conclusion of the Paramount War, the entire pirate world had entered a new era, where various powerful pirate crews and supernovas sprung up like mushrooms after rain, exerting immense pressure on the Navy and the world government. In the aftermath of the Paramount War, the pirate world was engulfed in unprecedented turmoil and transformation. The injuries suffered by Whitebeard and the retirement of Admiral Sengoku signaled the end of an old era, while heralding the dawn of a new one. That the Paramount War was not merely a battle. It marked a significant turning point in the dynamics of the pirate world. With the departure of Whitebeard and Sengoku, new forces began to rise. Many young pirates who had shown during the Paramount War, such as Luffy and his Straw Hat Pirates, quickly evolved into formidable powers in the New World. Furthermore, numerous supernovas, including Kid, Hawkins, and Apu, fiercely competed within this new realm. The newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akiji and his senior officers faced unprecedented challenges. As pirate activities surged, The Navy found itself under increasing strain. Although admirals like Akainu and Kizaru remained powerful, they were compelled to confront a growing number of formidable adversaries. Akiji pondered during the meeting, the situation post-Paramount War is far more complex than we anticipated. The continual expansion of emerging forces poses a grave threat to the Navy and the world government's dominion. Akainu, filled with ire, retorted, "These upstart youngsters are insufferably arrogant. We must adopt more severe measures to suppress these destabilizing elements." Kizaru, with his characteristic nonchalance, remarked, "The unrest in the New World is an inevitable outcome, but we need to devise more effective strategies to respond." The world government was also closely monitoring these developments. The five elders convened to deliberate on the current situation that we can no longer afford to react passively, as we did in the past. One elder stated, "We must take initiative to weaken the power of these emerging pirate crews." Another elder added, "Perhaps we can employ some special measures, such as the Seven Warlord system, to balance these forces." Simultaneously, the Revolutionary Army was intensifying its activities. Monkey D. Dragon recognized this as a rare opportunity to carve out a niche amidst the chaos of the pirate world. He addressed his subordinates, saying, "The new era brings not only turmoil, but also opportunity. We must seize this moment and quicken our pace. In the new world, new powers continuously emerged. The four emperors, red-haired Shanks, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the Beasts, were also closely observing these new forces." Shanks smiled and remarked, "The new era is always filled with uncertainties, which is truly exciting." Big Mom commanded her subordinates, "We must closely monitor these newly emerging pirate crews, especially Yifan. His rise is astonishingly swift." Kaido, indulging in his drink, laughed heartily. "The stronger the opponent, the more it ignites my fighting spirit. Let them come." In this tumultuous age, Yifan swiftly ascended due to his formidable strength and exceptional intellect. He not only showcased his power during the Paramount War, but also carved out a place for himself in the New World through the rapidly expanding Imperial pirate crew, standing atop Fishman Island. He gazed down at his subordinates, filled with confidence and resolve. "This is our era," he murmured. "Neither the Navy, the four emperors, nor any other force can halt our advance." The advent of the new era rendered the pirate world increasingly intricate and turbulent. Various potent pirate crews and supernovas rose to prominence, imposing immense pressure on the Navy and the world government. Amidst this scenario, Yifan and his Imperial pirate crew grew rapidly, establishing themselves as a significant force in the New World. All factions closely monitored the developments of this new era, fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yifan embarked on a journey to Zou Island, eager to witness the legendary Mink tribe. Aboard his flagship, the Imperial, he gazed at the distant horizon, filled with anticipation and curiosity. "Let us set sail," Yifan instructed his crew, and the sails were swiftly raised as the ship began to cut through the waves. After several days of navigating the Azure Ocean, the crew began to sense a shift in the air. Zou Island was a land perched atop the back of a colossal elephant, its steps causing the surrounding waters to undulate. From afar, Yifan beheld the mysterious island, resembling a floating oasis amidst the sea. Shrouded in mist at last, the ship approached the elephant's leg of Zou Island. Yifan, accompanied by a cadre of elite subordinates, began to ascend the leg, contending with the slippery moss and fierce sea winds. Yet, these challenges did not impede their progress. Upon finally reaching Zou Island, they were awestruck by the sights before them. Within the dense forest, towering figures of the Mink tribe could be discerned, their robust forms cloaked in thick fur, eyes alertly scanning the unexpected visitors. "I have heard that the Mink tribe are natural warriors," Yifan whispered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they were quickly surrounded by a cadre of Mink warriors, led by a formidable canine warrior clad in simple battle attire and wielding a sharp spear. His gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Yifan. "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our territory?" The canine warrior inquired with an authoritative tone. Yifan stepped forward with composure, offering a smile as he replied, "I am Yifan, captain of a pirate crew from the New World. Having heard of the valor of the Mink tribe, I have come to pay my respects and witness your prowess." The canine warrior scrutinized Yifan, a hint of skepticism mingled with respect in his eyes. They understood that one who dared to come to Zo Island alone was no ordinary individual. "Very well. Since you exhibit such sincerity, I shall take you to meet our chief," the canine warriors said. Fan nodded and followed the mink warriors through the forest. They passed village after village, each inhabited by mink tribespeople who regarded them with a mixture of wariness and curiosity, clearly indicating that Yifan's arrival had disrupted the tranquility of the land. Ultimately, they arrived at the foot of a massive treehouse, its exterior cloaked in thick bark and vines, resembling a natural fortress. The canine warrior gestured for Yifan and his entourage to halt, then approached to announce their arrival. Moments later, the canine warrior returned and informed Yifan, "Our chief wishes to meet you. Please follow me." Entering the treehouse, Yifan was greeted by the rich scent of wood and the warm glow of light. In the center of the treehouse sat an elderly mink chief, his eyes bright and keen, his face etched with the marks of time, yet exuding an aura of authority. "Young pirate, what brings you here?" The chief's voice resonated powerfully. Yifan respectfully replied, "I am Yifan, drawn by tales of the mink tribe's courage and wisdom." The chief nodded slightly, gesturing for Yifan to take a seat. The two engaged in an extensive dialogue, during which Yifan gleaned insights into the history and culture of the mink tribe. Feeling their pride and resilience, the mink tribe maintained a heightened vigilance against external intrusions, yet harbored respect for those who were genuinely strong. As Yifan departed Zo Island, his heart brimmed with admiration for the mink tribe. He recognized that in the voyages ahead, they might become invaluable allies, and this visit marked the beginning of that potential alliance. After leaving Zo Island, Yifan stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze brushing against his face, his thoughts drifting back to his experiences with the mink tribe. Zo Island, set upon the back of a giant elephant, was enveloped by lush forests and extraordinary natural landscapes. Towering trees reached for the clouds, their canopies forming vast umbrellas that shaded the ground below, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled patterns. The air was fragrant with the scents of fresh earth and blooming foliage, accompanied by the melodies of birdsong and the rustling of leaves in the wind. In this enchanting land, Yifan encountered numerous mink tribespeople, each uniquely distinct. They are all tribespeople endowed with animalistic traits, adorned with various types of pelts, ears, tails, and sharp claws. Some of the pelted kin possess agile physiques, akin to that of leopards, while others tower robustly, resembling bears in their strength. Each individual among the pelted kin possesses unique abilities and personalities, prompting Yifan to marvel at their diversity and might. Within this tribe, Yifan encountered their leader, Du Quanlan, and the formidable Viper Chief. Du Quanlan, a towering figure with an imposing demeanor, is a canine being with snow-white fur and piercing eyes, leading the daytime guardians of the tribe. Viper Chief, on the other hand, is a boisterous individual draped in black fur, commanding the warriors of the night. Under their guidance, Yifan toured the village and training grounds of the pelted kin, gaining insight into their distinctive culture and way of life. He witnessed firsthand the formidable power of the tribe, that on the night of the full moon, the pelted kin can harness the moon's energy to evolve, becoming even more powerful and ferocious. Their eyes shimmer with a silvery glow under the moonlight, and their strength and agility are significantly enhanced. In this evolved state, the pelted kin exhibit astonishing combat prowess and unparalleled intimidation. During his interactions with them, Yifan felt their warmth and hospitality. The pelted kin regarded him, an outsider, with curiosity and respect. They not only invited him to partake in their grand feasts, but also enthusiastically showcased their unique combat techniques and traditional rituals. Yifan found himself deeply intrigued by their culture, acquiring a wealth of valuable knowledge. Reflecting on his time on Zo Island, a gentle smile graced Yifan's face as the extraordinary natural landscapes and the hospitable pelted kin left an indelible mark on him. He realized that this experience had not only broadened his horizons, but also fortified his resolve to continue exploring and adventuring. In conversation, the chieftain mentioned a special ability of the pelted kin known as lunar power. On nights of the full moon, they can tap into the lunar energy to enter a unique moon lion form. This form significantly enhances their strength and speed, while also augmenting their self-healing capabilities, rendering them nearly indomitable in battle. Lunar power is a gift of our tribe, yet it demands exceptional control, the chieftain explained. Untrained young tribespeople may lose control on nights of the full moon, which is why we maintain strict training and management of this ability. That Yi Fan was profoundly interested, recognizing the immense potential this ability holds in combat. As he departed Zo Island, his heart brimmed with admiration for the pelted kin. He understood that they might become significant allies in his future endeavors, and this respectful visit marked the beginning of it all. After leaving Zo Island, Yi Fan and his fleet continued their journey to Wano country. However, as their vessels sailed deeper into the New World, they encountered unprecedented natural disasters. The fleet was beset by a fierce thunderstorm. Ominous clouds gathered, lightning cleaved the sky with dazzling brilliance, and thunder roared as if the heavens themselves were in tumult. Standing at the bow, Yi Fan grasped the helm, commanding the crew to swiftly adjust their course. His expression remained calm and composed, even in the face of such a heart-stopping spectacle. Lightning struck around him relentlessly. Yet with his extraordinary reflexes and precise judgment, he evaded numerous lethal strikes. Just as they believed the storm was passing, massive waves suddenly surged from the sea. The tumultuous waters rose to towering heights, threatening to engulf the entire fleet. The crew clung tightly to the ship's fixtures, striving to maintain their balance. That Yi Fan, wielding his banner, unleashed a tremendous force that cleaved through the oncoming waves, carving a path for the fleet to survive. Days later, the fleet faced a terrifying tsunami. The sea surface trembled violently as the colossal wave approached with unstoppable speed, resembling a moving wall of water. Yi Fan decisively ordered full speed ahead. Knowing that only by surging over the crest of the tsunami could they avoid being swallowed by the waves. Under his resolute command, the fleet pushed forward with all their might, ultimately leaping over the towering wave. However, the threat of nature was far from over. Just as they had escaped the tsunami's peril, a chilling cold current swept in. The seawater froze rapidly, ensnaring the vessels in an icy grip. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Sensing that this cold front was anything but ordinary, he waved his hand, channeling his formidable aura into a powerful shockwave that shattered the ice, restoring the ship's mobility. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a region of whirlpools. Countless whirlpools spun upon the surface of the sea, forming deadly traps. The fleet navigated cautiously through them, each turn demanding extraordinary skill and Yi Fan's precise guidance. Drawing upon his exceptional seafaring experience and keen intuition, he led the fleet to successfully evade one whirlpool after another, ultimately passing through this treacherous maritime expanse. The myriad dangers encountered along this journey tested not only Yi Fan and his crew's courage and wisdom, but also honed their teamwork and adaptability. Under Yi Fan's leadership, the fleet overcame disaster after disaster, steadfastly advancing towards Wano country. Each night, when the fleet temporarily anchored on the sea, Yi Fan would stand at the bow, gazing into the distant starry sky. The sea breeze caressed his face, filling his heart with unwavering faith in the future. And no matter how many unknown challenges lay ahead, he would face them fearlessly, guiding his fleet onward until they reached their destination. Wano country. Meanwhile, in Wano country, Kaido remained unaware of Yi Fan's impending arrival on his territory, contemplating borrowing some funds for his own indulgences as one of the four emperors and a supreme powerhouse of the beast pirates. Kaido stood at the pinnacle of this world. Little did he know of Yi Fan's terrifying strength, for he was far from an ordinary person. As Yi Fan's vessel approached Wano country, he beheld a magnificent landscape. As if entering an entirely different realm, Wano country, once a beautiful and prosperous land steeped in culture, was renowned for its bustling cities, lush countryside, and majestic castles. Before Kaido's arrival, Wano country was a tranquil and peaceful territory. The inhabitants led self-sufficient lives, cultivating fields, and their craftsmanship was exquisite, with architectural styles that were both ancient and grand. The structures in Wano were predominantly wooden, featuring gracefully arched eaves and intricate carvings. While bustling shops and lively tea houses lined the streets, the residents adorned traditional kimonos, displaying politeness towards one another, living in harmony and tranquility. Among the numerous grand edifices within the city, none was more famous than the Kazuki Castle. Perched atop a high mountain, This castle overlooked the entirety of Wano country. Its courtyards were filled with winding paths, flourishing flora, and clear lakes adorned with swimming koi. The rulers of the Kazuki clan were known for their benevolence and wisdom. Beloved by the people, rendering Wano a land of hope and happiness. However, everything changed dramatically with Kaido's arrival. Kaido, one of the formidable four emperors, conquered Wano with an iron fist and insatiable greed. His presence brought not only terrifying power but also endless oppression and suffering. The peace and prosperity of Wano were utterly shattered by his arrival. The Kaido subordinates seized control of Kazuki Castle, transforming it into a symbol of his authority. Towering iron fences surrounded the castle, heavily guarded and exuding an air of intimidation. Kaido established a harsh ruling regime within the castle, forcing the populace to pay exorbitant taxes and toil day and night, all to satiate his insatiable hunger for power. That once flourishing fields became desolate wastelands, with many farmers displaced and wandering. The craftsmanship that once flourished in Wano lost its luster, as artisans, under Kaido's oppression, became devoid of creative passion and motivation. The streets, once filled with laughter, were now replaced with heavy footsteps and whispered sighs. The inhabitants lived in constant fear, treading carefully to avoid any semblance of rebellion. The Kaido's subordinates patrolled relentlessly, ever ready to quash any dissenting voices. The hopes of the people have gradually been supplanted by despair, plunging the entire land of Wano into a shroud of darkness. That Fan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at Wano, where a surge of anger and determination welled up within him. He was acutely aware of how beautiful and prosperous this land once was. Now ravaged by Kaido's iron-fisted rule, he silently vowed to harness his strength to change all of this, to aid the people of Wano in liberating themselves from Kaido's oppression and to restore the glory of yesteryear. As the vessel drew closer to the shores of Wano, Fan's resolve solidified further. He understood that the path ahead was fraught with peril and challenges, yet he remained undaunted. That Fan believed that with unwavering faith and formidable power, he could indeed effectuate change, bringing forth light and hope once more to Wano. In Wano, a land tightly controlled by the beast pirates, every rustle of wind could be detected by Kaido's minions. Under Kaido's dominion, Wano had transformed into a veritable fortress, where the slightest movement of an outsider would be swiftly detected. On this particular day, Fan's ship quietly approached Wano's coastline. Despite their efforts to remain inconspicuous within this territory vigilantly monitored by the beast pirates, no foreign intruder could evade the watchful eyes of the scouts. One such scout, concealed among the dense foliage, keenly sensed the unusual presence of Fan and his companions. Agile and stealthy, he hid amidst the thick underbrush, fixating his gaze upon Fan and his crew. He quickly discerned that this group was exceptional, both in demeanor and in armament. The scout recognized that this discovery could not be delayed. Immediate reporting to superiors was imperative. With swiftness, the scout traversed the jungles and hills, racing back to a vital stronghold of the beast pirates. His heart raced, fully aware of the weight of the information he carried. Upon reaching the stronghold, he hurried toward the command center. Inside, one of the three disasters. Queen was engaged in routine matters. Queen, a towering figure exuding an intense aura of dominance, was orchestrating his subordinates' actions with a mechanical arm that moved with purpose. Lord Queen, the scout gasped as he burst in. Promptly kneeling on the ground, hands braced against the floor, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Queen lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes locking onto the scout, coldly inquiring, "What is it?" "Lord Queen, we have detected an unidentified pirate crew nearing our coastline." The scout reported hastily. From their equipment and demeanor, they're certainly not an ordinary pirate crew. They appear to possess considerable strength. Upon hearing this, Queen narrowed his eyes, revealing a flicker of displeasure and wariness. "Interesting," he murmured. "How audacious to disturb our territory." He commanded, "Relay the orders. Send out a reconnaissance team to closely monitor their every move." Rising to his feet, the mechanical arm emitted a low hum that we must not be complacent. Prepare for any potential threats. The scout complied and departed, while Queen began coordinating more of his subordinates in preparation for the imminent challenge. The territory of the beast pirates had never permitted outsiders to tread lightly. and the arrival of Yi Fan and his companions would undoubtedly incite a tempest. Within Onigashima, a labyrinthine structure of colossal rocks and ancient edifices reigned. The stone walls were adorned with imposing engravings, and the ground was laid with heavy iron plates. The area was teeming with members of the Beast Pirates, either training or patrolling, each exuding a brutal aura. Oti, the heart of Onigashima, stood a vast stone hall, where Kaido sat upon a massive throne. Towering several meters tall, his muscular form resembled a moving mountain. His face was marred by grotesque scars, each telling tales of countless battles, his eyes, deep and piercing, brimmed with boundless ferocity and madness. Kaido's long hair cascaded wildly over his shoulders like the mane of a beast, his dark skin accentuated by a colossal dragon tattoo, rendering him even more fearsome. His upper body was bare, revealing a dense pattern of scale-like markings across his chest and arms, showcasing his extraordinary strength and primal nature. A massive iron chain was fastened at his waist, ever ready for combat. Grasping a gigantic sake barrel, he tilted his head back to drink deeply, the liquid spilling from the corners of his mouth and cascading onto his broad chest. His laughter thundered like a storm, resonating throughout the stone hall. Each time he indulged, the entire Onigashima seemed to tremble and sink with his raucous mirth. "Ha ha ha! What exquisite sake!" Kaido boomed, setting the barrel down and wiping his lips, his eyes glinting with wild fervor. His voice was coarse and deep, akin to the roar of a mighty beast. "Who dares to wreak havoc on my domain? Whoever it may be shall pay a grievous price." He rose, his immense form radiating an unparalleled aura of oppression, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Each of Kaido's movements exuded undeniable power and authority, manifesting the supreme majesty and terrifying might of one of the four emperors. Under Kaido's rule, Onigashima had become a realm steeped in terror and despair. His very existence cast a shadow over all of Wano, where none dare to challenge his supremacy lightly. Oti, the highest point of Onigashima. Kaido sat upon his throne, clutching the enormous sake barrel. Before him lay a vast panorama, affording him a view over all of Wano. As he prepared to drink once more, a sudden change swept over him. His expression sharpened as he gazed into the distance. He set down the barrel and slowly rose, his colossal form casting a dense shadow that a flicker of surprise and intrigue shimmered in Kaido's eyes. It had been long since anyone dared approach Wano. The AS, one of the four emperors, Kaido's observation haki, had reached an extraordinary level. He sensed a formidable presence approaching, like a tsunami surging forth. This aura was imbued with fierce combat intent and undeniable power, starkly contrasting with that of ordinary foes. Closing his eyes, Kaido focused intently on the source of this energy. His haki extended like invisible tendrils, reaching thousands of miles to capture every subtle fluctuation of that presence. Within his perception, he glimpsed a figure rapidly approaching Wano with astonishing speed. "Seems we have an interesting visitor." Kaido's lips curled into a wild grin. It had been ages since such a powerful adversary had set foot in Wano. His laughter reverberated through the stone hall, his gaze penetrating the thick walls as though he could see through space. Locking onto the approaching Yi Fan, his laughter brimmed with excitement and anticipation, akin to a slumbering dragon about to awaken, ready to embrace new challenges. Turning to his subordinates, Kaido bellowed, "Relay the orders. All hands prepare for battle. A formidable foe approaches, and I intend to confront him personally." His subordinates sprang into action, the atmosphere of Onigashima abruptly charged with urgency and tension. That Kaido's command spread like ripples in water, swiftly reaching every corner as the members of the Beast Pirates began to assemble, gearing up for the impending conflict. Kaido stood high in the stone hall, his eyes burning with intensity. As he gazed into the distance, he could feel that powerful presence drawing ever closer, filling him with eagerness and exhilaration. For him, every formidable opponent was an opportunity to prove his strength, and this encounter seemed particularly promising. "Come, let me witness your power." Kaido's voice resonated with gravitas, akin to a predator poised to hunt. "Let us once again unleash a cataclysmic battle upon these seas." As Yi Fan approached, a tempest loomed over Wano, and Kaido, one of the four emperors, stood poised to embrace any challenge that lay ahead. Before the colossal waterfall of Wano, Yi Fan stood at the ship's bow, confronted by an awe-inspiring natural barrier. The towering cascade raged with tumultuous currents, flowing upward like a great dragon, brimming with immense power. Above the waterfall, mist swirled, creating an otherworldly ambience. Each droplet sparkled under the sunlight, forming a myriad of rainbows. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute. He understood that this pathway was the sole route into Wano. He retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, flicking it with his fingers, sending it soaring in a graceful arc toward the waterfall's summit. In quick succession, Yi Fan formed a seal, murmuring, flying thunder god technique. Just as the coin was poised to plunge into the waterfall, Yi Fan's figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the summit of the waterfall. Standing beside the gleaming gold coin, the instantaneous teleportation of the flying thunder god technique allowed Yi Fan to evade the onslaught of the waterfall as he stood aloft, gazing down with unwavering confidence. He cast a glance back at the members of the pirate crew, who were valiantly struggling below the waterfall, and could not help but admire their courage and tenacity, though they lacked his extraordinary abilities. Each individual was exerting their utmost effort to surmount this natural barrier and fight alongside Yi Fan. Everyone, let's persevere. We shall soon reach Wano country. Yi Fan encouraged loudly. He understood that this was not merely a challenge for himself, but a trial for the entire team. Only through unwavering unity could they overcome all obstacles and achieve their ultimate goal. Yi Fan's rallying cry reverberated throughout the area beneath the waterfall, inspiring every member of the crew who was fighting earnestly. Taking a deep breath, he stood at the pinnacle, ready to face the impending challenges. He recognized that while the path to Wano country was fraught with peril, it was precisely such adventures that filled him with exhilaration and anticipation. Yi Fan surveyed the magnificent landscape of Wano country from the waterfall's apex. A terrifying pressure surged from afar. This oppressive force pierced through the layers of space like a bolt of lightning, bearing down directly upon Yi Fan. The source of this force was none other than Kaido, one of the four emperors. Kaido's formidable conqueror's haki swept across the realm like a tempest, its might so overwhelming that it seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. Yi Fan felt the onslaught of this conqueror's haki, and, instead of succumbing to fear, it ignited a fervent battle spirit within him. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and a smile graced his lips as he bellowed, "Come at me!" In an instant, he unleashed his own conqueror's haki, a torrent of power erupting from within him like a flood breaking through 8D. Yi Fan's haki clashed with Kaido's in the air, resulting in a cataclysmic collision of unparalleled forces. The two immense energies intertwined, creating a violent vortex of energy. At the moment of impact, it felt as though the sky itself had been torn asunder, revealing a vast rift. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, shaking the very air above the waterfall. The confrontation between Yi Fan and Kaido's haki raged on, akin to two colossal beasts locked in a fierce struggle, each clash igniting a flurry of lightning and tempestuous winds. Yi Fan remained resolute at the waterfall's summit, his form unwavering as his haki stood firm against Kaido's onslaught. While Kaido's conqueror's haki was undeniably powerful, Yi Fan's strength was equally formidable, and the two forces were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. The surrounding crew members were awestruck by the terrifying pressure, halting their actions to witness this earth-shattering duel. Each individual was filled with a sense of shock and reverence, having never before witnessed such a display of power. In that moment, they truly felt the disparity in strength among the four emperors. Yi Fan's figure appeared resolute amidst the intertwining haki, responding to Kaido's challenge with his own strength, embodying the indomitable spirit of the captain of the imperial pirate crew. As the rift in the sky gradually closed, the lingering shockwaves of their clash continued to resonate throughout the realm. "Kaido, your power is but a mere shadow," Yi Fan proclaimed, his voice brimming with boundless fighting spirit and confidence. Kaido, far away on Onigashima, sensed Yi Fan's retort, and a faint smile crept across his lips, his eyes glinting with admiration. Despite the vast distance between them, the intentions of these two titans had converged, both aware that this confrontation was merely the beginning. Hearing Yi Fan's battle cry, Kaido erupted into laughter, his voice echoing like thunder across the expanse. His eyes sparkled with insatiable excitement and combat fervor. This was the rival he had long yearned for. Then let it come, Kaido bellowed as his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Invoking the full might of his devil fruit, the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. With a deafening roar, his form expanded rapidly, scales emerging upon his skin, each one as hard as steel in the blink of an eye. He had transformed into a colossal dragon, coiling majestically in the sky, his massive form casting a shadow over half the horizon, instilling a sense of dread that Kaido's dragon form was a sight to behold. As he unfurled his gigantic wings, summoning a tempest that churned the surrounding clouds, his scales glimmered menacingly in the sunlight, each one seemingly imbued with boundless power. His razor-sharp claws could slice through the air with a mere flick, producing a piercing shriek. Ye fan, show me your true strength, Kaido roared, his voice resonating with unrestrained battle intent and fervor. With a ferocious roar, Kaido's maw opened wide, a deep crimson glow coalescing in his throat. In the next instant, a searing wave of energy erupted from his mouth, manifesting as a colossal blast of heat. The air around it warped and twisted, as though even the very fabric of space would be incinerated. The heat wave surged forth like a fiery dragon, intent on annihilating everything in its path as it barreled toward Yi Fan. The immense pressure of the impact compressed the surrounding air to its limit, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Yi Fan, witnessing Kaido's fiery assault, felt a surge of exhilaration and battle spirit coursing through him. He recognized the gravity of the moment and knew he could not afford to underestimate this attack. Yet it ignited the warrior's blood within him. What a formidable Kaido! Yi Fan shouted. As his own power erupted forth, he clasped his hands together, channeling his haki to its zenith, forming an invisible barrier that compressed the very air around him. Producing a thunderous roar, with a powerful thrust of his hands, a formidable wave of haki surged forth, meeting Kaido's heat wave head-on. The clash of these two colossal energies unleashed a cacophony that shook the heavens. The collision of the shockwave and haki generated violent ripples of energy, tearing the sky apart as though heralding the end of days. The temperature soared, with searing gusts of wind and tumultuous waves rising from the surrounding sea. Yi Fan stood unwavering at the waterfall's apex, repelling Kaido's fiery assault with his haki shockwave. A resolute gleam shone in his eyes. He was destined for victory in this battle. Kaido's dragon form soared majestically in the sky, his immense silhouette basking in the sunlight. He gazed down at Yi Fan, a smirk playing upon his lips. This adversary had indeed lived up to his expectations. The battle was merely beginning, and the collision of these two titans would surely unleash a cataclysmic storm. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yi Fan as he felt the thrill of combat and the heat of battle. The demonic wings on his back unfurled dramatically, their dark feathers glinting coldly in the sunlight. He soared upward, hurtling toward Kaido with unbridled speed. His massive wings beat the air, generating a tempest that sent the surrounding clouds into disarray. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's approach, Kaido's battle fervor intensified. The two titans engaged in a fierce aerial clash, each unleashing their most potent abilities without reservation. Yi Fan moved like a streak of black lightning, gracefully arcing through the air as he closed the distance to Kaido. He swung his fist, channeling the might of his haki, delivering a devastating blow aimed directly at Kaido. The air crackled with energy as his punch sliced through, producing a deafening roar. Kaido snorted disdainfully, countering with a swipe of his dragon claw to intercept Yi Fan's attack. The massive claw, imbued with terrifying power, seemed capable of rending the earth itself. Their collision erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding clouds. Yi Fan and Kaido engaged in a fierce back and forth, their strikes resonating with such intensity that the very air vibrated with their clash. Yi Fan's fists, fueled by haki, struck with the force of a battering ram, while Kaido retaliated with claws and tail, each blow equally fearsome. The tempo of their battle was a dizzying display of skill and power. As they exchanged blows with breathtaking speed, Yi Fan deftly maneuvered through the air, evading Kaido's strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. He moved like a shadow, appearing at Kaido's side one moment and behind him the next, each strike brimming with immense strength and precision. Kaido, not to be outdone, soared through the sky in his dragon form, unleashing relentless assaults with his claws and tail, each attack capable of inflicting catastrophic damage. The sweep of his tail lashed out like an iron whip, stirring the air into a frenzy. Each strike of his claws bore the power to rend the very fabric of space, compelling Yi Fan to respond with all his might. In the heavens, the clash of these two titans was both fierce and awe-inspiring. Each collision resonated with a deafening roar and blinding flashes of light, as if the very heavens and earth trembled in response. Yi Fan's every strike was as swift as thunder, while Kaido's counterattacks were as forceful as a landslide. The ferocity of the battle sent shockwaves through the surrounding seas, churning the waters into towering waves, while dark clouds gathered overhead, crackling with lightning. The confrontation between Yi Fan and Kaido resembled a clash of deities, leaving all witnesses in awe. They fought fiercely in the sky, their techniques colliding in a breathtaking display of power. Yi Fan's demonic wings granted him unparalleled speed and agility, while Kaido's dragon form bestowed upon him immense strength and resilience. The clash of these two titans was destined to become a legendary tale upon these waters. Standing atop the lookout of Onigashima, one of Kaido's calamities, Queen's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on the two figures locked in battle above. Known for his arrogance, he had always considered himself among the elite forces of the sea. Yet the spectacle before him filled him with profound shock. How could this be? How could that young brat possess such monstrous strength? Queen muttered curses under his breath, his expression darkening. The cigar in his hand nearly slipped away, his gaze filled with disbelief. Yi Fan, who appeared merely as a youthful rascal, was able to engage Kaido in direct combat, an utterly inconceivable notion. Jack stood nearby, his expression grave, gripping his weapon tightly as beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. Boss, this kid's power is beyond our wildest imagination. He can actually hold his own against Lord Kaido. What kind of monster is he? Queen ground his teeth in frustration, a mix of shock and resentment brewing within him. He had never anticipated that this upstart would wield such terrifying power. It seemed they had truly underestimated him. Lord Kaido was indeed facing a formidable opponent. Jack nodded, his brow furrowed, filled with a complex array of emotions. Indeed, I never expected such a young brat to possess such fearsome strength. I can't fathom how he is trained to reach this level. Queen took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He understood that the critical task at hand was to address this unforeseen turn of events, that we must remain vigilant. Though Lord Kaido is powerful, if this kid has any hidden trump cards, we cannot afford to be complacent. Jack wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, Queen, we must stay alert and ensure this brat has no opportunity to threaten Lord Kaido. That a glint of determination flashed in Queen's eyes. And no matter how strong this brat may be, we must lend our full support to Lord Kaido. Once he has dealt with him, we will eradicate his influence in one fell swoop. This threat cannot be allowed to persist. That moment, the battle in the sky intensified, causing Onigashima to tremble under the force of Yi Fan and Kaido's clashes. Queen and Jack exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the determination and fighting spirit reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that in the face of such an adversary, they had to give their all and could not afford to let their guard down. The shock waves of the battle reverberated continuously, amplifying the intensity of their astonishment that Yi Fan's formidable strength had completely upended their perceptions, forcing them to re-evaluate their opponent. They recognized that the battles ahead would be even more arduous and fierce. Yet they also believed that under Lord Kaido's leadership, they would triumph over any foe in the heavens. Lightning flashed, the sea wind stirred up colossal waves, and the two figures in the sky clashed like furious dragons. Kaido's dragon form twisted in the air, his massive body emanating an unparalleled pressure. Each of his swings unleashed cataclysmic power, while Yi Fan darted like a bolt of lightning, his demonic wings spread wide, nimbly evading and seeking opportunities to counterattack. This is the battle I crave. This is the opponent I've longed for. Excitement gleamed in Yi Fan's eyes as he shouted, unleashing his conqueror's haki, like a surging tidal wave, which clashed violently with Kaido's own. The two forces intertwined, erupting in a blaze of radiance that tore the sky asunder. Kaido laughed heartily, throwing his head back in a triumphant roar. "Yi Fan, you have not disappointed me. Come, let us settle this once and for all." As he spoke, his colossal dragon claws lunged toward Yi Fan, sharp talons slicing through the air with glinting cold light. Yi Fan swiftly dodged while delivering a punch imbued with Conqueror's Haki. Striking Kaido's claw, the moment of impact unleashed a tremendous shockwave, rippling across the entirety of Onigashima. The rocks on Onigashima cracked, the earth quaked, and vast fissures spread, as if the island itself were succumbing to the relentless pressure of their confrontation. Queen and Jack, watching from a distance, turned pale. Queen's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "This is nothing short of cataclysmic. Even such a large island as Onigashima cannot withstand the aftermath of their battle." Jack swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. "That brat Yi Fan is truly formidable. That I never expected Lord Kaido to face such an opponent." In the skies, Yi Fan and Kaido's battle escalated into an all-out frenzy. Yi Fan soared upward, his demonic wings flapping powerfully as he darted toward Kaido. His fist, charged with destructive force, connected squarely with Kaido's dragon head. Kaido's dragon form was sent reeling from the blow, his massive body tumbling through the air, creating fierce gusts of wind. Kaido roared in anger, his dragon tail whipping toward Yi Fan like a steel whip. Yi Fan evaded swiftly, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear on Kaido's flank. Unleashing another punch, the strike connected with Kaido's dragon scales, producing a resounding echo that caused Kaido's body to quiver slightly. "Ha! Good! Bring it on!" Kaido's laughter reverberated, his massive dragon maw opening to unleash a torrent of scorching dragon breath aimed directly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he charged forward, his Conqueror's Haki forming a shield to withstand the onslaught of the dragon breath. He reached Kaido's front and unleashed a flurry of punches. Clashing once more with Kaido's claws, the powerful forces collided in the air, producing earth-shattering sounds that made the entire Onigashima tremble beneath their might. "This is the battle I desire." Yi Fan's heart brimmed with fighting spirit. It was his first encounter with such a formidable opponent, and he relished the thrill of combat. He understood that this battle was not merely about victory, but also about proving himself. The struggle between Yi Fan and Kaido raged on for 3 days and 3 nights, as if heaven and earth themselves had lost their color. Each clash between them was akin to meteors striking the earth, sending forth immense vibrations and shockwaves. Onigashima had been irrevocably altered by this conflict, with landslides and tidal waves making it seem as if doomsday had arrived. On the first day, Yi Fan and Kaido engaged in a fierce aerial duel, utilizing the agility of his demonic wings. Yi Fan deftly evaded Kaido's assaults, striking back at opportune moments. Kaido, in his dragon form, sought to dominate with his colossal size and unparalleled might. Yet, both Yi Fan's Haki and Kaido's dragon breath reflected their exceptional combat prowess and indomitable will. By the second day, their battle transitioned to the ground. Kaido, transformed into a gigantic dragon, unleashed sweeping blows with his tail and claws, launching relentless assaults. Yi Fan, relying on his speed and strength, engaged Kaido in brutal hand-to-hand combat, each strike resonating with devastating force, leaving deep craters in the earth. As the third day dawned, both warriors were exhausted, yet the intensity of their conflict showed no signs of abating. Yi Fan bore numerous wounds, but the fire of determination still shone in his eyes. Kaido, too, had sustained injuries. His scales were shattered and bloodied, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. "Yi Fan, you are indeed powerful," Kaido gasped, laughing, "but I have yet to unleash my full strength." "Kaido, the same goes for me," Yi Fan replied, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Come, let us continue." Kaido opened his dragon maw once more, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath. Yi Fan flapped his demonic wings and charged into the flames, his Conqueror's Haki forming a shield to absorb the fiery assault. He swiftly closed the distance, his fists launching toward Kaido's claws once again. The clash of their immense powers resonated in the air, sending tremors throughout Onigashima as the battle reached its zenith. with both sides holding nothing back, revealing all their hidden trump cards. Kaido unleashed the Dragon Breath Storm, a colossal torrent of draconic energy that swept across the land like a tempest, melting rocks and igniting the very earth beneath. In response, Yi-Fan summoned the Tears of the Void, warping space as rifts tore through the surroundings like razor-sharp blades. 3 days and nights passed. Yet neither side could claim victory. Both Yi-Fan and Kaido were utterly exhausted, yet the fervor of their battle remained undiminished. They stood amidst the ruins, locking eyes, their gazes filled with mutual respect for each other's prowess and reverence for the clash they had engaged in. Yi-Fan, you are indeed formidable, Kaido remarked, his tone tinged with fatigue, yet predominantly laced with admiration. This is a thrilling battle I haven't encountered in years. Kaido, you too are a worthy adversary, Yi-Fan replied. Despite his weariness, his eyes still shimmering with unwavering determination. However, this battle is far from over. Our contest must continue. The two shared a knowing smile, aware that this confrontation would be etched into their memories as one of the most unforgettable experiences of their lives. Surrounding the battlefield on Onigashima, members of the Beast Pirates had long since grown accustomed to the extraordinary. They had witnessed the clash of these two titanic forces, while their hearts were still filled with awe. They gradually acclimated to the astonishing spectacle unfolding before them. Good heavens, these two are not human. They are truly monsters, one member of the Beast Pirates murmured, unable to contain his disbelief. Thank goodness we are far enough away. Otherwise, we would have been swept away. They appear utterly oblivious to fatigue. Yi-Fan and Kaido battled on. They gradually came to realize that their strengths were closely matched, neither able to decisively defeat the other. As time wore on and exhaustion set in, the fervor of their combat remained unchanged. Finally, they tacitly ceased their attacks, exchanging smiles as if they were in perfect harmony. Enough, Kaido. At this rate, we are merely wasting our strength. Yi-Fan panted, a smile gracing his lips. Though his body was weary, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Yi-Fan, you are indeed a commendable opponent. Kaido chuckled heartily. Reverting to his human form, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Appearing somewhat fatigued yet predominantly exhilarated and appreciative, the two men then sat upon a massive boulder on Onigashima, gazing at the shattered landscape wrought by their battle, each feeling a sense of reflection. Kaido produced a flask of liquor from his cloak and jovially offered it to Yi-Fan. Come, let us share a drink. Yi-Fan accepted the flask, taking a hearty swig. The fiery liquor ignited his throat. Yet it was precisely what he needed in that moment. He laughed. Kaido, this drink is splendid. However, we have been engaged in this relentless skirmish for too long. It would be far more enjoyable to sit down, drink, and converse. Kaido laughed boisterously, clinking his flask against Yi-Fan's. Indeed, Yi-Fan, your prowess has truly impressed me. Let us raise a toast to this exhilarating battle. As they drank, the aroma of the liquor filled the air, and the members of the Beast Pirates looked on in astonishment. They could hardly believe that the two monstrous powers, who had just been locked in fierce conflict, were now sharing a drink together. This is utterly incredible, Quinn murmured in disbelief, watching the scene unfold. How can these two sit down for a drink after such a fierce battle? Yi-Fan, what brings you to Wano? Kaido inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Yi-Fan smiled slightly, gazing toward the distant sky. I have heard that Wano is steeped in rich history and culture, harboring secrets yet to be uncovered. I am quite intrigued by these matters. And of course, I wish to witness the strength of someone of your caliber, the Yonko. You are indeed an interesting fellow, Kaido laughed heartily. But the secrets of Wano are not so easily unveiled. Yi-Fan nodded, responding, that is true, I did not expect to encounter you here, yet this battle has taught me much. Kaido raised his flask again, clinking it with Yi-Fan's. Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune to meet an opponent like you. Now, let us drink. The two men indulged in their liquor and conversation, as if the intensity of their previous struggle had faded from memory. Despite their differing allegiances, in that moment, they felt like old friends, sharing life stories and experiences. The members of the Beast Pirates gradually accepted this remarkable turn of events, understanding that it was perhaps through such battles that true respect and camaraderie could be forged among the strong. They gazed at Kaido and Yi-Fan, feelings of admiration swelling within them. That night, the tumult of battle faded from Onigashima, replaced by the laughter and spirited conversation of the two formidable warriors. In the midst of this serene atmosphere, the bond between Yi Fan and Kaido began to take shape, both aware that more challenges awaited them in the future. Yet in that moment, they were each other's most respected adversaries and friends. As the night deepened, the dialogue between Yi Fan and Kaido grew increasingly profound and candid. After a round of hearty drinking, Yi Fan set down his flask, a contemplative glint in his eyes, and spoke. "Kaido, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Kaido lifted his head, intrigued, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, what is it?" "Do tell that Yi Fan paused for a moment before speaking directly. "I propose an alliance between us. Together, we can achieve greater goals and disrupt the existing order." Kaido fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Yi Fan, you truly are an amusing young man. What is your plan?" Yi Fan smiled slightly. Continuing, "It is quite simple. I know you harbor your own ambitions and objectives. I can assist you in realizing these goals, providing the power and support you require. In exchange, all I seek are treasures." Nothing else. A flicker of surprise and admiration crossed Kaido's eyes. "Just treasures? Yi Fan, your appetite is not grand. But you must understand, I seek more than mere riches." Yi Fan nodded. "I understand. You desire power, territory, and influence over the world at large. You wish to overthrow the existing order and establish a new world of your own. Meanwhile, I need only treasures and resources to continue my journey." Kaido pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding. "Your proposal is indeed intriguing. If you can genuinely assist me in achieving my goals, then an alliance may very well be in order." Yi Fan smiled. "Then it is settled. Our objectives may differ, but we can support one another in fulfilling our respective desires." Kaido raised his flask, offering a toast to Yi Fan. "Excellent. Let us toast to our alliance." Yi Fan also lifted his flask, clinking it against Kaido's. Some of the liquor splashed onto the ground, yet neither paid it any mind. In that moment, the fates of the two powerful beings became inextricably intertwined. They understood that this alliance would bring greater strength and resources, inviting even larger challenges. Regardless of what lay ahead, they were prepared. Kaido set down his flask, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Yi Fan, now that we are allies, let us discuss the specifics of our plan." "What I desire is—" Yi Fan nodded, attentively listening to Kaido's strategy while quickly contemplating how to best implement these plans in his mind. He recognized that this alliance would alter the very fabric of the pirate world, and he would be a pivotal part of it. As the night deepened, the two formidable warriors continued their conversation on Onigashima, plotting their future endeavors. Their alliance was destined to unleash a tremendous storm, reshaping the fate of the entire world. The heart of this tempest were Yi Fan and Kaido, driven by their relentless pursuits and unwavering convictions. As nightfall enveloped the island, Onigashima was cloaked in an air of tranquility. The silvery moonlight spilled across the sea, shimmering like countless shards of silver scattered upon the waves. In the distance, the waves caressed the shore gently, producing a soft, soothing sound that harmonized with the twinkling stars in the night sky, bestowing an air of mysterious tranquility upon the entire ghost island. The news of the alliance between Yi Fan and Kaido sent shockwaves throughout the pirate world, igniting an unprecedented fervor. The union of these two formidable figures not only astonished the major factions, but also sparked a tidal wave of pirate enthusiasm. People began to understand that a new era of chaos was on the horizon, prompting countless adventurers to set sail, driven by dreams and ambitions, ready to embrace the impending tumultuous times. Upon hearing this news, the leaders of various pirate crews convened urgent meetings to discuss strategies for navigating the forthcoming changes. Some ambitious new generation pirate crews viewed the alliance as an opportunity, eager to carve out their own territories and reputations amidst the chaos. Across the Grand Line, ships bearing the Jolly Roger set forth, their flags fluttering vigorously in the wind. Young pirates, with resolute gazes, were filled with an eagerness for the unknown adventures that lay ahead. Believing that with courage and strength, they could forge their own legacies in this new epoch, the Navy headquarters responded swiftly. The newly appointed Admiral Akiji summoned a high-level meeting to deliberate on how to address the impending upheaval in the pirate world. Within the Navy, opinions were divided regarding how to confront the powerful adversaries of Yi Fan and Kaido. Some advocated for a preemptive strike, while others argued for bolstering defenses to avert unnecessary losses. Meanwhile, news hawks scurried across islands worldwide, disseminating this sensational news to every corner. Newspapers extensively reported on the alliance, depicting various scenarios that might unfold in the future. People fervently discussed the partnership of these two legendary figures in taverns, plazas, and markets, some filled with anticipation, others with deep concern. Amidst this fervor and chaos, more pirates and adventurers began to contemplate their own futures. Countless vessels departed from ports, venturing into uncharted waters. Each individual harbored a dream, hoping to find their place in this tumultuous world and realize their aspirations. However, whether supporters or detractors, all were acutely aware that the alliance between Yi Fan and Kaido was merely the beginning. The future pirate world would be rife with challenges, conflicts, and legends yet to be written. As the storm approached, everyone knew they must prepare to confront this new era, interwoven with calamity and glory. In Wano country, Yi Fan decided to linger for a few days to delve deeper into this mysterious land steeped in history. During his time in Wano, he explored its unique culture and landscapes, engaged in further exchanges with Kaido, and met Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Wano is a place imbued with a profound samurai spirit, where ancient architecture and traditional lifestyles captivated Yi Fan. Although the residents lived under the dominion of the beast pirates, they retained a fierce fighting spirit and distinct cultural traditions. As Yi Fan wandered the streets of Wano, he observed skilled artisans crafting weapons and armor, and some samurai diligently practicing their swordsmanship in training grounds. One day, Kaido invited Yi Fan to his residence, where his daughter Yamato lived. Though she was Kaido's daughter, Yamato harbored beliefs that diverged entirely from her father's. She revered Kazuki Oden and aspired to become a samurai like him, hoping to liberate Wano and allow its people to live freely and happily. Yamato was striking in appearance, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, a tall figure clad in samurai attire, exuding an aura of valor. Her eyes sparkled with determination and an indomitable will. When Yi Fan first laid eyes on her, she was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, wielding her long sword with precision and grace, each movement brimming with power and resolve. "This is Yi Fan," Kaido introduced. "He is my ally and an exceptionally powerful warrior." Yamato set her sword down and approached Yi Fan, her gaze filled with curiosity and respect. "Are you the Yi Fan who shone brightly during the Marineford War?" She inquired, to why Yi Fan nodded, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, I have heard of your deeds. Yamato, you are remarkable." With unwavering resolve, Yamato declared, "I will fight for the future of Wano, though my ideals differ from my father's. I respect the convictions of every strong warrior." Why Yi Fan nodded in understanding, recognizing that both he and Yamato shared the same goal of altering their circumstances and pursuing their dreams. Over the following days, Yi Fan and Yamato engaged in deeper conversations, sharing their experiences and aspirations while discussing the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. During his stay in Wano, the bond between Yi Fan and Yamato grew stronger. They found a resonance in their thoughts and decided to test each other's strengths through practical combat. Having heard of Yi Fan's reputation, Yamato was filled with curiosity and a fighting spirit, thus proposing a sparring match. Why Yi Fan gladly accepted Yamato's challenge, and they agreed to conduct the duel in the backyard of Kaido's residence. The backyard was a spacious training ground surrounded by towering bamboo groves, where the morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a serene ambience. However, the impending battle was destined to shatter this tranquility. Yamato initiated the assault, decisively activating her devil fruit ability to transform into a powerful wolf form. She had consumed the Inu no Mi model, Okuchi no Makami, granting her immense strength and speed. Yamato's figure became a flash of white lightning as she swiftly closed the distance to Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood his ground, his eyes narrowing as he attentively observed Yamato's movements. Just as her claws were about to make contact, he moved in an instant. Yi Fan's speed was equally astonishing. He evaded Yamato's attack and swiftly struck with a knife-hand strike aimed at her shoulder. Yamato retreated a step to dodge his strike and then pivoted, launching a spinning kick toward his head. Yifan raised his arm effortlessly to block the blow and then pushed back, deflecting Yamato's attack. "Your speed is impressive," Yifan remarked with a smile, "but you'll need greater strength." Undeterred, Yamato pressed the attack once more. She leapt high into the air, bringing her hands together, unleashing a torrent of frost from her palms, hurtling towards Yifan. Sensing the chill in the air, Yifan quickly gathered his conqueror's haki, shielding himself from the frost, and then shattered it with a palm strike. "Indeed, not simple," Yamato acknowledged, stabilizing herself midair. "Now, let us see if you can withstand my full power strike." Taking a deep breath, she spun her body, causing the temperature around her to plummet. A thick layer of ice armor enveloped her as she transformed into a massive ice wolf, lunging ferociously at Yifan. The ground beneath her left trails of frost, and the air was thick with an icy aura. At why Yifan's expression grew serious. He understood that Yamato was unleashing her full potential without holding back. Unfurling the demonic wings behind him, he concentrated powerful energy into his hands. Just as the ice wolf was about to collide with him, Yifan shouted and thrust his hands forward, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that erupted from within him, directly striking the ice wolf. The shockwave collided with the ice wolf mid-air, resulting in a deafening explosion. The powerful energy caused the surrounding bamboo grove to sway violently, and dust was kicked up from the ground, enveloping the entire training ground in a cloud of debris. As the dust began to settle, Yifan and Yamato stood their ground, locking eyes that Yifan was slightly out of breath, while Yamato was drenched in sweat, yet both possessed eyes glimmering with combat spirit and mutual respect. "You are indeed formidable," Yamato said slowly, "to withstand my full force attack. Your reputation is well-deserved." "You are remarkable as well," Yifan replied with a smile. "This battle has been immensely enlightening." They exchanged smiles, then walked side by side out of the training ground. This encounter not only deepened their understanding of each other's strengths, but also solidified their burgeoning friendship. Although the battle has concluded, the resolve and conviction within their hearts have become even more unwavering. At the naval headquarters of the world government, the atmosphere is palpably tense and solemn. In the center of the grand conference room, a long table is meticulously arranged with various documents and reports. The newly appointed Admiral Akiji occupies the seat of honor, his gaze calm yet resolute, surrounded by other senior naval officers, including Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Fujitora, as well as several vice admirals and staff members. As the meeting commences, Akiji takes the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our discussion today revolves around the abolition of the Shichibukai system. Since the Marineford War, the world of pirates has plunged into a new era of chaos, rendering the existence of the Shichibukai ineffective in deterring and balancing other pirate factions that we must enact change to confront the new challenges ahead." Kizaru, lounging lazily in his chair with arms crossed, squints his eyes. "Well, Akiji, are you suggesting a complete abolition of the Shichibukai that would undoubtedly incite significant turmoil?" Fujitora, with arms folded in a profound gaze, interjects. "While it is true that some among the Shichibukai have lost their original purpose, there are others who remain vital allies of the Navy, that if we were to revoke their status, we must consider the subsequent measures for appeasement and response." Akiji nods in agreement, continuing, "You are correct. But we must acknowledge the current situation. Don Quixote Doflamingo within the Shichibukai has allied with Yefon, forming a formidable new power, while the other Shichibukai harbor their own ulterior motives and no longer heed the government's command. We can no longer rely on these uncertain elements." Seated nearby, Vice Admiral Smoker bangs his fist on the table, his tone resolute. "Admiral Akiji speaks the truth. Abolishing the Shichibukai system may indeed lead to some chaos, but it is a necessary step we must take. What we require is genuine power to control the pirate forces, rather than depending on these nominal allies." Another Vice Admiral, Tashiji, exclaims in frustration. "Some individuals among the Shichibukai are outright enemies of the Navy. Their existence only complicates our operations. Rather than allowing them to wreak havoc from the outside, it would be better to eliminate them entirely." Akiji surveys the assembled officers before continuing. "Of course, abolishing the Shichibukai system is merely the first step. Subsequently, We must strengthen our control over the New World, particularly concerning the emerging powerful pirate crews, that we require additional resources and strength to maintain order upon the seas. Fujitora nods in agreement. I concur. The situation in the New World is increasingly intricate. We need more flexible and robust strategies. Kizaru chuckles. Since everyone is so eager, allow me to contribute as well. We cannot permit these pirates to act with impunity. The atmosphere within the conference room gradually intensifies, charged with determination. As the discussion deepens, a consensus regarding future action plans begins to crystallize. The proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system receives preliminary approval during this meeting and will subsequently be submitted for ratification by the highest echelons of the world government. Akiji concludes, since there are no objections, let us commence preparations for the abolition of the Shichibukai. Simultaneously, we shall expedite the collection of intelligence on the major pirate crews in the New World, ensuring we are prepared for any potential scenarios that may arise. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the brink of a new era. With Akiji's summary, the meeting draws to a close, and the naval officers depart the conference room, each immersing themselves in their new responsibilities. The decision to abolish the Shichibukai system is poised to unleash a new tempest upon the world of the seas, while the Navy braces itself for even graver challenges ahead.